Volume 7 Chapter 1. Book 7 Chap 1, so near and yet so far. As everyone in the hall waited expectantly, Ji Yanran flitted in, and accompanying her is the current expert of astronomy, his old friend Zhou Yan. Ji Yanran has lost some weight, but it has not affected her beauty at all. Besides, her freshness and purity is something that no one can win against. Jiaya and Zhao Ji are all outstanding beauties, but when compared to her, they immediately paled in comparison. There's a little more sadness in Ji Yanran's pretty eyes, and who knows if it may be because she misses him. Zhou Yan on the other hand looks energetic as he accompanied Ji Yanran into the main hall. Xiang Shaolong was afraid that Ji Yanran would recognize his build, so he hurriedly hid behind Zhao Ba and Zhao Ji. Zhao Mu, who was dumbfounded on seeing her, finally regained his senses and stepped forward, saying loudly, "Welcome, learned Lady Ji and Mr. Zhou, for coming." Everyone can't help but lean nearer towards the entrance, to take a look at this beauty famed for her looks and intellect. Xiang Shaolong was instead pushed out of the way. Zhao Ji's voice rang next to his ear, "Mr. Dong." At this time Zhao Mu was introducing Ji Yanran and Zhou Yan to the guests one by one, and Xiang Shaolong was startled as he turned around to look at Zhao Ji, who was behind him. He saw that her pretty eyes were gleaming as she stared deeply at him, so he hurriedly smiled and asked, "Miss Zhao has something to say?" Zhao Ji replied gently, "Mr. looks really like someone I know." Xiang Shaolong was relieved and knows that Jing Jun has only leaked a little news. He did not reveal everything at all, so he pretended to look interested and asked, "Would that be Miss Zhao's lover?" His words are obviously teasing, as he knows that Zhao Ji will definitely not be able to take it, and he'll thank his lucky stars if she will henceforth ignore him. However, Zhao Ji's pretty face blushed instead as she lowered her head with shyness. She suddenly shook her head and walked away. Ji Yanran's laughter could be heard tinkling from the crowd over there. However, Xiang Shaolong is breaking out in cold sweat. What is this all about? Isn't Zhao Ji in love with Jing Jun? Then why does she look as if she has feelings for him, and wouldn't that make him Jing Jun's rival in love? If she doesn't like Jing Jun, why is she returning his letters? Just as he was feeling numb, it was now Jiaya's turn to look for him. Jiaya had an obviously jealous expression, yet she pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Everyone is in a hurry to get to know Ji Yanran, but why is Mr. hiding here?" But Xiang Shaolong's hatred towards her was still strong, so he deliberately made fun of her, going near her ear and whispering in a coarse voice, "I am naturally astoundingly attractive to women. If I let Ji Yanran get close to me, she will definitely not be able to retrain her feelings, so it's better that I stay away." Zhao Ye was stunned on hearing it. To think that there is such a thick-skinned man in the world who will boast of his charm towards women, especially when the recipient of his speech is a woman like her. Isn't he insinuating that she is also offering herself because she could not resist his lure? She almost wanted to leave in anger, but her pretty legs won't listen to her, insisting on staying put. Even though he insulted her, she seems to feel a masochistic joy in it. Looking at how uncertain and sad her pretty face looked, Xiang Shaolong felt a sense of accomplishment and added on, "I'm even more afraid of betting women, because once those women had a taste of my prowess and the joy, I guarantee that they will not be able to leave me." Hi! That would really be a headache. Zhao Ye was absolutely flabbergasted. There's not a single person whom she has just met would dare to say such shameless and dirty words to her. But of all things, this person has said something, which she felt, is so moving to the core ever since she met Xiang Shaolong. She was absolutely confused and unconsciously said, "But all men wants to get learned Lady Ji's heart and body, why is Mr. the only exception?" Xiang Shaolong found it very interesting to make fun of her and replied with a smile, "People say that talent can arouse jealousy. I think that this sounds very reasonable. If I manage to get learned Lady Ji and she in turn refuses to let go of me, will certainly incur the jealousy of others. Won't it bring unnecessary trouble that will be disadvantageous to my grand plan of setting up the family business here? That's why I can only suppress my lust. Hi! To tell you the truth, back in Shu, I must have a woman with me every night." Zhao Ye blushed on hearing that, but at the same time felt a ridiculous sense of wild excitement. She lowered her head and said, "Has Mr. always been so direct in your talks with women whom you've just met?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly finding this funny as he replied, "I've always spoken from my heart towards women. You can excuse yourself if you don't like to listen, I've always been like that." Zhao Ye's sense of self-respect could not tolerate this any further, and she replied angrily, "Mr. does not respect how a girl feels at all. Who would be able to tolerate such talk?" But Xiang Shaolong saw that the attention of everyone else were all centered on Ji Yanran, and no one took notice of them at all, so he chortled, "Women are like horses. Once you know of their likings, you can tame them into obedient creatures. Hey! Horses that I have taken a liking to, every single one of them will ultimately surrender to my whip." These words are even more obvious. Zhao Ye could not take it any longer and replied angrily, "Mr. is too overbearing towards women, treating humans as beasts and taming them. Don't you care about others' feelings at all?" But in her heart she was confused, unable to determine what kind of a person is this horse fanatic. At one moment he seems to be a gentleman who does not chase after women, the next moment he's suddenly like a sex maniac. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that he's made her suffered enough and said nonchalantly, to me, horses have better morality than humans. Once they have regarded someone as master, they will not keep changing their minds. Zhao Ye was stunned, for these words seemed to have stirred the pain in her heart. Xiang Shaolong realized that Zhao Ji was peeping at him talking to Zhao Ye from amongst the crowd, so he winked at her mischievously, making her so furious that she hurriedly turned her head away. Zhao Ye noticed it and she asked with furrowed brows, "What has Mr. spoken to Zhao Ji about?" Xiang Shaolong was thinking that it was none of her business, since he did not even ask her what did she and Marquis Pingshan spoke about. He went near her ears and said, "She is a wild horse, and lady is another horse." This time Zhao Ye has finally reached the end of her patience and she suddenly looked livid and was about to reprimand him when Zhao Mu's voice could be heard saying, "Mr. Dong Quang has gone over that side, Miss Ji would like to get to know tonight's star." Everyone turned around to look towards the two of them. Xiang Shaolong cast a meaningful eye at Zhao Ye before leaving with a smile, secretly feeling smug that he has finally vented his anger. It's best that from now on Zhao Ye will lose her interest in him, which would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Hi! If she could just cultivate herself by staying at home and repent, maybe he'll be soft-hearted and forgive her, but now it's a totally different matter. He finally managed to squeeze past the crowd to reach Zhao Mu's side. Ji Yanran's pretty eyes landed on him and a strange gleam suddenly darted past, but when she noticed that it's not Xiang Shaolong, her eyes dimmed again. The changes in her expression were obvious. Xiang Shaolong forced the feelings of excitement and heat down as he paid his respects. Dong Quang pays his respect to Miss Ji and Mr. Zhou. Ji Yanran regained her senses and returned his bow with a smile. "I've long heard of Mr's name. Yanran is also a horse lover. I must seek Mr's advice if the opportunity arises." Xiang Shaolong feels the regrettable feeling of her being so near and yet so far. He secretly thought that if he doesn't make use of this rare opportunity to secretly make her understand, he'll need to spend a lot more trouble in future. If she could not find him, or received news that he has gone to Qin and thus make her way there, they would have missed the chance to meet. He immediately nodded his head and replied, "How can I live up to Mrs. Praise? I've heard of Miss Ji's excellent horse named Jifeng, and wonder if you can me see it, and it would be an eye-opener for me." Ji Yanran and Zhou Yan were equally startled. Ji Yanran was immediately energized as her pretty eyes stared at him unwaveringly as she said, "If Mr. is free, why don't you come over to my place tomorrow morning and I can learn from your expertise?" Everyone around them threw looks of envy at Xiang Shaolong. They did not expect that this person would be able to have the chance to interact with this rare beauty in close proximity because of his skills in rearing horses. Lord Longyang's dainty voice interrupted, "A few of my horses seem to have fallen ill, can Mr. Dong come and take a look as well?" This sentence caused him to receive another kind of envious looks. Xiang Shaolong was thinking this is a headache and secretly lamenting, but he replied with perfunctory, "Your Highness have traveled a long way here, the horses are just tired. They'll be fine after resting for a while." Once he said that, every is clear that Xiang Shaolong has no interest in men at all. Lord Longyang whined, "My horses and I have rested for more than a month, besides they only fell ill recently. Aren't you a horse lover? How can you just watch them die?" Zhao Mu was afraid that he'll offend Lord Longyang, so he moved the conversation along by saying, "Mr. Dong is not like that at all. I'll find some time tomorrow to accompany Mr. Dong to pay a visit to Lord Longyang." He then said to Ji Yanran, "I would like to see this marvelous steed that can make Mr. Dong pine over it as well." Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran secretly cursed, but there's nothing they can do to him. The latter said with resign, "Yanran will of course welcome you, Your Highness. Please come with Mr. Dong." Zhao Ye's feelings are entirely different. Never in her dreams would she expect Ji Yanran to proactively invite this nonsensical weirdo. Could it be that he really has the natural attraction towards women? Indeed, she herself has been caught in a flutter, not knowing whether she should like him or hate him. Zhao Mu said, "The feast should begin, Miss Ji please be seated." Ji Yanran can't help but cast a meaningful look towards Zhou Yan. How can that wily old fox Zhou Yan not understand, so he said with a smile, "Since Yanran and Mr. Dong are both horse lovers and this is such a rare chance today, why don't I exchange seats with Mr. Dong?" This time even Zhao Mu's jealousy was aroused, but everyone knows that Ji Yanran have always taken interest in weird and rare people, which has nothing to do with romantic feelings at all, so no one would think that these two would have any secret relationship at all. Xiang Shaolong suppressed the excitement he felt and replied happily, "This is more than what I can ask for. I'm just afraid that I am too ill-learned and Miss Ji would be offended." Ji Yanran gave a sweet smile which stunned everyone before saying gently, "It is I who should feel favored." She dare not look at Xiang Shaolong any longer and turned to follow Zhao Mu's attendant towards a table on the left. The aqua and white-colored gown together with the jet black and shiny hairstyle attracted the gaze of everyone. Zhao Ye wished that she could give Xiang Shaolong a few stabs. He just said that he will not go near Ji Yanran, and yet now he's showing off that he could be next to her. Suddenly, she was startled to realize that she has successfully forgotten about Xiang Shaolong. In her heart now there is only this hateful, yet lovable, unfathomable wild man. After Xiang Shaolong was seated, he realized that it's still difficult to talk. Firstly, the two of them were about 5 feet apart, but also because pretty maids were behind both of them trying to serve them, so no matter how much they have to say to each other, there is no chance to. Sitting opposite them were Zhao Mu and Zhao Ye, the latter deliberately trying not to look at Xiang Shaolong, and the atmosphere was embarrassing. Zhao Mu thought that Zhao Ye was unhappy that he forced her to be close to Xiang Shaolong, that's why she was furious and did not think much of it. The few hundred tables were fully seated and the atmosphere was lively. Zhou Yan was seated together with Guo Kai and they were laughing and talking. After Ji Yanran was seated, she felt that she has no opportunity to speak with Xiang Shaolong at all because she is the star of the feast and everyone is trying to show themselves off in front of her and she had to entertain all of them. 2 pairs of eyes constantly flitted to where Xiang Shaolong was. One pair belonged to Lord Longyang, who was seated on the table next to the main table, and the other belonged to Zhao Ji, who was seated together with Zhao Ba at the table 5 tables down, opposite from Zhao Mu. The Marquis of Pingshan, Han Shuang, who held no regard for Xiang Shaolong initially, was now staring at him with hatred when he saw that he actually had the honor of sitting together with Ji Yanran. At this time someone asked Ji Yanran, "I wonder what is the thing that can move Miss Ji's heart in this world." Everyone felt this to be very interesting, so they all looked steadily at Ji Yanran, waiting to see how she'll respond. Ji Yanran's pretty eyes turned around as she replied with a smile, "This is a very difficult question to answer. There will be different answers at the different stages of life. Maybe when Yanran's beauty is gone, the thing that I would want most is my youth, which will never come back." Everyone knows she's deliberately avoiding the question and they all expressed their displeasure, forcing her to give an answer. How can Xiang Shaolong bear to let his love be bullied, so he chortled and said, "Miss Ji has already answered this question. Something that is unobtainable will always be pined for." Everyone became quiet and as they mulled over it, felt that the reply was reasonable. For example, everyone would like to become the ruler of a country, and precisely because they know that there's no way they can get it, it becomes more of a lure for them. Guo Zhong said with admiration, "I did not expect that Mr. Dong would have other skills besides the art of rearing horses." Everyone laughed. Lord Longyang said coquettishly, "I wonder what thing will attract Mr. Dong." The Marquis of Pingshan interrupted, "Of course it's the treasured horse which he'll never get that can travel 1,000 miles in a day." Immediately laughter roared in the hall and the atmosphere was lively. Xiang Shaolong knows that now is a good opportunity for him to portray himself in an unrefined yet open image in front of these administrators of Zhao, so he said loudly, "Not at all. Not at all. Just having 1 or 2 rare horses is of no help at all to the overall situation. What I want is 10,000 war horses that can give my king victory." All the Zhaos seated nodded their head in agreement. Zhao Ye can't help but ask, "But what is the impossible thing that can make Mr. Dong pine for it?" Xiang Shaolong laughed roughly and continued talking in his trademark horse voice, staring at Zhao Ye as he replied, "I've always lacked imagination, and I will never waste my effort thinking about things that I know for sure that I cannot get. But hey! Some things that can be obtained and yet still out of reach can make my heart itch so much that I have sleepless nights." All the men there understood the underlying meaning and smiled. Zhao Ye saw that he was staring at her as he spoke and felt both anger and joy. She lowered her head and avoided his gaze. Ji Yanran, who was next to him, thought about the thing that she could almost have as well, and her pretty face blushed unconsciously. She secretly took a look at him, wishing that she can throw herself immediately into his arms. At this time an attendant suddenly walked in towards Zhao Mu and quietly reported something to him. Zhao Mu revealed a look of surprise and looked at Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong was just feeling puzzled when Zhao Mu stood up and announced, "Tonight we have another esteemed guest who has just arrived, and he is the most popular guest of Chu's Lord Chunchen, Mr. Li Yuan." Once Xiang Shaolong heard that, he was startled and cold sweat broke out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 2. Book 7 Chap 2, Guest from Afar. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yuan, who was dressed in grand robes and looks about 25 or 26 years old, stepped into the hall suavely under the accompaniment of Zhao Mu's attendant. Undeniably he is a very good-looking man, fresh but with character. He has broad shoulders, slender waist, long legs, standing straight and tall with a long sword hanging from his waist, giving one the impression that he's well versed in both scholarly pursuits and martial arts. His eyes were alert and lively. Obviously this is an intelligent person and not someone to be belittled. Xiang Shaolong's heart started pounding. He has so many things to worry about that he's not even sure himself. The worst thing is that he may be able to tell from just one look that he is not the horse fanatic Dong Quang. By then he can forget about leaving the Marquis residence alive. Secondly is his relationship with Zhao Mu. If Li Yuan is the person sent by Chu's Lord Chunshin to secretly liaise with Zhao Mu, then Zhao Mu will immediately realize the trap that Xiang Shaolong has set for him. Besides, if Li Yuan knows that the Chu envoy still has not reached Handan, he'll definitely guess that something happened along the way, and this will arouse his and Zhao Mu's suspicion. Any one of these problems is enough to make their whole group perish. Hi! How did someone like this end up appearing out of nowhere? But Li Yuan stepped into the hall, listening as Zhao Mu spoke to him and at the same time suavely acknowledging the guests seated on both sides with a slight smile. Xiang Shaolong wished that Li Yuan would never finish his walk. Ji Yanran was alert and had long noticed that his expression seemed strange, so she said with a smile, Mr. Dong. The state of Chu is really filled with talents. Not only has it produced a horse expert like you, there's also the extraordinary Mr. Li Yuan, who was famed for his intellect and swordsmanship. His younger sister Li Yanyan is the latest beloved concubine of the king of Chu, and I heard that she's now pregnant. If she can bear a son, he will become the crown prince of Chu, so now everyone thinks that his future is limitless. Xiang Shaolong understood that it's because of the maids behind hindering them. She deliberately used such a method to drop hints on Li Yuan's background. She went to Chu before arriving in Handan, so naturally she knows about the latest news from Chu. But he felt that when she mentioned Li Yuan's name, her expression looked a little unnatural. When Li Yuan saw Ji Yanran, his eyes immediately brightened and he came to their table and politely greeting Xiang Shaolong, "How do you do, Mr. Dong? We may both be from Chu, but I did not expect that we only have the chance to meet here in Handan, which is 1,000 miles away." Xiang Shaolong was slightly relieved that the most urgent problem is solved, so he rose and returned the greeting. Zhao Mu suddenly made a strange look at him, then looked at Li Yuan with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Li Yuan was not too concerned about Xiang Shaolong as his gaze turned towards Ji Yanran, immediately filled with a captivating light as he said, "Miss Ji left without a word, giving me much grief." He lowered his voice so that other than Zhao Mu and Xiang Shaolong, other guests still thought that he was making polite talk. Another load was off Xiang Shaolong's mind as he realized that this Li Yuan is actually harassing Ji Yanran, and it seems that they were once together in Chu, otherwise Li Yuan would not have spoken with such jealousy. It seems that this Li Yuan is a born romantic, otherwise why would he run after her through mountains and lakes all the way from Chu? Once he thought of this, he feels troubled again. Ever since Xiaoya betrayed him, he no longer has the blind faith he used to have towards women. This Li Yuan is an outstanding person and so passionate about love. How would he know if he would be able to snatch Ji Yanran away from his hands? If this really turns out to be the case, the blow to him will be even harder than the one Xiaoya gave him. After Ji Yanran stole a peek at Xiang Shaolong, she replied with a smile, "Mr. Li, you're too harsh with your words, how can Yanran bear it?" Zhao Mu said with a smile, "So you two are old acquaintances, now that everyone is in Handan, why worry that there'll be no time to catch up? Why don't Mr. Li join my table and enjoy the performances by the song and dance courtesans?" Li Yuan smiled suavely and after giving Ji Yanran a meaningful look, followed Zhao Mu and seated himself between Zhao Mu and Xiaoya. Ji Yanran seems to have been moved that Li Yuan ran after her all the way to Handan. She lowered her pretty face, her eyes looking lost. Xiang Shaolong started feeling even more uncomfortable. The music started, a group of over 100 song and dance courtesans came to the middle of the hall and started singing and dancing with their colorful outfit flitting in the air, giving both auditory and sensory entertainment. "Hey, Dot." Xiang Shaolong was slightly startled, only to see Ji Yanran looking at him deeply with the corner of her eyes, filled with her love and longing. At this time the dancers have blocked the view from the direction of Li Yuan, Zhao Mu, and Xiaoya, and everyone else were concentrating on enjoying the performance. The music also helped to cover their conversation so that others can't hear them. It is indeed a good opportunity to talk secrets. Xiang Shaolong revealed a slightly unnatural smile. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at him and said, "Can you not show me such a lack of confidence? You don't know how much I've been missing you." Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking that this is called once bitten, twice shy. He asked quietly, "Where are you staying?" Ji Yanran quickly told him and added, "Don't look for me, let me look for you. Lord Longyang has always suspected that there's something going on between us, so there's still people watching me even here." Xiang Shaolong knows that she is smart beyond others and has excellent ways of accomplishing things, so he's not worried that she will slip up. He nodded his head in agreement. Ji Yanran suddenly stopped talking and recollected herself. Xiang Shaolong was alert and immediately pretended to be totally engrossed with the performance. It turned out that the dancers have now gathered to the middle of the hall into a small circle inside a larger circle, curving and flexing their bodies into various attractive poses, so the line of sight between Xiang Shaolong and Zhao Mu is now unblocked. Xiaoya is obviously quite interested in Li Yuan, constantly trying to make him talk. Xiang Shaolong was secretly livid on seeing it, but even he does not know why he still has such feelings of jealousy towards her. Li Yuan conversed with her politely, but most of the time he was looking at Ji Yanran. The Marquis of Pingshan, Han Shuang, is obviously interested in Ji Yanran as well, looking at her intensely from time to time, as if he wants to eat her up. All of those who had thought of wooing this world-famous learned lady felt inept once they saw the appearance of Li Yuan and gave up the idea of wooing her. Besides, Ji Yanran seems a little interested in him as well. If not for Li Yuan's unique status and his extremely excellent swordsmanship, maybe someone would have wanted to kill him long ago. Right until the end of the feast, the two of them could not find another opportunity to speak. Ji Yanran left first with Zhou Yan and was resolute in her rejection of Li Yuan's offer to accompany her. Of course she's making use of this to illustrate her stand towards Xiang Shaolong, which makes Xiang Shaolong and others who are interested in her extremely happy. After Li Yuan left dejectedly, Xiang Shaolong was thinking of slipping off but was dragged by Zhao Mu to accompany him on sending off the guests at the main door. Before Guozhong left, he reminded him about the feast at his house the next night. When it came to Zhao Ba and Zhao Ji's turn, the latter took a deep look at him before leaving with Zhao Ba, whereas Lord Longyan's flirtatious look as he left gave him goose pimples. In the end only Zhao Mu, Zhao Ye, Guo Kai, Li Chang, Han Shuang and Xiang Shaolong were left. It seems that Han Shuang is waiting for Zhao Ye and Xiang Shaolong can't help but feel furious, deliberately choosing to ignore Zhao Ye, whose pretty eyes kept flitting over to him. Han Shuang told Zhao Mu excitedly, besides the state of Yen, everyone else is here. Although what he said seems to be without any head or tail, Xiang Shaolong knows clearly what he meant and also knows that he has mistaken Li Yuan to be the representative from Chu who has come to discuss how to attack Qin in the meeting held by Lord Dongzhou. The situation is actually very interesting. Amongst the 6 states, the ones who places the most importance in joining forces are naturally the states of Han, Zhao and Wei, who are at the forefront of strong Qin. She is also very anxious over the plan to join forces against Qin, because if the 3 states fall, the next target would undeniably be Qi, before the Chus. Now that Han Shuang thinks that even Chu has sent an envoy over, of course he'll be ecstatic over it. As for Yen, it is still recovering from the attacks launched by Lian Bo of Zhao, and their position has fallen greatly in the eyes of the other states, so it doesn't matter if they come or not. Zhao Mu gave a cold snort. I'm afraid Li Yuan's trip here has got nothing to do with the secret meeting. Han Shuang laughed. He is now the most popular person with the king of Chu, and I heard that his sister's beauty can take down a country. The king of Chu has no son yet, so if she managed to give birth to a crown prince, Li Yuan will become the uncle of the future king. Therefore, if he can help put in a few good words, do we need to worry that the king of Chu won't take part in the grand scheme this time? An icy cold look flashed past Zhao Mu's eyes again. Even the scar on his face looks a lot deeper. Xiang Shaolong could see everything clearly as a bystander and knows that Zhao Mu was filled with unhappiness and hatred towards Li Yuan. Guo Kai said with a smile, "Is lady tired? Let Marquis Pingshan send you back." Han Shuang said to Zhao Ye politely, "I wonder if I can have the honor." Guo Kai and Lu Chang both understood his meaning and smiled. Han Shuang's question is akin to asking Zhao Ye if he could have the pleasure of her company again tonight. Zhao Ye seemed a little embarrassed and looked towards Xiang Shaolong. Whereas Xiang Shaolong looked towards the square outside the door, where 4 horse carriages and numerous Zhao soldiers were respectfully waiting. Zhao Mu remembered that he had promised Xiang Shaolong to help him with Zhao Ye, and even if tonight is not the night, but if he allows Han Shuang to take away Zhao Ye in front of him today, it'll be a loss of face as well. So he said, "Marquis Pingshan, please return early to rest. I have to enter the palace with Lady later to meet His Majesty." Han Shuang has no choice but to leave. Zhao Mu told Guo Kai and Lu Chang, "I still have some things to discuss with Mr. Dong. Both of you can leave first." Guo Kai made an eye at Xiang Shaolong behind Zhao Mu's back, asking him to be careful before leaving with Lu Chang, laughing and chatting as they walked. Only Zhao Mu, Zhao Ye, and Xiang Shaolong was left, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Zhao Mu told Zhao Ye, "After I finish a few words with Mr. Dong, he'll accompany you back to your residence." Zhao Ye's pretty face changed as she pouted, "Don't I know how to go back on my own?" After which she stared angrily at Zhao Mu and Xiang Shaolong before she stepped out of the door, into her carriage and left, leaving behind Zhao Mu and Xiang Shaolong looking at each other, both suffering a great loss of face. Zhao Mu smiled wryly. Some women are like a wild horse that can never be tamed, very difficult to ride on. Xiang Shaolong agreed, only such women are challenging enough. Zhao Mu pulled him away and they walked along the corridor that's leading towards the inner residence. Although it's now deep into the night and very quiet, the marquee residence is still brightly lit, and looks as if it's still day. They only sat down when they reached the inner hall where Zhao Mu had shared with him the Yu beauties, the sisters Tianjin and Tianfeng, in the past. After the maid served them tea, they retreated. Zhao Mu seemed troubled and said after a moment of silence, "You should know the relation between my father and Li Yuan, right?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting that he is now impersonating his Lord Chuanshan's trusted aide, who is here to help Zhao Mu dream about being king, so of course he can't say that he has no idea. But the only thing he knows is that Li Yuan's sister is called Li Yanyan, and he could only remember her name because the 2 words in her name is the same as Ji Yanran, otherwise he would have forgotten even her name as well. He went on bravely, "Is Marquis referring to Lady Yanyan's matter?" I have always been doing work for His Highness, so I have never met Li Yuan. All these were told by His Highness personally, but unexpectedly Zhao Mu actually nodded his head and sighed. It's exactly this matter. Don't think that Li Yuan looks good and nice, but his level of manipulation, even all the 1,000-odd men and guests under my father's residence cannot hold a candle to him. And don't think that he only came here because he was chasing after learned Lady Ji and have the mistaken impression that he is a hopeless romantic. I'm sure there is a reason behind this. No one else is more manipulative or ambitious than him. Humph. Seems that father did not reveal to him the secret about me, luckily so. Xiang Shaolong knows that the danger is not over, and if he lets Zhao Mu ask him a few more questions, his identity will immediately be revealed. So taking the hint from what was said, he added, I really have no idea why His Highness would trust Li Yuan so much. Naturally these words would not let any cat out of the bag. Zhao Mu gave a cold snort. Father is what you'll call an intelligent man will ultimately make a mistake due to too many responsibilities, and the bottom line is all about women. That's right. You just came from Chu. Did Li Yanyan give birth to a boy or girl? Xiang Shaolong now has some vague understanding but is unable to describe the whole thing, so he can only say, I only heard she was about to give birth. A dangerous cloud loomed over Zhao Mu's face as he said angrily, I did not expect Li Yuan to actually use the same devious trick as Lu Bue. Father refused to believe my words. If Li Yuan gains power in future, how could he possibly agree to let father control court affairs? This time father is really letting the wolf into the house. If Xiang Shaolong still does not understand, then he's better off staying at home. Zhao Mu talked about women hindering matters, and said that Li Yuan is copying Lu Bue's plan and Lord Chunchen letting the wolf in. With these clues, he can make an accurate guess as to what is happening. He hurriedly sighed as well and said, and who knows if this Li Yanyan is really Li Yuan's sister? Zhao Mu replied, that seems to be the truth. Besides, when father was on close terms with Li Yanyan, Li Yuan has no chance to meet Li Yanyan at all, and father had sent people to check on their relationship as siblings as well. He looked at him suspiciously and added, you should be knowing all these. Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing, so it turns out that the child in Li Yanyan's stomach does not belong to Li Yuan, but to Lord Chunchen. DA.MN. How could he have known that the situation is so full of twists? He replied calmly, how could I not know? It's just that the person in charge of the investigation is called He Quan, and this person is only good at bootlicking. He's quite slipshod when it comes to other matters, so I was afraid that he'll be tricked by Li Yuan, but all these are just nonsense he made up, but the aim is to gain Zhao Mu's trust. There's even the name of a person, so Zhao Mu would certainly believe him. This evil fiend was indeed taken in and said sternly, that is not where the problem lies. There should be no doubt that they are siblings. I didn't expect father to be so careless. This time Xiang Shaolong is really enlightened and have figured out the relationship between Li Yuan, his sister, and Lord Chunchen. This Li Yuan is really formidable. He first offered his sister to Lord Chunchen, and after she became pregnant, let Lord Chunchen gave this beauty who was pregnant with his child to the king of Chu, who is without a son. Then the child that will be born will have a bigger chance of becoming the crown prince. They are reenacting the plan of Lu Bue giving Zhu Ji to King Xuanxiang. After he got this clear, Xiang Shaolong was relieved and said, now that Li Yuan has offered himself here, this is a great chance to get rid of him. By then Li Yanyan won't be able to escape from His Highness's clutches. Zhao Mu said seriously, this can never be done, otherwise it will create an avalanche of problems and even I will not be able to extricate myself. Besides, his swordsmanship is excellent and extremely cunning. The family warriors accompanying him this time are all highly skilled. If something goes wrong and your man gets captured by him, even I will not be able to save you. Xiang Shaolong smiled icily, do not worry, I will wait until he leaves the border of Zhao before I strike. Zhao Mu saw how much effort he is making and clasped his shoulder joyfully, saying with a frosty smile, one need not necessarily use swords to kill, let me mull over this matter. That's right. Do you really understand the nature of horses, otherwise you may reveal your shortcomings tomorrow in front of learned Lady Ji? Hi. This is the first time I've met such a beauty, a pity. Xiang Shaolong replied, Marquis, please do not worry, how can I pretend to be a horse fanatic if I know nothing about horses? Zhao Mu replied, I'm afraid Zhaoye is not possible tonight, why don't I send you a few other beauties? Xiang Shaolong replied, forget about it for tonight, we still have to go to learned Lady Ji's place early tomorrow morning. Are we going separately? Once Zhao Mu remembered that he can see Ji Yanran again tomorrow, he was immediately energized and said, I'll pick you up to go together. He added with gratitude, all thanks to you for today. Xiang Shaolong knows that he was referring to the female assassin, and after saying a few humble words, bid his farewell. Zhao Mu sent him right to the main door and only turned back into his residence when he saw him going up the carriage and riding out under the accompaniment of his family warriors. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 3. Book 7 Chap 3, The night is painfully short. The horse carriage trotted past the quiet streets of Handan, illuminated by the lanterns in the dark night. As the carriage bumped around, Xiang Shaolong's thoughts were bumpy as well. Right until this point in time, he has yet to think of any good way to capture Zhao Mu alive and cut down Le Chang's head before escaping from Handan safely. There was just an assassination attempt on Zhao Mu tonight, so he'll definitely be extra careful in future and security will definitely be tightened. Under such circumstances, it won't be easy to kill him, much less capture him alive. Now that the envoys from the 6 states are arriving one by one, the Zhaos, in order to keep this a secret and to prevent Qin spies from infiltrating the city, have now stepped up the defenses of the city by 10, or even 100 times. Even sending someone to slip out of the city is a dangerous mission because they are now keeping detailed records of the people coming to and from the city. Besides, his time here is limited. If the Zhaos realize that his promise of a large batch of warhorses arriving in Handan is not materializing, his situation would be far from optimistic. Luckily a few hundred warhorses will be arriving in a few days' time, and hopefully that will ease some of the weight for the Zhaos. Being with Zhao Mu is an extremely dangerous affair, just one word spoken wrongly and he can be defeated or humiliated. As for his personal relationships, everything is in a bigger mess. Firstly, no one can guarantee that Ji Yanran's heart will remain unchanged. With the lesson from Zhao Ye, his confidence in himself with regards to such matters is no longer the same as before. As for his entangled relationship with Zhao Ye, he is even more bothered about it. Sometimes he finds her pitiful, but most of the time he finds her hateful. Hi. Forget it. Just forget about her. She is indeed a flirtatious woman, falling for every person she sees. If that Li Yuan were to hook his finger at her, she would throw herself into his arms too. Once he thought about this, the fire of revenge burned in him again, making him even more confused. Zhao Ji has obviously seen through something. A person's heart is unfathomable, and if she wants to betray them, their outcome will be tragic. To be able to die in battle would be a good ending, for what they fear most is to be captured alive, for that will be a fate worse than death. He finally returned to his residence that used to be the hostage residence. Xiang Shaolong left the carriage and walked into the house. Tang Yi, Wu Zhuo and Jing Jun were all waiting for his return and followed him straight into the house with high walls, which was used to put the fake King Zheng in house arrest. The 3 of them saw that he didn't look happy, but none dared to ask any questions, only following him into the secret room then used for discussion. After the 4 of them were seated, Xiang Shaolong turned his icy face towards Jing Jun and said, "Xiao Jun, what exactly have you revealed to Zhao Ye? Do not try to hide anything." Tang Yi and Wu Zhuo's expressions both changed. In this dangerous place where enemies are everywhere, they are like walking on thin ice. One wrong step and their lives would immediately be in danger, not to mention if their background has been leaked. Jing Jun was startled and lowered his head, asking in fear, "Third brother has seen Zhao Ji with it?" Xiang Shaolong did not reveal that Zhao Ji did not expose him directly in case Jing Jun tried to deny anything, but just nodded his head. Tang Yi banged the table and cursed, "You're an ignorant fool who knows not the consequences. Do you want everyone to perish because of your stupidity? We have already warned you long ago." Jing Jun smiled wryly, "That warning came too late. I've already told her long ago that we will be returning in the near future." Wu Zhuo asked lividly, "Don't you know that Zhao Ji is a Zhao? If her love for her country is more than her love for you, what would be the consequences?" Jing Jun replied dejectedly, "She doesn't love me at all, she only loves third brother." All 3 were stunned. Tang Yi furrowed his brows, "Don't sprout nonsense in order to wriggle yourself out of this." Jing Jun said miserably, "She only regards me as a mischievous little brother. She's willing to talk to me only because she wants to know more about third brother." Xiang Shaolong asked, "What does she write in her last letter to you?" Jing Jun replied haltingly in shame, "She asked when we'll be coming to Handan and if we to be received." AI. It's not that I have not thought of the problem that she's a Zhao, it's just that she told me she has a deep enmity with Zhao Mu, that's why I believe she will not betray us. Xiang Shaolong was stunned. On the surface Zhao Ji and Zhao Mu seemed to interact harmoniously, even training his courtesans for him. He can't tell anything out of the ordinary at all. Why would she have a deep enmity? Wu Zhuo asked, "What enmity does she has with Zhao Mu?" Jing Jun shook his head, at a loss, she refused to tell. Tang Yi hesitated, "Maybe it has something to do with a woman's chastity." Wu Zhuo asked, "Who else is there in Zhao Ji's family?" Xiang Shaolong and Wu Zhuo both revealed a look of attentiveness. This question is the key to everything. If Zhao Ji has a large family in Zhao, why would she sacrifice her whole clan because of a man? At least she cannot leave behind her birth father. But if she wants her father to leave together with her, she will never get his approval. Jing Jun replied, she seems to live with only her father. I don't know anything at all. Tang Yi was flabbergasted inside, you're really messing things up. Jing Jun joined because of him, so it makes him feel he needs to be responsible for everything that Jing Jun does. Wu Zhuo asked, didn't you send her a reply? What did you write in the letter? Amongst all three, Wu Zhuo is the calmest now and all his questions are pinpointed on the most crucial aspects. Jing Jun is after all still a child, so he sobbed out his reply, I told her we will appear in Handan in disguise, and will find a chance to make contact with her after we arrive. Xiang Shaolong can't bear to see him thus, so he patted his shoulder in consolation, the situation is not that bad. Although she seems to have recognized me, firstly she's still not too sure, and secondly she did not call my bluff. There's still a chance to turn the situation around. But I really do not understand, since you know that she only regards you as a younger brother, why do you still want to become entangled with her? Jing Jun choked, I don't understand too. But if she becomes your woman, Xiao Jun would never have an ounce of unhappiness. Tang Yi said calmly, we must not let our fate be under the control of a woman's hand. Xiao Jun, show me the way, I will kill her personally to prevent any unforeseen problems. Jing Jun's body trembled violently, his eyes wide open in shock. Wu Zhuo nodded his head, this seems like the only solution. Among the four, two has already agreed to silence her. Jing Jun was so startled that he forgot to cry but only looked pleadingly at Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong thought secretly to himself that if they want to keep this a secret, they'll have to kill Tianjin as well, and how can he bring himself to do it? He said calmly, by doing this we will see the harm first before we see the benefits. Zhao spoke to me many times tonight and was taking special notice of me, and others may have seen this happening. If she gets killed tonight immediately after seeing me once, someone will eventually pin it down to me. Wu Zhuo said icily, then the other way is to turn her into your woman, so we will be able to totally control her and at the same time check her background. Xiang Shaolong took a look at Jing Jun and saw that he was keeping silent with his head lowered and felt pity for him. He said with a sigh, Xiao Jun is my good brother, how can I take his love away? Jing Jun said with gratitude, with third brother's such words, Xiao Jun can deeply feel the brotherly love we share. The truth is third brother has already let me enjoy wealth and fame, but I have yet the chance to repay you. This time it is I who have made the mistake and almost implicated everyone. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Xiang Shaolong, pride brother, please do whatever you have to towards Zhao Ji, I will sincerely accede to anything. At this point all three knew that Jing Jun is truly in love with Zhao Ji. In order to preserve her life, he'd rather give up his right. Seen from another point of view, it also means he's automatically giving up in order to fulfill Zhao Ji's love towards Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong replied with a wry smile, although I have a liking for this beauty Zhao Ji, I've never regarded it as a relationship between a man and woman, so it's difficult for me to switch my mindset so quickly. Besides, it seems a little like I'm snatching my own good brother's woman. Tang Yi said seriously, everyone knows that Shaolong is doing this for everyone's safety, so there's no need for any doubt. If there's a problem, we'll have no choice but to be heartless, for it's better than sitting and waiting to be killed. Jing Jun exclaimed, third brother. I'll bring you there immediately. Xiang Shaolong felt a headache coming on and tried to delay by revealing, I've made contact with Ji Yanran. Everyone was overjoyed and pressed for news. Xiang Shaolong told them everything that has happened during the feast. The three of them furrowed their brows deeply on hearing it. Now that there is a sudden appearance of Li Yuan, it will only bring more hindrance than help to their mission, and AHS made the situation even more complicated. Just as they were feeling troubled, there was a knock on the door. Wu Zhuo revealed a look of unhappiness. Who dares to interrupt them while they are in secret discussion? Jing Jun was about to open the door when the alert Tang Yi grabbed him, afraid that others will see his swollen eyes from crying, and opened the door himself instead. The leader of the elite troops Wu Guo said at the door, a guest who refused to reveal his identity is here to look for master and is now waiting in the hall. He then described this person's dressing and looks. Everyone thought that this person could be a girl in disguise after hearing the description, and they looked at one another. Could it be that Zhao Ji has found her way here? Xiang Shaolong stood up and said, I'll take a look. Xiang Shaolong stepped into the hall and on seeing the person dashed forward happily. The beauty, who was wrapped from head to toe in a huge robe, ran forward without a care into his arms, her dainty body trembling from excitement and joy. It turns out to be the famous learned lady Ji Yanran. As Xiang Shaolong felt the youthful, fiery and alluring body in his arms, all the worries and fears tonight were thrown immediately into the back of his mind. He lifted her hood, letting her thick luscious hair fall down like waterfall as he uttered, I didn't expect Yanran to come looking for me tonight. Xiang Shaolong is startled by such feelings. Ji Yanran ignored the dumbfounded Wu Guo standing next to them and used all her might to hug his solid neck as she replied, Yanran cannot wait a moment longer. Every day felt like an entire year during this half year as I suffered the pangs of missing you. If not for the fact that I could still talk about you with Mr. Zhou, I would not be able to tolerate it. A beauty's generosity is immeasurable. Xiang Shaolong carried her up by her waist and told Wuguo, let them know who has arrived. And walked towards his bedroom. Ji Yanran's pretty face immediately burned a fiery red right to her ears, and although she buried her embarrassed face into his neck, the frantic beating of her heart could not hide the mix of shyness and happiness that she really felt. But she did not make any show of objection, her dainty body so soft that other than panting hard, she could say nothing else. Although Xiang Shaolong is not a person who is usually in such urgent need for lust, firstly he really misses this pretty and loyal beauty a lot, not to mention that she's extremely alluring. Most importantly, he now has the intention of striking while the iron is hot, to quickly possess this beauty's body first. This is to prevent any potential problems from arising, like giving the scheming Li Yuan the chance to take advantage, or if he were to use some devious methods to snatch Yanran away. He originally had a good impression of Li Yuan, but after finding out how he and Lord Chunshan made use of his sister Li Yanyan, his impression totally changed. The distance from the hall back to the bedroom felt as long as a whole century. The two of them were so nervous that none spoke a single word. After they closed the room door, Xiang Shaolong sat with her on the bed, using his strong arms to surround her so that her alluring body is sticking close to him with no space in between at all. Xiang Shaolong kissed her slender neck and tiny ears gently, even boldly nibbling at her tender earlobes. Ji Yanran totally melted under his ministrations, her mouth giving out alluring and soul-catching moans as her beautiful body rubbed against him. Xiang Shaolong proceeded to caress her fragrant lips. Ji Yanran could take this no more, and her fair arms entangled themselves around him as she reacted passionately. All the suffering that came with missing him has been redeemed at this instant with the most alluring sweetness. At this point in time both of them totally forgot about themselves, their senses in disarray as they tangled passionately. Under Xiang Shaolong's teasing, Ji Yanran's flames of desire were fanned to a peak. Xiang Shaolong was forceful and audacious, caressing every spot, exciting her so much that her dainty body trembled and her blood surged. She can only hear her beloved saying gently in her ears, Yanran. Xiang Shaolong is very grateful for your love, you're so good to me. Ji Yanran responded with a whimper, which quickly turned into moans. This man's hand has already slipped into her clothes expertly, caressing it will the forbidden places that no one has ever invaded before. Then the clothes on her body were slowly removed piece by piece. Ji Yanran's lids were half closed, allowing Xiang Shaolong to do as he please. Sometimes she will unintentionally block him, but it was just a symbolic show of resistance and has no actual effect at all. Under the light from the burning red candles, her fair, flawless and beautiful body was finally revealed totally under the eyes and hands of Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong had to choose this time to nibble her earlobes and ask, will this be alright? Ji Yanran languidly opened her eyes that was filled with passion and rolled her eyes at him before nodding her head, her heart filled with willingness. She closed her eyes again. Such alluring attraction is enough to make Xiang Shaolong increase the activities on her dainty body. After the gloriously naked body was lying flat on the bed, Xiang Shaolong stood up, admiring this beautiful body that all normal men in the world wants to possess, and at the same time removing his own clothes. Ji Yanran suddenly turned over on the bed, lifting her pretty face with much shyness as she peeked at him with lovelorn eyes and a slight smile. Xiang Shaolong laughed, heaven is so unfair. Yanran has seen my body long ago, but I had to wait a painful 6 months before I have the chance to even the score. Ji Yanran pouted, I only treated your injuries. The most embarrassing parts were all taken care of wholly by your Princess Qian. It's not like how you're facing me right now at all. Xiang Shaolong revealed his perfectly muscular and alluring male body and said with a smile, has learned Lady Ji finally regained her ability to talk? Ji Yanran objected, you only know how to tease me. She really wanted to turn her head around so that she won't see this man embarrassing her, but her eyes just won't listen to her and they couldn't move away from Xiang Shaolong's masculine body, and neither do they not want to see him. Xiang Shaolong knelt next to the bed, lowered his head to look at her, and at the same time his hands caressed her fair back and pert bottom, saying with a sigh, heavens. This work of heaven is really a very moving piece. Ji Yanran moaned in response to his interesting and alluring words of love as she pouted, Xiang Lang. I still have to go back before the day breaks. Xiang Shaolong replied with a laugh, then aren't you going to turn yourself around? This time, Ji Yanran did not obey him submissively, instead she wished that she could burrow into the bed and hide herself. Xiang Shaolong sat on the bed and gently flipped her over. Ji Yanran's eyes were tightly closed, her cheeks red. Her radiance was glaring, and extremely adorable. Xiang Shaolong pressed down on her, their bodies touching without any gap in between at all, and immediately this couple's temperature was raised continuously. In the warm bedroom, rolling around under the blankets, Ji Yanran's virgin passion was ignited and she welcomed and entwined herself around Xiang Shaolong without a care. It was only now that Xiang Shaolong was totally assured of Ji Yanran's love as he got what everyone has admired and coveted, which is Ji Yanran's precious virginity. After the tumultuous affair, Ji Yanran's limbs were still tightly entwined around his body, her eyes closed tight and pure bliss written all over her face. Xiang Shaolong can feel how deeply in love this beauty is with him and how much she trusts him, and he can't help but feel guilty that he had ever doubted her. Xiang Shaolong pressed his face against hers and asked gently, "Happy?" Ji Yanran hugged him with all her might, opened her pretty eyes which showed the satisfaction and sweetness after a tumultuous night as she sighed, "I did not expect that there will be such a alluring experience between a man and a woman. Yanran feels as if my life before this has been lived in vain." Such alluring words filled with so much love is more effective than any aphrodisiac, and it immediately caused another storm. At this point in time both of them were in perfect harmony, with no hindrance at all. Xiang Shaolong can clearly feel his intense love for her, that's why he was nervous and troubled over Li Yuan's appearance. Ji Yanran suddenly kissed him and asked, "Are you afraid that I have fallen for that Li Yuan?" Xiang Shaolong nodded his head in embarrassment. Ji Yanran replied tenderly, "You think too lowly of Yanran. I've seen countless handsome men, but none other than you can make my heart beat faster." Xiang Shaolong can get Ji Yanran's heart, is not totally because he is more good-looking than others, but because of his generosity, spirit, extraordinary intelligence, and a heroic aura that is irresistible to others. She lowered her head and continued quietly, "And now there's the addition of the love and entanglement, the joy between a man and a woman." Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to start round 3 with her, but sadly the night is painfully short, and with the urgent crows of the cockerel, he helped her with her robes and at the same time continued with his entanglements. The big house that Ji Yanran is residing in is the residence of Handan's famous scholar Lu Huasheng, which is only 2 streets away from Xiang Shaolong's residence. Xiang Shaolong accompanied her back, choosing side streets and alleys to avoid the patrolling city guards. Ji Yanran slipped back into the house from the back garden. Xiang Shaolong still wanted to kiss and caress her, and only released her after this beauty was suitably blushing. Only the both of them can experience the feelings of entanglement between them. As he walked back, Xiang Shaolong was filled with the intoxicating feeling of sweetness and warmth. Suddenly, all the worries and danger became inconsequential matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 4. Book 7 Chap 4, Love and Hatred. With the strong will trained from the days in the special task force, Xiang Shaolong forced himself up from bed and went to the hall to see Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu's attitude was warm as he said, "Come. Let's have a good talk." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be dismayed, "Shouldn't we be heading to learn Lady Ji's place immediately?" Zhao Mu forced a smile, "This morning she sent to inform me that she's feeling a little unwell, so the appointment to see the horse will have to be postponed." Hi. A woman's heart is most unfathomable, especially such a rare and haughty beauty that. Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing and thinking what could be so unfathomable? Ji Yanran was just following his instructions to cancel the appointment to avoid any embarrassment when they meet. It's just that he did not expect Zhao Mu to come and inform him personally. After asking the servants to leave, Xiang Shaolong sat down next to him and asked, "Did Marquis have a good sleep last night?" Zhao Mu sighed, "I almost even didn't close my eyes. Too many things happened during the feast, and even when I told myself not to think about it, my brain refuses to obey." He continued in a quiet voice, "This time Li Yuan has brought with him a huge group of people. Those that can be considered experts are already more than 30, and they are all famous Chu swordsmen that he recently recruited to be his family warriors. Usually he keeps a very low profile in Chu in order to avoid raising father's suspicions, but he's revealing his true self once he arrived here." Xiang Shaolong replied, "Marquis, do not worry. I am confident that he will not able to return to our great Chu alive." Zhao Mu was visibly touched as he looked at him and said, "Father has indeed chosen the right person to come. What is your real identity? Why have I never heard anyone mention you before?" Xiang Shaolong already has a script long prepared, so he replied calmly, "My real name is Wang Zhua, a hunter from the Shotu tribe. His Highness came to hunt near where I lived once and met with a pack of wolves, and I saved him. Ever since then His Highness has specially groomed me and allowed my clan to enjoy wealth and riches. He is my benefactor. His Highness wants me to help you accomplish the plan of becoming the king of Zhao, therefore he has never taken me back to the residence. My trip to Handan this time is to work together with Marquis and to act when there's a chance. Won't the world belong to your Huang family sooner or later? My men are all from the Shotu tribe and absolutely trustworthy, so Marquis can put your mind at ease." Zhao Mu's heart was fluttering on hearing this, thinking to himself that his father really knows how to use people. This Wang Zhuo is not only intelligent but bold as well, not to mention his excellent swordsmanship. With this person's help and with Lu Cheng's coordination, the position of Zhao ruler will certainly belong to him. The biggest obstacles will be the two fellows Lian Pa and Li Mu. Zhao Mu said, "I've been thinking the whole night and finally thought of a workable plan, but now the time is not yet ripe. I will discuss with you again at a later date. As that muddle-headed King Xiaocheng has very high expectations of you, you'd better show some results as soon as possible. Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing that the most important part was his last sentence. He stood up and said, "Thank you for the reminder. I will immediately bring my men to the new farm outside the city to discuss how we can set up the place." Zhao Mu's original intention was to look for him to pay a perfunctory visit to Lord Longyang, who was interested in Xiang Shaolong, so as to avoid incurring the displeasure of this powerful man from Wei. On hearing this, he had no choice but to stand up as well and said, "Don't forget about Guozhong's feast tonight, you must come back before dusk." Xiang Shaolong acknowledged a reply and sent him off before setting off with Wu Zhuo and the rest towards the outskirts of the city. Wu Zhuo, Jing Jun, and most of the others stayed at the hidden army valley where the new farm will be, setting up tents, chopping down trees, repairing bridges and roads, pretending to be preparing for everything. Actually, they are just establishing a foothold, so that not everyone will be captured if anything happens, and at the same time to prevent Jing Jun from losing patience and looking for Zhao Ji on his own. Before dusk, Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi and 30-odd highly skilled men from the elite team rushed back to Handan. They had just arrived at the city gates when the official on guard duty told him, "His Majesty has orders that Mr. Dong enter the palace immediately to see him." Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi exchanged looks, both feeling that something is not right, for the king of Zhao would not summon him for no reason. After they exchanged a few words, Xiang Shaolong went to the palace to see King Xiaocheng under the escort of the Zhao soldiers. Cheng Su personally brought him to Weining Hall, the place where King Xiaocheng usually work in, and the person accompanying him turns out to be Gui Kai and not Zhao Mu. Xiang Shaolong saw that Xiaocheng's expression remained normal and put his mind at ease. After paying his respects, he sat down at his lower left, facing Gui Kai. Cheng Su went to stand behind King Xiaocheng. Gui Kai gave him a look, indicating that he is taking care of him. After asking a few questions about the farm, King Xiaocheng sighed and said, "About the farm, it's best that Mr. Dong slow down the progress for the moment and try your best not to reveal anything." Xiang Shaolong was surprised and replied, "Your subordinate will certainly obey your orders, but I wonder what is the reason." King Xiaocheng smiled wryly, "It is a must to establish the farm, it's just that there's a sudden setback. Let Mr. Guo relate this to you." Guo Kai gave a dry cough before speaking with his weird voice, "It's all that Li Yuan's fault. Who knows how he managed to find out that Mr. Dong trip this time is to return to your home country. When he met His Majesty this morning, he said that although you are a Zhao, you're still a subject of Chu, and if we allow Mr. to stay in Zhao, it will have negative impacts on both countries' relations." Xiang Shaolong is so angry his lungs are almost bursting. This Li Yuan is obviously jealous to see Ji Yanran seated on the same table as him last night and talking to him so closely, therefore he's deliberately spoiling his plans. Without a doubt, he must have said other bad things about him as well. Luckily King Xiaocheng is really in need of him, otherwise he may very well bind him up immediately and send him back to Chu. King Xiaocheng said seriously, "Of course I will not take his comments to heart, it's just that the situation now is very delicate. His sister is the beloved concubine of the King of Chu, and when the time comes for the powers to unite, if he says anything to the King of Chu and advises him not to send troops to deal with the Qins, then our alliance this time will fail. That's why at this point of time we have no choice but to condescend to him." Hua Kai added with a laugh, "Once Li Yanyan gives birth, there'll be no use even if Li Yuan talks to the King of Chu." Xiang Shaolong laughed together with them. Of course he knows that Gui Kai is inferring that the King of Chu is someone who will never make a woman give birth to a boy, so Li Yanyan will be no exception. But he knows that the real person who did it this time is Lord Chunchen and not the King of Chu, so there's at least a 50% chance that it will be a boy. Hua Kai's assumption may not be accurate. But of course he cannot be blamed, for who would have expected such a twist in this? Xiang Shaolong had a thought and asked, "Should I keep away for a while?" King Xiaocheng replied, "You must not, for it would mean that I would have to act according to Li Yuan's likings. I told him at that time that Mr. Dong has not decided whether to stay or leave, and managed to drag this matter for now. That's why now I'm asking Mr. to keep a low profile for the time being and only start on the foundations after Li Yuan has left." Xiang Shaolong was secretly overjoyed but pretended to be helpless as he replied, "In that case I'll have to send someone out to stop the delivery of the horses which are now on their way here. But I'm afraid the earlier batch would have already arrived at the border." King Xiaocheng replied, "If it has arrived then so be it. We do need to increase our number of war horses, as for the rest we'll just do according to your plan." Xiang Shaolong was just worrying that he has no excuse to send people back to Qin to report, so he hurriedly agreed. King Xiaocheng was silent for a moment before he asked with some hesitation, "Last night the Marquis of Julu asked Mr. to stay behind after the feast, what did he say to you?" Xiang Shaolong quietly shuddered as he secretly thought this exciting. He did not expect that King Xiaocheng would actually be suspicious of his lover, and of course that conniving devil Gui Kai must have been stirring things up, so he pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "Is there a problem with Marquis?" Gui Kai reminded him, "You have yet to reply to His Majesty's question?" Xiang Shaolong pretended to be frightened and after expressing his apology, replied, "The Marquis of Julu opened his heart to me and said he'll take care of me so that I can work my full potential." He also said, "Hi." King Xiaocheng furrowed his brows. "Even if it involves bad things about me, Mr. Dong, please go ahead and repeat without fear." Xiang Shaolong replied, "It's not really bad things. The Marquis only said that if he were to put in a few good words for me in front of your Majesty, I'll definitely enjoy riches and wealth. I am just a boorish man and my only wish is to rear my horses in peace and to contribute some small effort to my beloved country. Not to mention riches and wealth, even life and death is of no consequence to me." When King Xiaocheng heard how Zhao Mu tried to bribe him, he gave a cold snort. But when Xiang Shaolong bared his soul in the end, he looked touched and kept nodding his head, expressing his admiration. Xiang Shaolong continued, "The Marquis even wanted to make me stay at his residence and help me find a courtesan to spend the night with, but I thought that business is more important and adamantly refused." Guo Kai said, "His Majesty is very impressed with Mr.'s devotion to work, but for the next few days you'd better just go around enjoying yourself. We have a few famous official brothels in Handan, why don't I bring you there to join in the liveliness tomorrow?" After some idle talk, King Xiaocheng instructed him not to reveal the contents of their conversation to Zhao Mu before Guo Kai accompanied Xiang Shaolong out of Weining Hall. As he walked on the familiar corridors past the buildings, Xiang Shaolong's feelings can't help but well up as he thought of the tragic lady and I. He didn't even concentrate on Guo Kai's continuous babbling next to him. Guo Kai saw that he looked distracted and thought that he was unhappy about Li Yuan, so he consoled him, "Mr. Dong, don't be affected by people like Li Yuan." "That's right. Don't you have to attend Guo Zhong's feast tonight?" Xiang Shaolong was startled awake, secretly reprimanding himself for having mood swings at this point in time as he exclaimed, "Aren't you going as well?" Guo Kai smiled, "I've already rejected the invitation. Ever since the arrival of the important officials from the eastern states, I've been so busy that I can't breath. Just the writing of the proposal for His Majesty is enough to make me lose sleep for a few days." Xiang Shaolong was about to reply when a group of horsemen surrounding a horse carriage slow rode towards them from the road on the left. A lewd look appeared on Guo Kai's face as he said quietly, "Lady is here." Xiang Shaolong had already recognized Zhao De and his men and has already stopped to let the group pass first. Zhao De and the rest all paid their respects to Guo Kai. Just as the horse carriage was about to turn into the square, the curtains of the carriage was raised, revealing a pale and tired-looking Zhaoya who was obviously lacking sleep. When she saw Xiang Shaolong, she did not reveal any look of surprise, as if she already knows that he is in the palace. She cried out daintily, "Stop the carriage." The carriage and her men stopped. Zhaoya's pretty eyes, which were still alluring, first landed on Guo Kai's face as she said with a smile, "How are you, official Guo?" Guo Kai was captivated as he replied, "How can I be good when I have not played the zither or chess with lady for such a long time?" Xiang Shaolong was livid on hearing it and wished that he could give Zhaoya a tight slap, for she is really not showing any self-respect at all. Zhaoya saw Guo Kai flirting so outrageously with her in front of this horse fanatic and replied with embarrassment, "Mr. Guo must be joking." Her eyes turned towards Xiang Shaolong's face and asked gently, "Is Mr. Dong going to the Guo residence? If you don't mind, why don't you go together with Zhaoya?" Xiang Shaolong replied icily, "Thank you lady for your kind invitation, but I feel like walking alone so that I can think about some matters." Guo Kai thought that he was still troubled over Li Yuan's matter, so he didn't feel anything out of norm. Zhaoya guessed that he was taking revenge on her because she had rejected him so rudely last night. She was secretly cursing this person for being so stubborn, which is so much like Xiang Shaolong. Her heart softened as she said lightly, "In that case I will not force Mr." The horse carriage slowly rode towards the gates of the palace. Xiang Shaolong rejected Guo Kai's suggestion of taking the same carriage, saying, "I love riding horses, and can only feel safe and satisfied on a horse's back. Mister, please ask your guards not to follow me, let me stroll around on my own and at the same time think about some matters." Guo Kai asked with doubt, "It's the first time you've been to Handan, how would you know how to go to the Guo residence?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly startled, for he knows that it's easiest to let the cat out of the bag with inconsequential details such as this, so he replied offhandedly, "Please do not worry, I have already asked for directions." He jumped up his hose and left, waving his hand. Once he left the palace gates, Xiang Shaolong allowed his horse to stretch its legs and in a short moment, he has already caught up with Zhaoya's carriage. Lady Ya heard the sounds of the horse's hooves and saw him riding majestically towards her. Her pretty eyes can't help but light up, but a cloud quickly came over them again. Ever since Xiang Shaolong left Zhao, she has felt pain that was never felt before, with guilt and regret biting her heart and soul like poisonous snakes. In order to forget this man who has taken her heart, her actions became even more brazen than before, but Xiang Shaolong has always been in a deep corner of her heart, a position that cannot be replaced. During this time she got close with Han Xuan, thinking that she can successfully forget about Xiang Shaolong, but the appearance of this Dong Quang has ignited a wondrous excitement in memory, making her lose interest in Han Xuan. Xiang Shaolong deliberately refused to look at her and in an instant has left her far behind. The houses in Handan are all lighted up by now, and as it's right after dinner time, there's not much people and carriages on the streets. Everywhere was quiet and peaceful. Xiang Shaolong thought of his beloved wives and maids in faraway Qin and felt warmth in his heart. He wished that he could capture Jiamu alive immediately, kill Lu Chang and return home. While traveling up the hilly road leading to Guozhong's residence, he heard the sound of hooves behind him, and on turning back for a look, it turned out to be Zhao Ji coming after him. Once Xiang Shaolong saw that it's her, he remembered Jing Jing as well as Tang Yi and Wu Zhuo's suggestion and immediately felt a headache coming on as he slowed down. Zhao Ji was next to him in an instant and rode together with him, looking at him deep in the eyes and said, "Mr. Dong seems to be very familiar with the streets of Handan, but..." Once she said that, Xiang Shaolong immediately knew that she has been following him for a distance, only choosing to catch up with him now. He was secretly lamenting as he replied, "Before I came, someone has already pointed the way here to me." "Is Miss Ji going to the Guo residence for the feast as well?" Zhao Ji did not answer him but just stared at him and said, "I'm afraid Mr. is deliberately lowering your voice and making it sound hoarse." Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting. If she is sure that he is Xiang Shaolong, a mere fake mask won't be enough to trick her. This time he has no choice but to use love to get what he wants. He sighed and executed his special move, pressing his hand on the horse's back, jumped up into the air, and just as Zhao Ji was gasping in surprise, he landed neatly behind her. His hands went forward, tightly hugging her tiny waist that has not an ounce of extra fat, pressed his face against hers and said, "Miss Ji's words are really strange. Why would I deliberately make my voice sound like that?" Zhao Ji was greatly embarrassed and she struggled hard for a while, but under such a situation this would only serve to increase the contact between them. She exclaimed in surprised anger, "What are you doing?" Xiang Shaolong chortled as his hand reached out and grabbed her chin to turn her pretty face, giving a fierce kiss on her dainty and wet lips. Zhao Ji moaned, as if lost in his manliness and flirtation, but was suddenly conscious as she elbowed him hard on his vulnerable armpit. Xiang Shaolong groaned as he flipped over the horse's butt. Although it was indeed painful, it was not as bad as he exaggerated, for he just wanted to give her an opportunity to soothe her ego. Zhao Ji was so frightened that she turned her horse around and rode back to where Xiang Shaolong was lying. She jumped down the horse, knelt next to him and cried out, "Dong Quang! Are you all right?" Xiang Shaolong opened his eyes, his arms reached out and hugged her close to his body again before turning around, pressing her down on the grass at the side of the road. Zhao Ji's body went weak with his hug, yet she is unwilling to be taken advantage of by him. Most importantly, she is still not sure if he is Xiang Shaolong, so if she allows herself to be kissed again, then won't she be betraying the man she secretly loves? Hot tears ran down her eyes as she cried out, "If you molest me again, I'll kill myself." Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to be so protective of her chastity and formed a newfound respect for her. However, he knows that if he were to leave her now, the situation would be even more embarrassing, and before knowing if she found out the truth, he cannot reveal his real identity. Therefore he can only press her down hard and ask gently, "Do Miss Ji hate me?" Zhao Ji feels as if her body has no intention of rejecting him at all and was feeling both angry and troubled. She closed her pretty eyes, allowing the tears to flow freely as she said weakly, "Let me go quickly, if someone passes by and sees us, I'll be finished." Xiang Shaolong lowered his head, kissing away one of her teardrops before hugging her into a standing position and said, "This is too alluring, please forgive me for being unable to control myself." Zhao Ji seemed shattered as her tears flowed like the river, shaking her head piteously and saying, "You're just making fun of me. Why do you still want to lie to me? I know that you are him." Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed and still continued talking gently in his hoarse voice, "I'll come to your house tonight to look for you, alright?" Zhao Ji snapped, her dark eyes opened in joy and nodded her head vigorously. Xiang Shaolong used his sleeve to wipe away her remaining tears and felt a little guilty as he said, "Come. We'll be late if we don't start moving." Zhao Ji struggled out of his embrace and said quietly with her head lowered, "Zhao Ji will wait for you at home tonight." Xiang Shaolong was stunned, "Aren't you going?" Zhao Ji smiled and pouted, "You've made me look like a mess, how can I go and face others?" She jumped up her horse's back and rode out a few steps, her head turned around and hands waving, a sweet smile on her lips. The look of love on a young girl's face made Xiang Shaolong's heart skip a few beats faster. Until she disappeared from sight, Xiang Shaolong recollected his thoughts and went towards the Guo residence to attend the feast. Guofu's feast tonight has a lot less guests. Besides Jiamu, Lu Chang, Han Shuang and Zhao Ba, there's Li Yuan whom Xiang Shaolong does not wish to see at all, and adding him and Jiaya, there's only 7 people. Guozhong's 2 sons did not attend, for maybe they are working elsewhere. Guozhong is not as warm to him as last night, instead focusing his attentions especially on Li Yuan, as if he is the main guest. Xiang Shaolong is already used to seeing how capricious people can be and knows that Guozhong is deliberately treating him coldly so that he could get into the good books of Li Yuan, who can possibly become Chu's most powerful man. Li Yuan maintained his politeness towards this love rival, but Xiang Shaolong can clearly feel the hatred from him. That's understandable, for he witnessed last night during the dance performance how Ji Yanran was talking closely with him. With his intelligence and understanding of Ji Yanran, it's not difficult for him to see that this rare beauty has an interest in him. After some idle talk, Jiao Mu made an excuse and pulled him aside, asking in a low voice, "Why did His Majesty summon you?" Xiang Shaolong was waiting for this question and replied, "They asked me what have you told me last night. Of course I won't reveal the truth, so I only said that we were discussing about matters concerning the setting up of the farm." Marquis. It's not I who is overly worried, but that muddle-headed ruler King Xiaocheng seems to be suspicious of you. I think Guo Kai must have secretly betrayed you. A frightening icy glare shot past Jiao Mu's eyes as he said with a cold snort, "I will show them my prowess at a later time." Xiang Shaolong knows that he has already forced Jiao Mu up the path of rebellion. Right at this time Jai Ba walked over and they hurriedly changed the topic to more idle talk. Jiao Mu said with a smile, "Your pretty disciple is not accompanying you to tonight's feast?" Zhao Ba replied, "She should be coming, I just sent someone to look for her." The sounds of accessories clanging were heard as Zhao Ye floated over. Huazhong expressed his apology to Li Yuan, Li Chang, and Han Shuang before going to receive her. Zhao Ye's eyes first landed on Xiang Shaolong before moving to where Han Shuang and Li Yuan stood. She hesitated for a moment before walking towards Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong deliberately refused to look at her, his eyes turned to look at other places. The layout this time was the same as the one Ji Yanran used during her feast in Daliang, with a big round table in the middle of the hall with 10 seats. Xiang Shaolong was secretly counting in his heart, even if they included Zhao Ji, there's still an extra seat, so he wonders which esteemed guest has yet to arrive. A fragrance wafted close, and after Zhao Ye greeted the various people, she commented to Xiang Shaolong just as he turned his head back, "Mr. Dong's horse is really fast, you arrived so much earlier than me." Xiang Shaolong smiled suavely, as a form of reply. Just at this time, someone arrived. Under the accompaniment of 2 maids, a pretty young girl who has taken much care to dress up walked in gracefully. Jiao Mu and the rest all looked surprised, obviously no one knows who she is. Guozhong personally unveiled this mystery. The merchant chuckled and said, "Sierra, come and greet our important guests." He then told everyone, "This is my youngest daughter Xior." Jiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, "So its master was treasured daughter. Why have you kept her away for so long, only giving us the pleasure of seeing her today?" Xiang Shaolong had a thought, and guessed that Guozhong has the intention of marrying his daughter to Li Yuan so that if Zhao falls into trouble in future, they can hide in Chu, who would not be at the forefront of Qin's attack, and continue with his trade. A great merchant like Guozhong, whose trade is in making steel and weapons, will be welcome in any country, but with the protection of a powerful official like Li Yuan, things will run a lot smoother for him. With the situation now, besides the 3 states, Chu is the furthest away from the invading Qins. She is near 3 states, so they face the danger of close proximity, and as for Yan, after the defeat by Tiandan, have become weak. Only the state of Chu, which is at the far north, is still strong and still safe for the time being. As long as the 3 states are still around, the Chus need not worry that the Qins would risk engaging in war with another state. The Wu family has successfully migrated to Qin, so Guozhong, as an astute businessman, would naturally have to plan for himself. At this time Guoxiu daintily walked to where everyone was and paid her respects. This young lady, who is not older than 16, is slim and attractive with an egg-shaped face with delicate features. Her pretty eyes look as if they could talk and as clear as autumn's water, which added to her allure. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly in a shy smile, her face radiant. Her beauty is almost comparable to Wu Tingfang. Everyone was attracted, including Li Yuan. Guozhong saw what was happening and was extremely pleased, so he waved and said, "Xior, come quickly and greet Mr. Li." Xior's pretty eyes saw Li Yuan and they immediately lighted up, but her head lowered shyly as she moved towards them. Everyone immediately had the feeling that they had been disregarded, while Zhao Ye's expression looked unnatural. Jiao Mu gave a sideways look towards Li Yuan, a flash of murderous intent flashing past which he quickly covered up, but it did not escape Xiang Shaolong's sharp eyes. Zhao Ye can feel her heart inclining towards this Dong Quang whose crudity and gentleness cannot be deciphered. She moved nearer to him and said, "Would Mr. be free to come to my place to take a look at the horses I keep, so that Zhao Ye can seek your advice on rearing horses?" Jiao Mu thought that she has finally decided to obey him and get close to this Wang Zhua, so he said with a smile, "It's rare that lady has given her invitation, so let me accept on his behalf." There's no way Xiang Shaolong can make Jiao Mu lose face in public, so he had no choice but to nod his head. Zhao Ye saw how hesitant he was in agreeing, so she rolled her eyes at him but did not talk about the date or time. The gong sounded and it's time to be seated for the feast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 5. Book 7 Chap 5, Mad with Envy and Hatred. Either deliberately or coincidentally, Xiang Shaolong's seat was placed next to Jia, and on the other side of Jia was Han Shuang, Guo Xior, Li Yuan, Guo Zhong, while on Xiang Shaolong's right there were Zhao Ba, Li Chang, and Zhao Mu. Zhao Ji's seat has been taken away. Now everyone knows that the real main lead is Li Yuan, who was seated between Guo Zhong and his daughter. This person is a good talker, and in no time at all, Guo Xior was constantly covering her mouth and laughing lightly very amicably. It seems that as soon as Li Yuan is willing to nod his head, Guo Xior will belong to him. Han Shuang is obviously very interested in this outstanding and pretty young girl, but because he has to regard the state of Han's foreign relations, he dare not pit himself against Li Yuan. He concentrated on having a private conversation with Jia, whereas Jia was deliberating ignoring the horse fanatic as she talked to Han Shuang in an intimate manner, constantly letting out tinkling laughs, which brought much gaiety to the feast. In order to create more opportunities between Li Yuan and his beloved daughter, Guo Zhong, after making small talk with everyone at the table, turned to face Zhao Mu and Li Chang, who were seated on his left, and engaged them in small talk, the topic of conversation always about the officials and wealthy in Handan. Zhao Ba and Guo Zhong were personal friends, so he joined this circle of conversation as well. Although Xiang Shaolong pretended to be interested in listening intently, it was obvious that Guo Zhong was disregarding him. Xiang Shaolong knows very well that Guo Zhong has changed so quickly because Li Yuan has influenced him, and from this he can see that this great merchant is feeling pessimistic about the situation in Zhao and is already having thoughts of leaving. This thinking naturally cannot be hidden from the king of Zhao and Guo Kai. That's why the latter had reminded him to be careful of Guo Zhong. With the Wu family gone, the state of Zhao seems to be coming to the end of her days and weakening immediately. What is Zhao Ya's future plan? At this time the maids came forward to pour wine for everyone. Li Yuan turned away from Guo Xior to look at Xiang Shaolong and said, "Brother Dong has traveled such a long and arduous journey to come here, and I wonder for what reason." Everyone could hear that his tone was filled with antagonism, so they all stopped talking to see how Xiang Shaolong would respond. For the first time Guo Xior raised her pretty face and eyed this burly and boorish-looking man who was even bigger sized than Li Yuan. Xiang Shaolong was calm and composed as he narrowed his eyes to look at him, replying offhandedly in his hoarse voice, "What brotherly loves is beauties, what I love is handsome horses. Brotherly will go wherever the beauty goes, while I will go to wherever there are fertile land and water. If brotherly were to think about your own attitude, you will understand my attitude even more." His reply was just appropriate. Guo Xior thought that the beauty Xiang Shaolong is talking about refers to her and was so shy that she lowered her pretty face. The others all did not expect that this boar's argument would be so formidable and were all secretly surprised and at the same time feel a little embarrassed for Li Yuan. Only Zhao Mu was secretly happy, for he cannot offend Li Yuan, so it's most appropriate that Xiang Shaolong does it for him. Li Yuan's expression changed slightly as a murderous look flashed past his eyes and he said coldly, "Is Brother Dong implying that the water and land in Chu cannot be compared to here?" He had just spoken the words when he realized that he has been caught off balance, for everyone at the table are Zhaos with the exception of Han Shuang, so how can he say such words? Indeed, Li Chang, Zhao Ba, and Zhao Mu, who has long since regarded himself as a Zhao, all furrowed their brows. Xiang Shaolong saw that just a few words could force Li Yuan to stumble and was secretly overjoyed and continued nonchalantly as if he could not see Li Yuan's anger, saying brotherly thinks too far ahead, "I'm just making an example. Actually, all land has their advantages and disadvantages. The weather down south is temperate and easy to rear horses, but the horses reared there may look handsome but are not strong and stout enough and cannot tolerate harsh winds, rain and snow. It's difficult to rear horses in the north, but the horses reared there can take hardships and there are less chances of horse plague happening there. That's why the horses of the Xiongnu's are the most famous, precisely because of the cold and hard climate that resulted in the rich quantity of excellent horses." Everyone was impressed and did not expect Xiang Shaolong to have such insight. He also managed to insinuate with sarcasm that Chu, which is in the south, are engrossed in merrymaking and doesn't strive for improvement at all, whereas the states in the north, including the formidable Qin, may be engaged in wars year after year, but this has made them groom many a talent and their reputation is higher than the once powerful Chu's. This is indeed a fact. Ever since the tiny Yu successfully attacked Chu, their pride has taken a beating. Adding on to this is their constant failures in their strategies that made their situation go on a downturn. The first time the six states join forces to attack Qin, it is King Huai of Chu who takes the lead, but in practice only Han and Zhao are taking part in the war. The two states were greatly defeated by the Qins at Shoyu, which was within the Han borders, while Qi turned around and attacked Zhao and Wei, creating internal strife. Hence Qin took the opportunity to eliminate Ba and Shu, thus increasing their territory twofold, making it close to the size of Wojuan and Shenzhong in Chu. Thus the nightmare of the Chus began, letting them taste the bitter outcome of being just onlookers. All along, the Qins are most worried about Qi and Chu joining forces, therefore the Qins ceded some territory to cajole King Huai of Chu to break his friendship with the Qis. However, they went back on their words once they got what they wanted, greatly defeating the Chu army at Danyang, where 80,000 people were killed, and took over Hanzhong in Chu. They then proceeded to take over Xiaoling, making them totally lose control over the northwest areas of Yingdu. This is not the only insensible act committed by King Huai of Chu. Just as he has agreed to work with Qi again, he was again enticed by the Qins and once again changed his mind suddenly, even to the extent of having a marriage agreement with the Qins. Qi, Wei and Han were furious and sent their troops to attack Chu for going back on the treaty, and King Huai was so astounded that he ordered the crown prince to go to Qin to ask for Qin reinforcements. The three states then had no choice but to retreat. Later the Qins found an excuse to attack Chu and using coercion and persuasion, managed to trick this brainless king into Qin and imprisoned him. He failed in escaping and ended up dying of illness in Qin. When his son King Xingxiang of Chu ascended the throne, he tried to seek revenge, and after being threatened by the Qins, he was immediately scared shitless. Not only did he beg for reconciliation, he even asked for a marriage agreement with the Qins. Like his father, he added another muddied event in their history. Therefore Xiang Shaolong's words hinted at how the Chus have destroyed their own country because of the people and not because of wars. The most impressive part was that he was insinuating that although Li Yuan looks able, he is in fact a useless man and cannot survive any setback. Jia and Guixior eyed both of them with their sharp woman's intuition, and they could feel that Li Yuan is like the good-looking horses of the south, whereas this Dong Quang is an excellent horse from the north that can withstand hardship. The impression of Li Yuan dropped by a few notches in their hearts. Guozhong looked at Xiang Shaolong in surprise as he reconsidered if it is really most appropriate to hide from Qin and Chu. Xiang Shaolong argued from an irrefutable point, proving the Chu's fatal weaknesses are indecisiveness, irresoluteness and fear of hardship, each point of his argument drawing blood. Li Yuan's face alternated between turning red and pale, but he was speechless. What can he say when on the surface, the other party is talking about horses? Guozhong chortled as he tried to smooth things over and said, Mr. Dong's words are always about horses, a horse fanatic indeed. Come. Let's drink a toast. Everyone raised their cup with the exception of Li Yuan, who was stony-faced and did not follow suit, giving others the impression that he was being petty. After Jabba finished his drink, he raised his cup again, which has just been filled by the maid. He raised his cup towards Li Yuan and Han Shuang and said, to the cooperation between Han, Chu and Zhao, let us drink a toast. Li Yuan seems to have thought of something and his expression returned to normal, looking calm and suave as he raised his cup and drank with a smile. Only then did the tense atmosphere relax a little. Han Shuang said, I heard that the King of Qi placed much importance in this meeting in Handan and the Premier Tian Dan is rushing here personally. He'll be here within these 2 days. Zhao Mu and Le Cheng already knew about this long ago, but for the rest it's the first time they've heard of it and they were all excited. Tian Dan can be considered the real ruler of Qi, without the title, and his reputation is comparable to Prince Xinling of Wei. 8 years after the death of King Huai of Chu, the state of Chu was getting weaker while the state of Qi is shining bright, stable enough to fight Qin as an equal. Right at this time, the Qis fell into the Qin's trap and accepted King Xiaoxiang of Qin's suggestion to regard the King of Qin as the Emperor of the West while the Qis will be the Emperor of the East. Meaning that Qin and Qi will split the world equally. Although 2 days after declaring himself emperor, the King of Qi was persuaded by his officials to rescind the title of emperor, but it did nothing to quell his ambition. He subsequently invaded towards the north and south, first destroying Song, then swallowing up a few small states, taking over lots of land, but the country's resources were greatly depleted as well due to the invasions, giving Qin, Chu, the 3 states as well as Yen the opportunity to invade Qi. The Yen general Yui invaded Linzi * and within 5 years took over 70-odd cities, leaving only Zhu and Jima. Linzi, capital of Qi. Tian Dan is a person who rose up in fame during such difficult times. He was a distant relative of the King of Qi and was initially a minor official in the palace. Before the Yen army invaded the city, he told his clansmen to saw off the ends of the carriage axles so that when escaping, the carriages will not break down due to the constant knocking against each other, and thus successfully escaped. Just this trick of his has revealed his potential of being wise and calm in the face of adversity. When the Yans attacked Jima, everyone supported him to be the commander, and right at that time King Zhao of Yen had just passed away and the new King of Yen fell into Tian Dan's scheme, replacing Yui with a useless general. Once this person came, Tian Dan easily swept the Yans out of their borders, and his most famous maneuver was using the fiery cow formation to greatly defeat the Yen army. Although Tian Dan's fame spread because of this, the state of Qi fell into difficulties, barely surviving until now. Xiang Shaolong wanted to continue listening when Jia, who was next to him, took over the wine bottle from the serving maid and topped up Xiang Shaolong's empty cup with the fragrant wine, her eyes bright as she said softly with a smile, Mr. Dong. If there is anywhere Jia has offended you, please accept this cup of wine as apology. Han Shuang was still talking and did not take notice. Only Li Yuan's eyes flashed a strange glint as he started thinking. Xiang Shaolong was secretly furious. This woman is really fickle. She was just being all over Han Shuang earlier, and now that she was moved by his words, she's trying to get into his good books. However, he has not reached the stage where he would be so ill-mannered as embarrass her publicly, so he raised his cup and said without feelings, "Lady thinks too much, how could you have offended me? Let me drink a toast to Lady." Zhao pretty eyes looked at him deeply as she raised her cup to drink. Only now did Han Shuang notice that the secret undercurrent between the two of them and a look of unhappiness flashed past his face. If they are in Han, with his position, he'll definitely teach Xiang Shaolong a good lesson, but now he can only seethe in his heart. Li Yuan chortled and said, "Lady, I have yet to offer you a toast today." He raised his cup and offered her a toast from afar. Although Zhao good impression of him has been slightly reduced, she still has a slight liking for him. This person's attitude was cold to her last night, and yet now he is making the first move to flirt with her, and she can't help but feel pleasantly alarmed as she raised her cup in bewilderment and drank. Xiang Shaolong knows that Li Yuan is making use of Zhao to give him a blow, but he still felt fury rising from his heart, hating Li Yuan and at the same time angry with Zhao for her lack of self-respect. Of course, on the surface he did not reveal any of his feelings at all. Li Yuan is not willing to let the matter pass, so he continued his flirtation with Zhao. "Lady is such a good drinker. Why don't we find a night and I'll drink with Lady, let's see who will get drunk first." Once he said that, among the 9 of them seated at the table, 4 of them had an uneasy expression on their faces. The ones who looked most affected was Guozhong and Guizhou, for they both felt that he is not showing them respect by publicly flirting with this beauty who is famed for her wantonness. Han Shuang transferred his jealousy towards Xiang Shaolong to this newly appeared love rival. Zhao Mu's expression was also very unnatural, staring at Zhao angrily, wanting her to say something to reject him. Zhao did not expect the other party to be so bold as to openly invite her for a night of tryst during the feast. Reject? But she can't bear to accept? This man who seems even more charismatic than Li Yuan would look down on her. Her intelligent eyes rolled and she replied, "Since Mr. Li is in such high spirits, Zhao will find a day to throw a feast at my residence. Mr. must not say that you are not free when the time comes." Her pretty eyes then surveyed everyone else as she continued with laughter, "All of you will come and bear witness as to which of us will become drunk first." Li Yuan was slightly taken aback, for he did not expect this Lot to actually reject his advances and can't help but seriously take a look at her for the first time. Ever since his heart and mind has been taken over by Ji Yanran, he rarely pays any attention to other women. Now that he's looking in detail, he realizes that Zhao is like a fresh flower that has bloomed, with indescribable charm and style and extremely alluring. Such mature beauty is of another description altogether. And on the surface she may look like a flirt and extremely radiant, but there's an underlying grace and elegance that no one will dare to belittle. He can't help but feel tempted, and only now did he understand why Han Shuang would be so enamored with her. Li Yuan smiled suavely, "Once the date is set, please send someone to inform me." Right at this time Zhao Ba interrupted them and everyone started talking about other topics. Zhao leaned towards Xiang Shaolong and asked quietly, "Satisfied?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly feeling smug, knowing that this wanton woman has once again surrendered to his alternate identity, but before he had a chance to talk, Guizhou stood up and said with a wooden expression, "Sorry. Xiu feels a little unwell and would like to go back to my room to rest." A look of unhappiness showed on Li Yuan's face, but he did not say anything. Everyone knows that this rich young missy is throwing her tantrum at Li Yuan. Guozhong said helplessly, "Help Miss back to her room." Immediately the maid came forward to escort this pretty girl out of the hall. The atmosphere is once again awkward. Without Guizhou, the feast has lost some of the festivity. Luckily, there is still Zhao to hold the fort. Zhao Ba had a drink too much and has suddenly felt like talking. He made Xiang Shaolong talk with him about what he feels about swordplay, saying people learning swordplay nowadays, many of them are anxious for quick results, having only the style but lacking the coordination, stability and foundation. They don't even place much importance in training the strength around their waist. They are strong with their arms but weak in their wrists, not knowing that the combination of waist, arms, wrists and foundation are essential in exhibiting the essence of swordplay. Knowing how to make use of strength is the most important requirement. Li Yuan was proud and obviously holds no regard for this highly respected swordsman of Zhao as he said nonchalantly, "I think it's useless to have only brute strength, otherwise Xiao Weimel won't be killed by Xiang Shaolong." The name Xiang Shaolong is now a taboo topic for everyone in the city, and with the exception of Han Shuang, everyone else was taken aback. Xiang Shaolong was secretly alarmed to hear his name being mentioned. He glanced quickly towards Zhao only to see her expression darken as she fell into a daze. Han Shuang said arrogantly, "A pity he escaped to Qin, otherwise I definitely want to try how formidable his swordplay can be." Zhao Mu replied through gritted teeth, "Won't you have the chance once we attack Xianyang in future?" Zhao Ba was unhappy with Li Yuan's interruption, but he could not win the argument, so he said solemnly, "Mr. Li is famous in Chu for your swordsmanship. I wonder if you can find a day to come to my school so that it can be an eye-opener for me." Li Yuan's eyes flashed as he nodded his head. Every time I go someplace, I like to find the most famous swordsman of that place to exchange pointers. Headmaster Zhao's suggestion is precisely what I would have wanted. This time even Lu Chang was annoyed by this person's arrogance and said to Zhao Bie with a laugh, Mr. Li is so valiant. Headmaster, please set a date and time so that we can admire Mr. Li's excellent swordplay. Zhao Bie was obviously secretly livid as he said, I am getting a little impatient, why not do it tomorrow? We shall see what time is most convenient for Mr. Li. Li Yuan replied smugly, not tomorrow, for I've made a date with Miss Ji Yanran to tour Handan. Why don't we change it to noon the day after? Everyone was taken aback and all of them looked both envious and jealous. Xiang Shaolong's heart sank and turned cold. Why did Ji Yanran agree to accept this person's invitation? He must get an explanation from her. Zhao Ye's expression was wooden. Naturally she would not feel good to have her thunder stolen by Ji Yanran. The atmosphere of the feast is now broken beyond repair and Zhao Ba was the first to give an excuse to leave, followed by Zhao Ye. Han Chuang stood up and said, let me accompany Lady Ye back. Zhao Ye was troubled and creased her brows as she replied with a shake of her head, I appreciate Marquis Pingshan's kind intentions, but Zhao Ye's head is feeling a little heavy and would like to have some peace alone. A look of unhappiness flashed past Han Chuang's face as he said icily, whatever lady wishes then. Zhao Mu stood up and said, let's leave together. I'm in the mood for talk, so who is willing to share my carriage? He gave Xiang Shaolong a look. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly nodded his head and said, I'm the only person who came alone, let me accompany Marquis then, but... Zhao Ye looked at Xiang Shaolong with puzzlement, feeling dubious about their relationship. Everyone bid their farewells and left the Guo residence separately. Inside the carriage, Zhao Mu said, I did not expect Mr. to have such a sharp tongue, even the glib-tongued Li Yuan couldn't fend you off. I wonder if you're confident of winning the sword in his hand. From what I know this person is truly skilled. Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows, confidence is besides the point. It's just that only wooden swords are used to exchange pointers in the dueling ring, not as if there's a fight for life and death at all. Zhao Mu interrupted him, I just want to put him down a peg or two, not kill him. That fellow is too detestable, if I capture him, I'll definitely *CK him until he feels that death would be a better choice. Goose pimples rose immediately on Xiang Shaolong's skin as he gave a cold shiver. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 6. Book 7 Chap 6, Sisters in Trouble. After returning, Tang Yi said quietly to him, Yanran is waiting for you at the inner hall. Xiang Shaolong was just about to look for her and quickened his steps on hearing that. Tang Yi ran after him and asked, why did the king of Zhao summon you? Xiang Shaolong was embarrassed and stopped to tell him briefly what happened and laughed, we're considered lucky, there should be no problem if we stay in Handan for 1 to 2 more months. Tang Yi gave him a push and said, go in quickly. You're really lucky in love. Xiang Shaolong did not expect this burly man to suddenly utter such a phrase. Obviously Shanlan has changed him a lot. He replied with a smile and walked towards his bedroom. He had just closed the door when the great beauty Ji Yanran ran into his arm with a gush of fragrance, her passion so fiery that he almost melted. Women who have just started eating the forbidden fruit will be especially clingy and learned Lady Ji is no exception. After the joining, they started talking, limbs entwined. Before Xiang Shaolong had a chance to ask her about Li Yuan, this beauty admitted at first, Xiang Lang, please don't blame Yanran. I've agreed to go with Li Yuan tomorrow to Lake Feng at the south of the city to admire the red leaves. Hi. This lovelorn person is really sincere, to run after me all the way from Chu and kept on pleading with me. Yanran had no choice but to entertain him a little. I will then find a chance to clarify with him my stand and tell him to give up on me. Xiang Shaolong remained silent on hearing how Ji Yanran is still treating Li Yuan so nicely. Ji Yanran pouted a little, are you unhappy? It's just a normal outing. If you're still worried, I'll ask Mr. Zhou to come along. Xiang Shaolong sighed and said, from my observation and information obtained, this person's interior is not as good as his exterior, but if I say this at this point of time, it would seem that I lack graciousness. Ji Yanran disengaged herself from his arms and sat up on the bed, revealing her perfect upper body to his eyes as she said unhappily, do you think I am a person who would see you as someone carrying tails? I already belong to you while in Dalian, so why should you be afraid to speak your mind? Xiang Shaolong pulled her back into his arms, flipped her over and pressed down on her, telling her how he made use of Li Yanyan to take part in the evil scheme set up by Lord Chunchen, and also what happened at the feast tonight. When Yanran heard how Li Yuan was pressurizing the king of Zhao to deal with her Xiang Shaolong, and how he publicly announced during the feast about his appointment with her, her expression changed and she said, I did not expect him to be such a shallow and conniving person, Yanran must really be blind. Xiang Shaolong replied, this person may have had a hard time suppressing himself in Shu, so now that he's in Zhao, he would reveal the real him when he's not afraid that others will know. Ji Yanran breathed out a gush of cold air as she said, luckily Xiang Lang has reminded Yanran, so I won't be taken in by him. Hi. When can Xiang Lang take me to Xiangyang? It's really torturous being so secretive. Mr. Zhou is also very envious of Qin and hopes that he can go there quickly. Xiang Shaolong sighed, who wouldn't want to leave this godforsaken place, it's just that now we still have to wait for the right time. Ji Yanran sat up unwillingly and said, I have to go. This time you don't have to send me off, it'll be difficult to argue if someone bumps into us. Then added with a smile, why don't we put on another show, the title of the act will be called The Horse Fanatic Gets Ji Yanran. If we can infuriate that Li Yuan to death, won't it be fun? Then we don't have to be so secretive and scared all the time. I can even openly move in to stay with you. Xiang Shaolong sat up, hooking his arm around her pretty neck and tasted the lipstick on her pink lips again as he said, it's the horse fanatic having sole possession of beauty Ji, or maybe fanatic Dong flirts with pretty Yanran. This is a very tempting thought, but if it incurs the jealousy of Lord Longyang, then it'll be really terrible. Ji Yanran replied with a smile, this Lord Longyang likes to think that he's smart. If we do it just right, seemingly having feelings at times, moving along unsteadily, it will instead quell his doubts and it will even make him think that I have nothing to do with that Xiang Shaolong, otherwise why would I have fallen for another man? She added with a sweet smile, the terms Xiang Lang uses are the best in the world. After being on cloud 9, Xiang Shaolong thought over it and found it reasonable and was greatly energized. If he can eliminate Lord Longyang's suspicions of Ji Yanran, it'll be easier for their mission in future. Otherwise if they let this man-woman find out about their affair, his identity may be revealed immediately. Because there's no way for him to hide if they decide to look at his false face in detail. To the Zhaos, it's better to let him get Ji Yanran than to let Li Yuan have the advantage. The two of them were so excited they started their entanglements again before discussing the details. Xiang Shaolong remembered Zhao Ji, and it was only after much persuasion that Ji Yanran reluctantly left him quietly. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to take a nap after Ji Yanran left and Tang Yi woke him up at midnight. This guest house originally had a housekeeper and a group of servants, but they have been transferred to work at the outer residence to stop them from being a hindrance. While he was washing up, Tang Yi said from behind him, a few suspicious-looking men started hiding around the front of the street and back alley an hour ago. I wonder who they could be. Really feel like going out to teach them a lesson. Xiang Shaolong replied, it's easy to teach them a lesson. We just have to inform Zhao Mu tomorrow. That conniving thief will certainly have his ways to find out who they are. Tang Yi said, be careful when you go out. I think I'd better go with you, at least I can take care of you of it. Xiang Shaolong guffawed, I'm just going for a rendezvous, why would I need to be taken care of? Tang Yi no longer insisted and changed the topic, when do you intend to make contact with the two groups belonging to Pu Bu and Zhaoda? Xiang Shaolong wore his mask and said, we can only decide on this at a later date, and we must not let them know that Dong Quang is Xiang Shaolong. A person's heart is unfathomable, who knows if any one of them would betray us? Tang Yi heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'm relieved to know that you can think it this way. Xiang Shaolong gave him a strong hug around the shoulders and after he helped him with wearing his full gear, he climbed over the wall and left the residence, turning into the dark streets. Although it's late in the night, there are still carriages and people on the streets as well as patrolling guards. The cities of this era are huge and not as densely populated, so general security is still good. Keeping alert along the way, he reached his destination an hour later. He's still worried about being followed, so he deliberately hid on a tree, waiting until he was sure no one was following before jumping down and walking into the bamboo forest next to Zhao Ji's house. It was an ordinary house, only slightly bigger than the average home. What's special is that there's a small river on the left while this bamboo forest is on the other side, separating this house from the nearby houses. This bamboo forest is also the path that one must go past in order to reach the house. Xiang Shaolong cast aside his remorse towards Jing Jun, consoling himself by thinking that small details should not be haggled over if one wants to accomplish big things before walking out of the bamboo forest. The deep barks of dogs were heard, then they were silent. Obviously Zhao Ji had stopped them. Zhao Ji's residence is split into the front, middle and back, with a small courtyard at the back planted with flowers and trees. The surroundings have a quiet elegance. The rooms at the back were joined with the garden, so he only have to climb the wall into the back courtyard and will easily reach Zhao Ji's bedroom. Right at this time, the lamp in one of the rooms was lighted, and then extinguished again. It continued for 3 times before it remained lit. Xiang Shaolong knows that this is Zhao Ji's signal, and excitement welled in his heart from having an illicit affair. Zhao Ji wins in being matured enough, a unique character and style that can intoxicate a person. The deepest impression she gives is that although she is not past 20, she has an air of weariness as if she has been through a lot. It seems that she must have had a sad past. Xiang Shaolong knows that there's not much time left. A moment of night is worth 1,000 taels of gold. He moved swiftly, climbing over the wall into the house and entering through the window. It turned out to be a small study, simply and comfortably decorated. Zhao Ji was wearing a pale maroon long dress, lounging on a rectangular bed, the table next to her filled with fine wine and snacks, looking at him climbing in through the window with a smile. Xiang Shaolong was about to smile in return when an alarm suddenly went off in his heart, but before he had the time to react, something is already pressing down on his waist from the back. The reason why he did not have a proper feel is because it's separated by the belt that was filled with flying needles tied around his waist. A low but melodious female voice behind him said, "Don't move, unless you can move faster," that the specially made mechanical strong bow. Xiang Shaolong felt the voice sounded familiar, but he could not remember who this person threatening him from the back could be. Zhao Ji jumped up excitedly and exclaimed with a dainty smile, "Everyone keeps saying how formidable Xiang Shaolong is, but he still fall into a sister's trap." Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing dryly. This is the second time he got cheated by a woman. Maybe this is a man's greatest weakness, always putting their guards down when faced with a pretty woman. But he was feeling puzzled. If Zhao Ji wants to deal with him, she just has to run out to the streets and start shouting and he'll be done for, so why would she go through so much trouble to deal with him privately? Or could it be she still has feelings for that deadly Jin? She won't feel happy unless she kills him personally? He pretended to be surprised and said, "What is Miss Ji talking about? Who is Xiang Shaolong?" Zhao Ji exclaimed angrily, still denying. "Haven't you already admitted while on the road to the Gore residence?" Xiang Shaolong deliberately antagonized her. "Who told you that I am Xiang Shaolong?" But thinking back, Zhao Ji realized that indeed he has not admitted to it, but at that time his mannerisms and the way he talked is exactly like Xiang Shaolong. Now that he is denying it, it's obvious he's making a fool of her. The lady behind him, who could either be Zhao Ji's younger or older sister, said in a low voice, "If you're not Xiang Shaolong, then my only choice is to silence you immediately so that our secret will not be leaked." Xiang Shaolong's heart shook. He finally recognized that this lady behind him is the female assassin who tried to assassinate Zhao Mu twice. The first time was a mistaken attack on the carriage and the other time happened the night before, which was thwarted by him. What he couldn't figure out earlier suddenly became clear. No wonder the female assassin could sneak into the Marquis residence, all because of Zhao Ji who helped with the spying. He sighed and said, "Then I'm dead for sure, because I don't even know who Xiang Shaolong is. I thought it's because Miss Ji had taken a special liking to me." The lady behind said fiercely, "If you say one more time that you're not Xiang Shaolong, I'll retaliate immediately." Xiang Shaolong was secretly sniggering and thinking it'll be a miracle if she can shoot past those steel needles, and said with a cold snort, "I, horse fanatic Dong Quang, never likes to be threatened and neither am I afraid of death. If I am not Xiang Shaolong, I am not, so why should I pretend to be? If you don't believe me, you can come and scrutinize my face to see if I have done anything to it." This is called making a calculated bet, betting that never in their dreams would they imagine that in this world, there will be such a leather mask made so delicately by Xiaoyuan, and this mask has a natural stickiness that will stick so perfectly onto skin that not a gap can be found, such that even facial expressions can be shown. If one doesn't know how, it won't be easy to remove the mask at all. Zhao Ji was momentarily stunned and came forward, extending her hand to touch his face. Zhao Ji touched and grabbed for a while before her expression changed thoroughly as she exclaimed, "Heavens! You're really not him." Xiang Shaolong replied, "I may not be Xiang Shaolong, but please don't shoot, otherwise it will be a lose-lose situation." The two women were equally stunned and knew that something is not right. Fast as lightning, Xiang Shaolong escaped from between the women and came to Zhao Ji's back, his hand pulling out the dagger at his waist smoothly and placed it across Zhao Ji's neck while his other hand was wrapped around her alluring waist, taking control of the situation. That lady raised her strong bow, aiming at them, but she dare not shoot. Xiang Shaolong pulled Zhao Ji along as he backed up to the wall before he steadied his nerves to weigh this female assassin whose swordsmanship and stratagems are both astounding. She is a little shorter than Zhao Ji, looks about 70 to 80% similar to her, but is more fair and delicate looking. Her eyes are sharp, with a hardness and viciousness that Zhao Ji lacks. She is a little older, her body graceful and packed with power, and now she looks like a female leopard that's about to find someone to bite. Xiang Shaolong asked with a smile, "How do I address this elder sister here?" Zhao Ji ignored the sharp knife pointed at her throat and cried out piteously, "Eldest sister, release the arrow quickly, otherwise not only won't we be able to take revenge, living will become even worse than dying." Xiang Shaolong was relieved, for he knows that Zhao Ji really believed that he is that horse fanatic Dongquang, so he hurriedly said, "We see, talk things over slowly. I can swear not to reveal your secret. I'm a man of my words and will never go back on my promises." The two of them can't help but look at each other. Since this person is not Xiang Shaolong, there's no reason for him to let them off. This is too illogical. Xiang Shaolong did not give them a chance to speak. He first made a very deadly vow in Dong Quang's name before saying, "Elder sister, put down your bow and arrow and I'll release your sister." The pretty female assassin replied resentfully, "Who is your elder sister?" But her hands naturally loosened the hold on the strong bow, throwing the bow and arrow aside, so coolly that it seems a little irrational. Xiang Shaolong was thinking that this beautiful tigress is quite straightforward, so he kept the dagger that was placed on Zhao Ji's pretty neck. Right at this time, he saw this woman give an eye signal to Zhao Ji and knows that something is not right, so he hurriedly moved to the side and just happened to avoid Zhao Ji's elbow. That lady let out a high-pitched whistle and at the same time pulled out the long sword from her back and launched an attack towards him. Xiang Shaolong was furious. He was kind-hearted enough to make a deadly vow not to reveal their secret because he did not want to silence them, but not only did they not appreciate it, they are trying to silence him in turn. Blood wave came out of its sheath lightning fast. There was a strange sound coming from the door and he turned his head around to take a glance and secretly cursed. It turned out to be a large yellow dog, running through the door in an alarming speed, revealing its white teeth, the nostrils flaring and a thunderous growl from deep within its throat, jumping towards him. He suddenly realized that her whistle earlier was to summon this ferocious dog to help her. Luckily in the past, one of the modules he was trained in was how to deal with aggressive dogs, and although he has never put it to the real test, he had trained and fought with the military dogs that were even more muscular than this yellow dog. He swept his sword across to block the coming stab from the other party, lowered his body and kicked sideways, aiming right at the lower jaw of the ferocious dog that was in midair jumping towards him. The beast howled as it was kicked aside and tumbled to the ground, unable to get up for the time being. Zhao Ji managed to grab a sword from somewhere and coordinated her attack with her sister, one attacking from the left and the other from the front, and for a moment swords were flashing everywhere. Xiang Shaolong knows that these two ladies are formidable, but he has long since familiarized himself with the 3 killer moves of the modest addendum, so his swordplay is not as unskilled as in the past. Since the ferocious dog has not pounced again, he took the chance to dash to the side of the elder sister and using all his tactics, slashed his sword down from the top. The elder sister was shocked. It turned out that Xiang Shaolong's move was excellent and wondrous, for it can keep on changing in such a narrow space, making one totally clueless as to what is happening. She gritted her teeth and attacked the onslaught, not caring about the enemy's sword at all as she aimed lightning fast towards Xiang Shaolong's heart, absolutely having the intention of dying together. Xiang Shaolong was secretly admiring her character, and this is just what he wanted as well. He had crossed swords with her before and knows that the style of her swordplay is fast and ever-changing, and if someone unskilled fights with her, that person may be dead even before he gets to touch her sword. This is also a woman's distinctive way of using the sword so that they need not match their strength against men who are stronger by nature. He immediately changed his move and swept his sword across to block. Clang! The sound reverberated sharply. The pretty assassin's sword was blocked by Xiang Shaolong's sword. Since she wants to launch an attack against another attack, she will have to use all her might, and there is no room for retreat, and this instead gave Xiang Shaolong the chance to use all his strength to fight with her. Besides Xiao Weimo and Tang Yi, Xiang Shaolong's waist and arm strength can be considered unbeatable. No matter how formidable she is still a woman and restricted by her nature. As the swords struck at each other, the vibration caused her wrists to go numb and she retreated in astonishment. Xiang Shaolong thought that he would be able to disarm her, but who would have expected her to tolerate the effects, although barely. She gave a cold snort as she rolled towards the ground. Zhao Ji did not expect this horse fanatic to have such shocking swordsmanship, and just as she was about to run up to help out, her retreating sister happened to knock into her and both of them tumbled back. Right at this time that yellow dog came back again and was about to pounce on Xiang Shaolong. Zhao Ji cried out in alarm, "Da Huang! No!" By this time Xiang Shaolong is already holding the bow in his right hand and an arrow in his left hand, aiming towards the top agilely towards that Da Huang. This dog is very smart and well trained by the two ladies. Once it saw the arrow pointing at itself, it gave a low moan and hid behind the two ladies. Xiang Shaolong held the bow with his right hand and the sword with his left hand, pointing it at the two terrified ladies, and asked with a smile, "What is elder sister's name, so that I know how to address you?" The two ladies were still feeling unsettled and cowered at the corner of the wall, not daring to move at all. In such a narrow space and short distance, it is ridiculous to think that one can fend off the light arrow shot by the strong bow. The elder sister is very stubborn, her lips were drawn tight and she did not answer him. Instead it was Zhao Ji who blurted out, "Her name is Tian Rou." Xiang Shaolong was surprised. Shouldn't her surname be Zhao? Zhao Ji realized that she has slipped up and her face turned pale. Xiang Shaolong and that Tian Rou looked at each other. He thought that since her surname is Tian, maybe she is related to Tian Dan. Zhao Mu has all along been in cahoots with Tian Dan, otherwise he wouldn't be in secret contact with Xiao Weimo. Once he thought of this, he had a slight idea of what's happening, so he pretended to be furious as he stared widely and said, "I actually had the intention of letting both of you go, but a pity that your surname is Tian and I hate people with this surname." Now I can only abandon all thoughts of taking pity on beauties and send you back to where you came from before you were born. You should be grateful to me for giving you an easy death." Zhao Ji looked at the bow and arrow he held in his hand and trembled. "Why do you hate those with the surname Tian so much?" Tian Rou hissed angrily, "Gigi. Don't talk to him, let him kill if he wants to." Xiang Shaolong was secretly feeling perplexed. Could it be that there's only these two sisters in this house? Otherwise, with such a commotion going on, not a single person has appeared. And where has Zhao Ji's father, whom she lived with, hidden himself? Once he thought of this, he saw the ears of the yellow dog which Zhao Ji was holding on to perk up as its eyes shot to attention. He secretly understood and shouted, "Don't come in, otherwise I'll shoot immediately." The two ladies were shocked. They did not expect that he'd actually detect their help, who was stealthily nearing them soundlessly, and suddenly a sense of weakness and helplessness welled up in them as they felt that there's no way they can deal with this person. Xiang Shaolong looked at Zhao Ji and said, "Since you are already at death's door, there's no need for me to hide anything from you. The reason why I hate people with the surname Tian is because one of them is called Tian Dan." The two ladies were momentarily stunned as they stared at him. Xiang Shaolong moved forward slowly, his arrow moving up and down so that the two ladies have no idea the targeted area he has chosen. A very tempting thought occurred to him. He just have to shoot Tian Rou, then use his flying needles to deal with the person outside the door in Zhao Ji. He is 100% sure that he can swiftly deal with all three of them, and that will settle everything, and there'll be no need to trouble himself over them anymore. A old-sounding voice outside the door shouted, "Hero, please have mercy, Tian Dan is also the enemy of my two missies, we're all on the same side." Tian Rou and Zhao Ji cried out in unison, "Uncle Zhang." Xiang Shaolong said with a frosty laugh, "How do I know if this is true? I deliberately told you this so that I can force myself to harden my heart and silence you. Otherwise, if you leak this out, and Zhao Mu, who is in cahoots with Tian Dan, finds out, I'll be dead. Or maybe you still do not know that Tian Dan will be coming to Handan within these few days, and this is the only chance for me to take revenge. I will not allow anyone to thwart me." The two ladies were visibly moved. Obviously they do not know that Tian Dan is coming to Zhao. Tian Rou's eyes opened widely as she stared at him. "Aren't you with Zhao Mu?" Xiang Shaolong shouted, "Shut up. Who would be this conniving thief's partner? I'm just pretending and gaining his trust so that I can deal with Tian Dan. Hi. I've never killed women, I'll have no choice but to start tonight." That Uncle Zhang who was outside the door cried out in alarm, "Hero, do not be rash, the death of my two missies' family were caused by Tian Dan and Zhao Mu. This is absolutely true. If there's any deceit in this, then may I die without a burial place with thousands of arrows piercing my heart." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be deep in thought and said, "There's no doubt that both of you has a deep enmity with Zhao Mu, but one of them is in Qi while the other is in Zhao, so how did they become your enemies?" Zhao Ji cannot control her tears as she cried piteously, "My family was harmed by Tian Dan and forced to escape to Handan, but who would have expected that the conniving thief Zhao Mu would actually capture all 183 people in my clan and ordered men to send us back to Tian Dan, where they were all tortured to death by him. Would you believe if I say this?" Tian Rou said angrily, "Don't beg him." Xiang Shaolong said with a smile, "Although there's a Rou asterisk in your name, you're not gentle at all." Note, Rou, meaning gentle. Tian Rou was so furious that she couldn't speak. Xiang Shaolong added, "Why are the three of you left then?" Uncle Zhang's voice drifted in, "The two missies and I were late by a few days, that's why we escaped the calamity. For the past 7 years, we've been constantly thinking of revenge, hero, please believe us." Xiang Shaolong was relieved, and feeling a little guilty that he wanted to kill them earlier. Living in this warring era where lives are cheap, it's really easy to become influenced. Xiang Shaolong released the trigger and the arrow shot between the two ladies' faces with a whoosh, into the wall. The two ladies were dumbfounded, they did not expect him to shoot at this moment. If the target is any one of them, they certainly won't be able to avoid it. Xiang Shaolong threw the strong bow aside and kept his sword in the sheath as he said with a smile, "I am not interested in interfering in your matters, but I ask that you do not come and spoil my plans. Your real enemy is Tian Dan and not Zhao Mu, and now that Zhao Mu is on the alert, to strike again would only be giving yourselves up for capture. Think about it. Such pretty girls like the both of you, if you fall into the hands of the evil, you will face a humiliation even worse than death. This is my advice, farewell." Under the amazed stare of the both of them, Xiang Shaolong strode towards the door and came face to face with that Uncle Zhang before leaving leisurely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 7. Book 7 Chap 7, Glib-tongued. By the time Xiang Shaolong returned to the guesthouse, it's about 2 more hours to dawn. After telling Tang Yi what happened, he stretched and yawned. Tang Yi sighed with admiration, "You've done this beautifully, Zhao Ji no longer suspects that you are Xiang Shaolong." But from what I see, this little lass has no ill intentions towards the real you, she just wants to coerce you to deal with Zhao Mu. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, her intentions are so good that she has to use that strong bow to aim at my back. Tang Yi replied, you spoiled that Mrs. Grand plan of assassination twice, and that Tian Ro is so competitive, so naturally she'll want to put you down a little. Xiang Shaolong remembered that he was teasing Zhao Ji while on the way to the Guo residence. The way she half-heartedly rejected him indeed reflected her interest in him. Now that she has mistakenly think that the person who took advantage of her is Dong Quang and not Xiang Shaolong, how would she feel? He remembered when she realized that Xiang Shaolong is actually Dong Quang. The look of disappointment on her face is something that cannot be faked. Tang Yi said with a smile, since you're under imperial orders not to work hard, we don't have to pretend, so why don't all of us go and have a good sleep? Who cares what will happen? Xiang Shaolong thought that sounded right, so he returned to his bedroom to have a good sleep. By the time Wu Guo came to wake him up, it was already past lunch and the sun is almost setting. This is the first time in so many days that he slept so soundly. Wu Guo said, second master is waiting in the hall for third master for dinner. Xiang Shaolong got up energetically and after washing up went to meet Tang Yi. The two of them had a hearty meal. Wu Guo said from the side, lady has sent someone here with a message, asking third master to go to her residence tomorrow night for a feast. She will send someone to pick you up in hopes that you will be able to go over to her place earlier. Only now did Xiang Shaolong remember that she promised Li Yuan a feast last night. At that time he thought that she did not mean it, so he did not expect her to really be serious about it. He said with a wry smile, look why we are here in Handan, almost every night I have to go and socialize with those people. Tang Yi said with a laugh, it's not difficult to deal with Tang Yi, but dealing with those women is enough to make you suffer. Xiang Shaolong replied, I really want to give Jia a good F***ck to ease the hatred in my heart, but this way she will surely be able to recognize me. Like what you said, once she uses her nose to sniff, there's no way I can hide. Besides, this expert in man is so familiar with my body. Tang Yi shook his head and said, I too feel sad for your situation. Oh. His expression changed and he said, it's not totally hopeless. While I was feeling bored yesterday, I took a walk at the back garden and there is a kind of plant there. If we take the sap out and smear a little on the body, it will emit a smell very similar to that of a human body. It smells quite good, and a lot more natural than the fragrances women use to suffuse their clothes. This will solve the problem of scent. If there's not special marks on your body like moles or birthmarks, you may be able to make your way through the act if you extinguish the lights and do her in the dark. Wu Guo, who was at the side, can't help but interjected, third master's thing is certainly bigger than the average person. Jiayu will know once it goes in. Tang Yi and Xiang Shaolong wrapped their arms around their stomachs and bowled over in laughter. Xiang Shaolong said breathlessly, you're such a bootlicker. But I was just saying it for fun, not that I really want to do her, nor is it worth taking such a huge risk. Hi. To treat her like an object just to expend my lust is not really very appropriate after all. Tang Yi tried to control his laughter as he added, but there's no harm applying a little of the sap of that love plant, so there'll be no problem even if you get a little closer with Jiaoya. I'll go and prepare it immediately. Wu Guo was dumbfounded, to think that it has such a nice name. Ever since Tang Yi had Shanlan, he became a lot happier and easygoing. He extended his hand to pat his shoulder and sighed, now you've learned something, this kind of love sap has slight aphrodisiac properties and women all like the smell of it. Young men from the villages around Jingjun's age all like to apply some on their body when they go on dates with ladies. But it has to be mixed with rice water, otherwise it will cause the whole body to break out in rashes. Do you want to try? Wu Guo replied excitedly, I must find a beauty to test this on once we get back to Xianyang. Xiang Shaolong asked, are there any other matters? Wu Zhui answered, Headmaster Zhao of the martial arts school has sent someone over with an invitation, saying that the sword meet tomorrow has been postponed to noon the day after and asked that third master must attend. Xiang Shaolong told Tang Yi, the other conniving devil Li Yuan is too detestable, maybe I will teach him a good lesson. At this time someone came in to announce, Lord Longyang is here to see third master and is waiting at the outer hall right now. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback and asked Tang Yi with a dry look, are there any sap called demon riddance to make him run to the other end of earth once he smells it? Tang Yi guffawed, this is the first time that I will not envy third brother's luck in love, not. On seeing the outstanding horse fanatic Dong Quang striding out, Lord Longyang stood up gracefully with a pose that he thinks is the most beautiful and even greeted him in the way a lady should greet. Xiang Shaolong has no idea whether to laugh or cry and was secretly lamenting to himself, but he pretended to smile and welcome him. Lord is showing me such favor by coming here personally. Lord Longyang's expressive eyes flitted towards him as he replied with a slow smile, I came today to look for Mr. Dong because something is troubling me and I won't feel happy until I say it. Today he's gone back to dressing as a man, but his clothes and accessories are still very colorful. If he's a real woman, Xiang Shaolong would certainly compliment her for her grace, but now his heart is palpitating. If the things that he won't feel happy unless he says it are lovey-dovey words, heaven knows how he should deal with that. After the both of them were seated, Lord Longyang said seriously, I think that Mr. Dong's decision to return to Zhao is really too rash. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, but also secretly relieved as he asked in bewilderment, why would you say that? Lord Longyang saw that there's no one around, so he continued gently, I admire Mr. Dong's talent, that's why I'm speaking my mind with no restraints. The state of Zhao is now like a well that is almost drying up, so no matter how strong Mr. is, how perfect and ample is your tools for filling and fixing the well, if you try to protect this well faithfully, ultimately you cannot escape the fate of the well drying and you dying. Xiang Shaolong was secretly startled. All along he has little regard for this high-ranking fellow who got his position from using his male charms to entice the king of Wei, but now that he has heard his expressive analogy and how he has illustrated the state of Zhao straight to the point, he can't help but see him in a different light. He pretended to be surprised and said, the Zhaos have recently gained a huge victory over the Yans, so how can they be a well that's almost drying? Lord Longyang said with a smile, a dying person will have times when there's a surge of energy before they pass on, and the sun is the most beautiful right before dusk. And this is because Zhao still has two famous generals to hold the fort. Once these two are gone, do you think Zhao can produce any elixir to prolong her life? Xiang Shaolong asked, are you referring to Lian Pa and Li Mu? Lord Longyang replied, exactly these two. Lian Pa is getting old, he can still defend but will have problems attacking. Recently there are rumors about his incapability in attacking Yan. King Xiaocheng has all along been suspicious of him, so now there's talk in Handan about changing generals. No one knows if history of exchanging Lian Pa with Zhao Guo will repeat itself. Without giving him time to interrupt, Lord Longyang continued smoothly, as for Li Mu he is loyal and straightforward but doesn't know how to flatter others and not glib enough. If he is under an able ruler, he will become a formidable general who can conquer the world. Pity he is under King Xiaocheng, a person who is overly suspicious and only craves stories of success. With the Marquis of Julu at the side navigating his thoughts, he will not come to a good end. A pity that he is not afraid of death and is stoutly loyal, refusing to leave, otherwise everyone in Great Wei, from the ruler to the officials, will all welcome him with open arms. Once he said that Xiang Shaolong knew immediately that the Weiss must have made contact with these two famous generals. Li Mu has rejected, but he wondered what is Lian Po's reply. This Lord Longyang is indeed formidable. If he is able to remove the two huge military pillars of Zhao with just some words, won't the state of Zhao be under the mercy of the Weiss? Lord Longyang saw that he was engrossed and thought that he has shaken his stand and tried to entice him further by saying, Mr. Dong may be wondering why am I so bold as to criticize the Zhaos in their capital. Firstly, I do not hold them in regard at all and I bet they won't dare to do anything to me. Most importantly, I really admire Mr. Dong very much and does not wish to see your hard work go down the drain in future, or even ending up as a slave from a defeated country. Besides, the Qins and the Zhaos have deep enmity and will never let them off. A good bird will choose a good tree to nest in, so if Mr. is willing to come and work for Great Wei, I guarantee that the houses and gifts offered will be something that the Zhaos cannot give. At least we won't be chasing Mr. away in panic just because of a few words by the lackey of Lord Chunshan, Li Yuan, who has no power at all. Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking him formidable, knowing that Lord Longyang has spies around the king of Zhao, that's why he knows how to grab the best opportunity to cut in and persuade him to work for Wei instead. He can't help but admire his father-in-law, wooing Yuan's foresight to give him this horse fanatic identity. Now all the various states place much emphasis on battles on horses and him as Dong Quang is the dream talent of all the other states. He pretended to be moved and said, your words are indeed thought-provoking, I will consider them carefully and I still have to explain to my clansmen. But for now, Lord Longyang saw that he did not reject immediately and looked ecstatic. He cast a flirting look at him and said, I understand the problems faced by men, Mr. Dong need not worry. It's best that you can find out the situation in Zhao, so that you will know that I have not lied. Xiang Shaolong can't help but admire his skills of persuasion. Just a few words and he has revealed all the problems of Zhao. He sighed in reply, if I am not a Zhao, I would have agreed immediately. Lord Longyang said gently, to King Xiaocheng, other than the Zhao family, who else does he consider a Zhao? If it's not Zhao Mu or Zhao Ye, anyone else who loses favor like the Wu family, would have been torn to pieces by him long ago. He does not treasure a talent at all and Xiang Shaolong is the best example. If Mr. has not given them 1,000 high-quality warhorses, in less than a year, the Zhaos will not have any useful horses left. Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking that this person is really vicious. By pulling him away, it's akin to breaking the legs of the Zhaos. Lord Longyang lowered his voice and said, I heard that Zhao Ba had acceded to the request of that conceited Li Yuan and will be holding a sword exchange meeting the day after at noon. If Mr. will just nod your head, I can order someone to take him down a peg or two on that day. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Xiang Shaolong was secretly startled. Every time they talk about Li Yuan, Lord Longyang seems to be very angry. With the looks and build of Li Yuan, it's impossible that Lord Longyan won't take a liking to him. It seems that maybe Li Yuan has once rejected him with harsh words, that's why his love has turned into hatred. Or maybe he does not like the kind of gentle and pretty-faced men like Li Yuan, but likes rough and stout men like him. What are his thoughts leading him to? Surprisingly, Lord Longyang stood up and said before he left, "Mister, please think it over carefully and let me know once you have an answer. We'll then discuss the details and I'll make sure Mister will leave happily." Xiang Shaolong was confused by his terms of address * and hurriedly sent him off. He only turned back with a wry smile after seeing him go up the carriage and left under the accompaniment of 10 over followers. Note, Lord Longyang was addressing himself as I in two ways, interchanging between the position of a lord, Ben Jun, and the position of a lady, Nu Jia. I just used I because I can't think of any English terms that can indicate I to be spoken by a lady or an official. No matter what, he will never dare to belittle this she-male. After Lord Longyang left, Xiang Shaolong enjoyed the free time and took a leisurely walk alone in the garden of the residence, thinking back about the intoxicating time when he snuck in here and first met Zhu Ji. No matter what kind of a person Zhu Ji is, he can really feel her liking for him, and this is something that cannot be faked. Suddenly, he felt a little melancholy and lost as well as loneliness. In fact, he should feel even more satisfaction than anyone else. As a modern person, to come to this strange yet familiar Warring States era, his life is at least an era richer than anyone else from any era. Because he has experienced one more era. After spending a few difficult years here, even the way he thinks, the words he uses are now similar to the way of the people in this era. Last night, his thoughts of silencing others and to kill the girls is exactly what Wu Zhuo and Tang Yi would have thought the most appropriate thing to do. Luckily he turned himself back in time, otherwise he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Once he thought of this, he can't help but feel a cold relief for himself. By now it's deep into autumn and the weather is turning cold. The garden is filled with fallen leaves and in the darkening dusk, it gives a feeling of stern desolation. Sometimes feasts are not that bad. During those senseless socialization and mundane festivities, one can easily numb and forget oneself. Unconsciously, his thoughts turn strongly to his pretty wives and maids at faraway Qin, thinking of how they are pining for his return every day and can't help but feel a sense of loss. He can't help but randomly recited one of Li Bai's poems, "Leaving me, yesterday cannot be asked to stay, troubling me, today's day is filled with worries." Applause could be heard from behind. Xiang Shaolong was startled and turned around suddenly to see Tang Yi accompanied by Ji Yanran, who was elaborately dressed up and looking as pretty as the moon, both staring at him with wide-open eyes. A strange gleam flashed past this beauty's eyes as her pretty mouth mumbled and repeated these two verses from the famed ancient poetry. Xiang Shaolong was embarrassed and went forward to say, "Yanran, how can you hide from other people's eyes by coming here like this to see me?" Tang Yi replied, "Yanran is now on the way to the palace to attend the king of Zhao's feast and can't help coming in to visit you when she passed by the guest house. She has no intention of hiding from anyone at all." Hey! Those two verses of poetry you recited earlier were excellent. All right. You two have a good talk. He then made himself scarce. Ji Yanran smiled enticingly as she threw herself in his arms and sighed with admiration. "Today Li Yuan showed me the poetry he wrote and Yanran is already very astounded and greatly admires his talent, but compared to the two verses you said earlier, Li Yuan's verses were as uninteresting as a child's toy. Who can make references as captivating as you?" Yanran admits defeat. Xiang Shaolong blushed. Luckily Ji Yanran couldn't see it as he hugged her tightly and said, "Don't praise me, this is called beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Ji Yanran trembled as she left his arms, looking intently into his eyes and said, "Heavens! The words you spout at random are always so exciting and unique. I still remember your words, absolute power will only result in absolute disintegration." This phrase exactly describes the problem of all the states at this time. Even Master Han Fei could not come up with such an extraordinary phrase. After saying all these she can't help but kiss him passionately, almost melting him. After they parted, Ji Yanran said in a haze, "Xiang Lang, compose a poetry for me. I'll add melody to it and make it into a famous song for centuries to come." Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing ironically. There's no poems that he can recite from the start to the end, so what can he use to deal with this lady? Besides, using other people's works as his own is like plagiarism. It's alright if he just recites it, but if it really goes down in history, won't he have stolen other people's creative rights first? So he replied with a wry smile, "Everything in this world will fade away like smoke, so what if it becomes famous for centuries?" Ji Yanran sighed delicately as she collapsed on his body, pouting happily, "Shaolong, you're really the cause of my downfall. What else can Yanran think of tonight besides you? But yet I cannot be with you. I don't care, from tomorrow onwards, you will have to pursue me openly so that I can officially surrender to you. This is one thing that you cannot allow to fade away like smoke." She continued with a sigh, "Fade away like smoke. How pitiful and yet beautiful it sounds, only you are capable of suddenly spouting such a natural yet excellent verse." Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting, for this is making matters worse. If in future she keeps on forcing him to compose poems and verses, won't he become the pirate of the literacy world? Ji Yanran said sorrowfully, "Yanran has to leave, Mr. Zhou is waiting for me in the horse carriage." "Why not this? Once you've composed a poem, I'll compose the melody and only sing it for you. I know Yanran's husband foes not hanker for fame or fortune." "Hi! Fame and fortune are indeed troublesome. If no one knows who is Ji Yanran, then I'll be able to be with you all the time." She smiled slightly and added, "Don't move." She kissed him lightly before flitting away, not forgetting to turn back again to smile at him, making Xiang Shaolong totally lose his senses. When he returned to the inner residence, Tang Yi said, "Only now do I understand why learned Lady Ji will fall into your hands. Those two verses are really incomparable works, touching the hearts even more so than the book of poems. I'm sure you're very familiar with those poems, but..." Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that besides the verses elegant and noble ladies are the pursuit of gentlemen, he knows nothing about the book of poems, so he can only mumble a reply. Tang Yi said, "That muddle-headed King Xiaocheng is really hopeless. If you are really the horse fanatic Dong Quan, you should try to slip away immediately. Look at how much he fears Li Yuan. His feast for Yanran tonight, he has invited almost everyone with some status, except for you." Xiang Shaolong was enlightened. No wonder Lord Longyang left in a hurry, so he was rushing to the Zhao Palace for the feast. He replied with a smile, "It's rare to have free time like this, why don't we go and take a walk to the official brothel here and drink to our heart's content?" Tang Yi said seriously, "Most of the ladies in the official brothels are pitiful girls, can third brother bear to disregard them in the name of fun, but..." Xiang Shaolong thought of Su Nu and a sense of guilt washed over him as he said, "Second brother has reprimanded me rightly." Tang Yi nodded his head, "You're indeed a rare man, to be able to accept another person's idea so willingly. Come. We'll just go out for a stroll and sightseeing, that is also another kind of enjoyment." The two of them left the residence. After they left the guest house, they strolled towards the liveliest area in the city of Handan. The pedestrians on the roads were few, and it looks a little desolate, a vast difference from before they left Handan. What happened to the Wu family was a great blow to the Zhaos, and this capital of the Zhaos directly reflected this truth. The fear the Zhaos have of the Qins is understandable, the massacre of Changping has scared them out of their wits. Guozhong has a huge family and business here, so he cannot just pack up and leave, but for ordinary citizens they could not be bothered with that much. They just have to find an excuse to slip out of the city and they will be able to escape to another village or another state. Such migration is a positive function towards the unification of China, slowly weakening the concept of state, which will be beneficial to the aspect of unification. Now the 7 states are fighting for power, and it seems a little like royalty with different surnames struggling for power. Tang Yi's words startled him from his thoughts as he heard him say, "Someone is following us." Xiang Shaolong was alert but did not turn around. He asked quietly, "How many people?" Tang Yi said calmly, "At least 7 to 8 people, quite highly skilled." Shaolong thought hard, "I'm afraid it's the people who were watching us outside the residence last night. Who in Handan would do this?" Tang Yi smiled, "Won't all these be clear if we catch one of them and grill him?" Xiang Shaolong understood and followed him into a quiet and isolated little lane with trees on both sides and a stone bridge in front. After passing the river, a scattering of houses could be seen on the opposite bank. Before they could reach the bridge, hurried footsteps were heard from behind and someone shouted, "Dong Quan, stop!" Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi looked at each other and smiled as they stopped and turned around nonchalantly. 20-odd burly-looking swordsmen surrounded them in a fan shape and some went by the back via the woods to circle them, placing them in the center of the circle. Xiang Shaolong took a clear look and recognized none of them. He had a thought and shouted, "If Li Yuan is that capable he can kill me himself, why did you send nobodies like you to come and die?" The swordsmen were all alarmed. It seems that Xiang Shaolong was right and he has uncovered their identities. Before those people had a chance to retort, the two of them took this opportunity while their opponents were still stunned to pull their swords out and attacked. The sounds of swords clanking rang out. Those people did not expect their opponent to suddenly start the fight without a warning and hurriedly drew out their swords to block the attack. Xiang Shaolong gave a cold snort as he used all his strength to execute his killer moves. The first of the enemy who reached him had his long sword knocked aside, followed by an immediate kick on his stomach, and that person screamed as he fell back, curved up like a prawn. On Tang Yi's side, the crisp sound of metals clanking was heard and the sounds of weapons dropping to the ground and groans rang out. Obviously someone has taken a huge beating. Although Xiang Shaolong's first attack was successful, he did not slow down as all these people are experienced, good fighters, and although they lost the advantage of being the first to attack, none of them retreated. 2 long swords were aiming towards him from his left and right side as swift as the wind. Xiang Shaolong continued while he still had the upper hand and moved to the right towards the especially stout-looking man and swept his sword across to block. Clang! That stout-looking man met his sword head-on fiercely without fear. Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking that it's an excellent fight as he executed the attacking instead of defending stance from one of the 3 killer moves in the modest addendum as he slashed fiercely towards his opponent's sword. That person is indeed skilled as he moved back and avoided the attack. The long sword from the left aimed towards his chest. Xiang Shaolong made a fake move as he avoided his opponent's vicious attack. If he were to release his flying needles now, his enemies will certainly be unable to escape, but he must stop such an enticing thought because unless he can kill all his enemies and remove all evidence, otherwise the Zhaos may find out that he's Xiang Shaolong based on this. Just as this thought was flashing past his mind, a long sword came alarming close towards his back. With a backhand slash of his sword, Xiang Shaolong chopped heavily on the sword near the handle. This person cannot be compared to the earlier stout-looking man, and bloodwave chipped off a part of the long sword and the sword fell to the ground as the man lost his grip. Xiang Shaolong knocked into him hard in order to avoid that stout man's sword attack again and elbowed that person's chest hard. The sounds of bones cracking were heard as fresh blood spurted from his enemy's nose and mouth as he stumbled, knocking another enemy who was coming up from the side. Clang! Dot! Xiang Shaolong blocked the sword attack from the stool-looking man, suddenly stooped down and gave a quick sweep with his leg. That stout-looking man did not expect such a weird move at all and gave out a cry as his legs flew out from under him and he turned a somersault in the air before falling heavily on the ground. Right at this time more long swords came attacking again. This group of people are indeed fearless, and it took quite some effort fending them off. If he did not have Tang Yi with him, then he can't be so sure of winning if he's alone. There's no need for him to further injure that stout-looking man, so he executed the defense stance of the modest swordplay, forcing the 3 men at bay. At this time Tang Yi gave a snort and knocked into his back. Obviously he has taken some beating. Xiang Shaolong took time off to turn around for a look and saw that 3 of their enemies are already on the ground, but there were another 5 or 6 charging towards them like rabid tigers, viciously attacking Tang Yi, who shouted, "Go into the woods!" He swept his enemies away with his sword, and just as he gave a flying kick to one of them, another one slashed him on the shoulder. Although it was not a deep wound, but blood still flowed profusely, dyeing his shirt red. Tang Yi roared as he knocked off the weapon of one of the enemies and his iron fist crushed into that person's face and he fainted immediately. The danger has lessened slightly as the both of them fought a bloody path out into the woods. Those people had fear struck in them after some of their men were killed and no one dared to run after them. They whistled and helped up the injured and ran towards the other side of the bridge. Tang Yi was about to give chase when Xiang Shaolong pulled him back and said with a smile, "Let them leave. Even if we catch them it'll be a wasted effort, for in the end won't we still be unable to touch Li Yuan?" Tang Yi exclaimed, "You're injured." Xiang Shaolong took a look at the wound on his left thigh as well and said with a smile, "Just a little more serious than yours, it's nothing. But this batch of swordsmen are indeed formidable, no wonder Li Yuan is so arrogant." Tang Yi chortled, "We really think too lightly of our enemies." Xiang Shaolong wrapped his arms around his shoulder as both of them went back laughing and joking. But in his heart he was thinking of how terrible Li Yuan's expression would be when he see his men coming back injured. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 8. Book 7 Chap 8, Affections of a Pretty Girl. After Xiang Shaolong bandaged the wound on his shoulder, he might as well not wear his top and just wrapped a cape around and started practicing his writing on the table in the study. Coming to this era, the first thing he has to overcome is the language, the accent, and the way they habitually speak and the terms used. Either because he is especially talented, or maybe because he has no other choice, but he was able to handle such things within about half a year. But as for writing? Until now, which has already been a few years, his words is still illegible. The ancient calligraphy of this era is really baffling him, and the problem is compounded by having to write on bamboo slips or cloth. Luckily he regarded practicing calligraphy as an interest, and since there's no Wu Tingfang or anyone else harassing him, he can take the opportunity of this free time to practice. Just as he was totally immersed in the world of brush and ink, Wu Guo came in to report, "Miss Zhao Ji is looking for third master." Xiang Shaolong guessed long ago that she will look for him, so he replied, "Let her come in." Wu Guo's gaze landed on his table filled with his crooked and clumsy words, which looked like a child's handwriting, and asked hesitantly, "Do you want me to help you tidy up the things here first before asking her in?" Xiang Shaolong knows that he is seriously trying to remind him tactfully that others must never see this splendid handwriting of his, so he said with a laugh, "I deliberately wrote it so awfully so that others will know that Dong Quang is unrefined. My real handwriting is extremely outstanding and you'll surely compliment them once you see it." Wu Guo slapped his forehead and said, "Third master really thinks things thoroughly, otherwise even those who has never held a brush won't have their words end up looking like this." He hesitated, but is third master being a little too exaggerated? Xiang Shaolong was extremely flummoxed, for this Wu Gui is indeed being quite funny, and he reprimanded him with a laugh. Go and invite the lady in quickly. It's not nice to make people wait that long. Wu Gui knows that he is an easygoing person who never puts on airs and treats everyone well regardless of rank, and he is already used to joking around with him, so he bowed and left after hearing that. In a short while Wu Gui led Zhao Ji and came up behind him. Xiang Shaolong's back is still facing the door, as he looked at the garden outside the window illuminated by the moon. He instructed Wu Gui to leave and close the door behind him before telling Zhao Ji, come. Sit opposite me. He concentrated on his writing while Zhao Ji went to the other side of his table and sat down delicately. Her pair of pretty eyes landed on his snaky and crooked words and exclaimed, Xiang Shaolong waved his brush with a smile. That's just how an unrefined person's handwriting looks like. Hope Miss Zhao won't find it a joke. Oh. I should be addressing you as Miss Tian instead. Zhao Ji lowered her pretty face, not really daring to look at him directly, yet she rolled her eyes at him in rebuke as she said, You're really muddle-headed. Who said my family name is Tian? Xiang Shaolong was astounded. Didn't you tell me so yourself? Why have you forgotten about it so fast? Don't be forgetting about me tomorrow as well. Zhao Ji narrowed her eyes at him before lifting up the brush and wrote a word Shan, the character delicate and straight, a great world of difference when compared to the characters that Xiang Shaolong has written. Xiang Shaolong said with embarrassment, so it was I who have heard wrongly. But something came out of this mistake as well. Suddenly his body shook, as if he suddenly remembered something important. Zhao Ji mistook his meaning and said sadly, You finally realize that my father is the philosopher Shan Qin from the state of Qi. He wholeheartedly wanted to help His Majesty run the country well, but that conniving thief Tian Dan thought that father wanted to reduce his power, so he just randomly made up some proof of rebellion, causing our whole family to escape to Handan in the middle of the night. We thought that Zhao Mu would take us in on account of our long-standing friendship, but who would have known? But what Xiang Shaolong thought of was Shan Lan, who was married to Tang Yi. Naturally Tang Yi will know about her background clearly, and there's no need for him to ask Zhao Ji directly in case he leaked out the secret. Xiang Shaolong asked, What is Zhao Ba's relationship with you? Zhao Ji wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and replied, None at all, it's just that he is Uncle Zhao Zhang's good friend. Uncle Zhao Zhang used to be a scholar of Zhao. When he was young he followed his mother and came to our house as a servant, and until now he still regards himself as one. If he had not taken my sister and me in, I don't know what our outcome would be. I've long regarded him as my father, so please still treat me as Zhao Ji. Xiang Shaolong might as well continue his questioning, so he asked, Why did Miss help Zhao Mu train his dance courtesans? Zhao Ji replied, My teacher has a deep friendship with Guizhong, and Guizhong wants to find someone to teach his dance courtesans the sword dance, so teacher recommended me. Zhao Mu saw that I did quite a good job teaching, so he wanted me to train the dance courtesans in his residence as well. We thought that it'll be a good chance for revenge, but once again you saved him. Xiang Shaolong asked, Your elder sister is very highly skilled, did Zhao Ba coach her? Zhao Ji shook her head. Ever since young, elder sister has been the closed-door disciple of Grand Master Cao Qiudao, who is also known as Sword Saint but gave himself the name of Mr. Wang Yu. I stayed behind with Uncle Zhan while she snuck back to Qi to train under Master Cao. She tried unsuccessfully to assassinate Tian Dan twice and was forced to hide here recently. Now that Tian Dan has come to Zhao, it is indeed heaven's gift of a splendid opportunity. Wang Yu equals meaning forgetting sorrows. Xiang Shaolong asked in bewilderment, Why is Miss so cooperative this time, answering all my questions with nothing held back at all? Zhao Ji's pretty face turned slightly red as she replied, Because I'm grateful to you. You actually repaid malice with kindness, you're really a good person. Xiang Shaolong laughed as he leaned back against the chair and stretched lazily, immediately revealing his muscular and solid chest muscles as well as the bandages around his shoulder. Zhao Ji exclaimed in alarm, You're injured. Then she turned her head away and blushed, You don't like to wear clothes at home? Xiang Shaolong replied nonchalantly, Miss is unaccustomed to facing an unrefined person like me. Zhao Ji turned her head back as if she has set her mind on something and looked at him shyly as she replied, No. Mr.'s intellect and skills are way better than others, my sister and I are both very impressed by you. Xiang Shaolong guffawed, Don't speak on your sister's behalf, I don't believe she will ever be impressed by anyone. Zhao Ji revealed a look of surprise as she nodded her head, You're really good to be able to see through her character. Indeed she did not say she was impressed with you, but I know that in her heart she is now looking at you from a different light, it's just that she's being stubborn and refuses to admit it. She did not object to me coming to look for you as well, but... Xiang Shaolong was puzzled, Don't you have to accompany your master to attend the king of Zhao's feast? Why do you still have time to come and look for me? Zhao Ji replied, Precisely because everyone has gone to the palace, that's why I sneaked here. That Ji Yanran's allure is really formidable, everyone is falling head over heels over her. If she is willing to play a tune or sing a song, I think that'll be a greater knockout. Xiang Shaolong was thinking of the good show that is being played right now at the palace, secretly thinking that if this unrefined man were to woo her publicly and in fact succeed, definitely everyone's spectacles will fall off their noses, if spectacles were to exist in this ancient era in the first place. Zhaoji saw him smiling strangely and can't help but ask, "What are you thinking about? Hey! Why were you not included in tonight's feast? I still have not asked you what is the great enmity between you and Tian. Xiang Shaolong waved his hands and smiled wryly. "Which of your questions do you want replied first?" Zhaoji's eyes landed in his gleaming chest muscles uncontrollably again, and she hurriedly averted her eyes in shock as she said with a sigh, "You're like a mystery, so unfathomable that one can never guess your intentions, but if you're Xiang Shaolong, everything would seem reasonable." Xiang Shaolong replied, "I know who Xiang Shaolong is now, just that I did not expect Miss Xi is also his woman. This person is really a womanizer." Zhaoji's pretty face turned even redder as she rolled her eyes at him and said, "Not only do I not have a relationship with him, he was initially my enemy as well." "Hi." Xiang Shaolong asked in bewilderment, "Why did Miss Ji sigh?" Zhaoji replied honestly, "I don't know either, I just feel a little vexed." Xiang Shaolong said nonchalantly, "Since you are not his woman, then don't think about him. Since that I have already hugged and kissed you, why don't Miss Ji just follow me?" Zhaoji was astounded, then her whole face immediately burned as she exclaimed "Ah!" and shook her head violently, saying, "No. No. AI. Sorry." Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows, "I am unrefined and does not know how to flatter women. Initially I thought that Miss Ji was interested in me, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. There's nothing to be sorry about, forget it if you do not want to be with me." Zhaoji lowered her head, her expression a little uneasy as she pulled on the corners of her clothes and asked quietly, "You're really not angry with me over this?" Xiang Shaolong chortled, "D.amn. How can I be such a person? But since you're not my woman, which means you're an outsider. My father taught me that I must never tell the truth to an outsider, so you can forget about me telling you anything." Zhaoji was thoroughly confused by him, so she exclaimed with helpless anger, "Forget it if you don't want to tell me. I'm leaving." Xiang Shaolong once again lifted his brush to write and replied absent-mindedly, "Miss Ji, please. I won't send you off." Zhaoji seems to be rooted to the spot and looked at him with interest. "You're angry?" Xiang Shaolong deliberately refused to look at her. "Is there cause for celebration after being rejected by a woman? If Miss Ji still refuses to leave, maybe I will forcefully cart you off to the bedroom, by then you will have no choice even if you're unwilling." Zhaoji stood up in fright as she pouted, "You. How can you be so unreasonable? I came here meekly to apologize and discuss things with you, yet this is how you treat others." Xiang Shaolong's brush stopped moving as he lifted his head to look at this beauty who was prettier than a flower and eyed her up and down with narrowed eyes, saying, "I am a normal man, you're alas so sweet that juice is oozing out, this is a quiet room where there's no one else, so tell me how should I be treating you?" Zhaoji could not tolerate the look in his eyes and fumed, "If you continue like this, I'm really going to leave." Xiang Shaolong put his brush down and smiled, "I understand Mrs. intentions now, no wonder people say that no matter how willing a woman is in her heart, her mouth will always say no." Zhaoji left her seat in shock and moved next to the door before saying with a sigh of relief, "If you continue treating me like this, Zhaoji will hate you to the core." Xiang Shaolong turned around and said suavely, "Hate is love, Who was the one who taught me this famous saying? I did not expect that I, Dong Quang, would finally succeed. Hi. I couldn't even find a woman to hate me in the past." Zhaoji pouted, "Other than horses, what else do you know?" Xiang Shaolong collected his thoughts and mulled over it before answering, "Actually I have no interest in anything else other than horses, but after hugging Miss that night, I realized that a woman's body is so soft and alluring, heh." Zhaoji finally could take it no longer and stamped her feet angrily before saying furiously, "I hate you to the core." Before pushing the door and escaping. Xiang Shaolong looked at the closing door and sighed. He deliberately made Zhaoji angry and leave, otherwise she may find out his secret. Especially when Jing Jun comes back, this lad will surely let the cat out of the bag when he sees her. Even if there's nothing wrong with Jing Jun's expression, but Zhaoji has seen him many times and it'll be easy for her to tell that he is just wearing a mask, as his build and movements will reveal the loopholes. She is not like Tianjin, whose only wish is to be with him. If her sister asked her to make use of feelings to threaten him in order to accomplish their dream, that would be terrible. But if the two sisters were to risk assassinating Tian Dan, it would also be a cause for headache. However, for the time being, he can't think of any plans that can fulfill both ends. Once he thought about this, he stood up to look for Tang Yi to find out the relationship between Shan Lan and them. When Xiang Shaolong woke up the next day, he's still very free. He was secretly finding this ironic. From being a popular person who was all the rage, he has now become an idle man and disregarded. He did not expect Li Yuan to have such influence. If he is the real Dong Quang, it'll be strange if he is not harboring thoughts of leaving by now. After he spoke to Tang Yi, he has indeed confirmed that Shanlan is Zhao Ji's second sister. The Qi saw that she was pretty, so she was kept in the official brothel and given training there so that she can be given away as a gift. After lunch, Zhao Mu was on the way to the palace to see King Xiaocheng and came into the guesthouse to see them. In the quiet inner hall, Xiang Shaolong told him about the ambush. Zhao Mu was silent for a moment before saying, "It must be Li Yuan who ordered this, there's no reason for anyone else to deal with you." Xiang Shaolong had already guessed this is the case, but he just wants Zhao Mu to say it out himself. Zhao Mu continued, "Li Yuan is head over heels over Ji Yanran, and it was even worse when learned Lady Ji was seated at the same table with you the other day and both of you were conversing pleasantly. That stirred up his jealousy and he deliberately pressured King Xiaocheng to cast you aside. This matter concerns the relations between the two states, and it had to happen at such a critical time, so it's difficult for me to put in my views. Hi. Learned Lady Ji came to look for you again yesterday. Don't talk about Li Yuan being overly jealous, but all the men in Handan who thinks that they are qualified to pursue her are all green-eyed as well." He sighed again and said, "This beauty is really an excellent treasure. Her song last night, everyone at the feast was bowled over and that Li Yuan even wept. If one can keep her for himself, tell me what more can a man want?" Xiang Shaolong remained quiet. Zhao Mu can't help but ask, "Why did she come and look for you yesterday?" Xiang Shaolong pretended to smile wryly and asked, "If I say that she has taken a liking to me, would you believe me?" Zhao Mu chuckled, "Of course not." Xiang Shaolong continued dejectedly, "I wish that she came to look for me because she could not control her feelings, but a pity she only came to seek my advice because her horse fell sick." Zhao Mu was secretly thinking that this sounds more logical and said with relief, "I have to go. Bring more men with you when you go out these few days, don't let Li Yuan have another chance again. Our plan can only proceed after the collaboration between the 6 states have settled down, so don't do anything for now." Xiang Shaolong accompanied him to the main door. Zhao Mu appeared to be in a good mood as he said with a laugh, "I wonder if learned Lady Ji's heart has stirred, she seems especially alluring recently. What I did not expect was that she'd even be willing to attend Lady Ya's feast tonight. Her behavior is extremely different from when she was in Daliang, where she hid herself at home and refused to come out. Now everyone in Handan is rubbing his hands, hoping to win a beauty back. This is even more appealing than winning a great war." Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows, "Then won't the house be filled to the brim tonight?" Zhao Mu chuckled, "Filled to the brim? This description is really interesting. The phrases you used may be better than Su Qin and Zhang Yi, these two famed debaters. Those words you said the other day forced Li Yuan to become speechless and everyone changed their opinion of you. Even that Lady Zhaoya's heart was stirred. Just put in a little more effort and you may even be able to go straight to her bedroom tonight? Hey! The allure of this Lut on the bed is something you will know only after you try it." Xiang Shaolong felt like covering his ears so that he did not have to listen. Luckily by now they have reached the square outside the main building, only to see more than 100 of the Marquis residence's house warriors, and it was the first time Pu Bu and the rest appeared there as well. Zhao Mu gave a cold snort, "One day I will capture that female assassin, and when the time comes, I'll make sure that living will be worse than death for her. This group of people are the personal guards I recently transferred over and are absolutely loyal, but if they fail in their jobs, I will sentence all of them to death like the last batch of idiots." Xiang Shaolong was secretly startled, for this person's cruel nature makes one turn cold. Everyone, including himself, is just a tool that he can discard at will. If he becomes the ruler, the officials and the people will be in for a lot of suffering. But this time, this is to his advantage. At least it allows Pu Bu and his men to be closer to him. Shortly after Zhao Mu left, the horse carriage Media sent to pick him up arrived, and the person who drove it is Zhao De. He trusts Zhao De even more than he trusts Pu Bu and his men, so he invited him into the hall and asked with a smile, "Zhao De, don't you recognize me anymore?" Zhao De was astounded and looked towards him, exclaiming hoarsely, "Master Xiang," before hurriedly kneeling down. The two of them felt like they'd been parted for a long time. Zhao De was so overcome by emotions that he was weeping as he said, "We have been waiting for Master Xiang to return and actually wanted to slip away to Xianyang to look for you, but we can't bear to leave Lady behind." After Xiang Shaolong made him sit down, he said, "This time, my identity must not be revealed, otherwise it will bring everyone down, therefore you must hide this even from your brothers." Zhao De replied, "Master Xiang, do not worry. Even if I am to be chopped to pieces, I will never reveal anything about you. Master Xiang trusts me so much." When he said this, his eyes turned red and he could not continue his words. Xiang Shaolong replied, "Once this matter is accomplished, all of you will come back with me to Xianyang. Handan is not a place for you to stay too long in." Zhao De was initially overjoyed, but his expression immediately dimmed a little as he suddenly knelt down as if he has made up his mind on something and choked, "Master Xiang, please forgive Lady. You're the only one who has a place in her heart even now, she." Xiang Shaolong helped him up and was visibly moved as he said, I understand your loyalty, but many things cannot be forced, let's just see how things progress. That's right. Did Han Chuang spend the night at Lady's place these few days? Zhao Da's expression started to look a little unnatural as he replied, Lady did not see Marquis Han recently, but Mr. Li Yuan from Chu did came once and Lady invited him to her building for a talk and he stayed there for more than 2 hours. Master Xiang. Lady is doing this only because she's trying to make use of others to forget about you, all this time we've never seen her smile truly. Xiang Shaolong was secretly livid. Li Yuan is not interested in Jiaya at all but just making use of her to take revenge on Ji Yanran for treating him differently from others, and this Jiaya has no self-respect for herself as well. Jiaya exclaimed in panic, Master Xiang. I am telling the truth. Xiang Shaolong replied with a straight face, it's very dangerous to try and stand on 2 boats at the same time. Zhao Da, from today onwards, you better put your whole heart and mind into following me. Jiaya is fickle and I cannot put everyone's lives in her hands. If she betrays us again, this time there's no chance of us turning things around again. Zhao Da was so startled that he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Xiang Shaolong pulled him up again and after talking and advising him, he went over to Tang Yi's room to apply the medicinal sap from the love plant before following Zhao Da back to Lady Yi's residence. Along the way, he felt more hatred the more he thought things over. Now, besides Zhao Mu, the person he hates most is that despicable and venomous Li Yuan. He can't help but blame Jiaya for being a born lot again and for having weak willpower. Since she has expressed her interest in this horse fanatic, how can she continuously flirt with other men and he can't help but put his guard up against her? The best way to deal with those 2 people is naturally through his goddess Ji Yanran. Once he thought of this, his whole being was filled with energy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 9. Book 7 Chapter 9, Despicable Fiend. Xiang Shaolong arrived at Jiaya's main hall, which he first came when newly arrived. Those decorations and trinkets were still placed on the shelves like before, but his state of mind has changed totally. Why didn't she invite him to that quiet and elegant little building at the garden, allowing Li Yuan that favor but treating him so shabbily? If that's the case, she might as well not ask him to come so early. Character aside, Li Yuan is indeed the dream man in a woman's bedchamber, and even Ji Yanran was once impressed by his poetic skills. A pity he is of such character. Just as he was deep in thought, Lady Ya arrived. Her ladies-in-waiting took their leave after paying their respects. Xiang Shaolong was secretly wondering why Xiao Zhao and the rest of the maids were missing. Lady Yi came to sit down next to him and said, Mr. Dong is so nice to agree to come earlier, your presence brings glamour to my humble abode. Xiang Shaolong looked towards her. This mature beauty is glowing, a look of flirtatiousness between her eyes, her body soft and dainty and extremely alluring. The more beautiful and enchanting she is, the angrier he felt, guessing that she must have enjoyed Li Yuan's care, that's why she has returned to her flirtatious behavior. He said roughly, Lady's residence is even better than the residences of those princes and marquis, so how can I bring more glamour? Zhao Ya's dainty brows frowned on hearing this. How can there be anyone who takes such polite talk to be the truth? And although she felt a little displeased, she did not flare up so easily like she did in the past. Of course this is because right now her heart is still filled with Li Yuan's loving, so she did not take it to heart as she replied, how is the progress of your farm at the Hidden Army Valley? Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. An astute person like him, on seeing Zhao Ya's mannerisms, already knows that Li Yuan has successfully obtained her heart, to the point that she has temporarily forgotten about Xiang Shaolong. That's why she has regained her lost sophistication. This should be something worth being happy about, at least Zhao Ya won't be harassing him now that her heart is with someone else. However, he still feels very unpleasant, and wants to hurt her and see her upset. He suppressed this urge and asked with a smile, let's not talk about business today. Why does Lady want me to come earlier? This time it was Zhao Ya's turn to become speechless. Of course she's doing this because she has a slight interest in this horse fanatic, but right now Li Yuan has suddenly barged into the picture and taken her heart, at least for now, so she no longer has the earlier feelings of lust. She sent someone to pick up Xiang Shaolong earlier because deep in her heart she thirsts to be with him. This Dong Quan has an unusual aura of being rough and at the same time filled with philosophical thoughts, overbearing yet gentle, and when combined, gave her a refreshing yet exciting feel. When with him, she never knows what he will say next or if he will do anything surprising. And his attitude towards her blows hot and cold, as if he doesn't care about her but yet as if he is very interested in her. In short, with him around, she has no time to think of anything else. This is a feeling that Li Yuan is unable to give her. While she was enjoying herself with Li Yuan, she can't help but pretend that he is Xiang Shaolong, but with this unrefined man who bears a little resemblance to Xiang Shaolong, can make her forget everything instead. What would it be like to be intimate with him? Once she thought of this, she shocked even herself and secretly reprimanded herself. Why is it that after seeing him, her original strong memory of Li Yuan immediately faded? Xiang Shaolong saw her hesitant look and his fury soared and he stood up immediately. Zhao was startled and lifted her head to look at him quizzically. Xiang Shaolong said in a serious tone, "Has lady fallen for that fellow Li Yuan, that's why you've become so cold towards me?" Zhao delicate body trembled as she exclaimed, "Ah! No!" By now she cannot guess at all how the other person managed to say out what is in her heart so accurately. Xiang Shaolong smiled, "That's all right, but if what Li Yuan stole was my precious horse, then I will never let him off." He stretched lazily and with a laugh, said, "I better take a walk around the streets, I'll come back later to join in the feast so that we need not sit in awkward silence wondering what we should talk about." Zhao was totally lost as she stood up and pouted, "Mr. Dong. Can't you show me some consideration? Am I incomparable to a horse in your mind?" Once she said that, she knows she has made a Freudian slip because won't that mean that she is regarding herself as his horse? Xiang Shaolong looked at her nonchalantly but was secretly gloating. He turned around and started walking towards the door and said offhandedly, "That fellow kept pitting himself against me." "Fine. Then let me do something and snatch Ji Yanran over, that will give him a taste of having his beloved taken by others." Zhao wanted to run after him but stopped when she heard the 3 words Ji Yanran. But she dare not laugh at him, because his words revealed a great confidence, making one feel that once he says something, he'll definitely accomplish it. By the time Xiang Shaolong disappeared outside the door, she was still thinking about the 4 words beloved taken by others. Hi! The fresh and interesting terms he used can be comparable to Xiang Shaolong. Suddenly, she knows why Li Yuan still cannot totally replace Xiang Shaolong. Once she thought of this, her mood dimmed and she refuses to think further. Walking alone at the streets of Handan, Xiang Shaolong thought of the wars that will occur after Xiaopan ascend the throne and can't help but feel melancholy. This vast land, after hundreds of years of war, has finally come to a point in history that they must rejoin after being separated for so long, and him as an outsider had a hand in this change. If he did not come here, does it mean all these would not have happened? No matter how intelligent he is compared to others, this is one question that can give him a headache just thinking about it. "Brother Dong." He heard the call and was first at a loss, for he momentarily forgot that he is supposed to be Dong Quang. He turned around after recollecting his thoughts. It turned out to be the Marquis of Pingshan, Han Shuang, with 7 to 8 personal guards whom one can tell at a glance that they are highly skilled. All of them looked energetic and were stoutly built. Although they were not as tall as Xiang Shaolong, they still looked imposing. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, "I thought I was the only one who loves a stroll. I did not expect Marquis of Pingshan to enjoy this too." Han Shuang's expression was serious and he did not reply immediately. Only when he came up next to him did he grab his arm warmly and said as they walked along, "Come. My guest house is just around the corner, we'll speak at my place." Xiang Shaolong was surprised by the sudden warmth, for he did not expect his attitude to suddenly turn 180 degrees from his original frosty behavior. He can't help but follow him back to the guest house, and even after he sat down in the hall, the 10 over swordsmen still stood around them and did not leave, making the atmosphere extremely serious. It seems like secret society bosses out for negotiation. Han Shuang dispensed with the usual polite talk or serving drinks and said solemnly, "Amen, that Li Yuan, not giving both of us any face at all. He publicly shaved off my eyebrow, how extremely hateful." Xiang Shaolong suddenly understood. So he has been sending people to keep an eye on Zhao and saw that Li Yuan has gone to look for her and stayed for a length of time which is sufficient for them to do a lot of things before leaving. He was therefore livid and is now regarding him, the other love rival, to be on his side as well. However, it can be said that Han Shuang felt that regardless of looks, status or power, he surpasses Xiang Shaolong, so he does not regard him as a strong foe, but as for Li Yuan, it's another matter. From this he can see that Han Shuang is serious about Zhao, to the extent that he'll like to bring her back to Han so that he can enjoy her freely at home, but his dream is not shattered by Li Yuan. He could not find anything to say in response in such short notice. Han Shuang's eyes gleamed fiercely as he said, "Why is it that Brother Dong slipped out so quickly?" Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that he must be on his way to look for Zhao to ask for an explanation when he saw him walking out, therefore he changed his mind and went after him to drag him home. He gave a cold snort and said, "What I cannot stand the most is being treated coldly and rudely. If I don't leave, what else can I do there, Da.M and his grandmother?" Han Shuang shared the same thoughts and snorted, "The Marquis of Pingshan, has seen many people in my life, but I've never seen such a conceited fellow. Who does he think he is? It's all because of his sister's connection. I really don't understand why Lord Chunshan thinks so highly of him. If Li Yanyan can't give birth to a son, let's see how smug he can be." Until now Xiang Shaolong has no idea why he was pulled here. A person like him with such a high status, there's really no need for him to find someone like him just to pour out his complaints. Han Shuang's expression looks clouded as he said angrily, in order not to offend the Chus and affect the grand plan for cooperation, I am already controlling myself not to fight with him over learned Lady Ji, but he won't even let off Jiaya. No wonder ever since he came, that Lut Jiaya started ignoring me. Only now did Xiang Shaolong understand how deeply Han Shuang is mesmerized by Jiaya, so he sighed, there are many beauties in the world, why don't Marquis just ignore her? That's why I prefer rearing horses. If you treat a horse well, they will treat you well without any other thoughts, unlike women and conniving people who are hard to keep. Han Shuang was silent for a moment before he actually laughed and slapped his shoulder, saying, it's really interested talking to you, but I must get back at him. Li Yuan was such a brag, I'd like to see how formidable his sword skills are. Xiang Shaolong was startled and exclaimed, Marquis, you're not thinking of personally dueling tomorrow? The corners of Han Shuang's lips curved up into a sinister smile, his eyes turning icy as he lowered his voice and said, why would I do such a silly thing? I've already made preparations, even if Li Yuan is taught a lesson, he won't be able to know that I was behind it. Xiang Shaolong knows that people like him who use underhand methods will never reveal all the details, and seeing that he is willing to tell what his plans are, it's obvious that he's already regarding him as one of them. He pretended to pander to him and said, people who offend you are really fools. Han Shuang suddenly leaned back against the chair and said feebly, we have long given up on the Chus. All along, the three of us have been fighting hard against Qin and they are always tripping us up from the back. Who can guarantee that Li Yuan won't inform the Qins of our intention to cooperate, and by that time if the Qins decide to strike first, the first to be attacked will be my country. Hi. I really do not understand why the king of Zhao would pander to him so much. He looked at him and asked, does Brother Dong know why King Xiaocheng has suddenly become so cold towards you and did not even invite you to the feast last night? Xiang Shaolong pretended to look angry and nodded his head, isn't it all because of that fellow Li Yuan? Han Shuang actually slapped his back like they're old friends and said, if this place is not for you, there will always be other places who will welcome you. Our doors will always be open to welcome Mr. Dong. If you want to deal with Li Yuan, I can be your backup. Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing, for this is his aim in trying to pull him to his side, which is to make use of him to deal with Li Yuan. He pretended to be grateful and said, I will remember Marquis' words. Han Shuang sulked, I think Yanran will ultimately fall into his hands. If we can snatch this beauty from his hands, it will make him feel even worse than killing him. Xiang Shaolong sighed, learn Lady Ji is not that easy to win, I don't think that Li Yuan will succeed. Han Shuang smiled sinisterly, if you want to make a woman yield, there are a lot of ways. For example, letting her try a little aphrodisiac, that will make sure she throws herself at you. It's definitely not easy to find a chance to be along with Ji Yanran, but she seems to be impressed with Brother Dong's skills with rearing horses, so maybe, Do you understand my meaning? Xiang Shaolong was secretly livid, thinking that he is really despicable, for this would not only harm Ji Yanran but also himself. Of course. That is only if he is the real Dong Quan. A learned lady like Ji Yanran who has the respect and admiration of everyone in the world, if anyone were to do such a beastly thing to her, then won't he end up being the enemy of everyone? It'll be a surprise if Han Shuang is willing to take him in at that time. Just looking at the plan of making use of him to kill others, he can see how evil-hearted this Han Shuang is. Now he's beginning to understand why the 6 states will ultimately be destroyed by Qin. With a person like Han Shuang in an important official position, representing his country, to come to Handan to have the secret discussion to deal with Qin, instead of tending to business, he is spending his efforts on his jealousy. For now he has seen that the 4 states Han, Wei, Zhao and Chu are all filled with manipulative people and cannot be used by great men like Li Mu, Lian Put and Lord Xingling. He wonders how the situation is like in Yan and Shi. Han Shuang gave a hand signal and someone immediately sent in a small bottle. Han Shuang stuffed it into Xiang Shaolong's hands and said with the most sincere expression, I am counting on Mr. to help me get my back at him. Women are very strange, no matter how fiercely they protect their chastity, but once you get her body, most will become very meek towards you. Ji Yanran is a woman, so she is no exception either. I'm really envious of Brother Dong. Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing, but he asked about the instructions to use the thing and stuffed the small bottle into his clothes and said, I still have to see what the situation is like. I'm really not that interested in women. How can women be compared to horses? Han Shuang persuaded him again and after saying a lot of good words, went with him to Lady Ya's residence for the feast. Xiang Shaolong waited for Han Shuang to enter the residence first. He strolled outside for a while and strutted into the residence slightly later. The square outside the main building was filled with carriages. After Zhao brought him into the residence, he said quietly, after you left just now, Lady sat there looking very miserable for a long time. She even refused to see Guai Kai when he came. Master Dong is indeed good. Xiang Shaolong knows that he still has not given up hope that he will reconcile with Xiaoya, but how can spilt milk be recollected? The feast is being held at an elegant-looking square room in the side of the main building. The layout is the same as what the Guo family used the other night, a huge round table placed at the center of the hall with more than 10 seats around it. All those who attended the feast at the Guo family were here, including that pretty Miss Guo. Xiang Shaolong thought that after that night, Guo Xiaoer would refuse to see Li Yuan, but now it seems that she's behaving as if nothing is wrong. Besides these people, there are 4 more persons. The first is of course Ji Yanran, as well as Zhao Ji and Guo Kai, and a 40-odd-year-old man who was dressed splendidly with an imposing aura. However, his eyes kept flitting around, giving one the feeling that he is someone who likes to plot. It was not yet time to start the feast, so the 8 folding doors at the side of the hall were all opened and they could all see the huge garden outside filled with flowers and trees, with a dozen-odd lanterns hanging from the branches, illuminating the whole garden into a colorful array, giving it a dreamy feel. Xiang Shaolong was the last guest to arrive and most of the people are already in the garden admiring the lanterns, leaving only Xiaomu, Guo Zhong, Lu Chang, Zhao Ba, and that anonymous man talking in the hall. Xiaomu saw Xiang Shaolong and chortled, "Why is Mr. Dong late? I must punish you later and make you drink up 3 cups of wine. Come. Meet Mr. Ji Zhong." Xiang Shaolong was secretly startled, so this is the special envoy representing Lord Dongzhou to unify the 6 states to deal with Qin, and he hurriedly rushed over. Ji Zhong places a lot of importance on protocol, so Xiang Shaolong had to pay his respects according to court customs, and after some polite words, Ji Zhong may seem courteous and respectful, but it was obvious that he pays no heed at all to someone who rears horses. He turned back to the topic they were discussing earlier, talking about how useless King Zhuangxiang of Qin is to place such importance on Lu Buwei, and about how Qin will definitely suffer from internal strife. Xiang Shaolong is not in the mood to listen to him at all, and after excusing himself, he walked towards the garden. He had just stepped into the garden when 3 pairs of pretty eyes flitted towards him. Ji Yanran's pretty eyes can't help but light up on seeing him. Jia turned her head away after staring at him angrily, obviously still upset. Zhao Ji has been waiting for his appearance all along, and her pretty face beamed as she said happily, "Mr. Dong, come quickly, we were just discussing a very interesting question." Xiang Shaolong looked over and saw that everyone was gathered around the stone bridge at the center of the garden, a clear stream flowing windingly below it and towards a lotus pond a slight distance away, where a strange rock was placed right in the middle, and the whole layout looked extremely interesting. From this one can see that besides being a Lut, Zhao is also a woman that has aspirations. Ji Yanran was leaning over the bridge in a relaxed manner, while Li Yuan, who was next to her, was pointing at the various fishes swimming beneath, trying to get into her good books. Guo Xiaoer and Zhao Ji were the most familiar, sitting together on a large, smooth rock a short distance away, and they looked like they were admiring this pretty garden filled with lanterns. The former is eyeing him right now. Han Shuang and Guo Kai were accompanying Zhao and standing on the middle of the bridge, behind Ji Yanran and Li Yuan. Xiang Shaolong walked towards the stone bridge and first greeted Guo Xiaoer and Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji forced herself to return the greeting, while Guo Xiaoer gave him an additional sweet smile. Although Xiang Shaolong's heart was stirred, he knows that he must never touch this girl, for after all the Wu family and the Guo family are arch-enemies. When he stepped up to the stone bridge, Ji Yanran ignored Li Yuan and turned around, saying with a smile, "Mr. Dong. We were just discussing about the meaning of life and death. I wonder what your thoughts on this are." Xiang Shaolong knows that this pretty lady loves a discussion, from ruling a country to things like this, whether life has any meaning. And this is an era where everyone is fighting for a chance to speak and where ideologies are expanding like an explosion. The mood for such idle discussions are mostly found in the noble and scholarly circles, just like Confucius and his peers not too long ago, who loved to talk about life and philosophy all day long. A pity that he's not too knowledgeable in this area, so although he knows that Ji Yanran is giving him a chance to show off so that he can smoothly start his pursuit of her, there is nothing he could do. He replied with a wry smile, "I'm just an unrefined man, how would I understand such profound ideologies?" Ji Yanran thought that he was pretending to be modest before expounding his ideas, but before she had a chance to reply, Li Yuan interrupted, "A pity that Mr. Zhou is not here, otherwise he will certainly give a very remarkable view." "Ha! Why don't we seek Mr. Dong's advice on rearing horses?" Anyone with a brain would know that he was putting Xiang Shaolong down, implying that besides horses, he knows nothing else. And in this era, rearing horses is considered a lowly occupation, so he was deliberately jabbing at Xiang Shaolong's status. Xiang Shaolong was secretly furious, but he was even more worried that he'll press on to ask questions about horses. Although he had crammed some knowledge in this area, his expertise is still very limited. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I'm sure you've come out with a conclusion after discussing for so long, why not enlighten me on this?" Guo Kai, the conniving Confucian scholar, said, "I still believe in Confucius's words, if you cannot serve men, how can you serve spirits, so I might as well not think about anything beyond life and death." Jia was apparently in high spirits as she laughed. Scholar Gui is really wily, only knowing how to avoid and refusing to face this most important lesson in life. Li Yuan said proudly, "Whatever we do, there must be a goal, so why do we only choose to ignore the question of our existence?" Since heaven has given us precious life, we should burn brightly and warmly just like the colorful lanterns hanging high on the trees, only then will our lives not be lived in vain. Xiang Shaolong has to admit that there is some truth and imagination behind this person's words. He looked at the ladies around. Zhao Ya's eyes revealed a look of intoxication. Ji Yanran was concentrating very hard on his words too, while Zhao Ji and Guo Xiu paused in their private talk to listen intently. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that this doesn't look well, so after searching through his mind, he said, "What Brotherly said is just an attitude towards life, but it's not a conclusion about the meaning of life and death." Wu Kai and Han Shuang both revealed a look of surprise, for they did not expect this unrefined man's mind and observation skills would be so intricate. Li Yuan chortled and said, "Well said, Mr. Dong, but just like what Zhuangzi said, when men take what is small and try to fill up what is great, they will end up confused and will not achieve their end. As long as we're being restricted within life and death, we can never find the answer about life and death, just like the snake in summer will not know what is the snow and ice of winter. So the only thing we can do is to have an attitude to achieve something so that we will not waste our short lives." He spoke flowingly, melodiously, and with such feelings that he really has the charisma of a debater that will stun others into admiration. No wonder even Ji Yanran is looking at him differently. For the moment Xiang Shaolong was speechless. Li Yuan saw his expression and was secretly laughing. There's no way he will let him off, so he pretended to be humble and sought his opinion. "And what is Mr. Don's attitude towards life?" Of course Xiang Shaolong can randomly find some words to say, but if he wants to make it sound even more impressively than this person, there's no way he could even if he wanted to. Han Shuang is now on the same side as him, so he helped ease the situation by saying, "Tonight's discussion is really unique and interesting. Why don't we pause for now and continue during the feast?" Zhao Ya said unhappily, "It was such an exciting discussion, yet you're in such a hurry to start the feast." Zhao Ya still wants to hear more of Mr. Li's excellent theories. Ji Yanran said gently, "We haven't given Mr. Dong the chance to speak?" Looking at Ji Yanran's expectant eyes, he remembered his mission to pursue her publicly, so how can he make himself look so useless? Just as he was lamenting, he suddenly had an idea and remembered that he once heard of a story in his era, and maybe he can use it to reflect the situation now. He walked to the bridge and came next to Ji Yanran. He first looked deeply into her eyes before revealing his white and perfect teeth to Zhao Ya in a slight smile before he turned around and placed both his hands on the side of the bridge, lifting his head to look at the night sky. The moon up in the sky was pure and bright, round, and so far away. Everyone knows that he has something to say, but they have no idea what kind of insight he could give that can be better than Li Yuan, so they all breathed steadily and quietly, getting ready to concentrate on his words. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth curved up into a slight sniggering smile. Ji Yanran closed her beautiful eyes. She is confident that Xiang Shaolong will certainly say something philosophical that will make one contemplate over. To her, nothing is more interesting than contemplating over life's questions, and this is also the reason why she became good friends with Zhou Yan. She fell in love with Xiang Shaolong because his words are refreshing and exceptional, different from the others. Xiang Shaolong's hoarse voice said slowly, "A tourist was walking in the desert, when suddenly a pack of hungry wolves appeared behind him, running after him so that they could feast on him. Everyone was alarmed, but at the same time they felt a great interest, for they did not expect him to suddenly tell a story. Just like how Zhuangzi likes to use fables to portray his thoughts." Xiang Shaolong's voice reverberated through the quiet night, giving it an inexplicable feeling of mystery and power, especially when the topic is about the unfathomable question of life and death. He continued in a very slow tempo. He was startled and started running madly, fighting on for his life. Guo Xiu exclaimed ah and said, "How can he run faster than hungry wolves in the desert? He will certainly die." The rest of them smiled on hearing that, but did not say anything because they all want to continue listening. Even Li Yuan was no exception. But when he saw how pretty Ji Yanran looked with her eyes closed, looking so obedient and concentrated, he can't help but feel jealousy burn in him. Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "No need to panic." Just as the hungry wolves were about to catch up with him, he saw a well in front which he has no idea how deep it could be and jumped in without a thought. Zhao Ya heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "The well is certainly filled with water, right?" Xiang Shaolong looked at the little stream below him and shook his head. "Not only is it dry, there's also a lot of poisonous snakes, and on seeing that there's food being delivered right to their door, they all raised their heads and hissed, waiting in anticipation." This time it was Ji Yanran's turn to exclaim ah. As she opened her pretty eyes and turned her dainty body around to look at him and ask, what should he do? Why don't he turn back and fight with the hungry wolves, for poisonous snakes are more frightening than wolves? Han Shuang laughed. Women are all afraid of snakes and Miss Ji is no exception. But Xiang Shaolong looked at Ji Yanran and said gently, in his panic, he started grabbing around for something that might save his life, and unexpectedly, heaven is fulfilling his wish, and he grabbed a small tree that was growing horizontally between the well, so he was suspended in midair. Everyone remained quiet, for they knew there will be more to the story. Zhao Ya's eyes lit up, for in this instance, her heart only sees this man who was even more special and unfathomable than Li Yuan. Xiang Shaolong continued, therefore the hungry wolves are above and the poisonous snakes are below. Although that person is in a dire situation where he can neither advance nor retreat, but at the moment at least, he is safe. Everyone started to have some understanding. What Xiang Shaolong said is the reflection of life for one between life and death, who would not be in the situation whereby he cannot advance or retreat, but... He continued, just as he was heaving a sigh of relief, he heard a strange noise. He turned towards where the noise was coming from in fear and was shocked to see a large number of rats chewing on the roots of the tree with their sharp teeth. This life-saving tree has not much time left. Guo Xior and Zhao Ji both cried out at the same time. Xiang Shaolong looked deeply into Ji Yanran's eyes, as if he's telling this story only to her. Just at this instant between life and death, he saw in front of his eyes on a leaf, a drop of honey. Therefore he forgot about the hungry wolves above, the poisonous snakes below and the small tree that was almost gnawed in half by the rats, but closed his eyes and extended his tongue, totally concentrated on tasting that drop of honey. The bridge was so still that there was no noise at all except for the faint rush of the stream flowing past. Xiang Shaolong stretched lazily and said, and to me, that drop of honey is the meaning to life, but... No one spoke, for even people like Gui Kai and Han Xuan, who only knows how to hanker after wealth and fame, had their worries stirred up and they could relate with him. Li Yuan saw that everyone was touched by Xiang Shaolong's extremely deep thoughts on this matter and was feeling upset, so he broke the silence and asked, where did this fable come from? Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, the horses told me. He then chortled and said, I'm hungry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 10. Book 7 Chap 10, A Drop of Honey. Ji Yanran personally lifted the wine flask and stood up, coming to kneel in front of Xiang Shaolong. There's no need for her to pretend, for the look of admiration is naturally revealed in her eyes as she said gently, Yanran, have just heard the most moving fable in my entire life, and there's no way I can repay you, except to make use of this fine wine to thank Mr. Dong. With a graceful and breath-stopping pose, she poured the wine into Xiang Shaolong's cup. Everyone was astounded. Jiamu said in bewilderment, what kind of fabulous fable did Mr. Dong said, to make our learned Lady Ji bow down and serve him wine personally? Ji Zhong revealed a look of surprise. Li Yuan's face darkened, a look of hatred and jealousy in his eyes that he cannot hide. Zhao Ye looked intoxicated as she repeated the story. Those who have not heard were all impressed. Ji Yanran went back to her seat and lifted her cup. Ji Yanran offers Mr. Dong a toast, but... Although Han Shuang is secretly feeling extremely jealous, he was also happy that the hateful Li Yuan has been given a blow, so he joined in and said, let everyone have a toast. Everyone toasted one another, and although Li Yuan was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but force himself to drink this bitter wine. Xiang Shaolong looked closely at the ladies. Ji Yanran obviously cannot hide the overflowing love that he has incited, whereas Zhao Ye kept making eyes at him, trying to copy her thoughts with her eyes. Even Zhao Ji, who was still angry with him, changed her attitude towards him, sneaking peeks at him frequently. Most surprisingly is that Guo Xior was also looking at him with admiration. He was secretly counting his lucky stars. If not for the fact that he can make use of other people's intellect, he'll certainly make a fool of himself tonight, and it definitely won't be this outcome, where he stuck 4 birds with a stone. Ji Zhong said, I didn't expect Mr. Dong to have heard such impressive and moving fable, this is really incredible. He turned to Li Yuan and said, Mr. Li has such intelligence, you'll definitely have your views about this. His words are meant to put down Xiang Shaolong subtly while obviously complimenting Li Yuan, and from this one can see that this person will stoop to all means just to achieve his goals. To him, Li Yuan, who can influence the king of Chu, is naturally more important than Xiang Shaolong. Han Shuang chortled and interrupted, that was a fable that Mr. Dong inferred from the horses, but I do have another view. If everyone in our 6 states forget ourselves in that drop of honey which can only offer us an instant of sweetness and join forces to deal with the Qins who are like the tigers and wolves, we will definitely be able to extricate ourselves from danger, but... These words are obviously meant for the Chus, because time and again they have betrayed the other United States just because the Qins gave them some benefits and in the end they lost their own troops as well. Zhao Mu and the rest were secretly gloating as they look at Li Yuan's expression change slightly. With Ji Yanran around, Li Yuan refuses to make himself look bad, so he quickly smoothened his expression and changed the topic. Xiang Shaolong knows that the more one talks, the more likely mistakes are made, so he buried himself with food and drinks. He ignored Li Yuan, who was trying to get on Ji Yanran's good grace, and once in a while would engage Zhao Ye and the other ladies, behaving like a suave flirt. If not for the fact that he was put down earlier by Xiang Shaolong, he'll definitely be a woman's ideal lover. However, Ji Yanran is not in the mood to bother about him, constantly looking at Xiang Shaolong instead, wishing that she can throw herself into his arms immediately. The hostess, Zhao Ye, who was seated next to Li Yuan, was forced to down 3 cups of wine and her pretty face started turning an alluring red. She gave a flirtatious laugh and asked, have you not forced enough drinks on me today yet? Everyone was startled and looked at the two of them. Zhao Ye knew that she has let the cat out of the bag and quickly lowered her head. Li Yuan was feeling extremely embarrassed. He came to look for Zhao Ye secretly today partly because he wanted to put Xiang Shaolong down, but the main reason is that he is feeling lusty. Although Zhao Ye does not have Ji Yanran's unique grace, she is still a rare beauty and it's a waste to give up this chance. He just did not expect Zhao Ye to leak out this information during the feast. He coughed dryly and said, "Didn't we agree last night we'll have a wager on who can hold their drinks better?" Zhao Ye took a glance at Xiang Shaolong only to see him staring at the fine wine in his cup, as if he doesn't mind at all. She felt a little relieved but at the same time felt a tinge of regret, hating herself for being unable to withstand Li Yuan's lure. Besides Xiang Shaolong, Li Yuan is the only man after him who could make her heart flutter, and he even said he can take her away from this sad place to go to faraway Chu. But she has no idea why. This horse fanatic with the strange ideas in front of her, the way he moves and speaks, a person with a mixture of intelligence, coarseness and rashness, is make her feel more excitement than the more handsome Li Yuan. She is struggling, caught between the desire to fight back and to give in, feeling both pain and happiness. Ji Yanran took a look at Xiang Shaolong and told Li Yuan indifferently, "This is what's called, famous men since ancient times have too much love to share." Li Yuan was secretly cursing himself, and before he had the chance to explain, Zhao Ye lifted her pretty face and said with a smile, "Miss Yanran is mistaken. Mr. Li only came to discuss poems with Zhao Ye, and only drank a little wine to liven the mood." Obviously Guo has an interest in poetry, so she asked Xiang Shaolong, who is now a great philosopher in her heart, "What does Mr. Dong think about poems?" Once she said that, everyone's attention turned towards Xiang Shaolong. Guo was secretly feeling alarmed. Has his beloved daughter taken a liking to this unrefined man? Zhao Ji remembered Xiang Shaolong's horrible handwriting and was secretly sighing. Ji Yanran and Zhao Ye were energized as they waited excitedly for this person to say something marvelous. The odes passed down since ancient times, after many modifications by Confucius and his disciples, totaled more than 300. These odes, in this era, have a very practical value, especially amongst the nobility. It has become a part of life, and if one cannot recite some odes during social activities, he will be looked down upon. There's even a form of welcome address that uses purely odes that is called composing a poem, and the poem used in reply is called reply poem. Therefore those who are not familiar with odes will embarrass themselves easily, like the saying, "One who does not learn odes will have no words to reply." Xiang Shaolong is considered lucky, but his luck has apparently run out by now. He's finally come face to face with this unsolvable problem. Odes are not only a decorative facade and a tool to express one's upbringing and cultivation, but discussing odes is also a popular activity of this era. For example, the ode charming smile, enchanting eyes, plain background for colors can generally mean a beautiful woman but can also mean the application of makeup star. Zhigung therefore asked Confucius, and he later added, "A painting will have to be done on a plain white background." Because of this he gained Confucius's admiration, saying that he is qualified enough to discuss odes. Ode from the Analects of Confucius. Therefore, discussion of odes is a very common affair during feasts, so Guo was not deliberately making things difficult for this man who has garnered her interest. Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to cry for help, but he said calmly, "I am after all an unrefined person, how can I be qualified to talk about insights?" Guo did not expect this exceptional man to give her such a disappointing answer, so she lowered her pretty head and spoke no more. Ji Yanran had a look of bewilderment. To her, having Xiang Shaolong woo her openly is a very interesting game, for it can allow her to understand more about her beloved ability. She did not expect him to reveal his sharp wit only to shrink back again, and now she cannot admire his talent. She did not expect Xiang Shaolong to be even worse than a simpleton in this aspect. Ji Zhong revealed a look of despise, and he is even surer that Xiang Shaolong must have stolen the fable earlier from someone else and used it as his own. Wakai and Han Shuang revealed a look of surprise, for Dong Quang's father and grandfather used to be court officials, so how can Dong Quang know nothing about poems at all? Whereas Jiao Mu guessed that he did not want to show off under such circumstances, so he chortled and asked Zhao Ye, "I wonder what is the topic that Mr. Li and Lady discussed today?" Li Yuan saw that Xiang Shaolong had been embarrassed and was secretly ecstatic as he replied, "I was discussing with Lady the relationship between poems and joy. As the saying goes, the mind thrive with the odes, propriety is established through rites, the ending is accomplished through music, so I gave Lady the music I composed for her input, and luckily she did not make fun of it." Most interactions between the nobility and the officials cannot escape from poetry and music, so Li Yuan is making use of this to show Ji Yanran that there is nothing else going on between him and Zhao Ye. Zhao Ji, who has been silent all this while, spoke up, "Mr. Dong seems to hold no regards for music and poems at all." Xiang Shaolong almost felt like strangling her. Naturally, she was secretly being sarcastic to him for his rude behavior towards her last night, and at the same time jealous that Ji Yanran has expressed a liking for him, so she was trying to put him down. Li Yuan was overjoyed on hearing this and said with a laugh, "At least Mr. Dong is happy being with horses, so of course he need not bother about anything else." Ji Zhong has always been aware of his own status and he had no choice but to be seated together at the same feast with an unrefined horse trader, so he was already feeling unhappy. However, he is a very deep person who will not reveal his thoughts. This time he made use of the opportunity to pander to Li Yuan and said, Mr. Dong is famed for rearing horses while Mr. Li is well versed in poetry and music, so to each his own. Xiang Shaolong had no intention of being a busybody, but once he heard that, fury just rose up within him and he said, please forgive an unrefined person like me for to understanding, among the 7 states, the Qins can be considered the worst in terms of popularity of philosophical discussions and importance of rites and music, but why is it they are the only one who can be the biggest threat to our 6 states? Once he said that, everyone's expression changed, and they were speechless. Because this is a fact that cannot be debated. Xiang Shaolong said icily, some people may look down on horse traders like me, and deride me for not understanding odes, but I can make the country and home strong with my horses and fight against external enemies. The Qins are strong because they place more importance in military contributions, all other matters are put aside. Everyone knows that he is angry and they just listen quietly. Xiang Shaolong continued, as a part of life, poetry and music is good in molding a person's temperament and beautifying things. But with such a situation now, the more important thing is a rich country and strong soldiers. Food and clothing is more basic than honor or disgrace. If one cannot even protect the country, why bother talking about poetry and songs? In the past, King Nogenevu slept on sticks and ate gall and persevered, so he was finally able to take revenge. After I came to Handan, I find that everyone is engrossed in eating, drinking and having fun. With such environment, no matter how much you support poetry and music, sooner or later you will become slaves of a fallen country. The one who felt the worst was Zhao Ji, to be reprimanded in her face by him, so she lowered her pretty face quietly. Li Yuan and Han Shuang's expression became uneasy, for they are indeed more engrossed in play and had totally ignored the grand plan of dealing with the Qins. Zhao Mu remembered that he grew up in the wilderness mountainous areas, so he did not feel at all bewildered, even secretly thinking that when he becomes the king of Zhao in future, he must give more important duties to this practical person. The feelings of the other 3 ladies were not as direct, for in this world where men are leaders, it is naturally the duty of men to protect the country. Instead, they find him to be extraordinary, for it seems that everyone else is intoxicated but he is the only sober person. Ji Zhong smiled coldly and said, who will know who the last one standing is until the very end? Xiang Shaolong is already feeling very irritated with this person that Lord Dongzhou had sent. His eyes flashed icily as he stared at him and said, people say that a normal person will only think of today's matters, a fool will only remember yesterday's matters, and only the intelligent will have an open mind and think about tomorrow, or even possible events that will happen 1 year or 10 years later, and start making plans today. If one has to wait until a winner is found, which by then will be too late for regrets, he might as well go home now and hug his woman and get as much sleep as possible. Ji Zhong's expression changed as he said angrily, what does Mr. Dong mean by those words? Who does not plan for the future, or are you the only intelligent one? Zhao Ye tried to play the peacemaker, but Xiang Shaolong raised his hand to stop her. He smiled calmly and said, Mr. Ji thinks too much. I am only stating facts, so please do not think that I was pinpointing at anyone. I am a straightforward person, and now I'm sharing weal and woe with everyone here, so I hope I can offer my help to protect the country and her peoples. But look what kind of reception I received. Anyone with eyes will know who will be the last one standing. This is not a time for argument, but a time to cast aside our preconceptions, for only by knowing oneself and one's enemy will we be able to stand a chance at fighting Qin. Hua Kai and Lu Chang exchanged looks, finally understanding the reason for his anger, for he is blaming the king of Zhao for ignoring him because of Li Yuan. Zhao Ba exclaimed excellent. And turned towards Ji Zhong, saying horse fanatic Dong is a straightforward person who speaks his mind, and I like that. Mr. Ji, please do not blame him, his words are a reprimand for everyone at this table, including me. But his lecture does indeed set a person thinking. How can Li Yuan be appeased? So he said with an icy smile, since that's the case, Mr. Dong can jolly well not attend such a merrymaking feast, so why is he saying one thing, but doing another thing altogether? Xiang Shaolong smiled slightly and replied, Mr. Li is mistaken. A feast is a normal social activity, and the Qins have never banned feasts. I'm just making use of the topic being discussed to point out that some people are abandoning and ignoring the most important matters and only cares about having fun, or because of their own selfish gains, are doing things that will only harm others but benefit themselves. He stared at him, lifted his arms and tugged at his collar, pulling down his top to reveal his bandaged shoulders, and asked nonchalantly, can Mr. Li tell me who caused these sword injuries? Ji Yanran exclaimed and looked towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan was caught off guard and was stunned, unable to speak. It was only now that the others understand that these two persons' enmity is so deep to the extent that weapons are now being used. Xiang Shaolong rearranged his clothes and said with a smile, naturally Mr. Li would not know who did this, and anyway I can't be bothered with such lowdown people who use despicable means. I just want to prove to everyone here that I am not shooting people down without a reason. Xiang Shaolong's words were meant to establish his image of a straightforward and open person and at the same time attacking Li Yuan so that this person would not dare to strike him again. Otherwise it'll be a big problem if he wants to distance himself from the attack. Li Yuan's expression now looked as horrendous as anyone can imagine. Zhao Mu said, Mr. Dong can relate your attack in detail to General Liu, he'll definitely help to give you justice. Xiang Shaolong guffawed in reply, such insignificant matters, why talk about it? Come, let me offer a toast to Mr. Ji and Mr. Li to thank them for listening to the complaints of an uncouth man like me. Everyone lifted their cups, so Ji and Li had no choice but to lift their cups and drink up as well. They had just put down their cups when Zhao Ji offered a toast to Xiang Shaolong. I was ignorant and caused Mr. Dong to be so angry, let me make use of this wine to offer my apologies. Zhao Ji has always been known for being stubborn, and for those who know her well, this is the first time they see her being so meek. Xiang Shaolong said with a smile after he drank up, it's my fault, how could it be blamed on Miss Ji? Ji Yanran's eyes were exceptionally bright as she offered a toast to him. Not only are Mr. Dong's words surprising, but thought-provoking as well. You will definitely have a great future. What followed were toasts being offered to one another and the atmosphere returned to normal, at least it seemed so on the surface. Li Yuan was constantly disadvantaged tonight and Xiang Shaolong gained all the upper hand, so he was anxiously talking to Ji Yanran who was sitting beside him, hoping to get back into her good grace. A pity that Ji Yanran now knows that he is so despicable as to send men to ambush Xiang Shaolong, and she wished she could kill him instead. Therefore she only gave him a few polite but icy replies. Han Shuang, who was seated beside Xiang Shaolong, tapped him twice under the table to express his admiration. Zhao Mu gave him a look, to show that he is satisfied with his performance. Guo Kai looks like he's deep in thought, obviously because Xiang Shaolong is not as simple as he thought, so he's now re-evaluating him. Zhao Ye became quiet. She too did not expect Li Yuan to have such deep enmity with this Dong Quan to the extent that he'd send killers. She is an intelligent person, so she guessed that this is because of jealousy, and he came to pander to her maybe because he had the intention of getting back at Dong Quang. Although up to this point of time she has nothing to do with Dong Quang at all, she was being made use of by Li Yuan. Once she thought of that, she can't help but feel a little regret. She saw Xiang Shaolong stand up and looked at him in surprise. Xiang Shaolong bowed suavely and said, I thank Lady for this unique lantern feast, but I am used to sleeping early, so I'll have to make a move first. Everyone tried to make him stay, of course with the exception of Ji Zhong and Li Yuan. Xiang Shaolong bowed again and retreated out of his seat. Zhao Ba stood up and said, the sword discussion meeting tomorrow, Brother Dong, please remember to come on time. Xiang Shaolong looked at Ji Yanran, who was looking at him with a heated expression, and asked, will Miss be gracing the sword discussion meeting with your presence? Ji Yanran replied gently, since Mr. Dong will be attending, how can Yanran not be there? Once she said this, Li Yuan was immediately fuming while the other men all looked astonished. Xiang Shaolong bid his farewell to them one by one, and when it came to Guo Xiu'er's turn, this dainty lady exclaimed, Xiu'er wants to go tomorrow to learn more as well. Xiang Shaolong and Guo Zhong's brows both furrowed deeply at the same time on hearing that. As for Zhao Ji, he deliberately tried not to look directly at her but just bowed hurriedly and turned towards the main door. The sounds of clothes and trinkets rustling were heard coming after him, and Zhao Ye rushed up to his side and said, let me send you off. Xiang Shaolong knows that he won't be able to reject her, so he said graciously, lady is too polite. Zhao Ye accompanied him quietly along the long corridors in the residence. Since she is not talking, naturally Xiang Shaolong would not start a conversation as well. Zhao Ye suddenly tugged at his sleeve gently and stopped walking. Xiang Shaolong halted in surprise and lowered his head to look at her. Zhao Ye looked extremely lost, her pretty eyes alluringly sad as she lifted her pretty face to look closely at his face. Xiang Shaolong felt goosebumps rising under such scrutiny, so he asked in puzzlement, lady, what's wrong? Zhao Ye shook her head slightly and said dejectedly, I can't help but keep thinking of you as another person, only when I look closer did I realize that I was wrong. Xiang Shaolong was secretly startled, and he took the opportunity to change the topic and said coldly, I don't think I have much similarity with Li Yuan. But luckily this is so. Zhao Ye still held on to his sleeve as she lowered her head dejectedly and said, Mr. Dong, please do not laugh at me. Zhao Ye is just that pitiful girl who is constantly looking for that drop of honey. Why is Mr. always treating me so cruelly? Xiang Shaolong's fury rose as he secretly thought that since she has found him, that drop of honey, then why is she so hard-hearted as to betray him? He replied with a laugh, your 2 drops of honey are in the Great Hall, please forgive me for not being able to stay. With a wave of his hand he dislodged her hold and walked away. Zhao Ye looked as he disappeared behind the door and felt as if the world has suddenly lost its color. Right at this time, she knows that after Xiang Shaolong, this is the first time she has really fallen for another man, but immediately she was grumbling in her heart, who cares who you are? Am I, Zhao Ye, one who can be rejected by you so easily? She stomped her feet and returned to the hall. Xiang Shaolong walked out of the residence and the night breeze blew in his face and he was immediately energized. He was really furious earlier. Those idiots from the 6 states only know how to fight amongst themselves but have no idea that big trouble is almost upon them. At the same time he was in a dilemma. Although he is now the enemy of the 6 states, yet he still has some feelings for Han, making him worry about the fate of this ancient city. Then he thought of his own problem. What had seemed so easy originally has not become extremely complicated. With the situation now, if he wants to capture Zhao Mu alive and send him back to Xianyang is quite impossible. And if he has to kill Lu Chang, this general who wields the military power of Han, that would be even more difficult than ascending heaven. The strong confidence he had when he first came is starting to waver. An extra day in Han will mean an extra day of danger. The biggest problem is of course because the important officials and famed generals of the other 5 states are concentrated here, the security and vigilance in Han has risen greatly. Capturing Zhao Mu is not difficult, but to send him away will be fraught with difficulties. Once he thought of this, he can't help but heave a great sigh. Sounds of hoof beats was heard coming nearer, and slowing down as it neared. Xiang Shaolong had already guessed who was come after him, so he said without even turning his head, "How do you do, Miss Shi?" Zhao Ji's crisp voice immediately replied, "How did you know it was me?" Xiang Shaolong turned his head sideways to look at the gallant Zhao Ji astride her horse and said with a smile, "Other than Zhao Ji, who else would dare to come and meet my bad temper alone?" Zhao Ji was originally looking down and staring at him, but when she heard that, she lifted her pretty face to look at the night sky above the streets of Han and said with a pout, "Wrong guess. Zhao Ji has no time to bother with people like you." Xiang Shaolong knows that she has already surrendered half her heart to him, but she just cannot admit to it. However, his heart can only contain Ji Yanran now. Besides, Zhao Ji is Jing Jun's beloved, so there's no way he can snatch someone's love away. There's really no way he can do this to his own brother. How awkward would it be between him and Jing Jun in future then? The way he forced her to leave last night, he didn't feel too good about it either. The Zhao Ji at this instant is especially alluring. He chortled and asked, "Then why do you have the leisure to accompany me on my night tour of Han?" Right at this time a group of soldiers rode over in the quiet street, reminding them of the war which has not stopped in hundreds of years and which can still start at any time. Those patrol soldiers saw Zhao Ji and greeted her respectfully. Zhao Ji nudged her horse forward to walk alongside Xiang Shaolong and said nonchalantly, "Don't you think you've offended everyone tonight?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "Why does it matter? Didn't your people Meng said they may be thousands of people against me, but I will go forward." Meng Mencius. Zhao Ji looked down in surprise. Why would Mengke be ours? Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to slap himself. Up to this point of time he still regarded himself as an outsider, so he said with embarrassment, "No real meaning to that, just a slip of the tongue." Zhao Ji stared at him with unsure suspicion and surprise and took some time before she uttered softly, "Get up my horse." Xiang Shaolong was stunned. "Where to, that?" Zhao Ji asked icily, "Afraid?" Xiang Shaolong chortled, "Sharing a horse like that, Miss Shi should be the one who is afraid." Zhao Ji replied evilly, "You didn't seem to be that considerate for others that night? Are you a man or not? Get up the horse quickly." Xiang Shaolong knows that she was being sarcastic about that night when he jumped up her horse and took advantage of her, so he shook his head and said with a wry laugh, "Your mouth is truly formidable. But since you've had experienced it before and knows that I am not a gentleman who can keep his hands to himself, with such a warm and soft body, my disobedient hands will enjoy themselves on Miss Ji's alluring body." Zhao Ji's pretty face tightened as her long, pretty eyes stared at him fiercely. "Who cares what you want to do? Get up the horse quickly." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, "My God, When a woman obviously knows that you have the intention of taking advantage of her, and yet insist on giving you the chance no matter how fierce she looks on the outside, what can this be other than she is secretly in love? This is indeed extremely alluring, and enough to make his head ache terribly. Now it's as if he is riding on a tiger, unable to advance or retreat. He sighed and said, "It's so late. Can we talk about this tomorrow? I'd better go home and sleep." Zhao Ji was so furious her face turned pale and she whipped her horse forward to block his way. With her hands on her hip, she pouted angrily and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a wishy-washy person. If you don't come up, I'll harass you the whole night so you won't be able to get a good sleep." When a woman gets angry, they are the most unreasonable. Xiang Shaolong stopped walking and said with a sigh, "Doesn't Miss already has someone you like? The way you are giving me such a bargain, I'm afraid it's a little, a little that thing." Zhao Ji's delicate body shook on hearing this as her pretty face suddenly turned dark. It took a while before she gritted her teeth and uttered, "I do not belong to anyone." "Dong Quang. Are you coming up or not?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting. It seems that Zhao Ji has given her heart from that Xiang Shaolong to this Xiang Shaolong. It seems that this time the tables have turned on him. His hands turned up in a helpless pose, he hardened his heart and said, "You asked for it." Before he finished his words, he has already leapt up the horse behind her back. Zhaoji exclaimed softly and her long legs lightly clasped the horse's belly and the handsome steed started running. Xiang Shaolong's hands went forward and held her narrow belly which does not have an extra ounce of fat, his body at the same time pressed against her back and shoulder. This feeling of excitement immediately stirred Xiang Shaolong's lust. However, Zhaoji looked as if she felt nothing at all, her face still looked icy as she concentrated on riding, turning left and right on the quiet streets of the ancient city, towards an unknown destination. Xiang Shaolong leaned his head forward and inhaled deeply near her neck, then leaned into her face and said, "Mrs. Body is so fragrant." Zhaoji's expression looked wooden but made no show of any unhappiness of rejection. Of course it does not mean she approved or encouraged it, but just pursed her lips, as if she's made up her mind not to talk. Xiang Shaolong became more outrageous as he moved his lips along her smooth face and said resolutely, "If you don't talk, I am going to take advantage of you." But Zhaoji said icily, "Aren't you already doing that? Even saints have a temper." Xiang Shaolong's temper rose, as one of his hand rubbed her belly while the other moved up towards her twin peaks, slowly advancing threateningly. Her muscles are full and supple, giving him much enjoyment. Zhaoji's pretty face started to turn red as her delicate body trembled a little, yet she continued to grit her teeth, not making any objections at all. Xiang Shaolong's lust may be burning, but Jing Jun's presence seems to be blocking between them like a ghost. He sighed dejectedly and gave up the grand plan of invading her chest as his hands returned to her belly. He even left her face and sat straight. The bamboo forest appeared in front. It turned out that Zhaoji is bringing him to her home. Zhaoji reined her horse silently when she saw the bamboo forest, looking at the dim light that is flickering in her home up ahead as she made fun of him and said, "So Mr. Dong is actually a gentleman?" Xiang Shaolong was exasperated as he pulled her back hard. Zhaoji exclaimed softly as she fell into his arms. In the darkness of the bamboo forest, they can't see each other at all but could smell each other. The excitement of their bodies touching was instead heightened because of this darkroom surrounding. Zhaoji leaned her head languidly against his broad chest, so nervous that her lips can't help but pant quickly. Xiang Shaolong only have to shift his head down slightly and he would be able to enjoy her fragrant lips, and he is sure that she will not resist at all. Such a thought is indeed enticing. Xiang Shaolong's reason was swinging dangerously over the side of collapse when he sighed and said, "Aren't you that Xiang Shaolong's little lover? The way you and I, ha?" Zhaoji's reply still sounded cold, "I've not fallen in love with you, so why does it matter?" Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, "Miss, she seems to be unaware that you are in my arms, yet you can say such words." Zhaoji argued back, "I'm not as strong as you forced me into your arms, so what could I do?" Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "Then why are you stopping your horse here?" "I didn't force you to do that." Zhaoji is indeed stubborn as she said nonchalantly, "I'll stop where I want to and do what I want to, it's none of your business." Xiang Shaolong was so angry that he almost fell off the horse. He extended his hand and moved to caress her rounded thighs as he praised, "Miss Xi's legs are firm and supple." Zhaoji did not say a word and allowed his molestations. Xiang Shaolong gritted his teeth and thought that since he's made a head start, he might as well continue. He has always been a flirt, and with a beauty right in front of him, how can he have the resolution to resist? He was about to move his hands and invade the top and bottom at the same time when the sounds of dogs barking could be heard right ahead, accompanied with the sounds of light footsteps. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly retracted the hands that was caressing her chest and thighs, whereas Zhaoji exhaled softly as she sat straight and rode the horse forward. Both of them did not speak at all, but that soul-tearing feeling is still so strong that it can melt any man or woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7 Chapter 11. Book 7 Chap 11, Unable to Enjoy. In Zhaoji's elegant little house, Xiang Shaolong leaned on the couch in a relaxed manner while the two sisters Shanro and Zhaoji sat opposite him. The former was staring at him fiercely while the latter still maintained her icy look, but her head was lowered in deep thought. Shanro said stiffly, "I asked my sister to invite you here because I hope we can cooperate and deal with Tiandan." Xiang Shaolong already knew he'd meet with this problem, so he said, "If you are planning to assassinate him in Handan, forget about getting me to do such a foolish thing with you. Even if you succeed, you will not be able to escape." Shanro's pretty face turned icy as she replied, "You're the fool. We've already found out that Tiandan has arrived at the outskirt of the city at dusk today, but he has yet to enter the city. The person escorting him is the famous general of Qi named Dan Chu, and they have an army of about 10,000. Therefore the only chance to kill him is when he is traveling light with minimal men into the city. The few men near that conniving thief, especially those two brothers called Lu Zhongfu and Lu Zhongshi, are not only excellent fighters but can tear lions and tigers apart alive. Look!" She pulled down her collar to reveal almost half of her ample and fair bosom, but on it there is a sword scar that can shock anyone who sees it. Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to be so bold. His eyes feasted on her ample bosom for a long time before he nodded and said, "You're considered lucky to be alive." Shan Ro readjusted her clothes, her eyes gleaming as she said, "Isn't Tian Dan your great enemy? No one knows more about Tian Dan's affairs other than me. I was once a maid at his residence, so now you understand the benefit of working together with us." Xiang Shaolong has no wish to entangle himself with them any further, so he sighed. "Actually, there's nothing between Tian Dan and me at all, it's just that I did not want to hurt the both of you that night, that's why I followed your story and said that." Shan Ro and Zhao Ji were both dumbfounded. An icy look came over Shan Ro's eyes, and just as Xiang Shaolong was secretly exclaiming, she has already swiftly pulled out a dagger and leapt towards him like a tigress, the dagger aiming towards his chest. Xiang Shaolong is extremely experienced in unarmed combat, so with a fake move, not only did he grab the wrist of the hand that was holding the dagger, he also threw her over to the other side of the table and pressed down on her like a tiger. Shan Ro kept struggling and even tried to bite him. Xiang Shaolong lifted his head and pressed her arms down firmly, his thighs tightened around her pretty legs, and at the same time looked warningly at Zhao Ji, only to see her looking lost and dumbfounded as she watched her sister cursing and struggling under Xiang Shaolong's body. Xiang Shaolong put his mind at ease as he started to enjoy the feeling of this body violently running against his, but at the same time he has no idea how to wrap up this horrible situation. Shan Ro may be a lot stronger than the average woman, but how can she fight against Xiang Shaolong, a muscular man of that physique? She struggled a little longer before she toned down, her chest heaving as she stared at Xiang Shaolong with hatred, giving her another air of allure. Zhao Ji was still seated at the same place, not moving nor making any noise. Xiang Shaolong lowered his head to look at this feisty beauty and asked with a smile, "I acted with kind intentions, why is mistreating me like this?" Xiao Ro cursed, "Liar." Xiang Shaolong finally understood that she wanted to kill him in anger because she was lied to, and also disappointed that they no longer have his assistance. From this it can be seen that she actually regards him very highly. He can clearly hear her heart beating, feel her pulse moving in her energetic body, and smell the faint fragrance from her dainty body. He shook his head and asked with a wry smile, "Still don't want to release the dagger?" Shan Ro stared at him angrily for a moment before the corners of her mouth curved disdainfully as she relaxed her hand and let the weapon drop. The tense atmosphere relaxed and Xiang Shaolong immediately felt the strong sense of their bodies so close together. Earlier Zhao Ji had already ignited his lust, so how can he control himself now? Immediately his body reacted in the most primitive way for a man. Shan Ro was originally staring at him, but suddenly she blushed and her lids closed a little, obviously she has fully felt his manhood pressing down. Xiang Shaolong was extremely embarrassed and he said quietly, "If you promise not to attack me again, I'll release you immediately." Shan Ro managed to utter her agreement. The look of a stirred beauty, appearing on the face of this strong and feisty woman, lures one to more imagination. Xiang Shaolong threw her dagger towards the corner of the room first before squatting up slowly. He moved towards the wall and leaned there. Shan Ro was still lying flat, as if she's lost the ability to get up. Her clothes are now in disarray and split open at the bottom, revealing her snowy white and long thighs. Xiang Shaolong looked towards Zhao Ji. This pretty younger sister turned her face away, not looking at him. Shan Ro jumped up with the agility of a cat and without looking at Xiang Shaolong, uttered a single word through her gritted teeth, "Scram." Xiang Shaolong was unaffected and said with a smile, "If Miss Ro chases me away, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life." Shan Ro went to sit next to her sister as her eyes stared roundly at him. "Who do you think you are? Just looking at a liar like you is enough to irritate anyone." Xiang Shaolong sighed and asked, "Do the two of you love your parents who have met with such misfortune?" Shan Ro said angrily, "Isn't that an obvious answer?" She may be rude, but ultimately she was willing to answer the question, so her asking Xiang Shaolong to scram was only said in pique. Xiang Shaolong tried his best to answer calmly, to be able to exact revenge but not doing it, can be considered unfilial. But knowing very well that to take revenge is akin to sending yourself to death, causing great grief to departed parents, is also another form of not being filial. Under such circumstances, although living in shame, it's also a way of controlling oneself and repaying your parents. Shan Ro was slightly shaken as she answered quietly, "We don't need you to reprimand us, go back and enjoy your riches." Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, knowing that this woman really has some feelings for him, that's why she was so furious to find out she was lied to, and now her words are filled with reproach. Zhao Ji looked towards him and said icily, "Now that everything is made clear, us sisters and you have nothing to do with each other. Mr. Dong, please go home and enjoy your sleep. Even if we die, it's none of your business." Her tone of voice was the same as her sister's. A feeling of pity welled up in Xiang Shaolong's heart as he asked gently, "Don't you want to see Shan Lan again, not?" Both women trembled suddenly, staring at him incredulously. Shan Ro exclaimed sharply, "What did you say?" Xiang Shaolong stood up and went towards this pair of pretty sisters and knelt down on one knee, leaning his head forward to look at the two pretty faces and said earnestly, "Please trust me. Shan Lan is now at a very safe place, and has found a good man, waiting for you to meet her." The icy look on Zhao Ji's pretty face melted as she uttered, "You're not lying to us again. How could SH have escaped the calamity?" Xiang Shaolong used Dong Quan's name and made a vicious vow. The two girls exchanged look, then hugged each other tightly, looking both dejected and overjoyed at the same time. After the two women had settled down a little, Xiang Shaolong said, "I am not one who is bothered about wealth and riches. As for Tiandan's matter, because I personally have no enmity with him, it's difficult for me to plan to kill him, not to mention that it's a very unwise thing to do. With the situation now, you can kill him but will not be able to escape, and with the chance of success being so slim, why don't you live well for now and think of another way to deal with him?" Shan Ro turned her pretty face away to look outside the window. Although she looked as if she's not listening, but with her character, as long as she's not saying anything bad, it means that she is already tempted. Zhao Ji pleaded with him, "Where is Sister Lan now? How did you meet her? She married into your family?" Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "Does Miss Ji want me to lie to you again?" Zhao Ji stared at him angrily and pouted, "How I wish I could stab you too." Xiang Shaolong grinned, "Why don't you just punch me?" Shan Ro turned back again and said with her emotions controlled, "What would make you help us assassinate Tian Dan?" Xiang Shaolong felt his head aching. What he said earlier seemed to be spoken on vain as he slapped his forehead and uttered, "Heavens! So you were not listening to me at all?" Zhao Ji asked through gritted teeth, "If both of us sisters offer ourselves to you at the same time, will you change your mind?" Xiao Ro's delicate body trembled, but she did not say anything, only chewing her lip as she lowered her pretty face, for the first time revealing a look of shyness. Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to give such an outrageous suggestion and stared speechlessly at Zhao Ji, who was looking at him unwaveringly. His eyes can't help but travel past the two ladies' delicate bodies, only to feel his throat go dry. He coughed and said, "Miss Ji must be joking. It's not that I do not wish to help, but I have my own reasons which cannot be revealed and I cannot be distracted by other matters." Zhao Ji said gently, "Why not this? If there is really no opportunity, my sister and I will definitely not force you to do on a death mission with us, but if there is a chance that we can succeed alive, will you help us fulfill this dream of 7 years? Since we've already become your woman, naturally we will not be totally unrelated to you." Xiang Shaolong looked at Shan Ro, then looked at Zhao Ji and was secretly lamenting, worried that if he uses strong words to reject them, he'll certainly hurt their pride. He sighed and said, "Hi. I am really moved by your sincerity and willingness to sacrifice, but I cannot take advantage of others when they are in peril and obtain your precious bodies at this time. Why not this? Look at the situation first before making another plan. Oh, why have I not seen that Uncle Zheng of yours?" Shan Ro saw that he has changed his mind, so her expression warmed greatly. This Dong Quan's status is special, smart and an excellent fighter with a lot of men under him. If he helps, there's no need to worry that things will not succeed. Zhao Ji replied, "His health is not so good, so other than fishing for news, we have no wish for him to worry himself over other matters." Xiang Shaolong stretched lazily and yawned, "It's late. I should be going back to sleep too." The two ladies stood up together with him. Suddenly the three of them felt awkward over the ambiguous relationship between each of them. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that he'd better escape as soon as possible and exclaimed, "No need to see me off," and walked towards the door. The two ladies exchanged looks and Zhao Ji accompanied him to the main door and said, "Will you use my horse?" But Xiang Shaolong remembered her round and firm thighs, her supple breasts, and almost wanted to embrace her and have some intimacy with her, which he is sure she would not object. However, he is not inclined to consider love matters again, and also because of Jing Jun, he forced down this strong urge and said, "No need, it's not too far away." He walked towards the bamboo forest, but Zhao Ji still followed behind him, so he said in puzzlement, "Miss Ji, please go back. No need to send me off." Zhao Ji did not say a single word until they went into the darkness of the bamboo forest before she said quietly, "You don't have to go back." Xiang Shaolong's heart danced with joy. By saying that, Zhao Ji is expressing her wish to offer her precious chastity to him, and for a proud person like her, these are difficult words to express. But he does not have the luck to enjoy this no matter how much he wants to. He sighed and hardened his heart to reply, "There's no need for Miss to do this. If you truly like me, there's nothing more I can ask for, but since Mrs. Hart is already with another person and it's not as if you've truly fallen for a boorish man like me, then why must you cheapen yourself like this? I'm helping both of you not because I'm expecting rewards." Zhao Ji pounded his back twice hard with her fists and pouted angrily, "I hate you to death," before turning back and walking away. Xiang Shaolong shook his head and smiled wryly. He was stoned for a moment before collecting his thoughts and made his way home. Once he thought of the sword meet tomorrow, he became excited again. The road in front is still foggy, but he is confident that he will solve everything. Although he knows the fate of some of the people in this era, however, he has no idea what his own future would be. No matter what, in this great era of the ancient warring states, life is truly more exciting than what he could have experienced in the 21st century. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 1. Book 8 Chap 1 Zhao's Resident. From translation thread, translated by Slifiad. When Xiang Shaolong returned to the residence, Tang Yi, who had been waiting for a while, said, "Yanran is waiting in your room now." Once he heard this, he furrowed his brows, and said worriedly, "Both Li Yuan and Lord Longyang will send someone to watch over her movement. By coming here so rashly looking for me, sooner or later she will be found out." Tang Yi smiled. "I've already asked her this question. She said she's used to being constantly watched, so she's already trained 2 substitutes. This way she can temporarily get away from the people who obsessively pestered her to do things she likes to do. Unless someone dares to charge in her room, otherwise there is no way to know which one is the fake one, so she told me not to worry." Then he continued, quietly whispering, "Third brother, you're unbelievable. I can see that she's so in love with you that she can't even control herself. With a pretty girl like her falling for you, aren't you going to thoroughly enjoy this world's greatest pleasure?" Xiang Shaolong can feel Ji Yanran's astonishing charm, that even this man of iron will could barely escape her charming attraction. Grinning, he was about to quickly return to his room so that he could transfer the lust stirred up by Zhao Ji and her sister on Ji Yanran's beautiful body when Tang Yi stopped him in the hallway towards his room. Surprised, he turned towards Tang Yi, who looked at him with a determined expression. "I want to kill Tian Dan." Xiang Shaolong was startled, suddenly remembering the tragic ending of Tang Yi's family, which in reality, indirectly came about due to Xiao Weimo's orders given by the mastermind Tian Dan. And now, Tang Yi's beloved wife, Shanlan's whole family's massacre was also due to Tian Dan. No matter what, it's hard for Tang Yi to take this lying down. Xiang Shaolong can't help but feel a headache when thinking about this. Everyone knew that Tian Dan was one of the Warring States period most fearful figures, not that different from Prince Xinling, and killing him is harder than ascending the heaven. Besides, they're already busy with their own affairs and are in no condition to complicate themselves further. Tang Yi placed his hand on Xiang Shaolong's shoulder and solemnly said, "I know third brother is currently in a difficult position, we'll just wait for the opportunity to come up. I'm not one who will act rashly without weighing the consequences." Xiang Shaolong breathed a sigh of relief. "Second brother's problem is also my problem. Even if I have to cut myself in half, I won't quibble over it at all." Tang Yi was moved and patted Xiang Shaolong's shoulder before he turned around and left. Xiang Shaolong fastened his steps, quickly arriving at the inner chamber. Ji Yanran, scented with a sweet smell, threw herself into his embrace and kissed him passionately. As he was about to remove the face mask, Ji Yanran blushed. "Don't. I want you to take me as Dong Quang. Your display tonight made me thoroughly enchanted. Hi. Having to wait until now to be intimate with you, I already felt like I had gone through a bitter suffering." At that moment, Xiang Shaolong was also burning with desire, his hands wasting no time and moving hurriedly over her arousing body, as he said with a smile, "When can learn Lady Ji publicly surrender to old Dong?" Ji Yanran blushed as if she is drunk with wine, and gasped for breath. "Any time is fine. Yanran really can't bear a moment of separation with husband anymore." Xiang Shaolong laughed out loud. "No separation between men and woman can have 2 explanations, which is the one that learned Lady Ji refers to." Under the ministrations of his wanton hands, Ji Yanran trembled and panted. "Either explanation is fine, I'll leave it all for Master Dong to decide." Xiang Shaolong kissed her lips deeply and at the same time, roughly embracing her and moving towards the bed. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he let her snuggle in his embrace, still not letting go of her small lips. His empty left hand slipped through her front garment, wandering over her tender breast, fondling, rubbing and pinching. Ji Yanran's passion burst out suddenly. Xiang Shaolong is after all a veteran in this and would not hurry towards the climax. He released her scorching hot lips and said with a smile, "I, Dong Quang, probably am the only lucky person in the whole wide world who can confirm that Yanran is not made of stone at all, but even more bold and unrestrained compared to other beautiful girls." Ji Yanran reluctantly opened her eyes. "You can tease me however you like. I can't believe that you don't even need to a handsome face to become the jinx of all women. Tonight, I saw Jia, Zhao Ji, and that Guo were almost moved to tears by the touchingly sad parable. That was one splendid and vivid story. Even Li Yuan was crazily jealous of you." Xiang Shaolong felt ashamed deep inside and suddenly remembered something. "Have you crossed swords with Li Yuan?" Ji Yanran suddenly sobered up from her euphoric state, slightly nodded. "Yanran's really muddled. I forgot everything when I saw you. Xiang Lang needs to be very careful with this person. His sword skill is quick, strange and elegant, not only wonderful to watch but also deadly." Although none of us emerged the winner, I already know that I'm not his equal and that he was giving in to me. Therefore his swordsmanship can only be described as unfathomable. From what I see, oh. The more Xiang Shaolong heard, the more alarmed he felt. Last time, he only won by a narrow margin with Ji Yanran. He could not gain the upper hand even if he tried with all his might, not to mention about giving in to her. From this comparison, Li Yuan's sword skill must be even better than his was before. Luckily after he found Ma's swordplay's addendum, his sword skill advanced by leaps and bounds, otherwise, he could only admit defeat now. Even though Ji Yanran did not finish her words, her underlying meaning is that Xiang Shaolong couldn't possibly beat Li Yuan, but she just couldn't bear to say it out loud. He was secretly breaking out in cold sweat. This Li Yuan, regardless of literature or sword skills, has the conditions to make Ji Yanran admire him. It's just that he already had a head start, plus he was borrowing the 21st century's knowledge, that's the why he could win him. Otherwise, in the battle for love to win Ji Yanran's hand, he could only be the loser nursing his grief. Ji Yanran saw that he was speechless and thought that his pride was hurt, so she said apologetically, one never knows who the ultimate winner will be in a contest between the highly skilled, but I still don't wish for you to fight with him, not because I believe that Xiang Lang would undoubtedly lose, but because I don't wish you to take this risk. Oh. What is the worth of an ordinary person's bravery? To be able to win on the battlefield is the true hero. This was what's called digging oneself deeper into the hole. Xiang Shaolong knows that in Ji Yanran's eyes he doesn't look promising when compared. He smiled bitterly, love is like a battlefield. Li Yuan failed in winning through literature, so he will try winning by sword so as to humiliate me in front of you. Everyone knows that learned Lady Ji is looking for a husband who is unparalleled in both literature and sword skills. Li Yuan is trying to prove that he is this ideal person. Ji Yanran smiled, love is like a battlefield, how well said. Now, besides you, I have no interest towards others anymore. Do you think Ji Yanran is a woman that constantly changes her heart like a loose woman? Xiang Shaolong joyfully said, of course you're not like that, but you're our loosed woman shared by both me and horse fanatic Dong, so it's impossible to not be lascivious. Is learned Lady Ji going to disagree? Ji Yanran's face turned red, raised an eye at him, leaned closer to his ear, then Yanran can only accept fate, for a married woman must obey her husband. Since my husband wants me to serve two men, I have no choice but be lascivious. Yanran can only resign oneself to adversity. Xiang Shaolong laughed out loud, embraced her and lied down on the bed all at once. Sure enough, Ji Yanran lost whatever restraint she had, becoming his dedicated promiscuous woman. After 2 breaks, this beautiful woman cuddled in his embrace like a sheep, the corners of her mouth curved up with a satisfied smile, listening to Xiang Shaolong whispering sweet nothings in her ears, words that she will never tire of. As a 20th century person, Xiang Shaolong does not have the behavior of men during this era who considers women as slaves. He understood the reasoning that women need love and care, so all women that have been intimate with him enjoys a happiness that is hard to find in this era. Listening to his words like you're my soul, you're my life and other words like that, Ji Yanran was so happy that she kissed him to show her gratefulness. Xiang Shaolong was definitely in love with this enchantingly beautiful woman. After another hot kiss, Ji Yanran heaved a sigh, if I can quickly become pregnant with Xiang Lang's own flesh and blood, Yanran will feel satisfied and fulfilled. Xiang Shaolong at once felt cold sweat running down his body, secretly thinking that this is a big problem, and could only hum and haw as a reply. As Ji Yanran was intoxicated with hope and joy, she didn't notice his dissent expression. Recalling something, she asked, what is your relationship with Xiaoya? Why does Li Yuan think that getting her could hurt you? Xiang Shaolong remembered the love-hate relationship he had with Xiaoya, and smiled wryly. Li Yuan probably saw me paying attention to her frequently and thought that I am interested in her. But in actual fact it's another thing altogether and I have already told you everything about what happened in the past. Ji Yanran replied, I naturally understands husband's intention and knows that you are the type that considers old relationship, so you still feel a bit of love left towards Xiaoya. She really doesn't know how to cherish herself, letting herself fall to this state, but this type of woman on the contrary can really attract men. I think both Li Yuan and Han Shuang are captivated by her already. All of a sudden, she grabbed his shoulder and seriously said, you need to pay attention to Zhao Ji. I saw that Li Yuan and Han Shuang are also interested in her. Men like them, if they want to win a woman, they will resort to despicable methods. Xiang Shaolong knew that she is very observant, so he was shocked once he heard this. If that really happens, Jing Jun won't be able to take such a blow. Ji Yanran bashfully looked down at her own breast, biting her lips. Is it alright if Xiang Shaolong or Dong Quan come love me again? Xiang Shaolong couldn't help laughing. We'll just do it together, alright? Seems like I don't even need to teach you to become as.lut. Ji Yanran was too embarrassed and pouted, and at once the room was imbued with lust, indescribable loving and touching. The next morning, Xiang Shaolong slept till the sun passed the second pole before forced himself to wake up. patting the bed beside him only to find it empty. Shocked, he sobered up before he realized that she had left. Getting off the bed, he saw on Ji Yanran's bedside the note that she wrote in her delicate and pretty handwriting, mainly to say that she couldn't bear to wake him and so she left by herself. There were unavoidably words describing how unbearable it is to be separated, hoping that one day she can forever enjoy those sweet and charming words till sunlight. Xiang Shaolong kneaded his backbone, remembering last night's preposterous activity, and felt both joy and shock. What's joyful was the boundless aftertaste. What's shocking was that he himself was so exhausted that he didn't even know when she left. Last night, before the loving with Ji Yanran, he was already entangled with Zhao Ji and her sister once, even though they did not complete the act, but his lust was continuously stirred up and that makes it easier for a person to be exhausted. While washing and dressing, Han Shuang arrived looking for him. Xiang Shaolong received him in the outer hall. After sitting, Han Shuang struck the table and laughed. Brother Dong's performance last night was incredible. Who knows, you might be able to receive learned Lady Ji's favor without the aphrodisiac. If you succeed, would you mind sharing the cup with me so I can have a taste of her flavor? Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to kill this pervert with a punch, but on the outside he perfunctorily said, Marquis, you're making fun of me. Learned Lady Ji was only interested in me briefly, it doesn't even count as having a chance with her. Not waiting for the other party to have a chance to speak, he asked after I left, how did Li Yuan react? Han Shuang replied with pleasure, that fellow's expression was very interesting, continuously rolling his eyes, seems like he hates you to the bone. As soon as Brother Dong left, Zhao Ji, that beautiful girl, hurriedly took leave. Did she come looking for Brother Dong? But Xiang Shaolong secretly blamed Zhao Ji and remembered that they encountered several Zhao soldiers, so he had no choice but to admit the encounter. He showed a worried expression. Don't think that I got lucky or something. I did get chased by her, but only to get a lashing from her. She even nearly pulled out her sword and struck me. But I detest getting entangled with women or children, so I grudgingly endured her anger. Oh. Don't mention it anymore. Han Shuang breathed a sigh of relief once he listened to what happened. Can't believe that there are so many top-of-the-line beautiful women here in Handan. That Guoshuo is not too bad either. It'll be a pity if she's taken by Li Yuan. Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed. No wonder Han has weakened to this state, all because the Han's government is controlled by men like the Marquis, who only indulged in drinks and women. He said, for the sword discussion gathering, has Marquis arranged a lesson to teach Li Yuan? Han Shuang said excitedly, it's funny when we think about it, this time it can be said that we three countries are uniting to deal with the heartless Chu people. It turned out that Zhao Mu, Lord Longyang, and me all coincidentally want to send our best swordsmen to pass themselves off as one of Zhao Ba's men to teach Li Yuan a lesson. Let's see how this kid can avoid the misfortune of being disgraced in the field. Xiang Shaolong remembered the pillow talk he had with Ji Yanran last night about her evaluation of Li Yuan's high-level sword skill. He was secretly sighing, thinking that the result might be different from what Han Shuang originally wished for when Wu Guo arrived to report that Zhao Ye has come to look for him. Xiang Shaolong naturally felt very embarrassed. Han Shuang's face suddenly became stiff as he said, it seems like even Zhao Ye is also interested in you. Hey! That flirtatious woman is really very enticing, I better leave first then. Xiang Shaolong of course wished he could scram quickly, but if he did that, Han Shuang would hold a grudge. He smiled, Marquis, please remain, so we can give the lady a pleasant surprise. Then he asked Wu Guo to invite Zhao Ye in. Han Shuang naturally had no intention to leave, so he didn't argue. Then, he pulled up a polite expression. From this, it could be seen how infatuated he was with Zhao Ye. Following Wu Guo, Zhao Ye came and filled with a smile, causing Xiang Shaolong to be so confused. Could it be that when he left her last night, his scowl made her more in love with him instead? The two of them stood up, welcoming her. Zhao Ye, on seeing Han Shuang, felt slightly stunned, displaying a flash of unhappiness before resuming her smile and said, so Marquis has also come here. Han Shuang smiled, if I know that lady is also coming, we could have come together, so we can have more time together. Xiang Shaolong knew immediately that both of them were together again last night. He felt so angry that he wanted to give Zhao Ye 2 tight slaps, except that besides thinking about it, he couldn't do anything else. Zhao Ye couldn't believe that Han Shuang could expose their intimate relationship in front of horse fanatic Dong. She felt embarrassed and ashamed, and furious at the same time. Last night, she let Han Shuang remain because it was an inexplicable subconscious thought to exact revenge on Dong Quang for his attitude. After she woke up this morning, she regretted her actions, and now being exposed in front Xiang Shaolong by Han Shuang, it is indeed extremely embarrassing, and she bowed her head. Xiang Shaolong reluctantly forced a smile, since that is the case, why don't I let Lady and Marquis use this place for more happy reunions? Han Shuang saw that he has made his stance clear that he wants to withdraw from the fight and was grateful. He smiled, Brother Dong, please don't do this, lady came this time specially to visit, at the very most I can only be considered as company. Zhao Ye returned to her normal attitude, surreptitiously glanced at Xiang Shaolong. I don't have any particular business to. I was only passing by and was afraid that Mr. Dong doesn't know the way to the Zhao's martial arts school, so I thought that we might go together. She then ruthlessly glared at Han Xuan, her tone icy cold. Marquis, if you don't have any other business, please don't let us hold you back. Zhao Ye has some questions regarding breeding horse that I would like to consult with Mr. Dong. Han Xuan couldn't believe that after last night's coupling like they were man, this woman could suddenly change her tone and be so heartless, not leaving any leeway. Feeling furious inside, he respectfully replied, so lady can change into a different person in the daytime. Since that is the case, Marquis can only look for you at night then. Ignoring Xiang Shaolong's persuasion to stay, he flicked his sleeves and left. Leaving the two of them, the atmosphere turned unbearably awkward. Zhao Ye was so angry, her face paled. After sitting down and drinking a cup of hot tea, she still couldn't say a word. Xiang Shaolong intentionally stayed silent and leisurely savored the hot tea. After a while, Zhao Ye couldn't endure it anymore and said, "Is Mr. Dong irritated that Zhao Ye is not more self-respecting?" Xiang Shaolong leisurely sipped a gulp of tea again, his eyes glinting sharp radiance, observing her. Slowly he said, "Lady's too sensitive. It's all lady's personal business who you want to accompany at night. I don't have any right to ask any question, even more so to say the right to be angry at lady." Zhao Ye frowned and said worriedly, "It's all because of you. Last night, all I can think about is accompanying you, but instead I got your heartless treatment. My heart felt cold and bitter, so..." Xiang Shaolong became indefinably angry and interrupted her, "Your word is odd, lady. You were still fooling around with Li Yuan during the day, is that what you meant by wholeheartedly wanting to accompany me? Even though I don't consider myself to be a prude, I still wouldn't be so shameless as to get myself entangled in this." These few sentences implied a great insult towards Zhao Ye. However, not only is she not angry, but her eyes became slightly red as she said, "Zhao Ye knows she's wrong. If Mr. Dong doesn't resent me, Zhao Ye will observe the constraints as a woman should be in future." Can Mr. Dong understand Zhao Ye's feelings? Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to be so meek and subservient. A pleased feeling flitted through his heart as he sneered, "Lady is too serious. How could I have the right to detest you? Even if I do, I also won't believe empty words." Suddenly he stood up and blandly said, "Lady clearly knows that Li Yuan is using lady to hurt me, yet you still can't help but throw yourself into his embrace, so who can guarantee that this situation won't be happening again? If I like someone, I definitely wouldn't be turning towards Li Yuan, Zhao Mu and Han Xuan, flitting from one to another. Lady, please go back. I have many businesses to attend to." His sarcastic words were driven straight into Zhao Ye's heart. She finally could not tolerate it any further and stood up angrily, saying insensely, "Dong Quan, you're great. Have you humiliated Zhao Ye enough? Are you the only man in the whole world? I want to see what kind of end you will have." She turned around and stalked off, not even turning her head once. Xiang Shaolong was delighted, but also blamed himself, allowing his feeling to take control. Under current circumstances, offending this Lut with the most influence in Handan brings only harm but not advantage. However, he couldn't care too much now. After finding Teng Yi and talking to him for a while, he then made his way to the Zhao Martial Arts School. The Zhao Martial Arts School was located in the east of Handan, occupying a wide ground. They not only have several connecting compounds to form the main building, but there's also a practice courtyard, shooting range and horse tracks that were specially set up to train warriors. Only after careful selection, the talented ones will be recommended to the Zhao military. So Zhao Ba is undoubtedly the state of Zhao's head army instructor, holding an exalted position and real power. The sword discussion gathering will be held in the training ground in front of the main residence. When Xiang Shaolong arrived, it so happened that the warriors in the school were split into 3 pairs, practicing using wooden swords and long spears with the sharp points wrapped up. On one side, there were more than 200 seated warriors, and on the other side, there was a big stand where seats were set up. Xiang Shaolong was briefly late. Lord Longyang, Zhao Mu, Li Chang, Gua Kai, Han Xuan, Gua Zhong, Gua Xior and the others had arrived. However, he did not see Zhao Ye, whom he angered earlier, and Li Yuan and Ji Yanran still hadn't appeared as well. In addition, there were several military officers and dozens of warriors who looked like house warriors who were chatting in groups. No one paid any attention to the show on the training ground. Zhao Ba were talking to Zhao Mu and Gua Zhong when he saw Xiang Shaolong and welcomed him with pleasure. "In any occasion that Mr. Dong attends, there won't be any awkward silences. Come. Let me introduce you our school's 4 main instructors." He led Xiang Shaolong towards the stand where Zhao Ji and the 4 instructors were standing. Zhao Ji saw Xiang Shaolong and she pouted disdainfully before purposefully walking away to search for Gui Xior to talk. On seeing that girl's anger, Xiang Shaolong started to feel apologetic. When those 4 instructors saw Xiang Shaolong, they all revealed a look of concentration as they sized him up. Zhao Ba smiled at them and said, "This is the person that I've mentioned to you often, Mr. Dong Quang." Those four promptly greeted him. After Xiang Shaolong said a few polite words, Zhao Ba introduced the biggest and tallest one amongst them, a man only slightly shorter than Xiang Shaolong by an inch, and said, "Dai Feng is our school's #1 instructor. His sword skill within the Zhao border is well known. This time we will let him test the boastful lad, let's see how awesome he can be." This Dai Feng's figure was stout, with a thick waist, around 30 years of age. His bearing was calm and composed. The other three was a little bit nervous, far different from his cold demeanor. Xiang Shaolong saw that his sword was hanging on his right waist and his left hand was also more powerful and sturdy than his right hand. Apparently he's used to using his left hand to deal with his enemies. From the right-handed swordsman's perspective, the left-handed sword is the hardest to defend, whereas for the left-handed swordsman, he is used to fighting with right-handed swordsmen. Just from this point, the left-handed swordsman already has the advantage. The other three were Huang Yan, Cheng Heng, and Lu Zhirong. All were very polite towards Xiang Shaolong. Cheng Heng whispered, "I heard that Mr. Dong was ambushed by Li Yuan's underlings. Dai Feng will help you extract your revenge from him." Xiang Shaolong speculated that these people must have thought that his sword skill was average, but this is a good thing, so he thanked him at once. At this time, Li Yuan arrived, and surprisingly accompanied by Zhaoya. Following behind him were 10 odd of his family warriors. The burly one who left a big impression on Xiang Shaolong when they ambushed him was shockingly amongst them. Xiang Shaolong was secretly furious. Li Yuan seemed totally unconcerned that he'll be exposed, and it clearly shows that he holds no regards for him at all, knowing that Xiang Shaolong can't do anything to him. Zhaoya was very affectionate with Li Yuan. Han Shuang, who was chatting with Zhao Ji and Guoxiu, on seeing this, changed his expression. After Zhao Ba excused himself from Xiang Shaolong, he led Dai Feng and the other instructors to welcome them. Li Yuan was wearing a martial art uniform, fitted with shoulder armors, wristband, breast shield, and sleeveless leather garment. He looked very awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Zhao Ji and the other girls stared blankly at him. Even though Xiang Shaolong saw that this turn of event was not too encouraging, he's helpless to do anything about it. Jiamu came beside him and whispered, "Let's see how long this kid can stay arrogant." Xiang Shaolong replied in a deep voice, "Who have you prepared to deal with him?" Jiamu proudly said, "I will send out a swordsman named Luo Xiang. With him alone, it will be more than enough to handle Li Yuan. We also have Lord Longyang's household's #1 swordsman, Jiao Su, and Han Shuang's follower, Han's famous swordsman, Fu Jianin, to give Li Yuan a lesson." Then, he pointed them out one by one. All of them are brave and ferocious young men. Xiang Shaolong didn't feel as optimistic as him. If that fellow or his underlings wins, all of them would lose face instead. Even he would find it hard to walk with pride beside Ji Yanran. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful that he didn't invite Ting Yi to come together. Li Yuan harbored a smile, exchanged greetings with the people that Zhao Ba introduced one by one, looking as if he is assured of success. His group of house warriors all stared at Xiang Shaolong, looking as if they would like to stir up trouble. Xiang Shaolong was secretly alarmed and knew that Li Yuan's main target today is him. Even if they're only using wooden swords, if they intended to play viciously, they can still cripple their opponent any time. Naturally, that is Li Yuan's intention towards him. Jiamu also came to this realization, and said furiously, "Would your attackers be amongst those people?" Xiang Shaolong gave a cold snort, not saying anything at all. Jiamu said angrily, "I've never seen anyone more arrogant than him before." Xiang Shaolong whispered, "Anger and impatience will hinder the bigger plan. It's not worthwhile to fight with him over personal feelings, the real issue is more important." Jiamu looked at him with admiration and nodded in agreement. Both of them saw Jiaoya laughing happily beside Li Yuan and their tempers rose. Jiamu cursed quietly, "B.ich." Li Yuan continuously paid attention to Xiang Shaolong, even deliberately teasing Zhaoya, seemingly to demonstrate his might. Jiamu was about to lead Xiang Shaolong towards the stand to sit when Li Yuan walked out of the crowd, strode over and greeted them, staring at Xiang Shaolong, saying, "Brother Dong has an outstanding sword skill, would you be interested to try a set with my men?" He purposely raised his voice, to let others hear his deliberately humiliating challenge. All of them immediately quieted down, watching Xiang Shaolong's reaction. At this time, Zhaoya came up behind Li Yuan with his swordsman, all stared at him disdainfully. Xiang Shaolong couldn't stand Zhaoya's deliberate contemptuous look and forced himself to calm down. He stared at the strong and tall swordsman behind Li Yuan who previously ambushed him and smiled, "May I know the name of this brother here?" When he saw Li Yuan nodding his head, that swordsman shouted loudly, "I am Lu Wuxin, would you deign to grant me an instruction?" Xiang Shaolong blandly replied, "At present, this place is full of expert swordsmen. When will someone who only knows how to breed horses get a turn here? It's better to hide one's inadequacy silently than to show one's incompetence." Li Yuan and the others heard this proverb for the first time. It's better to hide one's inadequacy silently than to show one's incompetence, and they briefly pondered over it before they understood it. All of them laughed mockingly. Zhao Ye derisively interrupted, Mr. Dong, it's very rare that you know where you stand. Xiang Shaolong's eyes flashed briefly and gave Zhao Ye a cold glance. This pretty girl's heart palpitated with terror, unable to continue with her words. She's not a timid person, but because for that instant, this Dong Qian's expression was like Xiang Shaolong, giving her a weird feeling. Lu Wuxin saw this and shouted fiercely, who dares to be rude to lady? Zhao Mu's countenance changed, as he was about to rebuke him when Li Yuan took the chance to shout, Wuxin, move back. Who told you it's your place to say anything in here? Lu Wuxin took a step back without saying a word, but both of his eyes still burned with murderous glare towards Xiang Shaolong, seemingly unable to accept his failure in murdering him that day. Li Yuan gave a hypocritical smile, my warrior is just so straightforward, Mr. Dong, please don't hold it to your heart. Everyone could tell that on the surface he seemed to be rebuking his man, but was in fact, secretly commending him. For a short while, a heavy sense of hostility loomed in the air. Zhao Ba came over at this time between these two people filled with animosity and mediated, why don't everyone go up the stand for a cup of hot tea? How does that sound? Li Yuan gently said to Zhao Ye beside him, lady, please go up to the stand first, I haven't exchanged a greeting with Mr. Gui yet. Li Yuan apologized and walked towards Zhao Ji and Guo Xior, who were standing beside Guo Zhong. Zhao Mu exchanged eyes with Zhao Ba before pulling Xiang Shaolong up towards the stand. Han Shuang waved them over to sit beside him, and said with a cold snort, this kid has become more and more ridiculous, I really want to see his face after a crushing defeat. Xiang Shaolong had already calmed down, but on seeing Zhao Ji, either intentionally or unintentionally, chatting and laughing Li Yuan in the distance, gave him additional worry. Beside Ji Yanran, all the invited guests had arrived. Suddenly, hoof beats could be heard. From the tall gate, this peerless woman, who was famed throughout the world for her literature and sword skills, wearing a snowy white martial art uniform, galloped in. Li Yuan hurriedly left Guo Xior and Zhao Ji, coming forward to welcome her. Without waiting for Li Yuan to come and lead her horse, Ji Yanran gracefully jumped off the horse and walked past Li Yuan without even stopping towards the stand. Li Yuan chased after her, eagerly flattering her, which she replied non-committally. When she got up the stand, she smiled and greeted everyone before walking straight towards Xiang Shaolong and smiled, so Mr. Dong already arrived, causing Yanran to make a trip for nothing. Once the words were out, Li Yuan who was beside them paled suddenly, both eyes staring venomously at him. Han Shuang was in joy, stood up hurriedly to give up the seat. Ji Yanran didn't decline and happily sat beside Xiang Shaolong. Zhao Ye, who was looking from the other side, suddenly had an unnatural expression as well. Xiang Shaolong felt exalted. This time, the crowd went up the stand one after another, filling up the 100 or more seats in the stand. Zhao Ji and Guo Xior followed Guo Zhong to Li Yuan's side. Li Yuan resentfully returned back to Zhao Ye's side. Zhao Ba clapped twice, getting everyone's attention and smiled, everyone, please watch and give comments for our school swordsman performance first. With a command, the school swordsmen who had been waiting for a while came out to the field, their left hand holding a shield and right hand holding a sword, arranging themselves in a formation. Under the sound of the beating drums, they demonstrated the various forms of attacks and simulated a fight, immediately receiving applauses. But everyone knew that the real performance was yet to be performed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 2. Book 8 Chap 2 Duel at the School. From translation thread, translated by Slithiad. Next was riding and archery performance, all were brilliant and pleasing to watch. It could be seen that Zhao Ba took painstaking care to train all of his swordsmen. Xiang Shaolong thought that it's a pity, if it wasn't because Zhao had a muddle-headed king like Xiaochang, it would have a bright prospect. Ji Yanran leaned near his ear and said intimately, I don't care anymore, from today onwards, I will follow you. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, isn't it too quick? Did you see that Lord Longyang is staring at us? Ji Yanran chuckled, he's not suspicious of us, but just jealous of Yanran. Everyone knew that neither man nor woman fellow loves unrefined and straightforward men like Mr. Dong. If you speak vulgarity with him, he'll be really excited. Xiang Shaolong gave a wry smile, shook his head, let me chase after you for another 2 to 3 days. Otherwise, if a beautiful woman like you can be subdued by a man with just 2 or 3 tricks, it could really damage your learned lady reputation. Ji Yanran pouted, whatever suits you then. But I want you to accompany me every night. Xiang Shaolong joyfully replied, of course, it's all that I wish for. Suddenly, applause could be heard non-stop. The school swordsmen returned successively to the seats opposite the stand, leaving only Zhao Ba standing in the center of the field. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the owner of the training school. The applause swiftly stopped. Zhao Ba raised his voice. Our training school was able to invite the famous master swordsman, Mr. Li Yuan, to give us instructions on our swordsman's performance. It is indeed our honor. We hope that Mr. Li Yuan won't be stingy in giving us his advice. Guozhong chuckled and interrupted. This time it's all about exchanging pointers. Everyone should control the force exerted. I don't wish to watch any heart-stopping scenes like bones or flesh torn today. He and Zhao Ba are close friends. Naturally he could tell that Zhao Ba was really furious about Li Yuan's arrogance, so he made use of his status to advise both parties. Li Yuan smiled. Mr. Guo, you can relax. I only came here with the intention of having fun. Besides, there are also 4 beauties here. Mr. Guo, relax. Once he said that, all of the school's swordsmen were burning with anger. During this period, martial arts was blooming. Everyone regarded martial arts and sword skills as a prestigious and important matter, but he instead said that he only considered it as a game, meaning that he holds no regards for his opponents. Jiamu leaned his head toward Ji Yanran and inquired her intention. Miss Ji, don't you think that Mr. Li Yuan's words are a bit unwarranted? On the other side, Han Shuang snorted. Mr. Li is too arrogant. Ji Yanran smiled, but his abilities are truly extraordinary. He wasn't lying. Those 2 people didn't expect that after she had publicly shown her liking towards the horse fanatic, she would still defend Li Yuan, and were both momentarily rendered speechless. Xiang Shaolong knew about Ji Yanran's independent thinking. She wasn't going to change her mind because of other people. Unless he could win Li Yuan publicly, otherwise in her heart, he, Xiang Shaolong, will never be on par with Li Yuan in this aspect. Therefore, for this beauty that always had strict criteria for her husband, this will always be a form of regret. While he's pondering, that school's first instructor had already entered the field and raising his hands in greeting towards Li Yuan, said, I am Dai Feng, please grant me your instruction, Mr. Li. Li Yuan sized up Dai Feng and blandly replied, Dong Luzi, come down and have some fun with brother Dai Feng. The crowd's uproar rose from all directions. No one could believe that Li Yuan only sent his man to accept his challenge, obviously showing that Dai Feng is not qualified to challenge him yet. Everyone from the school, from Zhao Ba all the way down, were all indignant. Jiamu whispered towards Xiang Shaolong, oh no. If Dai Feng lost, Zhao Ba probably wouldn't be able to hold back his anger and will personally challenge Li Yuan. While Ji Yanran whispered in Xiang Shaolong's ear, this Dong Luzi and Lu Wuxin are Li Yuan's most reputable and great swordsmen. They are very famous in Chu, but... Le Cheng, who was sitting behind, leaned forward and said, I also heard about this Dong Luzi. Allegedly he's from the Chu Mahist and had traveled to Lai looking for teachers and visiting friends. Can't believe that he's become Li Yuan's man. At this time, 20-odd-year-old man who was tall and thin like a pole, with a pale face and no mustache, walked down the stand from the seats on Li Yuan's side towards Dai Feng and said gently and politely, Brother Dai, please give direction. After Dai Feng returned the greeting, the youngsters brought out the wooden swords and helped both swordsmen wear the armors that protected their head, chest, and vital spot at the lower body, as swords are merciless and may cause accidental injury. But this is only effective if the fighters control their force. To an expert swordsman, even if it's only a wooden sword, it still has the capability to kill and no armor can stand against it. 2 swords met in the air, testing the opponent's arm strength, then retreating back, demonstrating the sex stance. Applauses were suddenly heard, then stopped. The crowd all held their breath in silence, looking on in concentration. Dai Feng stepped in his battle stance, probing and moving towards the opponent, waving the wooden sword energetically, displaying impressive strength. In contrast, Dong Luzi held his sword and stood erect, immovable like a mountain, only staring coldly at Dai Feng. Dai Feng retreated 2 steps back and suddenly roared as he moved forward as quickly as lightning. The sword blade slashed swiftly up into the air, emitting a whistling noise as it sliced through the air with an unbelievable strength. Han Shuang and the rest started cheering him on. The warrior school swordsmen were even more excited, giving out thunderous support. On the contrary, on Li Yuan's side, everyone sneered, showing extreme confidence. This time, Zhao Ji, who was sitting on the other side of Li Yuan, started to feel regretful. She was purposely being affectionate with Li Yuan, partly because she was indeed charmed by Li Yuan, but mainly because she was trying to anger Xiang Shaolong. But ultimately, she still belongs to the school and naturally she won't want her own side to lose, but because she was sitting beside Li Yuan, she's too embarrassed to cheer loudly and is now in a dilemma. Li Yuan clearly understood her troubles, so while everyone's attention was still on the field, he quietly stretched his hand over and held her slender fingers which she had placed on her thigh, leaning near her ear and spoke softly, on Mrs. account, Li Yuan definitely won't hurt anyone from your school. Zhao Ji's tender body trembled and in her confused state of mind she actually allowed him to freely hold her hand. Zhao Ye noticed their odd behavior and got closer to them, saying with a slight pout, Mr. Li, you are so caring. Li Yuan, who was often frequented brothels, was secretly happy as he said with a smile, didn't lady like my playboy style? Zhao Ye shot him a condescending look and sat straight. Her heart was again filled with Dong Quang's unparalleled heroic spirit and couldn't help but sigh. She secretly pondered why when she saw Li Yuan fooling around with other women, she didn't care much about it, but when she saw Ji Yanran only sitting beside Dong Quang, her heart felt very uncomfortable. There was a sound. Dong Luzi lifted his sword to parry, at the same time moved diagonally, avoiding Dai Feng's second attack which came one after another. Zhao Mu, Han Chuang, Lu Chang and the others are all expert swordsmen. With one look, it was easy to know that not only was Dong Luzi's arm strength not inferior to Dai Feng's, he's also a very good strategist, deliberately not fighting head-on so that he can erode Dai Feng's strength. As expected, Dong Luzi followed by putting a defensive stance, under his opponent's chain of relentless attacks, repeatedly dodged. On the surface, it seemed like Dai Feng has the upper hand, but in reality, Dong Luzi was in no danger at all, only waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. A round of supports could be heard from all corners, cheering for Dai Feng. Zhao Shi suddenly came out her daze and wanted to pull her hand back but did not expect that Li Yuan would hold her hand tightly and not let go. He even placed the back of his hand on top of her thigh and spoke in her ear, "Do Miss Ji dislike me?" Zhao Shi developed a sense of guilt for betraying Xiang Shaolong and Dong Quang and looked down. "Other people can see us, you know, but..." Li Yuan loftily replied, "A true man stands upright in the world, why should he be afraid of others' gossip? As long as you don't dislike Li Yuan, I can assume responsibility for everything. This person is very good with words, and also understood how to flatter women. Even Ji Yanran nearly fell in love with him." Zhao Jis does not have much experience about men-women relationship, furthermore, she was angry about Dong Quang's heartlessness, so her heart was momentarily confused, thus allowing him to take advantage of her. Li Yuan knew that they are in public and thus he cannot go overboard, so he was secretly thinking of bringing her back to his residence later for some fun. Therefore he did not molest her further. Guo Xior, who was sitting beside Zhao Ji, was paying attention to Li Yuan, and on seeing that he was flirting with Zhao Ji, her pretty face changed and felt resentful. During the Warring States period, the distance men and women had to keep from each other was very different from the period after Han Dynasty, where strict Confucian teachings was flourishing. However, it's still not considered proper etiquette for men and women to flirt in public, and Guo Xior couldn't help but discount her good impression of Li Yuan. At this time, Xiang Shaolong suddenly decided to turn and look at Li Yuan, and as luck would have it, Li Yuan was also looking at him. Even though they were separated by 10 more seats, Xiang Shaolong could still clearly see that Li Yuan was holding Zhao Ji's hand, and he can't help but flash a look of hatred through his eyes, extremely furious. Li Yuan was pleased with himself on seeing that and smiled and nodded at him. Zhao Ji followed Li Yuan's gaze and looked over, straight into Xiang Shaolong's eyes, and she was suddenly reminded of Xiang Shaolong. Her heart shuddered and she forcefully pulled away her hand away from Li Yuan's devilish grasp. Li Yuan of course didn't know about the complicated relationship between Xiang Shaolong and her, and only thought that she was embarrassed for being caught in the situation with him. Instead he gently rubbed her bountiful thigh, before sitting properly, and ignored Xiang Shaolong to continue watching the competition. Xiang Shaolong's face was furiously stern as he turned back towards the fight on the field, fury burning inside. For the first time, he started to feel the need to challenge Li Yuan. Ji Yanran saw everything and whispered, "Don't act impulsively, if you're hurt by Li Yuan, you'll have more to lose." These few words was like pouring oil into fire. Xiang Shaolong made an effort to push down his anger, after mulling over things for a while, turned towards Zhao Mu. "Can we send someone to invite one of my family warriors?" But Zhao Mu immediately understood, and after asking clearly who this person was, he ordered someone to summon him. At this moment, Dai Feng had at least given out 40 more moves, and yet he still couldn't do anything to that Dong Luzi. Even the supporting cheers slowly died down. Dong Luzi knew that the opportunity had come, looked up and smiled as he changed from the defending position to the attacking position, erecting his wooden sword to force his way into his opponent's sword formation, executing an exquisite and magnificent sword move. He dispelled each move as it came, and he kept his sword attacks in a very tight circle such that Dai Feng's is unable to properly execute his way of brash fighting, which uses wide sweeps of his sword. Zhao Mu and the others all sighed in despair. Even Zhao Ba, who had absolute confidence in Dai Feng's skills, was frowning. Zhao Ji, who was sitting beside Li Yuan, saw that her side was facing danger, came totally to her senses. She secretly blamed herself for not keeping a line between friends and enemies, even letting Li Yuan take advantage of her, and felt ashamed towards her teacher in school. However, if she leaves now, it would be too obvious, and she was in a dilemma. The two fighters on the field exchanged a few more moves. Dai Feng's previously awe-inspiring performance was never seen again as he constantly retreated in defeat. Dong Luzi roared loudly, the sword's shadow flashed by, breaking through his opponent's flaw, quickly entering the inside of the opponent's sword moves, heading directly towards Dai Feng's chest. Dai Feng was shocked but was unable to retract his sword in time as he abruptly stumbled backward and barely missed this severe blow. However, Dong Luzi is someone who can be merciless once he gains the upper hand. His feet flew and kicked towards the groin, and if not for the armor, this kick would have made Dai Feng a eunuch. Nevertheless, it was enough to give him much pain as he cried out in pain, his hand dropping the long sword as he staggered and tumbled, with his hands gripping his groin. The crowd did not expect that Don Luzi, who looked so gentle and refined, can be so ruthless once he has gained the upper hand. They all stared at him shell-shocked, and for a moment, the whole field was so silent that one can even hear a pin dropped and only the sound of Daifeng's moans were heard. Zhao Ba's face paled as he stood up and shouted, "Isn't anyone helping instructor inside to tend to his wound?" Instantly, they all scrambled forward to help bring Daifeng inside. Don Luzi didn't look at all regretful, instead he jauntily bowed towards both sides, handed over the wooden sword and returned to his seat. Zhao Ji had always had a good friendship with Daifeng, so she can no longer be bothered with Li Yuan as she glared hatefully at him before quickly following Daifeng inside. Li Yuan didn't even care about Zhao Ji at all as he smiled suavely. It's hard to avoid injury during a martial arts competition. If Master Zhao is afraid of more accidents happening, let's just stop it all here and let me play host tonight as an apology. This time even Ji Yanran could not tolerate what has happened as she quietly cursed, "Li Yuan, you're too overbearing." Zhao Ba's huge, round eyes were glaring with murderous intent. Obviously he was seriously infuriated. Xiang Shaolong was really afraid that he will volunteer to enter the fight himself, so he quickly pushed Han Shuang forward. Han Shuang understood his meaning and made a hand signal towards his own chosen warrior whom he was planning send for the duel to come forward. That warrior, called Fu Jianin, obeyed the order and jumped off the stand as he called out, "Fu Jianin would like Mr. Li Yuan to give me some pointers." But the whole field solemnly waited in silence to see if Li Yuan would personally accept the challenge. Fu Jianin's stature wasn't tall, but he was strong and stout. His face has some crisscross scars. His appearance looked a little bit scary, but this is exactly the ironclad proof that he had fought in many battles. Li Yuan displayed a condescending attitude as he languidly leaned half his body against the table next to him and said nonchalantly, "Wu Xin, why don't you go and learn from the expert?" The crowd had already guessed that he wouldn't find the opponent to be worth his time, so they weren't surprised. The robustly built Lu Wuxin slowly walked down the stand, briefly bowed and straightened himself arrogantly. After accepting the wooden sword, he brushed off the person who was about to put the armor on him. "It's not even a battlefield, why do we even need this useless thing?" On seeing that, Fu Jianin said loudly, "Since Brother Lu is not wearing armor, I'll dispense with it too." At this time, Lord Longyang stepped in behind Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran and delicately whispered, "In this world, is there anyone more arrogant than the Chus? We don't see such arrogance coming from them when they were facing the Qins. Will Sister Yanran be participating?" Ji Yanran sighed. "Yanran also find this difficult to accept, but I know that I cannot win against Li Yuan, so there's nothing I can do." Lord Longyang gave an icy snort and did not speak as he returned to his seat. He knew that he himself would be on par with Ji Yanran, so if even she said that she couldn't beat Li Yuan, there was no way that he could win. At the same time, he decided not to let his chosen Jiaoshu fight so that his man would not be beaten and humiliated. Jiamu turned towards Guo Kai and Lu Cheng and sighed, "If Fu Jianin loses as well, we can only rely on Luo Xiang to redeem our face, otherwise we'll have to let the master of the school fight, but I am really reluctant to let this happen." Guo Kai replied, "Li Yuan is the #1 swordsman of Chu. His men are already so formidable, it's not hard to imagine the level of Li Yuan's sword skills." At the moment, everyone felt helpless. Even though Jiamu was a master swordsman, but due to his status, it's not convenient for him to join the fight as it might create a discord between the two countries. Li Yuan was lucky that he does not hold any official post, otherwise he would not be allowed to fight others on a personal basis without the orders of his king. Star. The two fighters on the field shouted out loud simultaneously and violently attacked the other side. Lu Wuxin's sword moves like the wind, sweeping widely, and the sword aura is like the mountain, extremely mighty and ferocious. Almost as soon as they made contact, Fu Jianin fell into the situation of being badgered. Xiang Shaolong at this moment caught sight of Tang Yi galloping on the horse, passing through the gate. He reached out and pushed Han Shuang on the back, saying, "Go and stop this duel quickly." Han Shuang looked like he was in a dilemma because this Fu Jianin was passed off as a Zhao to enter the fight. If he says anything, wouldn't it be obvious that Fu Jianin is actually his man? Both sides were watching the fight quietly. It wasn't like before where everyone was screaming their support. The tension was as tight as a drawn bowstring. Right when Han Shuang was still hesitating, the winner emerged. Fu Jianin lost in strength. As he stumbled slightly, Lu Wuxin swept towards his shoulder with the sword and the sound of bone breaking could be heard. As he groaned in pain, Fu Jianin tumbled forward, and when he got back on his feet, the pain is already causing his face to be wet with cold sweat. Lu Wuxin laughed out loud, "Thank you for giving way." Xiang Shaolong gestured towards Tang Yi, who was walking towards them after getting off the horse. The latter understood his intention and shouted loudly from the distance, "I'm Long Shan, Dong Quan's family warriors. This brother looks very familiar, would you mind giving me a few instruction?" The crowd at this time can't be bothered to find out how Fu Jianin was being carried out, neither did they notice that Zhao Ji has just returned to the field and was seated amongst her senior and junior brothers. They were all focused on sizing up this uninvited warrior. Lu Wuxin looked Tang Yi up and down disdainfully and coldly replied, "If you want to fight, you have to use real swords to able to display real skills." Tang Yi laughed, "Why not? But Mr. Li better send another fighter for me to tire me out a little bit before we can fight her so that it'll be fair when I fight with you." Zhao Mu sighed, "Is your family warrior a moron? He didn't even know how to take advantage of the situation?" Ji Yanran smiled, "A master will have a servant who behaves like him, and this is what a true hero is about." Zhao Mu couldn't help but give an embarrassed laugh, angry at himself for showing that he is not a hero at all. Li Yuan was afraid that Lu Wuxing didn't have time to regain his breath yet, and when he saw that Xiang Shaolong did not show any reaction, happily said, "Definitely hero material." He made a gesture and one of the warriors behind him whose face looked like an ancient copper obeyed his order and stepped out. Xiang Shaolong turned towards Ji Yanran, "Who's this person?" Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Ji Yanran shook her head bewilderedly. That person came in front of Tang Yi, and very calmly said, "I don't like to use fake swords too, what is your opinion?" Tang Yi frostily replied, "Brother, how may I address you?" That person calmly replied, "My name is Yanfu, I am just a nobody." Once everyone heard, not one of them didn't get stirred. Xiang Shaolong of course didn't know who he is, his questioning gaze turned towards Ji Yanran for clarification. Ji Yanran looked solemn as she replied, "He was originally a famous swordsman from Qin but ran away to Chu because he killed someone. I did not expect him to join Li Yuan." From this, it could be seen that Li Yuan's influence in Chu is growing by leaps and bounds, no wonder he is so arrogant. Han Shuang and the rest started to worry for Tang Yi. Clang! Yanfu pulled out his glimmering sharp sword, fell back 2 steps, pointed at Tang Yi and shouted, "Still haven't pulled out your sword yet, what?" Tang Yi was expressionless but a coldness radiated from his eyes as he unhurriedly said, "When the time comes, the sword will naturally be pulled out of its sheath." Yanfu was furious as he roared, "Straighten up the sword," and attacked. Instantly, a cold glare flared, blinding everyone's eyes. No one could have expected that the friendly competition between influential officials could turn into a real life and death fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 3. Book 8 Chapter 3, Awe-inspiring at the field. From translation thread, translated by Sliphiad. Once Yanfu attacked with his sword, everyone could tell he was formidable. No matter the angle or the speed, technique or footwork, all these can be clearly seen in this simple-looking sword execution that was moving like a swimming dragon, indeed deserving of his great reputation as a master swordsman. The most exhilarating part was he borrowed the twisting power of his waist and legs to exert his moving strength, creating a powerful stab that pooled the energy in his whole body, moving as fast as lightning, with no warning sign in advance. It was really instantaneous, seemingly like a volcanic eruption, and in the blink of an eye, the sword point arrived only a foot away from the unmoving Tang Yi's chest. The crowd imagined themselves in Tang Yi's position. At the moment, the only path left was to retreat and pull out his sword, but this would only boost the opponent's dominance. The offensive attacks will come in waves and he may even perish under the sword. In other words, whatever happens, it's only because Tang Yi's did not draw out his sword first and thus lost his chance to act first. A small smile escaped from the corner of Tang Yi's lips as he swiftly drew out his sword without even retreating a step. The crowd was secretly alarmed. Wuxiu and Jia were so scared that they shut their pretty eyes, unable to bear watching the tragic outcome of this hero when he spills his blood. Clang! While everyone was stupefied, Tang Yi drew out his sword to about 2 feet from the sheath and actually accurately blocked the edge of Yanfu's sword with his sword handle. Even if Yanfu was stronger than Tang Yi, but the power emitted from the sword's edge is incomparable to the power emitted from the flat side of the sword handle, especially since Yanfu's arm strength simply wasn't on the same level as Tang Yi. Ever since Yanfu started to appear in the pugilistic world, he has never seen anyone who from the start could beat an enemy using the sword handle only. He had placed his full power to attack forward, and he could not stop his momentum and was heading towards Tang Yi as if he is throwing himself into his embrace. Just as he realized his mistake, Tang Yi's iron fist loomed in front of his eyes. Bang! Fresh blood spurted from Yanfu's mouth and nose as he stumbled backwards, unexpectedly knocked out by Tang Yi's left fist, whereas Tang Yi's sword was only half out of the sheath. Clang! The sword slid back into the sheath. Silence reigned on the field, before the swordsmen from the training school burst into loud cheers which filled the whole field, amazed by Tang Yi's skills and also ecstatic because he had gotten revenge on their behalf. Li Yuan did not expect that Tang Yi could be as skillful as this. His face turned green as he shouted, "Carry that useless guy out, what?" Once this word was out, even Zhaoya, who was sitting beside him, furrowed her brows, could feel that this person, Li Yuan, is an unkind and fickle person, showing no sympathy at all towards a subordinate who has failed. Yanfu was quickly carried out of the field. Tang Yi pointed towards Lu Wuxin, "It's your turn now." The crowd's eyes all fell on Lu Wuxin, waiting to see if he dared to accept the challenge. Xiang Shaolong is the only one in the field who can predict the result of the fight. After Tang Yi received his instruction from the Mahist swordplay's addendum, his sword and martial art skills improved exponentially. Even he himself couldn't be sure to win against him, much less Yanfu. This time he laughed out loud. "Brother Lu, if you still have not rested enough to get your breath back, we can ask Brother Dong Luzi or others to fight first." Once this was said, there was no way for Lu Wuxin to avoid this any further. He stood up, snorted and walked out towards the field. Everyone immediately quieted down. Ji Yanran whispered in Xiang Shaolong's ear, "I have never seen anyone with such queer sword skills as your second brother. He not any more inferior compared to Li Yuan." Zhao Mu was instead elated, secretly thinking that it's no wonder that this horse fanatic is so boastful. So it turns out that he has a subordinate who can fight against 100 fighters single-handedly with his out-of-the-world sword skills. Clang, Lu Wuxin pulled out his sword and assumed a stance, yet he didn't immediately attack, quietly studying his opponent's sword movement and techniques. Tang Yi faced the sky and laughed aloud, his right hand holding the sword handle, stepped forward and looked as if he was going to pull out his sword. Lu Wuxin felt awe-stricken by his imposing manner and actually took a step back, so that a gap of 7 to 8 steps still remained between them. Tang Yi dashed like lightning forward towards Lu Wuxin's left side. The long sword slid back in and then out of the sheath again, creating the unbelievable illusion of countless seemingly real sword sparks, looking like an attack but yet not an attack, and poisonous snakes in a pit, rearing their heads and sticking out their tongues so that at any time, it could fiercely attack its enemy with one bite, but it would definitely be a merciless killing move. Xiang Shaolong slapped his thigh and cheered. This move that Tang Yi used was based on defending in order to attack, beyond doubt that it has reached perfection, completely utilizing the essence of Mahist swordplay's addendum. Lu Wuxin was completely baffled by the opponent's sword movement, even though he shouted and assumed a fierce posture, but in the end he still moved back a step. Everyone could see that he had been intimidated. When master swordsmen were pitted in a battle against each other, how can one constantly retreat? With wondrous instinct, Tang Yi's sword suddenly moved widely, changing from defending to attack into attacking to defend, waving his long sword seemingly like a rainbow, accompanied by refined and intricate footwork, dashing forward to Lu Wuxin's left, taking him by storm. Clang! Lu Wuxin strenuously tried to block Tang Yi's sword, which has reached perfection regardless of technique, posture, strength or movement. Tang Yi sneered, "Is this all you have?" The long sword slid out, and quickly morphed into a sweep. Clang! Lu Wuxin raised his sword in trepidation to block, only to be swept away by Tang Yi, and there was no way he could retaliate at all. Not one of them from Li Yuan's side that didn't turn pale, for it must be known that Lu Wuxin's arm strength is the best amongst them all, but it turned out that this Long Shan can easily beat him. By this time, everyone knew that Tang Yi plans to subdue and humiliate this person in terms of strength. Zhao Ba was ecstatic, but also secretly alarmed. He was always self-assured that his strength was unbeatable, but now looking at Tang Yi's might, he realizes that there will always be others who are better. Le Cheng, who was sitting at the back, moved forward. "Your family warrior's superhuman strength was just astonishing. I won't be surprised if it's comparable to Xiao Weimo." Xiao Shaolong secretly snickered. If Le Cheng knew that Xiao Weimo was killed by Tang Yi, who knows what would he think about it? History is being repeated again. Earlier it was Fu Jianyin who was beaten senseless by Lu Wuxin till he cannot retaliate at all and ultimately lost. This time it's Tang Yi slowly pressing forward, making Lu Wuxin sweat with effort, continuously retreating. This Lu Wuxin can be considered as awesome as he could ward off Tang Yi's unfathomable 25th sword stance before he lapsed, and thus creating a flaw in his defense. Tang Yi moved forward like a lightning, kicking his lower abdomen. Lu Wuxin scrambled backward holding the sword, curled up on the floor from the pain. Besides moaning, he had no more energy to get up anymore. The crowd was awestruck by this terrible sword move that all have forgotten to cheer. Li Yuan completely lost face. After ordering someone to move Lu Wuxin, he saw that everyone in that Long Shan's eyes are on him. He secretly groaned. If he joined in the fight, even though he might not necessarily lose, he didn't have the confidence to get the upper hand, but at this time the situation is such that there's no other way out, so he snorted. "So Mr. Dong has such a skillful subordinate. From this we could infer that Mr. must also be an expert. Why don't we use this time to play a little bit, so as to avoid others speaking badly of me for taking advantage of your subordinate when he is tired from all the fighting?" Even though his words sounded reasonable, but everyone knew that he is in fact extremely wary of Tang Yi. Xiang Shaolong waved to Tang Yi to come back to the stand, before standing up slowly and replying calmly, "Regarding my skills, Brotherly should already have a clear understanding of my level from your family warriors, but how can listening be compared to watching? Since Brotherly is in a mood to play, I would of course love to accompany you, but..." Li Yuan did not expect that he'd be willing to fight, and his joy plummeted. This time, besides the men on Li Yuan's side and Tang Yi, everyone else was worried for Xiang Shaolong. Li Yuan is known as Chu's #1 famous swordsman. Just by looking at Lu Wuxin and the other skills, they can all deduce his formidability. Dong Quang, this horse fanatic, wasn't well known for his sword skills, so it's not too hard to imagine who'll win or lose. Ji Yanran was anxious to the point where her brows all furrowed together. If Xiang Shaolong lost, even though Li Yuan wouldn't dare to publicly kill him, but he will definitely injure or maim him. Xiang Shaolong took off his precious sword Bloodwave and gave it to the person beside him as he smiled at Li Yuan. How can we follow these youngsters and compete with our lives? We can dispense with the armor, but we will still use wooden swords to exchange pointers and hold our strength in check. All should be carried out in the spirit of a friendly competition. Even though Li Yuan was reluctant, he couldn't openly show his desire to kill his opponent, so he smiled calmly. Since this is Mr. Dong's suggestion, I will naturally agree. Xiang Shaolong secretly grinned. He is someone who's used to using wooden sword. Just on this point alone, Li Yuan is destined to lose. After accepting the wooden sword and testing the weight, despite it only weighing about 70% of his Mahis sword, it's still much heavier than the average iron sword. Li Yuan used both hands to wave the sword around, pondering if he could just blind the other party in one eye, it would be most ideal. Xiang Shaolong suddenly shouted, "Master Zhao, let's play some drums to add to the atmosphere." But while everyone was stunned, the drummer responsible for this had already started drumming like a violent rain, producing earth-shaking drumming sounds. Li Yuan's handsome face turned cold and ruthless as he held his sword and stood erect. With his tall and graceful stature and suave appearance, he truly had an extraordinary posture. Xiang Shaolong placed his sword in front of him, staying as still as a mountain, both eyes shining sharply like eagle, focusing on the opponent. The both of them stood facing each other, immediately revealing the air of an expert. Everyone was filled with tension, anticipating the coming storm. For that moment everything was silent. After spending the past 6 months training intensely, Xiang Shaolong has changed from being blindingly brilliant to being calmly unwavering. Even someone like Zhao Mu and the rest who had seen him fight several times in the past couldn't link through his movement that he is the Xiang Shaolong of the past. Ji Yanran is an expert swordsman. With just a glance she can see that Xiang Shaolong's casual stand has the aura of an immovable mountain. She was inwardly surprised. Could it be that the last time they fought, he didn't fight with all his might? She could never have guessed that his improvement in swordplay was all due to finding the Mahist swordplay's addendum. In Zhaoji's eyes now, there is only Dong the horse fanatic who has that natural, graceful bearing of a hero, to the extent that even the handsome-looking Li Yuan seems to pale on comparison. Zhao Ye looked at Li Yuan, and also looked at Xiang Shaolong. She felt that although both parties had their own powerfully attractive qualities, Xiang Shaolong's uniquely alluring, enigmatic and mysterious quality is something that Li Yuan cannot give. Wei Xiu'er felt something altogether different. Li Yuan was truly the ideal husband of her dreams, talented in both literature and martial arts. He is dignified and graceful, at the same time he has status and power. Despite knowing that he's a playboy, but that's the way of all men, so she could only resign herself to this fate and obey her father's command to marry this lord. But the appearance of Dong Quang allowed her to experience the lure of another type of man, unrefined and straightforward yet revealing a thrilling wisdom and extraordinary thinking, making her willing to be conquered by him. This dilemma of choosing between them is making this young girl's heart disconcerted, unable to make a choice. Now that the both of them are finally competing to decide their superiority, would it help her make a decision? During this warring period, everyone knows martial art, sword skills has long become the standard in judging someone's skills. An expert swordsman will naturally be regarded as important and admired. Li Yuan and Xiang Shaolong stared at each other unwaveringly, and said in a frosty manner, "Brother Dong's horse-rearing skills are unparalleled in this world. I really would like to see whether Brother Dong's sword skill is comparable to your horse-rearing skills." He lowered his body to assume a stance, waving the sword and pointing at Xiang Shaolong, repeatedly shaking. Everyone in the audience broke out into cold sweat on Xiang Shaolong's behalf. No one had expected that Li Yuan's sword skills to have reached such high levels. Even when using the wooden sword, he's still able to create ingenious changes, confusing the audience to the point where one can't be sure where the attack will be coming from. Xiang Shaolong was still standing stiff like a pillar. The corner of his mouth revealed a mysterious smile as he blandly replied, "What are you waiting for, brotherly?" His words were imbued with strong confidence. Everyone can clearly feel that he's not even a little bit intimidated. Li Yuan definitely proved himself to be worthy of being choose number one swordsman. He wasn't at all provoked by these words. He smiled and swiftly attacked. When Xiang Shaolong raised his wooden sword, pointing at him diagonally, he retreated and returned to his previous position when they were facing each other, the distance between them totally remaining unchanged. It can be seen from this how precise Li Yuan's footwork was. Just based on this point, Ji Yanran's earlier conclusion that Li Yuan's sword skills were above Xiang Shaolong was definitely not without evidence. Zhao Zhi was thinking that if Xiang Shaolong's sword skills is on par with that Long Shan, these two people together would be enough to carry out the secret task of assassinating anyone. She can't help but feel resentful towards Xiang Shaolong's heartlessness. Tang Yi concentrated on watching both of them, with their swords drawn and poised to attack. He was originally confident that Xiang Shaolong would undoubtedly win, but when he saw Li Yuan's expertise when testing the water and his intricate and harmonized footwork, he couldn't help feeling a little bit worried. On the contrary, the one with the most confidence was Xiang Shaolong himself, not because he was underestimating his enemy, but because he had entered the state of Moism protection, a state where there are no others and no self, yet at the same time his opponent's intent cannot escape his observation at all. He knew that Li Yuan is luring him into attacking first, but he was totally unmoved. If both sides are not striking at all, the one who will lose face wouldn't be this horse fanatic, but the arrogant Li Yuan who had made his boast earlier. While training in the 21st century, they really focused on the psychology of warfare, and he is currently applying what he has learnt, intending to strike at Li Yuan's weak points based on his character. After facing each other for a while, sure enough, Li Yuan couldn't endure any loss of face and got impatient. He gave a cold snort, single-handedly lifted his sword overhead and leapt forward. As the long sword was about to violently strike Xiang Shaolong, his left hand grabbed the sword handle as well, and the power was intensified as now he is wielding the sword with both hands instead. Even though many disdain Li Yuan, but on seeing this outstanding move, everyone can't help but be impressed. Furthermore, this move was extremely severe and violent, gathering the power in the whole body's strength to the arms. If Xiang Shaolong raised his sword with one hand to block, then it's very possible that this single move will determine the winner. Xiang Shaolong still looked as calm as still water. He only raised his brows, turned his wrist, and actually used only one hand to block Li Yuan's move. Ji Yanran was so astonished that her heart was beating rapidly, her slender hands rose to cover her gasping mouth that was about to scream. In the past, she had fought both of them separately, so she naturally understood that their arm strength were comparable. But this time Li Yuan is using both hands to attack, and he has the added power from the running momentum, so it's not hard to know who would be stronger. AI. How can Xiang Shaolong be so reckless? Everyone there can only hear the swooshing of Li Yuan's sword cutting through the air and could tell the ferocious power behind it. All couldn't bear to see the happening of another tragic ending. Li Yuan saw Xiang Shaolong trying to block with a single hand and was secretly happy, so he intensified his strength into the strike. Who knew Xiang Shaolong could suddenly change from blocking horizontally to flicking his sword up, heavily pushing aside his opponent's move that was bearing down on him with the weight of a mountain. The hard block changed into deflecting the enemy's blow using its own momentum. Li Yuan watched helplessly as a surefire move was deflected to the side by Xiang Shaolong, and it went off target a little to only chop down towards the empty spot where Xiang Shaolong's left shoulder used to be. Cheers reverberated around the field. Even Jia and Zhaoji, these two beautiful ladies who hated Xiang Shaolong, enthusiastically clapped their hands and cheered. Luckily, this time Li Yuan cannot afford to be distracted, or else he would have died of anger on seeing this. Everyone thought that Xiang Shaolong will take this advantage to attack first. Who would have guessed that he would instead move back a step, his wooden sword moving in a bizarre and mysterious path, moving backwards and forward in front of his body, floating and waving around randomly. Even with Li Yuan's sword skills and experience, he still cannot determine which moves are true and which are fake. With no alternative, he was forced to retreat but tried to look as if he is arranging a forbidding defense. However, he is not as commanding now as he was before. Tang Yi felt relieved, knowing that Xiang Shaolong had guessed correctly that Li Yuan had wanted to impress Ji Yanran with his martial prowess, so he purposely made him lose face, provoking him into being more impatient and reckless so that he'll lose his advantage. He's truly brilliant in strategy. Ji Yanran is no longer worried about her lover, her eyes were shining with love and affection, looking at Xiang Shaolong's vigorous body emitting an imposing aura and indomitable charm. The autumn sun was shining high above the sky upon the field, filling it with life. There's another person who cannot refrain himself from liking Xiang Shaolong, which is Lord Long Yang. From the first moment he saw this stout and forthright man, his heart was stirred. Now that he witnessed his splendid sword performance, his heart was sent into disorder and he was secretly determined to captivate Xiang Shaolong into becoming his love slave. On the other hand, those family warriors under Li Yuan were so astounded they remained silent. They couldn't believe that even with Li Yuan's amazing sword skills, he still couldn't even get a little bit of upper hand. Li Yuan forced himself to concentrate, the wooden sword slashed up and down, forming his second attack. Xiang Shaolong returned to his original spot, standing still like the mountain, not even moving a little bit. Now, no one would think that he was too self-assured and belittled his opponent. Li Yuan softly said, "Who would have thought that Brother Dong is such an expert? Be careful." With a diagonal forward attack, he moved around towards Xiang Shaolong's back in an instant. Not only did Xiang Shaolong not turn around to receive the attack, instead he quickly moved forward towards Li Yuan's last position before turning around, the wooden sword pointing at the opponent, his steps steady and his bearing confident, with the posture like an erect mountain. One look is all it takes to know that he did not flounder at all despite his enemy's tactical attack. Li Yuan missed his intent and landed at Xiang Shaolong's original spot, and it seemed like the two of them made an agreement to exchange places. The spectators didn't dare to take a breath, afraid that it might influence both parties on the field who were caught in a deadlock. Xiang Shaolong wasn't without his own difficulties, for it is hard for him to go all out in fight. If he did not rein himself, it would be difficult to conceal his moves, and it may even trigger the memory of those who have seen him fight in the past. By then, even if he killed Li Yuan, the loss will still outweigh the gain. Li Yuan saw that both his moves has failed and lost his patience. He waved his sword to attack again. The sword point trembled like lightning, relentless, ruthless and flawless. Xiang Shaolong knew that he was anxious for victory and was secretly delighted. Just before the sword touched his body, he coolly deflected to the side. The move was truly as calm as an immovable object, yet as swift as an escaping rabbit. Besides, his movement was suave and unrestrained as well, thus attracting the cheers of others. Li Yuan saw that he was evading the attack and happily thought there was hope. He shouted and waved the sword quickly. Xiang Shaolong laughed aloud, drawing out his wooden in a flash, turned around and flew forward, continuously blocking the opponent's 5 sword strikes without retreating a single step. His defense was as solid as an iron bucket, while his every move contained possible hidden changes, thus causing Li Yuan to be hesitant about advancing rashly. The clash of the wooden swords rang continuously non-stop. The crowd was so focused on the fight that they forgot to cheer for their own side, only seeing both parties' sword skills soaring powerfully without constraints, fluttering and flashing indefinitely. Not only were they marveling at Li Yuan's unparalleled moves, but also astonished at Xiang Shaolong's unfathomable moves. Zhao Ye felt that this horse fanatic is just like his character, unfathomable. Judging from his appearance, anyone would have guessed that Xiang Shaolong is a proactive person, and who would have thought that in actuality it was the other way around. Even though Li Yuan is always the initiator of the attacks, yet his opponent's defensive yet seemingly offensive moves is restricting him the use of the full strength of his skills. At the same time, the opponent displayed a strong will and tenacious power, and he cannot help but feel discouraged. This is also the negative aftereffect of his 2 failed attacks, otherwise he wouldn't have this feeling of discouragement. His 6th attacks haven't come out, and yet the opponent's wooden sword suddenly created numerous shadows, confusing him such that he has no idea where the attack will be coming from. Li Yuan was alarmed and naturally he retreated. Xiang Shaolong laughed out loud, placing the flat side of the wooden sword on his shoulder, appearing calm and composed, said to Li Yuan, who was retreated close to 10 steps away from him, "Brother Li's sword skills are indeed ingenious. I think that it will be extremely difficult for me to win. Let's just quit while we're ahead and call off the battle at this point. What do you think, Brother Li?" Li Yuan stood frozen on the field, his handsome face flitted between turning red and pale. Even though it was still not clear who will be the winner and the loser, but everyone saw that all of his 3 attacks were nullified by this horse fanatic. How can he lift his face up again? But if he insists on continuing the fight, firstly, it will show his lack of bearing. Even more importantly, he had lost his confidence and all of his fighting spirit had been dispelled. While he was still hesitating, Huakai, who was worried that Xiang Shaolong will really injure Li Yuan, stood up. "Let's consider this fight as a draw. Today is indeed an eye-opening experience for all of us." Li Yuan secretly hated this, but he had to maintain a smiling front, accepting other people's congratulations together with Xiang Shaolong. Ji Yanran greeted Xiang Shaolong and said tenderly, "Mr. Dong, from today onwards, you can be considered equally brilliant in both horse rearing and sword skills. I wonder if you would be willing to visit the place where I'm putting up for the moment to take care of my sick horse." Everyone who heard this envied him. Although she's using to the horse as an excuse, but her invitation came publicly after his incredible performance of martial prowess, so everyone knew that this peerless beauty known for her heart of stone is no longer concealing her feelings towards this horse fanatic whom had stirred her heart. The other 3 girls who were rushing to congratulate Xiang Shaolong felt snubbed as Ji Yanran snatched their chances and quietly withdrew. Li Yuan was the one who felt the worst. Originally he thought that today he would be able to impress everyone during the martial arts competition. Instead he ended up with 2 of his famous subordinates seriously injured, while he himself could not win the fight, which is a total loss of face. The hardest hit was Ji Yanran is actually making giving an invitation to his biggest rival right in front of his eyes. His felt a strong hatred and hurriedly left with his subordinates. Zhao Ba was ecstatic and said as he pulled Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi, "No matter what, I want to invite both of you to become our honored guest instructors. Please do not decline." Zhao Mu sighed, "If Mr. Dong and Brother Long was here a year earlier, that fellow Xiang Shaolong would not be able to leave Handan alive." But Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi exchanged glances, both felt very amused. Amongst all the uproars, Xiang Shaolong finally was able to extricate himself to leave with Ji Yanran under everyone's admiration gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 4. Book 8 Chapter 4, Isolated Without Support. Ji Yanran, accompanied by Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi on her right and left, galloped out of the school. As Xiang Shaolong remembered Zhao Ba's invitation for them to become the honored guest instructors, he couldn't help be reminded that Lian Jin must have received the same treatment when he was alive, therefore he had the opportunity to become closer to Zhao Ji, thus evoking their short affair. Maybe Zhaoji is fickle in love, for her first lover was killed and she instead fell in love with him, the person who killed her lover, but because of her relationship with Jing Jun, he didn't dare to accept her love. However, if she threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace out of anger because of this, it could really make one feel resentful. Li Yuan will definitely not appreciate or care for the fairer sex, for he is too selfish. Returning to the busy town center, Teng Yi said, I want to go to the hidden army valley to see them. I may not be able to return by tonight. Xiang Shaolong nodded in agreement, replied offhandedly, have you sent someone to see father? Father was Lu Buwei's code name. Teng Yi replied, sent the day before. After requesting leave of Ji Yanran, he rode towards the city gate direction. They have been granted the pass document so they could leave the city at any time without any problem. Ji Yanran begged, I want you to stroll around town with me, will you agree? Xiang Shaolong joyfully agreed and they rode back to his residence first, before going out to leisurely stroll around town. After walking for only a while and Ji Yanran couldn't take it anymore because everyone on the street were staring at them in surprise, making her feel uncomfortable, so she had no choice but to drag Xiang Shaolong and slipped back into the borrowed residence she's currently residing in. The owner, a great Confucian scholar in Handan, Lu Huasheng, was playing chess with Zhou Yan, and when the two of them returned, they were delighted. Lu Huasheng and Zhou Yan were old friends who had known each other for 30 more years, and they treated Ji Yanran like their own daughter, and everyone was talking joyfully. So far, Zhou Yan hadn't gotten a chance yet to speak of old times with Xiang Shaolong. He urged Ji Yanran to take his place playing chess, while he and Xiang Shaolong walked together into the quiet and secluded back garden, and sighed, since the Prince of Ping moved to the east, it's been more than 500 years where there's no true leader. There had been continuous wars, and who else but the common people suffered. Luckily, we now have you as the new saint to become our hope of ever stopping these wars. Xiang Shaolong wouldn't dare to underestimate this wise Five Elements school founder, because truly without him Xiang Shaolong, Emperor Qin who united the 6 countries, wouldn't exist. But he still didn't know how to answer his question. The only way left was just to stay quiet. Zhou Yan was intoxicated inside his own vision of vast and broad history and softly said, I know Shaolong is someone who pursues peace, but true peace can only be achieved through war, there's no other way beside this. Otherwise, with these 7 states continuously fighting, sooner or later, we'll be attacked from the tribes in the northwest who are watching intently for the right opportunity to invade the mainland like locusts coming to destroy our civilization. Xiang Shaolong was suddenly startled. Zhou Yan's words were like a blow to his head, getting him to think of problems he didn't think of before. All along, he had deliberately avoided having a hand in any wars. However, he never thought that it'd be better to suffer momentarily than to suffer long-term pain, employing war as a way to bring peace. This was mainly because of his foreigner mentality. But this problem is in fact his problem now, as he had become a member of this era, so naturally he had to accept the responsibility that comes with staying in this time period. Even if Qin didn't dispatch soldiers to go on an expedition, the other 6 states also won't let Qin off. This is basically a time period where the strongest rules. Instead of allowing the flames of war to reign free indefinitely to the point of flashing an open invitation for the outside tribes to invade, it'd be better to use the Qin's might to unite the whole country earlier. If he leads the army, at the very least, he can reduce the senseless massacre to the bare minimum, thus reducing the burden of war on the people. Once he reached this conclusion, his heart stirred to passion. Zhou Yan measured him with rapt attention for a while before grinning. The universe undergoes thousands of changes constantly, but is always connected to the activities of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The heaven is 5 elements, people are also 5 elements. Even though from outward appearance the usage is always full of changes, on the inside the essence stays the same. If heaven and people are always interconnected, every time there's a rising energy, when both of them are taking turns, an auspicious omen can be seen. Wherever auspicious omen is, that is where the master of the new time period is. For example, the time of King Zhouwen, there was a red crow holding a red book in its beak which flew down to the sacrificial altar, signifying the time for them to develop the unification plan. Xiang Shaolong couldn't help himself asking, so where is the auspicious omen now? Zhou Yan joyfully replied, did you remember that I once mentioned to you the appearance of a new star? Half a year ago, Shaolong left Zhao and went towards Qin. That star immediately vanished. Just when I was confused, I saw on the sky where the position of Qin is, a bigger and brighter new star appeared, glowing in the night sky. Now I am positive that the one who will unify the whole country must be a Qin and will have a direct relation to you. Xiang Shaolong was stunned speechless. With this he can no longer underestimate the authority of this ancient astrologer. Zhou Yan extended his hand and placed it on his shoulder, saying sincerely, for the sake of the well-being of the people in the whole world, Shaolong, you must accelerate the Qin's unification plan, or else the fate of the new star might suddenly become gloomier. Do not worry about how others will see you. As long as you grab tightly to your ideals and do your best, you wouldn't disappoint the expectations placed on you by heaven. The unification plan must start with you, and this is something I am very sure of. Xiang Shaolong's heart was stirred. Only now did he understand how open Zhou Yan's heart is, filled with passion and love for the universe and mankind. His opinion is aimed at the current actual situation, unlike Confucius and Mencius who could only talk about virtue and morality, while hard reality pointed out that near expiring state of Lu can only perish. During this warring period, the only way to fight violence was with violence. Zhou Yan continued, Yanran always had this idea, she wished she can support a brilliant leader to unify the whole country and stop the war. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled in his heart, the path to attaining this goal is very long and arduous, but without great Qin, it would not be possible for the following period of the two Han dynasties to have peace, even more so for China to exist in the 21st century. When he thought of this, he abruptly resolved to cast aside his own moral principles and see if he can help Xiao Pan a little. At the same time, he secretly sighed. For someone like him who views all wars are evil, it wasn't easy for him to suddenly change his ideology. Right at this moment, Ji Yanran and Lu Huaxing came out side by side. Zhou Yan laughed, how did it go? Ji Yanran blushed, Scholar Lu saw that I am not in the mood for war so he let me off this time. Everyone laughed. That Lu Huaxing didn't know Xiang Shaolong background and only regarded him as horse fanatic Dongquang. After some small talk, he and Zhou Yan went back inside to continue contending for supremacy on the chessboard while Ji Yanran happily led Xiang Shaolong towards small building she's temporarily residing in. Two beautiful servant girls opened the gate and welcomed them in. Xiang Shaolong recognized them and suddenly felt a surge of familiarity. Ji Yanran took him upstairs to her room. After waving away her maid, she sat on his lap and gave him a scorching kiss. Both of them felt like they were transported to another world. Yanran pretended to be solemn and asked, Brother Dong, may I dare to ask when will you officially take Yanran as your wife? Xiang Shaolong grinned, since Miss Ji is asking this question, let me inspect you first to see if you are good stuff. He extended his hand and started stroking her bosom. Ji Yanran melted into his embrace, but still stubbornly asked, I am being serious now. When I can't see you, that longing feeling is truly tormenting for me. Xiang Shaolong felt deeply touched by her love for him, sighed, if everyone knows that I have won you over and even sleeping together with you, it'll be difficult for me to move around. By that time, everyone will pay attention to us, even you surely will lose your position and status as a detached girl free from all manly and womanly lust. This will be detrimental towards my operation here in Handan. These few days, Ji Yanran has fallen head over heels in love and has forgotten everything else. Now that Xiang Shaolong has reminded her, she pondered and nodded, Yanran's too reckless, forgetting that you are in a dangerous situation, I understand now. After a short discussion, the two of them reluctantly parted. Xiang Shaolong leisurely walked back to his residence instead of writing. Wu Gui interrupted him at the entrance, Lady Ye and Miss Ji are both waiting for you. I brought both of them separately to the east and west room respectively. Xiang Shaolong felt a headache coming as soon as he heard this. His hasn't even gotten any headway for his proper work, instead he got himself entangled with relationship problems and he couldn't help but feel discouraged by this. After considering for a minute, he decided to see Zhao Ji first. When he entered the west room, Zhao Ji was well behaved and quietly sitting in the corner staring blankly. She looked down as she heard the footsteps, not sure if it means that she's still annoyed at him, or because she felt ashamed that he saw her allowing Li Yuan to be frivolous with her. Xiang Shaolong sat down beside her, Miss Ji, don't you have to accompany Li Yuan? Zhao Ji paled and bit her lips, not answering the question at all as she replied, teacher asked me to invite you to our school. Xiang Shaolong understood that she is just using this as an excuse to come see him, otherwise why would Zhao Ba task a beautiful girl like her to come alone to invite him, for it just doesn't conform with the etiquette. He sighed, how are you these last 2 days? Now, my heart is very troubled. Zhao Ji still looked down, whispered like a fly, what are you troubled about? You have just flaunted your abilities today and also won the talented Lady Ji's favor. I thought you won't be home so early. Xiang Shaolong suddenly understood her intention for coming here looking for him. She wanted to show him that she didn't give in to Li Yuan. Coming from such a proud and arrogant beautiful girl, this is already a large concession. It can also be seen that this girl had fallen hard for him to the point of losing her self-control. Zhao Ji slowly lifted her head, sadly watching him, you can do whatever you like to me, hit me, scold me, because it's Zhao Ji's fault. Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting, when a beautiful girl is willing to allow him to punish her, it's an equivalent to allowing her husband free rein to handle her. If he still rejected her, there's no other way for her to redeem her pride besides suicide. He couldn't help getting a headache and stood up. Zhao Ji watched him in trepidation. Xiang Shaolong said, Miss Ji, just sit here first, I will be back with you right away. He hurried over to the east room. Zhao Ye was leaning on the window blankly watching the garden outside. Under the evening sun, the flowers and trees gave out a thick autumn feeling. Hearing his footsteps, Zhao Ye trembled slightly, turned around and smiled, talented Lady Ji did not invite you to spend the night? Xiang Shaolong snorted, did you think her a wanton girl? I didn't even have the chance to touch her little finger. Zhao Ye knew that he taking the opportunity to blow this up and being sarcastic that she's making herself easy for Li Yuan. She looked down in shame and sighed, I come here now to apologize to you. Will Mr. accept my apology? Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting, he really shouldn't have fought today. During this period where they value martial prowess over literature, there are no beautiful girls who won't admire heroes with superb sword skills. Just because he wanted to gain a momentary pleasure, and although he could manage Li Yuan down a little, he also made two girls fall head over heels over him, and now he's at a loss as to how to handle them. At the moment where there is a lot of urgent business for him to handle, he didn't have any more free time to cope with them too. Zhao Zi's much easier to handle, Zhao Ye on the other hand gives him a headache and he is in a dilemma. The biggest problem was that he himself still held a residue of love towards Zhao Ye and still crazy about her arousing body, so it's easy for him to feel jealousy and resentfulness towards her. On the whole, Zhao Ye is not a bad person, it's just that she does not have a strong will. But it's impossible to forgive her, besides he didn't dare to trust her anymore, it's just that sometimes he doesn't have the heart to hurt her excessively. He exclaimed, don't joke with me, lady. You have never offended me the slightest bit, so there's no need to apologize at all. Zhao Ye gracefully walked over towards him till her chest was nearly touching him, before gazing up tenderly, can Zhao Ye stay here tonight? Watching her lips spew out these luring words, breathing in her orchid-like scent, he felt like he was brought back to the happier days when they were still delightfully entangled, and for a moment, he forgot where he was. Zhao Ye saw his indecisive expression and moved half a step forward, throwing her slender body into his embrace, her soft perky bosom pressing tightly against him, and enchantingly asked, do you really disdain me, mister? Xiang Shaolong was shaken awake, secretly relieved that he had applied the sap from the love plant, otherwise Zhao Ye might have recognized him. He reached out and grabbed her shoulder. With strong willpower, he hardened his heart and pushed her away a little to avoid being tempted by her enticingly soft breast. His eyes sharp, he laughed, why would lady have such a thought? Any normal man would not have let you go. Zhao Ye bashfully replied, what are you waiting for then? Looking at her laying out the obvious, a look of wantonness which hinted that he can do anything to her, Xiang Shaolong was tempted but also angered. His eyes wantonly roved over her beautiful, heaving breast, and asked with a wry smile, if Li Yuan wants you to sleep with him tomorrow night, will lady be able to reject him? No one understood her wantonness and weak will better than himself. Even when she was deeply in love with him in the past, she still couldn't resist. She used seduction and slept with him. After she broke off her relationship with Zhao Mu, she was still willing to allow herself to be toyed by this traitor. So these words are like a stab to her vital point. Indeed, Zhao Ye instantly was dismayed and she looked down, can you not ask me this kind of question? It's difficult for me to give you an answer. Xiang Shaolong was indescribably furious, turned around and walked out as he replied icily, lady, please return to your residence. I still have other guests that I need entertain. Zhao Ye cried out piteously, Dong Quang, but... Once he heard how miserable and sorrowful she sounded, his heart softened and he stopped, replying with a deep voice, is there anything else you wish to instruct me, lady? Zhao Ye went behind him and discarding all etiquette, she hugged his waist holding tightly, melding herself to his back and suddenly cried desolately, her cries filled with untold misery. Xiang Shaolong fears neither heaven nor earth, but he is most afraid of women crying. Remembering their past love, he embraced her and used his sleeves to frantically wipe her tears away. Who would have known that her cries just kept intensified unstoppably, making his sleeve wet with her tears. No matter how much Xiang Shaolong hated her, at this moment, he couldn't bear to chide her anymore. After a while, Zhao Ye calmed down and slowly removed herself from his embrace. Her puffy red eyes glanced mournfully at him and she whispered, Zhao Ye's leaving, but... Xiang Shaolong was stunned and he had a distinct feeling that her loss of composure was probably due to remembering him, Xiang Shaolong, and the sadness just welled up in her. At the same time she is no longer interested in other men, so for that instant she did not know what to feel. He nodded, I'll send you out to the main door. Zhao Ye woodenly replied, Mister, don't stand on ceremony. She turned around and hurriedly left. Xiang Shaolong returned to the inner chamber and changed his clothes. In the meantime, he also sent someone to invite Zhao Ji, who had been waiting for a while, to come to the inner hall. He felt thirsty, so he asked someone to pour him 2 cups of hot tea, enjoying it together with Zhao Ji, who sat across from him. Zhao Ji felt slightly flattered by his treatment and occasionally stole a glance towards him. Xiang Shaolong's heart started burning up and secretly thought that if he wanted to take her, she definitely will not refuse. Precisely because of this tempting thought, he had to make a lot of effort to rationalize his mind and forcefully control his impulses. Zhao Ji, at this moment in time, displayed a pitiful expression. Truthfully, he himself didn't understand why he had not touched this beautiful lady, for it seems that Jing Jun is not enough reason for a deterrent, because it was apparent that she didn't fall in love with the boy. Zhao Ji whispered, that traitor has entered the city. It took a while before what she said dawned on Xiang Shaolong and he asked in bewilderment, traitor? Oh. You mean Tian? Zhao Ji looked down. I am afraid that Sister Ro might go and assassinate him without much thought. Xiang Shaolong's heart skipped a beat. You need to warn her not to be reckless in doing things, otherwise it will be too late for regrets. Zhao Ji was pleased. So you do care about us, but... Xiang Shaolong knew he had accidentally betrayed his intention and smiled wryly. From the start, I have always cared about you too. Zhao Ji's pretty face seemed suddenly revitalized as she rolled her eyes at him. But why are you always so indifferent and ruthless towards us? Xiang Shaolong replied exasperately, that night, I wholeheartedly thought that I would be able to enjoy the night, Miss Shi, but instead I got ambushed from the back and nearly lost my life. How much nicer do you want me to treat you? Zhao Ji is after all an unmarried maiden, and to hear him speak so honestly, both her cheeks blushed, but on the inside she was deliriously happy as she said with embarrassment, sorry. That was just a misunderstanding. Zhao Ji will now bow and apologize to you, alright? Surprisingly, she really did kneel down. Xiang Shaolong was so surprised that he jumped out of his seat and to help her up. Zhao Ji allowed him to grab her shoulder and pressed her to her seat again. With a blushing face, she raised an eyebrow at him and asked sadly, you're no longer angry with me? Xiang Shaolong felt her delicate body trembling under his hands like a frightened little bird, and a surge of sympathy welled up as he said gently, why torture yourself like this? Zhao Ji's eyes reddened as she mournfully said, Zhao Ji has been unlucky since young, my whole family either separated or dead. Sister Ro is constantly thinking of revenge, so my temper can be quite bad sometimes, consequently offending Mr. Xiang Shaolong sympathized even more with her as he secretly thought that he was the one who made her say all those heartless and obstinate words. He suddenly couldn't help but feel apologetic towards her as he reached out his right hand to hold her chin up and smiled, let's stop with the blaming game, from today onwards, why don't we forget all about our old and new hatred forgotten, but... Zhao Ji's face turned redder as she lowered her long eyelashes and with half-lidded eyes, nodded her agreement. Who wouldn't be affected by that kind of tender expression on a young lady's face? Xiang Shaolong can't help but lean closer and lightly kissed her lip. Zhao Ji's body trembled and even her ears turned red. Her reaction was more intense than the last time when Xiang Shaolong forcefully kissed her while on the horse. Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to press her down on the bed on impulse to copulate with her, but there was still an ounce of clarity in his mind as he reluctantly released her and asked, where will Tian Dan be staying and how many people will be coming with him to the city? Zhao Ji heard Tian Dan's name and became clear-headed again, he's staying in the Zhao Palace. I'm not sure how many people will be coming with him, but usually, regardless of where he's going, he'll have many bodyguards around him. She added, tonight, the king of Zhao will hold a banquet to welcome this traitor, and all the envoys have been invited to attend. Xiang Shaolong knew immediately that he's not invited again. The king of Zhao is obviously on Li Yuan's side and deliberately giving him the cold shoulder. Zhao Ji asked shyly, would Mr. mind going to advise my sister Ro? In my opinion, she will definitely listen to your words. At any rate, Xiang Shaolong couldn't allow Shan Ro to take the risk in trying to assassinate Tian Dan, so he readily stood up and said, alright. Let's go see your sister. Xiang Shaolong and Zhao Ji rode their horses out of the residence. From far away, someone came riding towards them and shouted, Master Dong, please wait. Both of them looked over in surprise and it turned out to be Pu Bu. Xiang Shaolong seized the chance to tell Zhao Ji, go home first and wait for me there. Zhao Ji meekly nodded and left immediately. Pu Bu stopped beside him, panting, Marquis has invited Mr. Dong to see him at once. Xiang Shaolong nodded his agreement and followed him back towards the Marquis residence. He had on several occasions wanted to reveal his identity to Pu Bu, but in the end he bit back his words. After all, a person's heart might have changed within the last half year. Xiang Shaolong met Zhao Mu inside the secret room in the Marquis residence. This traitor's expression was stern as he grimaced, Li Yan has indeed delivered a crown prince. Xiang Shaolong took a moment to understand his meaning before he exclaimed, that's not good. Zhao Mu clenched his fists and stamped his foot on the floor. This time, that little thief managed to take full advantage of us. He can openly become crown prince uncle, whereas my father has to worry that the king of Chu will find out that the baby is actually his son. Just based on this alone, father is already at a disadvantage. Moreover, Li Yanyan's relationship with my dad is just based on beneficiary gains and there's no real love at all. Now with her raise in stature, she can easily manipulate the king of Chu. Li Yuan will be able to get whatever he asks for in Chu. Xiang Shaolong remembered Li Yuan's scheming character and asked in shock, would master be in danger? Zhao Mu was deeply worried, you figured this out as well, now Li Yuan's biggest obstacle is my father. If I am Li Yuan, the first person I would deal with is the king of Chu. The king's health has never been good, so as long as Li Yan leads him down the path of destruction, it's guaranteed that he wouldn't last much longer. Once the king of Chu is gone, Li Yan and Li Yuan would be able to legitimately control Chu's politics through that bastard. Father has not taken any precaution against this, still thinking that the pair of siblings are still pawns that he can control, but it would be so easy if those wretched siblings wants to harm him. Xiang Shaolong calmly replied, the only way to handle this is to use the opportunity for me to completely eliminate Li Yuan when he leaves the country by posing as horse bandits. A shadow hung over Zhao Mu's expression and he did not speak for a long moment. Finally he sighed and said, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Li Yuan alone has incredible sword skills, and this time, inclusive of his family warriors and attendants, he has close to 500 people with him, even more men than you've got. Especially now that his worth has increased so much, King Xiaochang will surely send his army to escort him back to Chu. Even when passing through Wei, the Weiss will do the same too. If you act rashly, you won't gain any advantage at all. Xiang Shaolong secretly smiled as he thought that it's a good thing that traitor knows this because it would spare him a lot of problems. Zhao Mu was obviously very worried, and after sighing in despair, he asked, do you have any other better strategy? Xiang Shaolong deliberately replied, let me quickly go back to Chu to report to the master so that he would be able to take some precautions. Zhao Mu unhappily replied, but then who'll help me take care of things here? Besides, father often disregard me, his own son's words, so why would he listen to an outsider's advice? Xiang Shaolong had known for a long time that he is a selfish person, who wouldn't care about family. That's why he certainly won't let him leave. But by pretending concern like this, he will gain more of Zhao Mu's trust. He replied, then we have to move faster, otherwise without master's support, even if Marquis ascend the throne, it will only attract other countries' intervention. Zhao Mu's expression was heavy as he creased his brows. I want you to investigate for me one thing. Xiang Shaolong said, Marquis, please give your orders. Zhao Mu dejectedly replied, this last 6 months, King Xiaochang has been giving me the cold shoulder. For example, he recently had a few secret discussions with Li Yuan, and also today, when he received Tian Dan, he wouldn't let me attend. There must be a problem somewhere. Xiang Shaolong also found this to be odd, but hasn't gotten a chance to consider it deeply, so he said offhandedly, could it be because Guokai is carrying tales? Zhao Mu replied with disdain. Guokai is a useless man, and does not possess the ability to create friction between me and the Zhao King. I suspect it to be Zhaoya. She bears a heavy grudge because I ruined her relationship with Xiang Shaolong. I wonder what evidence does she holds against me that the Zhao King trusts her so much. Xiang Shaolong broke out in cold sweat. Despite his careful planning, he has neglected the fact that he once mentioned to Zhaoya the possible relationship between Zhao Mu and the Chu spy. Looking at things, it is likely that Zhaoya has told the secret to King Xiaochang, raising his suspicions about Zhao Mu. Therefore, King Xiaochang must have bribed Guokai to his side and gave him promotions and responsibilities. This is to make him stronger in order to counter against Zhao Mu. Le Cheng would also have been bribed to turn against Zhao Mu. Otherwise, how can King Xiaochang allow him to continue serving as Handan City's chief military commander? A twist of events has made this simple task complicated beyond measure. It is impossible to Zhao King to bring down an established senior official like Zhao Mu overnight. He has to work in the background, slowly removing his power, disallowing him access to state secrets, breaking up his connections with other important ministers and generals. This is to minimize any further chaos in the country. Alas, after the departure of the Wu family, this country can no longer suffer another blow. Xiang Shaolong ponders, how would I act if I was in his shoes? The best way would be to ignore all the rules. Summon Lian Po or Li Mu, Zhao's best generals, back to Handan City to assist in bringing down Zhao Mu. This would guarantee success. With these two capable and famous generals protecting Zhao, any invaders will have to pay a price for their attack. However, Lianpa and Li Mu are busy battling the Yin people and the northern Xiongnu. If not, Zhao Mu would be finished by now. The day either general can return to Handan City is the best time to deal with Zhao Mu. Realizing the serious danger he is in, Xiao Shaolong recalled Guokai's initial warning about Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu is indeed someone you should not be on friendly terms. In case the relationship sours due to the smallest circumstances, you may even have your entire household annihilated. Even more complicating is that Li Yuan is now the imperial uncle of Chu. With his huge increase in status, King Xiaochang has to give in more to his demands. Who can tell if this muddle-headed king will even sacrifice his horsebreeder, Dong Quang, Xiang Shaolong, to please him? Thinking of this will only bring more headaches. Zhao Mu watched Xiang Shaolong's deep thinking and his expression switching between both hope and dismay. He thought Xiang Shaolong is worrying about both of them. He spoke in a low voice, I can tell that Zhaoya is smitten with you. Based on your intelligence and interaction with her, see if you can deduce any information about what she is holding against me. If we cannot salvage the situation, we will kill that weak king, control Handan and handle Lianpa and Li Mu after that. Xiang Shaolong is awestruck. Judging from the tone of this Zhao traitor, he seems to have a ready plan to overtake the Zhao king but is not anxious to be the Zhao king himself. Reflecting on this point, he could help but remind himself of Zhao Queen. Zhao Mu is proficient in medicine/poisons and can enter the Zhao inner palace without obstacles. If he can work together with the Zhao Queen who has been tolerating her anger at the Zhao King, it would not be too difficult to overthrow the Zhao throne. Riding on the momentum, Xiang Shaolong asked, if such a day were to come, who will be assisting Marquis in Handan City? Zhao Mu hesitated for a moment, said, the only trustworthy fellows are Lu Chang and a few of my warriors personally trained by me. Luckily, I have you to help me as well. In addition to my 2,000 family warriors, we should be able to attack the palace easily. We will use this plan as a last resort. Before he gave me the cold shoulder, I can kill King Xiaocheng as easy as lifting my hand and no one would even know that I did it. Nowadays he keeps guarding against me, so killing him would be much harder. Continuing his excited tone, by now, you should know who is Xiang Shaolong, right? Xiao Shaolong had a big fright, just nodded his head to express a positive answer. He wonders why Xiang Shaolong was suddenly mentioned. Zhao Mu continued, I just got word from Qin. Xiang Shaolong is leading a force here to seek revenge. I will enter the palace and report this to King Xiaocheng later. However crafty is Xiang Shaolong, he will never expect I have a spy in Xianyang, Qin capital. Xiang Shaolong is dying to know who was the spy, but he suppressed this unwise emotion. He pretended to be surprised and quoted, what has this got to do with our rebellion? Zhao Mu replied, there is a big connection. Long Shan, Teng Yi, and your physical body resemble that of Xiang Shaolong. We can prepare wooden swords for you and disguise as him to kill the Zhao King. After escaping, the public opinion would put the blame on Xiang Shaolong, our scapegoat. This way, we will not bear the crime. While thinking secretly what a close shave he had, Xiang Shaolong displayed an admiration for the flawless plan. Marquis is thorough indeed. If King Xiaocheng has any plans to leave the palace, let me know the time and place beforehand. I will do a clean job, including leaving the necessary evidence. Zhao Mu grew happier and said, from today onwards, we should avoid seeing each other unless absolute necessary. You have to be careful about Li Yuan. Not only has King Xiaocheng changed his treatment, even Tian Dan has distanced himself from me and built ties with him after knowing that he is now Chu's imperial uncle. You may not be familiar with Tian Dan. This man is much more powerful and scheming than Prince Xinling. Definitely not an easy man to handle. Xiang Shaolong discovered that today is all problems upon problems. During the expedition to steal the Lugong manual, he identified Chu and Shi people are very secretive and scheming. Now that Li Yuan has the opportunity to be the most powerful man in Chu, Tian Dan would collaborate with him due to common interests in trying to break up the Three States Pact. This will make his own life more perilous. If both Li Yuan and Tian Dan exert pressure on King Xiaocheng, Xiang Shaolong may be a sacrificial lamb. What can be done to handle such a dangerous trap? Zhao Mu keep reminding Xiang Shaolong to check what is Zhao Ya up to before releasing him. Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed. He can no longer avoid seeing Zhao Ya. With Zhao Mu numerous Handan City spies, he will know and be suspicious of Dong Quang, Xiang Shaolong, if he never visited Zhao Ya. Adding another worry is whether Zhao Ya will spill the beans on what Xiang Shaolong told her about the suspicion between Zhao Mu and the Chu spy. If Zhao Mu hears of this, he will be prone suspecting the Dong Quang is a fake. Thinking about how Guo Kai promised to bring himself to the official brothel but has yet to fulfill his word, he must have been influenced by Li Yuan. Since King Xiaocheng's attitude has changed, and Guo Kai being the apple polisher, he will naturally stay away from Xiang Shaolong. Suddenly, he felt that he has lost the advantage he had in Handan. He felt cornered and attacked from all four directions. He bitterly suffers his isolation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 5. Book 8 Chapter 5, Reacting with Calmness. As Xiao Shaolong starting riding away from the Marquis's residence, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his heart. Right now is evening and the street lamps are being lighted. The autumn wind blows a chilling sensation in the air. Tang Yi has already left the city for Hidden Army Valley and Ji Yanran is not available. Now that he wants to confide in someone, who can he look for? Thinking about his date with Zhao Ji, he starts to feel better. His only escape to forget all the headaches is to indulge in the flesh of a beauty. In hindsight, he cannot openly visit Ji Yanran, but he can still do so discreetly. His conscious and clear and the intelligent beauty may even have a good plan to counter the present danger. With this thought, he hurried home and changed into fresh clothes. With his skills, he slipped into Lu Huasheng residence and finally found his belle in her loft. Seeing him, Ji Yanran is crazy with happiness. After an intense Frenching session, Xiang Shaolong related everything he encountered at Zhao Mu's residence. After thinking long and hard in his bosom, Ji Yanran straightened her pose and offer. I have a plan which would help to solve all the present problems, although I am not very happy to execute it. Xiang Shaolong did not feel good hearing this and quickly asked her for the details. Ji Yanran replied, Li Yuan has been feeling dejected because of me. He is against you also because you won my favor. I have to openly show no interest in you and conspire with him. In the process, I have to make him understand that if he harms you again, I will ignore him forever. Thus, he may hate you but he will not dare to plot against you anymore. Xiang Shaolong couldn't take it anymore. He revealed, how can we proceed in such a manner? What if you really fall for him? Li Yuan is merciless when he wants to achieve an objective. He resembles Han Chuan who gave me a bottle of aphrodisiac to make you succumb to me. Ji Yanran was incensed, that shameless brat. After they consolidated their thoughts, Yanran hugged Shaolong. Relax my dear. Yanran is well equipped to deal with all kinds of evil men. I guard very well against people who try to tamper with my food and drink. Li Yuan will not succeed in wooing me. Moreover, I am the famous Ji Yanran, the stone-cold maiden. If Li Yuan wants to marry me openly, he has to wait till he goes back to Chu. Xiang Shaolong still feels uneasy. Now that Li Yuan is the imperial uncle, he is probably thinking of going back to Chu to consolidate his power to match Lord Chunchen Huangxia. If he wants to bring you back to Chu and you disagree, it will reveal your real intentions. Ji Yanran reasoned, if we can drag the matter for one day, we benefit the extra day. In Handan City, everyone is clamoring to Li Yuan's side. And your situation will grow from bad to worse. If we do not hasten to hold his hand, we may not be able to survive tomorrow. Let's hope the treaty will take more time to finish so that Li Yuan has to remain in Zhao for a longer period. Xiang Shaolong secretly admits that this is the best strategy. If he tried to escape now without capturing Zhao Mu, how is he to face Lu Buwei and King Zhuanxiang? No matter what it takes, regardless of personal or official obligations, he cannot retreat without settling his blood debt. Gritting his teeth, he consented, sorry to trouble Yanran. Before he finished his sentence, the maidservant came to report that Li Yuan has come to invite Ji Yanran to enter the palace together for the banquet. Xiang Shaolong felt the ultimate discomfort and his heart is bleeding. Xiang Shaolong has just arrived in the bamboo grove when the large yellow dog started barking. This time, he entered through the front main door. Zhao Zheng welcomed him in and kept tugging his clothes. Please dissuade little Ro. She never listens to anyone. Tiandan is at the peak of his power and I did not want to see little Ro commit such a dense act akin the moth flying towards the flame, to get burned. Xiang Shaolong sighed, but I do not have full confidence in dissuading her. Zhao Zhen replied, despite her display of hatred for you, I can tell that she thinks often about you. These few days, she is depressed and throws tantrums and it is all because she is upset with you. Xiang Shaolong thought of that night when he held Shan Ro on the floor. Her dress had spilled open to reveal her white and supple legs. Swallowing his saliva, he headed to the back of the house. He asked, don't you employ any errand boy or page? Zhao Zhen explained, I like peace so the errand boy goes over to sleep at the school after dinner. This is more convenient for little Ro as she cannot be seen by the public. Xiao Shaolong finally understood. Zhao Zhen sent him to the stairwell and asked him to enter on his own. Xiang Shaolong banished all the troubles in his mind, consolidated his spirits and came to the front of the door. He was about to knock when the door was pulled open. Zhao Ji was dressed in an entirely new outfit which put her in a different light. Waiting at the door, she gives the impression of a dainty wife welcoming her husband home after a hard day's work. In a pleasant voice she cried, Master Dong, please come in. He cannot bear but look at her intensely before stepping into the hall. Zhao Ji let him have a good look at her. Not only is she not offended, she happily tugged his sleeve and pointed upstairs. A sister is upstairs. Would you please go and find her? Xiao Shaolong endured the thought of caressing her and questioned, aren't you going up with me? Zhao Ji giggled, I am preparing cakes to pamper our esteemed guest. Please be lenient and don't bully too much. Remember, Zhao Ji has promised to do your bidding from now on. Xiang Shaolong is aroused by her tender attitude and cannot bear to hurt her anymore. He knows he is deeply entrenched with the Zhao sisters till the point of no return. After, humans are creature with feelings. The two girls have such a pitiful background. As a typical man, he is compelled to protect the weaker sex. He cannot help but feel drawn towards them. Hi. Since he is here, he will do his best according to the circumstances. Xiang Shaolong smoothly gave a light pinch to Zhao Ji's cheek before ascending the stairs. Zhao Ji's delicate face turned red as she returned to her baking. He reached the place where he had his first tussle with the two ladies. He did not see Shan Ro immediately. After scanning the area, he noticed two huts on the right. One has its door blinds down while the other hut seems to be uninhabited. Xiang Shaolong purposely took off his boots and approached the hut with the blinds down. Shan Ro's icy voice shot out from the hut, "Who is it?" Xiang Shaolong replied to me and lifted the blinds and entered the hut. Shan Ro was leaning on a couch at the side of the room. She straightened herself immediately. Under the candlelight, her chiseled face and curvy lips in addition to her slightly untidy hair gave off a tantalizing aura that Xiang Shaolong has never experienced before. Although he is used to beauties, his eyes lit up at the sight of her. Shan Ro stared at Shaolong with mixed reactions. She tidied her hair and stood up and said embarrassingly, "I did not sleep well the last few nights. I unexpectedly fell asleep while leaning on the couch for a slight rest." For Xiang Shaolong, this is the first time he saw this beauty in such a stylish light. In spite of strong external character, she carries another side of her. If not for the fact that he heard it with his own ears, he cannot believe Shan Ro can speak in such an affectionate tone. Shan Ro caught Shaolong examining herself and became shy. But she resumed her icy tone and spoke displeasingly, "Will Mr. Dong please wait outside, allow me to freshen up." Xiang Shaolong interrupted her, "No need to freshen up. Miss Ro is looking her best." Shan Ro's beautiful and big eyes blinked in puzzlement, but she did not insist. Using her icy voice, she replied, "You are strange. My clothes and hair are disorderly and you said it is prettier." "Fine. Let's talk outside." Shan Ro was about to cross the door ledge into the inner hall when she had to stop. Apparently, Shaolong had blocked her path with his large hand. If she had gone a further 2 inches, her chest will collide into his huge arm. Shan Ro could not apprehend why he wants to block the way and keep her in the room. She forgot to react and only stared at him dumbly. Xiang Shaolong also couldn't understand why he is so rude with her. He knew that without a proper explanation, this female assassin will not take it easy on him. He spoke, "Will you assassinate Tian Dan regardless of whatever I say?" Shan Ro was indeed distracted by him. She replied slowly, "You are not me, how would you understand how I feel? Zhao Ji is still young that time and does not have a deep impression. But I saw with my own eyes how my parents, siblings, and everyone who loved me caged in a row like pigs and dogs. They were led by traitorous soldiers who brought them back to Qi. From that moment I only have one wish, that is to kill both Jiamu and Tian Dan." Xiang Shaolong nodded his head in agreement. "That is truly a tragedy. Supposedly, you can only kill either Jiamu or Tian Dan. Who will you choose?" Shan Ro has never thought about this question. Eyes flickering, she thought for a while and replied, "I will kill Jiamu." Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief but felt bewildered. He inquired, "Isn't Tian Dan the mastermind?" Shan Ro revealed a pained expression. Gritting her teeth, she reasoned, "If not for Jiamu, my household will not be annihilated. What I detest most is he betrayed us while pretending to be our friends. Such a despicable man. In order to please Tian Dan, he resorted to committing these heinous crimes." Xiang Shaolong gently offered, "Great. If you agree not to act recklessly and only to act with my permission, I will help you to assassinate Jiamu and let you 3 sisters unite. Are you agreeable?" Shan Ro was greatly shocked. Confused, she gazed at him. Out of a sudden, her eyes turned piercing and cold. She recalled icily, "You have no reason to assist us at all. In the last meeting, Little Ji offered you both our bodies without seeking my consent. Nonetheless, you did not waver. Why would you suddenly change your mind now? Are you not afraid this will affect your new career in Handan City?" Xiang Shaolong is unable to answer her questions. Due to her background, Shan Ro is in a state of constant preparedness. She does not trust people easily. If he is unable to provide a satisfactory response, he cannot win her trust, much less her cooperation. Seems like the only way out is to disclose his real identity as Xiang Shaolong. He has no idea what are consequences of this revelation. While considering, he unconsciously let his sight rest on her naked feet. Seeing the healthy glow of her flesh, he felt attracted and aroused at the same time. In this instant, a sharp dagger appeared around his waist. Shan Ro's cold as snow voice rung out in his ears, "Can't even think of a good lie? I told Gigi long ago that you are only interested in our bodies. That is why you did not blow the whistle on us. Finally you have shown your true colors. Ha! And she is defending you." Xiang Shaolong understands that she is thirsty for revenge and behaves differently from other people. But never in his dreams would he imagine her to start using a weapon so early in the conversation. On the other hand, he believes she will give him a chance to clarify matters before killing him. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, he responded, "If you recognize how Jiamu is spreading slanders in front of the Zhao King about how I am detrimental to Jiachu relationships, if you know that my only wish right now is to leave Zhao as soon as possible, then you will realize what a good reason I have to help you deal with Jiamu." Shan Rou glanced at him for a while and at long last withdrew the dagger. Xiaolong's words are full of truths and falsehood. Shan Rou had heard from Zhao Ji how King Xiaoqing ignores Dongquang but had no idea this was linked to Zhao Mu. She believed the majority of what Xiang Shaolong said. Shan Rou moved her body towards him and allows her full, lively breasts to gently rest on his arm. Shyly she whispered, "If you can really lend us a hand in killing Zhao Mu, I will be your woman." Xiang Shaolong is filled with unparalleled excitement. This beauty does not make him feel guilty as she is not linked to Jing Jun. Therefore, he can rest easy and enjoy the pleasure of her flesh. What makes Shan Rou even more irresistible is she can be cold, vicious and unyielding on one hand but can be affectionate and enthralling to tempt him on the other hand. Faced with a lady as this, Xiang Shaolong is in cloud nine. Nevertheless, if Shaolong gives in and make love to her, it would make Shan Rou look down on herself. Pretending to be disinterested, Shaolong declared, "I wish to make things clear. Unless Miss Rou obliges me with a willing and pure intention, I would never take advantage of Mississippi. If this is to be a transaction, you can definitely forget about it as I am not a crafty man who takes advantage of someone when they are in need." But Shan Rou was dumbfounded and remained still. She did not move her breasts away but instead subconsciously increased the pressure. Xiang Shaolong hoped to move his arm away except he lacked the superhuman willpower and determination. In this moment, both parties exist in an extremely delicate and subtle situation, with neither person willing to move apart or make any adjustments. Shan Rou furrowed her eyebrows. "In that case, why are you willing to accompany us in this dangerous expedition?" Scrutinizing her beautiful jade face that is as charming as a scenery of hills and lakes, Xiang Shaolong felt both adoration and sympathy. In a warm voice, he answered, "The main reason is that I really like the both of you from the bottom of my heart. It is also because of my best friend, who happens to be Shan Lan's husband. When you meet Shan Lan in the future, you will grasp the full picture." Footsteps sounded. Both of them panicked. Xiang Shaolong extracted his arm from the comfort of the twin peaks while Shan Rou takes the chance to quickly get out from the room. Following behind Shan Rou, Xiaolong saw Zhao Ji carrying heated wine and aromatic cakes, smiling cheekily as she climbed the final steps. Shan Rou moved a coffee table into the center of the hall. Mesmerized by the two flawless beauties, Xiaolong experienced a wave of romance. He took down the hanging lamp from the wall and set it in the center of the coffee table, making it a candlelight dinner panorama. With the three persons sitting around the table, Zhao Ji hastily poured a cup of hot, steaming wine for everyone. The wine smelled wonderful. She then dispensed the pastries and smiled sweetly at Mr. Dong. "Please try Zhao Ji's baking skill. They taste best when hot." Xiang Shaolong recalled that he had missed his dinner and busied himself with the cakes. Whether it is due to hunger or not, the cakes taste delicious and he kept praising them to no end. Zhao Ji's smile brightened with his compliments. Shan Rou only took one piece and watched Xiaolong as he handled his first wave of wine and cakes. When he finished the first round, she asked in a surprisingly intimate tone, "Has Mr. Dong prepared a plan yet?" Xiang Shaolong knew that unless he showed some trump cards, Shan Rou will never believe him. He simply replied, "Zhao Mu is planning to rebel. Are you aware of it?" Both girls look at each other for answers. Shan Rou reasoned, "How would you know about such matters? Didn't you just say that he is out to harm you?" Xiang Shaolong silently thought this. It is indeed not easy to deceive this head tigress. Holding a calm outlook, he replied, "This matter is complicated beyond measure." He abruptly creased his eyebrows and remained mute. Both girls are amazed at his reaction and looked at him dumbly. Xiang Shaolong is pondering over if he should reveal his true identity. This will save a lot of needless explanation and prevent further misunderstanding. The conditions are all very obvious. Based on Shan Lan's sisterhood, they will not betray him. In addition, both sisters are attracted to him. Zhao Ji is even in love with both of his characters. Shan Rou asked with suspicion, "Are you deceiving us? That's why you cannot justify your answers." Zhao Ji came to his defense, "Sister Rou, Mr. Dong is not that kind of person." Shan Rou demanded angrily, "You let him explain himself." Xiang Shaolong suddenly decided. He was relieved to unload such big burdens off his shoulder. He gazed upward and let himself down, lying on the floor, rubbing his stomach. "Ji, you made the best cake in the whole world." Shan Rou was angry. "Don't try to deflect the question towards her. Quickly answer my question." Xiang Shaolong spread out both his hands and his legs, crossing under the big table, just barely grazing Shan Rou's leg on the opposite side of the table. Shan Rou was annoyed as she moved aside. "If you keep evading, I'm going to kill you." Xiang Shaolong pointed at his neck. "You pointed your sword here, then I'll tell you the truth." Both sisters locked gaze and felt totally confused. This person's behaviors were always out of the ordinary, truly made them unsure on what to do. Xiang Shaolong took advantage of the time that he wasn't in their line of vision, to turn around and bend over to take off his mask, before swiftly sitting down again. As if there's nothing wrong, he extended his hand and grabbed another cake, slowly munching it. Both girls at first didn't realize what's going on until they saw him clearly, then they started screaming in shock. Shan Ro moved backward, pulled out her knife, returning to her old scary bad wolf expression. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. She kept staring at him in disbelief. Xiang Shaolong sat on his knee, continued to drink his wine calmly, narrowed his eyes as he lazily stared at them. I truly have been lying to you all along, but you have to understand my difficulty. Zhao Ji calmed down again, stood up, her whole face was blushing up to her ears. She looked down shamefully, upset. Xiang Shaolong, you truly ashamed me, how could I face you again? Xiang Shaolong of course understood her meaning, smiled, relax. I won't be jealous of Dong Quan. Even more, he hasn't done anything towards you yet. Zhao Ji was both upset and embarrassed. She doesn't know what to say anymore, but everyone can see how joyful she is deep inside. Shan Ro suddenly lighted up, packed away his knife and sat down. You are truly amazing. You even deceived the whole town of Handan. Xiang Shaolong put on his mask again, returning back to his Dong Quan's identity. Both girls marveled at the change. Shan Ro turned towards Zhao Ji. He looks better like this. Xiang Shaolong didn't know whether to cry or laugh, stretched his waist. Now you don't have to be suspicious of why I want to kill Jiamu. But I felt that it's too easy for him to just be killed right away, so I want to capture him alive to bring back to Xianyang to receive just punishment. I hope you two sisters wouldn't object. Both girls were stunned. Xiang Shaolong continued, the Qi sent Shan Lan to Lu Buwei as a gift. Fortunately, Lu Buwei turned around and gave her to me. She and my brother, Tang Yi, fell in love at first sight and got married right away. It's all very romantic. He turned towards Zhao Ji and said, today, the one who beat Li Yuan's famous underlings in a row was Tang Yi. Now you understand why he's called Long Shan, right? Shan Ro was murmuring, fell in love at first sight. She felt that these words were totally refreshing. Zhao Ji suddenly understood and looked down, so where is Jing Jun? Xiang Shaolong started to hope again for Jing Jun, honestly replied, Sister Ji, are you interested in my brother? Zhao Ji was so surprised that she looked up again, afraid that Xiang Shaolong misunderstood her intention, spit out, no. I only thought of him as playful kid. But he's very friendly. Xiang Shaolong became somber. He realized that he can't force feelings, Jing Jun can only kill his feeling towards her. After knowing that he's Xiang Shaolong, Shan Ro's curiosity was aroused and she continuously watched him, so what is our next move? Xiang Shaolong directly explained the situation to them, Jiamu or Tian Dan. Between the two of them, we can only choose one. Before Sister Ro already chose Jiamu, so we use this as our goal. If only we could get Jiamu to rebel, we will get the opportunity to capture him alive from Handan. Zhao Ji had already stopped being embarrassed, happily asked, what can we sisters do to help? Xiang Shaolong was touched and told them of Tianjin. Lady Ji, would you mind contacting her on my behalf so she won't be worried? If it's not important, please don't look for me. I will send Jing Jun to contact you. Both girls were disappointed. Shan Ro stubbornly insisted, no one has seen me before. If you can arrange for me to be by your side, we'll be able to work together towards this. Xiang Shaolong's head was spinning, this could arouse suspicion, let me think about it first, alright? Shan Ro frostily replied, if I don't hear back from you in 2 days, I will pretend to be your wife coming to Handan to look for you. Xiang Shaolong lost his voice, what? Shan Ro haughtily raised her chin, atrociously replied, too bad if you didn't hear it. Zhao Ji pitifully asked, what about me? It's too late for Xiang Shaolong to regret his decision. He bitterly smiled as he stood up and shrugged, give me some time to think about this. Zhao Ji astonished, where are you going? This time, it's Xiang Shaolong's turn to be surprised, of course going home. Shan Ro grunted, men don't understand women heart. Ji wants you to stay and spend the night with her. Stop pretending to be dumb. Shan Ro stood up and headed out of the room. Just as she reached the curtain, she stopped and turned around, leaning on the door, my room's just next door. The only thing barring the room is this curtain. If you're not afraid to die, just come and look for me, Shan Ro. She grinned right after she finished spoken. With a slightly flushed face, she lifted the curtain and left. Xiang Shaolong saw a flaming red-faced Zhao Ji. He couldn't help but feel excited, thinking that it has all come to this. He doesn't need to be considerate anymore. Furthermore, Zhao Ji's life so far has been miserable. Her love life also wasn't as one wishes, how could he not sympathize with her? Anyway, in this time period, who doesn't have 3 wives, 4 concubines and a large harem, as long as both sides agree, no one would blame you. But he also thought that that place wasn't an appropriate place, gently said, come home with me? Zhao Ji was terribly embarrassed that she doesn't know where to hide, nodded slightly. He felt warm throughout on seeing this. Xiang Shaolong shouted towards Shan Ro's room, Gigi will follow me home, what are you planning to do? Shan Ro replied, I'm very sleepy. You guys should leave. Remember, you only have 2 days to think. Xiang Shaolong shook his head in grim and waved Zhao Ji to go ahead downstairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 6. Book 8 Chapter 6, Cornered. As he reached his residence, Wu Gui was waiting for him. This joke-loving person was imposing. Lady Ye is looking for you. She seems very unsettled, insisting on waiting for you to come home inside. Xiang Shaolong didn't expect Jia to return again after leaving earlier. Now that banquet specially set up to welcome Tian Dan hadn't finished, how come she left the banquet halfway and come looking for him? He gently said to Zhao Ji, Gigi, you go first to the east room to wait for me. Zhao Ji at that time had become very attentive towards him. Without any protest, she went and followed Wu Gua. Xiang Shaolong quickly went to the inner hall. As he was about to step over the threshold, Jia had in a flash already turned around, her face paled, her pair of eyes were full of despair. He was shaken, came over and said, what happened? What scared you so badly? Zhao seemed to have changed into another person, with a shocking voice replied, Dong Quang. Zhao is here to do an irresistible transaction with you. Xiang Shaolong became wary. His eyes became grim and his lips hinted of a smile, calmly asked, even if it's got to do with my life, I might still reject it. Zhao realized that she had provoked the opponent, sighed and became soft. Let's consider another circumstance then, just think of this as me requesting your help. As long as you agree, from this moment on, Zhao would only listen to your command. What do you think, Mr. Dong? Xiang Shaolong was confused. What kind of circumstance would force this lascivious lady to not hesitate to sacrifice everything, betting everything on this request? He creased his eyebrows, I'll listen to your request first. Jia replied with a bleak voice unlike her usual calm and gentle voice, Dong Quang, you might not know that you are currently in a critical situation. After Li Yuan had been informed that he had just become the country's uncle, he proposed to our king to detain you back to Chu. Otherwise, he wouldn't support the alliance between the two countries. Xiang Shaolong was furious. If this afternoon he had killed him, then he would have gotten rid of any future troubles. Zhao saw him turn solemn, but still in a calm mood without displaying any of his emotions and thoughts. She admired this of him, softly said, brother currently is still hesitating. What he was most afraid of is that even if he sacrificed you, Chu will still be like in the past, break their promises. In that case, he would lose in both cases. Xiang Shaolong suddenly felt like laughing out loud. Among the absurd things in the world, there is none that surpassed this example. From this event, you can tell that Xiaocheng is an exceptionally selfish being and every person is just a statistic to him. If he has a troop of elite Qin soldiers on call, he would definitely make trouble for both Xiaocheng and Li Yuan, these two crafty bastards. Zhao continued presently, I am the only person who can influence Xiaocheng, allowing you to flourish in Handan alive. So if Jia is dead set on doing your bidding, it will benefit Mr. Dong in many areas. Xiang Shaolong recollects the day after he defeated Lian Jin, history, the guy he defeated in Zhao Palace and won Wu Tingfang's marriage. Zhao had this same display of intensity of power when she negotiated with him. Snickering, he solicited, I know Mrs. Great both in bed and out of bed, but you have yet to tell me what assignment you have in mind for me. Zhao Ya's eyes shot out a look of determination. She plainly said, I want you to contact a person and warn him never ever to step into Handan City. The Zhao King has received secret information that he is on his way to Handan and has laid traps everywhere, waiting for him to send himself to his demise. Xiang Shaolong's athletic body trembled, gazing at Zhao with eyes wide open. He finally understood what has transpired. Zhao Ya's bodyguard, is right, Zhao has been unable to forget her feeling for him. The moment she knew about Zhao Mu's secret message from Qin, she dropped everything and approached him to warn Xiang Shaolong so as to save him from the traps of Zhao. Composed, Jia explained, you, Dong Quang, are the only man in Handan with the courage and strength to accomplish this task. Most of your subordinates are staying outside the city and are used to the wilderness. I reckon only your forces have the ability to intercept Xiang Shaolong and his followers. Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to embrace her deeply and tell her he is the Xiang Shaolong she had wanted to save. Zhao Ye squirmed under his stare. Hanging her head lowly, she pressed, Dong Quang, please give me answer quickly. Let me remind you. If I am rejected again, even I would not know what I will do next. Xiang Shaolong has seen what she will resort to when driven to the wall. Letting out a big sigh, he chided, if you had known this would be the result, why do it in the first place? Zhao Ye was expressionless as she chanted his words twice. Unable to hold her tears anymore, she wailed, because Jiaoya does not want to betray him for a second time. Xiang Shaolong could feel his emotions rising. Rushing forward, he grabbed her shoulders and barked sharply, "Look at me." Jiaoya was taken aback at this outburst. Why is Mr. Dong so emotional? I am Xiang Shaolong. I am Xiang Shaolong. He was about to explode, but at the last moment, he swallowed his words and made a heart-rending promise. Rest assured, princess. I will help you not because of your threat, but because I am touched by the selfless love you have for Xiang Shaolong. I, Dong Quang, hereby swear that if Xiang Shaolong stepped into Handan City one step, I will bear no descendants and die an inconceivable death. Jiaoya stuttered to Dong Quang. Do you know how grateful Jiaoya is towards you? From her bosom, she produced a cloth painting and gave it to Xiang Shaolong. This is his portrait. Obviously, he will assume a different identity and appearance to cover his tracks. Receiving the painting, Xiang Shaolong yanked it open for a look. The fine lines detailing his appearance gave it a lifelike manifestation. He was shaken and inquired, "Who drew this?" Jiaoya replied, "I did." Xiang Shaolong surmised seeing this painting is like seeing the real person. From this we can conclude Xiang Shaolong has left a deep and strong impression in the mind of Princess. Jiaoya shot out a strange look. She looked closely at him and slowly quotes, "You have strong piercing eyes that could compare to Xiang Shaolong's." Xiang Shaolong smilingly said, "A princess's love for Xiang Shaolong is well known. Are you not afraid of jealousy from evil admirers?" Jiaoya heartbreakingly answered, "You are a special man. Among the men I have come across, you are the only one who can make me forget Xiang Shaolong. Are you happy now?" Xiang Shaolong naturally accepted, very happy. "Princess, please return to your home. I need to assign my men and investigate the surroundings so as to accomplish this case that you have appealed to me. At the end of the day, I have full confidence in intercepting Xiang Shaolong and invite him to return back to Xianyang." Jiaoya gratefully agreed to his recommendations to leave. Her mind is full of concern for Xiang Shaolong's safety and can longer think of other matters. But if Dong Quang had asked her to stay, she would not reject him. All the love and hatred for Jiaoya has dissipated for Xiang Shaolong at this point in time. He accompanied her to the main door and both parties remain in silence. Reaching the waiting horse carriage, Jiaoya can no longer hold herself and beseeched softly, "Mr. Dong is indeed someone who does not bother about the danger around him." Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of birth and death are fated. Worrying is good for nothing. Amidst laughter, he returned to his villa. Jiaoya waited until his silhouette had disappeared before rousing up. Within the carriage, her mind kept revisiting birth and death are fated. Having untied his knotty issue regarding Jiaoya, Xiang Shaolong completely recovered his self-confidence and has the strength to deal with his powerful foes such as Li Yuan and King Xiaocheng. The mindset of the special forces is to win through unique methods. Using smaller numbers to defeat bigger numbers. Using elite to defeat the ordinary. Utilizing the highly efficient organization, he is convinced that no one can keep them in Handan City. Once they leave the city and enter the wild, their chances of escape and survival would be even higher. Momentarily, he abandons all his thoughts and fear and march towards the unforeseeable future. Tonight, he still needs to seek out Ji Yanran and inform her that she need not put up with Li Yuan the petty thief anymore. Arriving in the east room, Zhao Ji is leaning her face on her palm with her elbow on the table. She is waiting for him painfully. Watching Xiang Shaolong stepping over the door ledge and looking full of energy, she happily pounced on him and checked, "Has Jiaoya left?" Xiang Shaolong held her soft fingers and brought her through different rooms, going deeper into his villa. Halfway through, Wu Guai intercepted them. Peeping twice at the shy Zhao Ji, he reported it since dawn, "There are some stalkers outside our quarters. We have located their exact locations. There are 4 of them and situated in front and behind our villa." Xiang Shaolong coldly commanded, "Capture them alive and interrogate them. I want to know who sent them." Zhao Ji was stunned and focused her beautiful big eyes on him. Wu Guai is pleased and rushed off. Xiang Shaolong reached out and gives a light pinch to Zhao Ji's egg-shaped face. Dragging her along the way, he grinned, "Does Miss Ji know where I am bringing you and what are we about to do together?" Zhao Ji's face turned red and whispered, "I know." Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "What do you know?" Zhao Ji cannot resist looking at his wonderful physique. Bashfully, she protested, "You are very good with your methods. No matter which identity you assumed, you are able to make me feel attracted to you, causing me days of untold suffering." Xiang Shaolong pulled her straight into the bath quarters. Someone has prepared hot water and poured it into a pool. There are another 3 bronze pots of hot water on standby. How in the world would Zhao Ji have guessed the destination is the bath quarters? Not knowing what to do and at a complete loss, she hesitated between going ahead and backing away. Observing her introvert expressions only caused Xiang Shaolong's blood to race even faster. Waving the servants to take their leave, and after closing the door, Xiang Shaolong removed Bloodwave and laid it beside the pool. Stripping his outer garments, his climbing tools and flying needles are exposed. Zhao Ji was horrified that Xiang Shaolong was a single man armed like an entire army. Putting aside her shyness, she lightly assisted him to remove his hardware. Xiang Shaolong took off his mask and placed it neatly, and proceeded to take off her clothes. Reacting to his movements, Zhao Ji's entire body turns soft and cannot even stand properly. Under Xiang Shaolong's well-trained hands, Zhao Ji is only left with a thin and tight singlet and a pair of short panties. Her neck, shoulder, breasts, and feet are all fully displayed. Her flexible and curvy silhouette, her firm flesh and her scent would cause anyone to undergo the magical seduction of a youthful body. Xiang Shaolong is not in a hurry to strip her all the way. Locking her strongly in an embrace, he kissed her for long session, making her pant. Releasing her, he mocked Xiang Shaolong and Dong Quang, who was a better suitor to win your heart. Zhao Ji chose, I'm afraid it is Dong Quang. Sometimes you use hard tactics, sometimes you use soft tactics. It has made me terribly confused and lost my bearings. I cannot even have a good meal and have no idea how to please you. Xiang Shaolong felt apologetic and felt more love for her. Hugging her and sitting by the pool, they dipped their feet into the hot water. Cheekily he asked, let me serve Gigi to take a shower as an apology, it is okay? Zhao Ji was both happy and timid. It should be Gigi serving hubby instead, she corrected. Xiang Shaolong took off the rest of her clothes. Admiring her ivory white skin and her full naked body in the misty bath quarters, he said in a soft voice, if you regret, you can reject me now. Zhao Ji's heart was thumping nonstop, but she maintained her stand and shook her head vigorously. The steam generated caused the light from two wall lamps of the bath quarters to become blurred, creating a special romantic ambience. Xiang Shaolong swiftly stripped to his birthday suit and exhibits his manly aura and perfect toned body. He leaped into the pool first and carried Zhao Ji from her seat at the poolside into the warmth of the water. He started to scrub her carefully. Zhao Ji's flawless body started to tremble. She stood in the center of the pool and allowing her lover to do whatever he wants. Her wet black hair was glowing and they were sticking to her back and her chest. Such a seductive posture made Xiang Shaolong stop scrubbing and grabbed her for an intensive kiss. After being through the various challenges, their love is finally seeing a bright future. Under Zhao Ji's passionate and active responses, Xiang Shaolong remembered the times when he was frolicking with the different girls and maids in the Zhao Palace pool. Now that Zhao and I, the other princess who committed suicide after being raped by Zhao Mu, is no longer around and Zhao Yu's relationship has taken a different turn, he swelled up with various emotions. In this condition, he has a strong urge and his target is of course the beauty naked in his embrace. Even if someone held a knife to his neck, it will not discourage him from taking her. For a while, the bath quarters is filled with Xiang Shaolong's wild breathing and Zhao Ji's delirious and delighted moaning. When Xiang Shaolong slipped into her room agilely, Ji Yanran has just taken down her accessories and is looking at her bronze mirror blankly. Catching the man she has been pining for, she leapt into his arms. Xiang Shaolong blew out the lamp and cuddled her onto the bed. After a passionate and intense kiss, he related Zhao Ya's encounter. Ji Yanran mused, she is still unable to forget you. Yanran has always been bewildered at why would any woman want to betray you? Avoiding the question, he chortles, please do not get entangled with Li Yuan anymore. This will affect me emotionally and distract me from the circumstances at hand. Ji Yanran cooed, judging at how confident you are, Yanran loves you even more. You have caught Gua Kai's four-man surveillance team, what do you plan to do next? Xiang Shaolong replied innocently, early tomorrow, I am going to employ some methods to force King Xiaocheng to explain his stand. This muddle-headed king has always been indecisive. If I do not give him a wake-up call, he may well heed Li Yuan's advice. Ji Yanran loved his wake-up call description. At the same time, she sighed, I had thought Li Yuan is a man of talent. This cat is a loser who doesn't care about the big picture. If the governance of Chu were to be in his scheming hands, what hope does the state of Chu have? Xiang Shaolong thought of something and inquired, you have seen Tian Dan. What kind of a person is he? Thinking silently for a while, Ji Yanran gave a rundown. He is a very powerful and charming man but is also a lecher. The way he looks at you makes you feel that he wants to swallow you up immediately into his stomach. Compared to Li Yuan, he has the air of a powerful general. Xiang Shaolong joked, in this case, you are also attracted to him. Ji Yanran said, you can put it this way, but it is not male-female attraction but human-to-human observation. Xiang Shaolong guffawed, you don't have to clarify. I am not a petty person. Ji Yanran joyfully kissed him and stated, of course you are not petty, but I am your woman and it is necessary to be transparent for matters like these. Xiang Shaolong thought about Li Yuan. Frowning, he asked, "What about the little thief?" Ji Yanran followed his, frowning, tone and sighed. "I wittily hinted the little thief that we do not have any relationship." His spirits rose and started speaking with better composure. Along the way he kept bragging on how he will manage the politics of Chu in the future. He sounds correct, but he neglected the threat of Qin. He is only concerned about expanding his territory but has no idea on ruling the country well internally. I can only sigh at him. Xiang Shaolong continued, "Did he send you back?" Ji Yanran countered, "I will not cheapen myself to that level. Riding with him to the palace is torturous enough. This person may look good on the outside is actually full of crap." Xiang Shaolong put down the huge rock on his mind. Both hands slithered into her inner vest and started to fondle. Ji Yanran could not speak another word. Nights of passion are always too short. She was still having the sweetest dreams while Xiang Shaolong slipped away before dawn breaks. Stealing back to his house, Zhao Ji laid flat in his tent. Tucked under a blanket, a blissful smile hanging by the corners of her mouth. Xiang Shaolong silently laughed at himself, thinking that the entire episode had been ludicrous. It might be due to the extreme dangers surrounding him or the ruthlessness of his enemies. Either way, Xiang Shaolong is all fired up to put up a good fight and to win both battles of love and war. After enjoying 2 beloveds in a row, he is dog-tired and gave up thinking. Embracing Zhao Ji, he threw his head back and went into slumber. He finally woke up in the afternoon. He caught Zhao Ji with her eyes closed but her eyelashes fluttering. Knowing that she was awake but pretending to be asleep, he purposely exclaimed, "Hey! Since you are still asleep, let's go for second round." Flipping around he got on top and pinned her down. Zhao Ji has just had her first lovemaking session and had no energy for the second battle. Opening her eyes widely, she pleaded for mercy. Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Ha ha ha. See if you still dare to deceive me?" Jumping up from the bed, he was in great spirits as he washed up and got dressed, whereas Zhao Ji continued to laze in bed. Stepping out of the inner hall, Tang Yi, Wu Zhua, and Jing Jun have followed his instructions to summon all the 300 elite force soldiers back to his residence. Not knowing if it was initiated by Tang Yi, Jing Jun kneeled down immediately and declared in a thankful manner Jing Jun knows third brother is helping fifth brother to take care of sister Ji. Regarding her issue, I only have happiness and not even a hint of jealousy. Xiang Shaolong realized why Tang Yi rushed back to Hidden Army Valley. He wanted Jing Jun to spell out matters once and for all and not making himself feel bad. Zhao Ji is Tang Yi's sister-in-law and obviously he did not want love to spoil the relationship between the two sisters. Xiang Shaolong supported Jing Jun up. Wu Zhuo was chuckling at the sight. "You need not worry about this kid. He made an excuse to go hunting but went to a nearby village to pick up a sweet-like-honey village girl. You have no idea how much fun he had these few days." Jing Jun nearly died from embarrassment. Tang Yi inquired, "What has happened?" "When we got the news this morning, we set off immediately." Xiang Shaolong did not answer him first. Glancing at Wu Guo, who looked like he wanted to say something, he predicted, "How long has Guo Kai been waiting?" Wu Guo was impressed. Third master is indeed good at forecasting. "Master Guo has been waiting for 1 hour in the outer hall." Xiang Shaolong explained his plan to Tang Yi and company. He returned to his room and spoke briefly with Zhao Ji before going out to receive Guo Kai. When this malicious man saw Xiang Shaolong, he put on a smile and said, "Mr. Dong must be mistaken. These 4 men are merely here to ensure your safety. Xiang Shaolong is very amused, using these 4 clowns to protect me. Master Guo sure knows how to joke." Having said that, I would not hold it against them. As a matter of fact, I am about to leave Handan City and definitely have no time to hold it against them. Guo Kai was blown away. He asked in disbelief, "Why is Mr. leaving?" Xiang Shaolong coldly answered, "Since this place does not desire me, other places will. Except for Zhao and Chu, who will not welcome a horse breeder like myself." Guo Kai's face changed color and turned cold. Since Mr. Dong belonged to Zhao, leaving like that is as good as rebelling. Please reconsider. Xiang Shaolong eyes blinked coldly. Staring at Guo Kai face to face, he used his strongest tone, "Under my command are 300 death warriors. They have all spent years with foreign horse bandits and are used to fighting for their lives. Every one of them is capable enough to fight 100 enemies all by himself. We are going to force our way through the city gates. Your Majesty may feel free to dispense his army. We shall see if my subordinates are cowards who flee in danger. We can also show that world how your Majesty repays kindness with cruelty." Ignoring Guo Kai's persuasion, he walked towards the courtyard. Tang Yi and the 300 elite troops are armored and armed with swords and bows, ready to fight when commanded. As Xiang Shaolong climbed onto his warhouse, Jifeng, Guo Kai rushed over and held onto the head of the horse. Almost begging, he pleaded to Mr. Dong, "Please stop whatever that you are doing. Everything can be discussed. Why don't we ride into the palace to see the king and clear up the misunderstanding? Xiang Shaolong smiled coldly. If Master Guo wishes to keep his hands where they are, please let go now. Guo Kai knows his swordsmanship is excellent and quickly withdrew his hands in fear. Xiang Shaolong roared. The way Zhao King treats Dong Quang is enough to send shivers down the spine. Pay. He spit and continued in a loud voice, we are leaving the city now. We will kill whoever that blocks our path. The 300 elite soldiers rallied in unison. The commotion can be heard far and wide, causing fear to those who heard it. The residence door flew open and Tang Yi rode out first, leading the pack. Guo Kai knew that things are going out of control and hastily left for the palace to report to King Xiaocheng. The huge body of troops slowly moved towards the nearest east gate. Under the planning of Xiang Shaolong, the news spread like wildfire and in a while, the entire city of Handan knew about their departure. Everybody came to surround and watch the proceedings while a large number of people begged them to stay. After the exit of the Wu family, everyone viewed this horse fanatic as their new savior. The gift of 1,000 war horses is like a life-saving pill for the people of Zhao. Their abrupt leaving is causing public panic. The East Gate commander has gotten word of the situation and hurriedly closed the city gate. He assembled archers on the battlements and foot soldiers in front of the gate. Funnily, the city gates are built to repel external invaders and not internal attacks, so there wasn't much of an advantage. Lu Cheng was the first to reach the gate. After fortifying the gate defenses, he rode out and waited on the main road leading to the gate, ready to negotiate with this horse fanatic. Tang Yi saw the huge army blocking the path. Under his command, everyone held up a large shield on the right hand and a bow on the left hand. Using only their legs to control the horse, this display highlighted a huge attacking power and made everyone shrink back. Lu Cheng shouted, Mr. Dong, please come and speak with Lu Cheng. Tang Yi issued a new command and the 300 troops broke up into two groups. Divided on two sides, each group gathered debris and wood to serve as fortification. Smart and imposing, they were on high alert or ready to fight on command. This leaves only Xiang Shaolong highly perched on his horse in the open. Facing Lu Cheng, he hollered bravely, although I respected General Lu greatly, times have changed. If General insists on preventing me, there will be a skirmish and I will not hold my hand. Lu Cheng was troubled at what has happened that Mr. had taken such an extreme measure. Everything can be discussed. Why not Mr. in general pay a visit to His Majesty? If His Majesty approves, Mr. can leave in peace. Isn't this better than staining the gates with blood? By now, there are more and more people crowding to see the excitement. The nearby streets and alleys are all filled up. Of course, nobody dared to enter the main road that is packed with countless soldiers. Xiang Shaolong has a sharp vision. He noticed a large body of royal bodyguards appearing near an area behind Lu Cheng. He deduced that Zhao King is on his way here via one of the city wall outlets. Laughing in his heart, he called out, Is General Lu jesting with me? If I enter the palace just like that, it would be a miracle if I am not tied up and sent to Chu as a gift. I only hate myself for being a blind boar. Undertaking such an arduous journey back to serve my country, I thought Zhao will follow tradition, using horses instead of chariots, as dictated by the previous kings, and use horse battles to conquer the world. Who would have expected that Zhao will fall not on the battlefield but on the negotiating table with the state of Chu? I am disheartened and I will fight to my death in Handan to show that I, Dong Quang, am a man of resolution. Lu Cheng was dumbfounded. All his captains and soldiers displayed looks of pity and morale was low. On the other hand, Xiang Shaolong's troops were not afraid to die. Their spirits were high and are just waiting to attack. Zhao's soldiers made some movement. King Xiaocheng rode out with Guo Kai and Shang Su on his two sides. He has a determined look and upon reaching Lu Cheng, he called out, Subject Dong, please ignore those rumors. I have no intention of sending you back to Chu. It is a misunderstanding. Xiang Shaolong looked up into the sky and gave a long laugh. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being frank. Now that Qin has their soldiers on our borders and the Xiongnu are up north waiting for opportunities to invade us, our country is in mortal danger. But all I, Dong Horse Fanatic, can do is waste my time away because we are afraid to offend some contentious at 55 holes. History has told us that if we fight among ourselves, the only result is broken families and a conquered country. You win the war by fighting, not by begging. Someone in the crowd started to cheer and more people are affected. Soon, there was thunderous applause all around, praising Shaolong's words. Xiang Shaolong put on a very angry expression and yelled, Your Majesty, please move away from the battlefield. I am going to lead my troops to break out of this encirclement and the city. If I am unlucky enough to sacrifice on the battlegrounds, let it be my repayment towards you. If my death can inspire Zhao to flourish and not be manipulated by people with bad intentions, I will die in peace. These words are both hard and soft, giving the Zhao King the break he needed. King Xiaocheng is in a dilemma. He loved and hated this Dong horse fanatic, but he has a guilty conscience. He has had plans to sacrifice this Dong Quang in exchange for Li Yuan persuading the Chu King to join hands against Qin. King Xiaocheng surveyed his army and civilians from near and far. Everyone felt sympathy for Dong Quang. Sighing to himself, he promised, "Subject Dong's words are provoking indeed. I concur with your thinking, and from today onwards, Brother Dong, please open up your heart and help Zhao rear horses and related. Please stay, mister. I will not ill-treat mister." From all four corners, the army and the civilians cheered like thunder, and it is the first time they cheered for King Xiaocheng. Xiang Shaolong delightedly confirmed, "The king keeps his promise." King Xiaocheng helplessly confirmed, "Definitely keeping my promise." Xiang Shaolong knew that the show is about to finish. He flipped down his horse and kneeled down, giving his thanks. On Tang Yi's command, 300 elite troops dismounted and prostrate themselves in a swift and orderly manner. In one voice, they shouted, "Long live the king!" This gives a lot of face to King Xiaocheng. An earth-shattering event ended on a satisfactory note. That moment, King Xiaocheng and Xiang Shaolong rode together back to the palace for a feast while Tang Yi led the troops back to Hidden Army Valley. That same afternoon, Xiang Shaolong led a second and last batch of 500 war horses into the farm while making it a grand affair. This is to teach Zhao King not to belittle the usefulness of this horse fanatic. Relying on bravery and opportunity, Xiang Shaolong resolved the frontal danger brought by Li Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 7. Book 8 Chapter 7, Giving in to Madam. After the event, Xiang Shaolong's status rose a few times. That night, Zhao King hosted a special banquet to appease him. Those present were all ministers and generals. Both Zhao Ye and Zhao Ji were present, and their relationships with him are now very different. They do not have to make any excuses to get close to him like before. Zhao Ji has tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. Since then, she has become more attractive and charming. Zhao Mu saw an opening and berated him in a low voice, "Such an important matter, why didn't you discuss with me in the first place?" Xiang Shaolong has long prepared his model answer. Sincerely, he replied, "Firstly, things are moving too quickly. Secondly, I deliberately kept this from Marquis. If there was an inquiry, this would have nothing to do with you and would not raise any suspicions." Zhao Mu is still slightly uncomfortable, but he couldn't help but praised, "You did a beautiful job. With a talent like you by my side, what can I not achieve?" To increase Zhao Mu's trust in himself and to stir him to rebel at the same time, Xiang Shaolong lied, "I have gotten some information from Zhao Ye. This matter has got Qi involved. I haven't got the details, but who is Zhao Ye closest to among the people of Qi?" At the mere mention, Zhao Mu's face darkened. "It must be Qi Yu. He came along with Tian Dan on this trip." "Ha! Despite my loyalty towards Tian Dan, he still betrayed me." Xiang Shaolong then came to know that Qi Yu is here as well. Leveraging on this, he asked, "Why is Marquis so unwise to reveal your secret to Tian Dan?" Zhao Mu explained, "It is only because of the Lu Gong secret manual, and that's Xiang Shaolong. But they do not know my real identity, they only knew I keep in secret contact with Dad. But if King Xiaocheng knows about this matter, then I would be in a precarious situation." But Xiang Shaolong was about to delve deeper into the secret manual incident when Zhao Ba led Zhao Ji over. He asked, "When is Mr. Dong free to come and give us some pointers at the training school?" Xiang Shaolong knew that he could not refuse. Powerless, he fixed a date and time. Admiring Zhao Ji, he added, "Let Zhao Ji come and fetch me on that day." Knowing that Xiang Shaolong is crazy over her and created this excuse and opportunity, this horny beauty is mad with joy. Both Zhao Mu and Zhao Ba gave Zhao Ji a strange glance. This time, the voluptuous Zhao Ye came by. Taking him aside, she commended, "I am beginning to feel that you are a brilliant man. Without my help, you are able to turn the tables around. Just wondering if your promise is still valid?" Xiang Shaolong beat his chest and promised, "A man's word is his bond. Why would I want to cheat a beauty like you? Just rest assured. As long as he is really coming to Handan, I will have his news within a few days." But Zhao Ye looks at him with regrets. Why is Mr. Dong suddenly showing love and concern for Zhao Ye? Xiang Shaolong's mind was blank. Stalling for time, he said, "Seriously speaking, I have heard rumors about Xiang Shaolong's incident and did not have a good opinion about Princess. I have a better opinion only last night when I found out that Princess is not a heartless and vicious woman." Zhao Ye depressingly agreed to Mr.'s reprimand is right. Zhao Ye is truly regretful. "If not for some unfinished business, I would have committed suicide, avoiding this living worse than death punishment." Xiang Shaolong questioned, "What has Princess left unfinished?" Zhao Ye threw him a stern gaze. You seem to have no objection about my death. Xiang Shaolong gave a bitter laugh. A beauty's heart is the hardest to fathom. Since Princess is living a worse than death life, if I advised you not to die, wouldn't that make you suffer more? If Princess is not satisfied, then what kind of logic is that? Zhao Ye smiled charmingly. Chatting with you is truly enjoyable. My door is always open to you. No matter when Mr. feels like dropping by, Zhao Ye will wait for you wholeheartedly. Xiang Shaolong could not bear it anymore. In that case, you had better break Li Yuan's legs. I am not willing to wait outside your bedroom for hours. Zhao Ye was dumbstruck. Knowing herself, it would be really difficult to decline Li Yuan. When she committed herself exclusively to Dong Quang last night, it was because she was frantic over Xiang Shaolong's welfare. She would not be able to keep her word. Luckily, King Xiaocheng arrived followed by other guests, so she was able to avoid answering this tough subject. That night, King Xiaocheng frequently toasted Xiang Shaolong and decreed all officials to support Xiang Shaolong in expanding the farm. The party lasted till midnight before her left happily. Zhao Zi's desires are hard to withhold. Following Xiang Shaolong back to his residence, they proceeded to use their time most effectively. Xiao Shaolong is so exhausted that he had to cancel his other romp with Ji Yanran. Early next morning, Ji Yanran could not wait any longer and came to visit him. They were delighted to see each other again. Ji Yanran led him to the back garden, strolling shoulder to shoulder. She informed, not only has your stunt caused Li Yuan to bang into a wall, even Tian Dan is starting to notice you. He believes that you are an extraordinary talent and may even try to recruit you. Xiang Shaolong assumed with displeasure, you make me feel that by mixing with Li Yuan and Tian Dan all the time, you are able to forecast their actions very well. Ji Yanran giggled, do not be angry, husband. Yanran has been disobedient, but my goal is only to collect intelligence for you. Now, Tian Dan and Li Yuan are exerting pressure on King Xiaocheng to withdraw his soldiers against the state of Yan. They are naturally afraid that after defeating Yan, their territory and standing will increase by a lot. This ending will be detrimental to Qi and Chu's conquests. Tian Dan is more anxious, as the fall of Yan will mean that Zhao will surround the entire west border of Qi. Xiang Shaolong had a dreaded feeling. Forgetting to chide Yanran, he frowned. That will be disastrous. If the Zhao soldiers do not retreat, the treaty will not be completed and Li Yuan will not leave Handan City. This will risk exposing my identity and my fake promise of more livestock. Ji Yanran cooed, don't worry. Zhao Mu has been checking up on Tian Dan's secret agenda for the past 2 days. He is even more alarmed than you. Xiang Shaolong stared at her in wonder. You even found out about this? Ji Yanran laughingly fell into his embrace. Giving a tortured side, she said, Yanran is elated that husband is jealous. Oh. No. Fearful is more correct. Yanran's actions are to help husband from being the target. Yanran has successfully shifted Li Yuan's hatred to Tian Dan. They appear to be good friends but are not really on good terms. As they fight to discuss governance with Yanran, it has allowed me to spy on their actions easily. If hubby feels then Yanran is wrong, you are free to punish me as you like. Xiang Shaolong understood that Ji Yanran has an independent character. Although she is smitten with himself, she will not submit blindly. Smiling bitterly, he advised, you better be careful. No matter how confident you are still surrounded by tigers and wolves. Who would not wish to gain the fortune of betting you? Ji Yanran was mesmerized. Hubby is really good at sweet-talking. Fortune of betting you, such a nice phrase. All right. I have to make a move. Will you be as vicious tonight as what you were last night, making Yanran sleep alone? It has never crossed Xiang Shaolong's mind that she would even pursue the absence of one night. Feeling sweet in the heart and pain in the head, he made a solemn promise and inquired, I will not pretend to go to Hidden Army Valley to work on the farm. What are your plans? Ji Yanran whined, the Zhao Queen has invited me on several occasions. I have run out of excuses and have to make this trip. They finally parted dejectedly and Zhao Ji went back to the training school on her own. That night, he rushed back to Handan with Tang Yi. All the soldiers at the gate recognized him and allow him to enter without verification. Jing Jun's girlfriend is beyond doubt an exquisite beauty. Enjoying her companionship, Jing Jun has forgotten all past relationships. Xiang Shaolong finally rest easy and left him at the farm. After Wu Zhuo's management, the Hidden Army Valley farm is starting to take shape. More importantly, he had designated several strategic locations and prepared a few secret escape routes. In short, they are ready to turn the tables and flee anytime into the wild mountains and dense vegetation. Once Zhao Mu is lured to this place, they can bring him back to Qin alive. On the way back to the residence, Tang Yi reported, I have sent men to collect animals from all over the place. When our farm reaches a bigger scale, the time will be right to act. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head in agreement. The moment they stepped into the villa, Wu Guo welcomed them with a strange expression. "Third madam is here." Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi stared at each other, exclaiming together, "Third madam?" Wu Guo smiled indignantly. "Third master's wife is third madam. Third madam is pretty but not as pretty as her temper." Tang Yi is disgruntled. "What crap are you talking about?" Xiang Shaolong recalled Shan Ro's deadline, lamenting that he is so occupied the past 2 days. How can he remember her comic warning? Hauling Tang Yi into the residence, he told him about this affair. Tang Yi could feel the same headache coming. He proposed, "Coincidentally, we had a batch of war horses that came in yesterday. Let's just pretend she came along with the horse shipment. I'll see to it." Xiang Shaolong countered, "Aren't you going to persuade your elder sister to give up the idea of becoming my wife?" Tang Yi gave a pained expression. "You try to handle her first. I can tell that she is interested in you. Using hard and soft methods, your woman handling skill should be able to manage her just right." Casting their brotherhood to the wind, he disappeared. Xiang Shaolong hardened his resolve and entered the inner chamber. Before he could step in, he caught Shan Ro chiding. "What has the world become? There is not even a female maid here. You expect these rough and unruly men to serve me?" Xiang Shaolong has just crossed the door ledge and his foot has yet to land when Shan Ro cried, "Hubby is back. You guys are done here. Now get lost." These 4 men are considered the cream of the cream, the best of the elite troops. They slipped out of the room hastily as if they have just offended the king himself. Shan Ro is changed into a gorgeous gown. Her hair is tied up neatly in a bun and she looks grand and imposing. Her beauty made Xiang Shaolong's eyes pop out and can longer say another word. However, her arms on her waist pose will send fear into those who saw her. Shan Ro giggled. "Do I look well disguised as your wife?" Xiang Shaolong reached to her back and caught a whiff of her white neck. Praising her bewitching aroma, he frowned. "The deadline has yet to pass and you cannot wait to rush here and masquerade as my wife. Is sister having the desire?" Shan Ro raised her chiseled face and gave him a glance. Hesitating, she replied, "You can think whatever you like, I am definitely staying with you and almost motivate you at the same time." Xiang Shaolong slipped to her side and purposely leaned on her shoulder. Nudging her lightly, he timidly asked, "Big sister, aren't you concerned that the show becomes reality and I took advantage of you?" Shan Ro purposely did not look at him at all. In an awe-inspiring manner, she quoted, "You can do whatever you want. People who undertake big tasks do not sweat the small stuff. Letting some fools take advantage is just part of the process." Xiang Shaolong could not do anything to her. Infuriated, he shot, "Whoever is the one that is taking advantage of the other, Miss knows the truth in her heart." Shan Ro smiled sweetly. Turning around, she cuddles his firm and stout neck, her curvy and captivating breasts leaning on him without reservation. In a teasing voice, she raised, "Good hubby. When are you getting 2 maids to serve your wife? The wife of the reputable Dong horse fanatic surely deserves some maids." Mad and humored at the same instant, Xiang Shaolong is bowled over by her display of intimacy. Grabbing her thin waist, he unwilling agreed, "You lass is just desperate to marry me but does not know to do to it without putting yourself down. You cannot even wait for just one more night, I can only resign myself to fate. After all, your brother-in-law is my second brother." Shan Ro kept her cool and did not dispute with him. She conceitedly watched him and does not mind his caressing. Xiang Shaolong pats his hand on her pert but twice and moan, "Fine. I will transfer 2 maids from the outer chamber to serve you. But you have to behave yourself and check your temper. Do not flash your knives at the slightest discontent. Hi. With outsiders, I may have to sleep with you without taking off my mask, but..." Seeing that Xiang Shaolong has been forced into obeying her requests, she slipped out of his grasp gleefully. She pleasantly warned, "Who is sleeping with you? I will be sleeping next door. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. If there is any silly thief who steals into my bedroom, be prepared to face my flying daggers." Eyeing her as she disappeared into the corridor leading to the adjoining room, Xiang Shaolong shook his head and let out a long sigh. Having this forever stubborn beauty at his side, he could foresee the arrival of many more troubles. On the other hand, her present cheerful disposition is way better than the depressed and tortured by revenge outlook before. Xiang Shaolong believed that he had done a good deed by giving in to her. Honestly speaking, Xiang Shaolong is more attracted to Shan Ro than Zhao Ji. Maybe this is the theory of the harder it is to achieve something, the more value is placed on it. While hesitating to follow her for a romp, Wu Guo came to report that Zhao Mu had sent for him. Xiang Shaolong is mystified. Zhao Mu has earlier told him to meet up less often to minimize suspicions. Why did he send someone to fetch him now? Arriving at the outer hall, his escort turned out to be Pu Bu. Xiang Shaolong questioned, "Why has Marquis sent for me?" Pubu replied respectfully, "Subordinate was here this morning only to find Mr. Dong had left for Hidden Army Valley. Luckily, Master Dong is back. Marquis is hosting Chancellor Tian, Dan, tonight. Chancellor Tian has indicated that he wishes to meet Master Dong, so please leave with me. The horse carriage is waiting outside the gate." Xiang Shaolong is anxious that he is about to meet the legendary history titan. Checking himself, he thought that Titan is also a human. In hindsight, who is more famous than Qin Shi Huang whom he is nurturing? Releasing his stress, he hurriedly changed and came to the main gate. The courtyard is lined with 50+ soldiers guarding a luxurious horse carriage, giving an imposing aura. Xiang Shaolong smiled at Pubu, "Brother Pu. Come. Join me in the carriage and let's have a good chat." Pubu cannot decline and boarded the carriage with him. After some idle chat, Pubu shone, "Master Dong is a great man who views life and death with fear. Our band of brothers thinks highly of you." Xiang Shaolong cannot fathom that his risky feat will bring about so much goodwill, including Tian Dan's attention. He gave his humble thanks, "That is nothing. Just staking everything I have got in forcing the tiger to jump the wall. Force the other party to act." Pubu affirmed, "Other than Master Dong, subordinate has met another great hero. Please pardon me for not saying who he is." In his heart, Xiang Shaolong recognized that this man is still loyal to himself. Pubu inquired, "Why has Master Dong chosen Zhao to settle down, not?" Xiang Shaolong jumped, "Does Brother Pu know that if word leaks out, you will lose your head?" Biting his teeth, Pubu stated, "I know. But I appreciate that Master Dong is not that kind of person. I must ask or I will not be in peace." Xiang Shaolong put his hand around his shoulder and leaned to his ear. He whispered, "Good brother. You have good eyesight because I am Xiang Shaolong." Pubu was floored. He tried to bend down and pay his respects. Xiang Shaolong held him back, and using this opportunity, he disclosed his mission and the big plan for this trip. Pubu was mad with ecstasy and cursed fiercely, "That traitor Zhao Mu is inhuman. He is bad-tempered and has a cruel hand. At his whim, families are destroyed. We have been waiting for Master Xiang in agony." Xiang Shaolong calmly stated, "His retribution is near." By this time, the horse carriage has reached the Marquis' residence. Both men fixed the future methods of communication before alighting. The banquet location is the same hall where Xiang Shaolong first met Mahist Yinping. Since he came to Handan City, he has yet to hear about this man. He will inquire about him the next time he saw Zhao Ji. Thinking of Zhao Ji, he chanced upon her coaching a bunch of top-grade Song courtesans at her usual place. Zhao Ji caught his eye and signaled him to speak to her. Xiang Shaolong understood her wink and instructed Pubu to stop leading the way and wait for him at the side. Striding towards Zhao Ji, he called, "How are you, Miss Ji?" The courtesans were awestruck by Xiaolong's magnificent posture and their beautiful eyes lit up, not hiding their appreciation. Zhao Ji left the courtesan group and met him welcomingly. Strolling shoulder to shoulder, she informed, "Last night, Zhao Mu sent the Tianjin sisters into the palace to accompany the treacherous chancellor. Tian Dan is full of praises and may demand them from Zhao Mu. Tianjin begged you to save them. Xiang Shaolong nodded. "Got it. Tell them I will not sit by and do nothing." Despite saying that, he had no idea how to save them. Zhao Ji almost treated Xiang Shaolong like a deity, believing that he will honor his words. Joyously, she added, "I already told them you are not a heartless man and will definitely help them." Xiang Shaolong groaned internally and updated Shan Rose intrusion. Zhao Ji covered her mouth chuckling, "Hubby Xiang is really great. I think sister is going wild over you." Xiang Shaolong's heart trembled. "What about you?" Zhao Ji's petite face shone red and pretended to think deeply. She posed, "I want to be with you every minute." Xiang Shaolong is originally composed but is affected by the twins' development. Collecting himself together, he returned to the corridor and made his way towards the inner hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 8. Book 8 Chapter 8, Chancellor of Qi, Tian Dan. Light shone through the inner hall and faint music can be heard. Security is especially tight and scores of shadows can be seen everywhere. Right outside the door of the inner hall, there are 15 to 16 sturdy and serious-looking Qi warriors. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong has seen such a parade at a banquet location. Among them, there is a young and handsome swordsman who is especially majestic and carries an imposing air. His athletic frame appeared from the corridor garden and he marched over in big strides. Bowing, he greeted politely, "This must be the glamorous Mr. Dong that Chancellor Tian has been eager to befriend." Your subject is Qi citizen Dan Chu, head of Chancellor Tian's personal bodyguards. I take this opportunity to wish Mr. well. Xiang Shaolong was awestruck and returned the compliments. Shan Rou and Zhao Ji had mentioned Dan Chu before. He is Qi's famed general and possess outstanding swordsmanship. He truly matches up to his fame. He has a rare domineering spirit that emits right from his bones. After the pleasantries, Dan Chu beamed at Pubu. Brother Pu can hand over Mr. to General. Pubu was intimidated by his spirit and hastily agreed. Dan Chu projected the posture of a guide and invited Xiang Shaolong to walk in front of him. The gatekeepers retreated to two sides and allowed Xiang Shaolong to enter the inner hall. At that instant, someone announced, Mr. Dong Quang is here. Xiang Shaolong thought of the sword scar on Shan Rou's breasts and wondered how she managed to stay alive after trying to assassinate Tian Dan twice. Xiang Shaolong crossed the door ledge and saw Tian Dan for the first time. He knew it was Tian Dan not because of the two well-built and cool-looking Lu Zhongxia and Lu Zhongxue bodyguards come brothers behind him, nor was it the full white outfit he wore that contrasted with the rest of the flowery costumes. It was because his spirits and complexion are hard to forget once you set your eyes on him. He had heard about the Lu brothers from Shan Rou and Zhao Ji. No wonder Ji Yanran, who has seen heroes from all over the world, is also impressed with him. Tian Dan is around 40 with a slender frame with a high nose bone like an eagle's beak. Coupled with his high cheekbones, they form a threatening air. Adding his thick eyebrows and penetrating sharp eyes, he exudes leadership and dominance. It is no accident he managed to rise from a small official post and occupy one of the most powerful positions under the sky. Seated beside him, the traitorous Zhao Mu looks like a kitten beside a tiger. There are 20 people seated around the table. The biggest surprise Xiang Shaolong had was seeing the voluptuous Zhao Queen. Except for palace banquets, this is the first time he saw her at an official's private banquet. It seems that Tian Dan's status is high enough for her to make the concession. Familiar faces like Gui Kai, Lu Chang, and Zhao Ba are not present. Those present were Guo Zhong, Guo Xior, Ji Zhong, Li Yuan, Han Chuan, Lord Longyang, and Zhao Ye. There were two Qi citizens. One of them is old friend Qi Yu. Seated left of Zhao Ye, he spoke incessantly, but Zhao Ye paid no attention to him. The other is a knowledgeable and fine-looking scholar. With a wide and full forehead, he gives an intellectual impression. A group of musicians were initially playing on the side. When Zhao Mu heard about Dong Quang's arrival, he clapped and the 10 over musicians left through the side door. The inner hall quietened. Tian Dan's glare shot towards Xiang Shaolong like an arrow. Observing him, he was obviously shaken by his bearing. His eyes shone and he stood up. Putting his hand out, he chucked, "People say fame is exaggerated. I say fame is understated. Finally, I get to make your acquaintance. What great fortune!" Other than the three ladies, which are the Zhao Queen, Guo Xior and Zhao Ye, the rest of the guests are forced to stand up and welcome Xiang Shaolong after seeing Tian Dan's example. Li Yuan is the most unwilling, but his attitude has improved, probably due to Ji Yanran's effective strategy. Xiang Shaolong respects Tian Dan for his open and easygoing nature. He did not put on any airs like Prince Xinling. If he were to compare both of them, Tian Dan won him by half a grade. He increased his speed and paid his respects to Zhao Queen before he faced Tian Dan and shake his hand strongly with both hands. Tian Dan's hands are wide and thick until the bones cannot be seen. Yet, they feel strong and warm. The legendary character sized him up and grinned. Imperial uncle, Li Yuan, has told me on several occasions that Mr. is not only great with horses but also highly skilled with the sword. Xiang Shaolong looked over to Li Yuan unconsciously and forced a smile, nodding his head slightly. Tian Dan gently commanded the Lu brothers, "Add a seat beside me for Brother Dong." In the same breath, he introduced Qi Yu and Tian Bang, the military advisor. Tian Bang seems to be related to Tian Dan. After the commotion, everybody settled down again. Footsteps sounded and Tianjin and Tianfeng emerged out of nowhere and started to fill up the wine cups. By using these two girls to serve the guests, one can tell how much importance he placed on Tian Dan. Tianfeng did not appear to know Xiang Shaolong's real identity. Although she peeped at him, there was no change in her composure. Tianjin has kept her promise to Xiang Shaolong and has even withheld the secret from her own sister. Based on this alone, Xiang Shaolong felt responsible for her. When Tianjin is pouring wine for Xiang Shaolong, her delicate hands actually trembled. While other guests are chatting with their partners, it did not escape Tian Dan's eyes. He questioned, "Why is little Jin so nervous?" After he spoke, everyone was focusing on Tianjin. When Tianjin saw Xiang Shaolong, it is like seeing a light in the ocean of suffering. Misery swirled through her heart and she lost her calm. Interrogated by Tian Dan, she thought she had exposed Xiang Shaolong. She panicked and the bronze jug crashed onto the table and wine splashed over Xiang Shaolong's vest. Zhao Mu's countenance changed and was about to hurl abuses. Xiang Shaolong gave a big laugh and supported the terrified and shaking Tianjin. Soothingly, he coaxed, "It's okay. It's okay. Beauty, please don't take it to heart." Lowering his head for a whiff, he exclaimed, "Good wine." Everyone was humored and have a good laugh. Zhao Queen joked, "People drink wine. Mr. Dong sniffs wine." As Tianjin is propped up by Xiang Shaolong on her back and hand, she cooled down and believed that this long-awaited gentleman will protect her well. Zhao Mu knows that it is not a time to blame her and ordered lightly, "Dismiss yourself." Both girls kneel down to pay their respects and withdraw to the back. Zhao Mu looks like he has something to say to him. Standing up, he invited, "Mr. Dong, please come with me. I trust that my clothes should fit your body." Xiang Shaolong excused himself and left with him. Once they stepped out, Zhao Mu spoke in a low voice, "I have investigated Tian Dan's intentions. He is quite offended with King Xiaocheng. He hinted that if I can overthrow Zhao, he will do his best to lend a hand." Xiang Shaolong secretly cursed, "Idiot. For Tian Dan, a chaotic Zhao will give him more opportunities." Instead, he proclaimed, "What is the deal with Qiyu? Why did he leak your relationship with Tian Dan to Zhaoya? This is a preemptive tactic." Zhao Mu sighed, "Don't simply discount Zhaoya as a free-for-all. In actual fact, she is more intelligent and powerful than anyone. Qiyu only needs to say a wrong sentence and she will blackmail him." Reaching the inner chamber, Zhao Mu got fresh new clothes for Xiang Shaolong to change. Xiang Shaolong intentionally mentioned, "Marquis is truly resourceful. Acquiring these twin beauties that look exactly like each other is no easy feat." Zhao Mu's face showed dilemma. Sighing, "Why don't you say so earlier? Tian Dan tried them last night and was showering with praises. Needless to say, I have presented them to him. How can I break my promise now?" Xiang Shaolong's heart sank to the bottom and his face showed total disappointment. Zhao Mu has regarded him as his confidant and able assistant. Frowning, he suggested, "These is an alternative. And success will depend on how important are you to Tian Dan." When they returned to the banquet, the courtesans have just finished performing. Lord Longyang haughtily hit on Xiang Shaolong, "Mr. Dong's luxurious clothes have made me look at you differently." Winking at him, he continued, "Marquis has promised to bring Mr. Dong to attend to my sick horses. Why has he not made good his word?" Everyone witnessed Xiang Shaolong's embarrassment and felt sorry but hilarious at the same time. Zhao Mu knows that Xiang Shaolong is straight and laughed, "Mr. Dong is always running off to the farm. How can I grab hold of him?" Tian Dan joined in the laughter. Digging Lord Longyang, "If it is only for horses, I have a few vets. Of course they are not as good as Brother Dong, but we can let them have a try first and see if they can solve the problem on behalf of the expert." Lord Longyang recognized that Tian Dan is jesting with him. "Hiya!" he cried and gave him a look. Tian Bang the scholar approached Xiang Shaolong, "My country has a horse named Playful. It runs like the wind and nobody has been able to tame it. We have tried both hard and soft tactics but to no avail. Since we have the good fortune to meet, I wish to consult Mr." Once spoken, even Tian Dan furrowed his eyebrows, knowing that he is out to make things difficult. How can anyone predict how to tame a horse without laying his eyes on the horse beforehand? But if Xiang Shaolong said he needs to see the horse first, it becomes a lame excuse that anyone could have given and does not add to his reputation. Amazingly, Xiang Shaolong answered at leisure, "In the art of horse taming, the initial step is to make it defenseless against you, but this is a low method used by common folks. The best would be to make them view you as equals and treat them with utmost care. The wildest horse will start to listen and cooperate." Mentioning this, he could not help but look opposite to Zhaoya, who was seated between Qiyu and Han Shuang. This beauty that he shared a love-hate relationship is paying attention to him intently. Catching his eyes and reminding herself that he had once compared her to a horse, at the banquet where XSL first saw Ji Yanran in Handan, she started to feel uncomfortable and bat him an eye. Tian Dan's interest is piqued. Humans are humans. Animals are animals. How can you treat an animal like a human? Xiang Shaolong reasoned, "There are many methods. A newborn animal will regard their parents as the first being that comes into contact with them. If you have any doubts, you can feel free to experiment with a bunch of newborn ducklings and you will agree that I am not kidding." His words carry logic and it has been proven by modern psychology. Everyone began marveling at this enlightenment. Han Shuang helped. "No wonder there are stories of babies that have been abandoned in the wild and brought up by wolves. They became werewolves and treated wolves like their birth parents. Mr. Dong is definitely a first-class animal expert." Seeing that everyone nodded in consensus, Li Yuan is still unconvinced and interrupted. "Master Tian's playful jade horse is no longer a newborn. We cannot employ this method anymore. Does Mr. Dong have a suitable strategy? Everyone in the dining hall, including Tian Dan, is well aware of the animosity between the two of them. Li Yuan is long expected to make Dong Quan look bad. They look to see how this horse fanatic will counter him. Xiang Shaolong leaned forward and deepened his voice. Secretively, he announced, I have a horse taming methods that never fails. All along it is my hidden weapon and I have never told a second person about it. Since today is such a joyous occasion, allow me to showcase my talent and honor Chancellor Tian. Everyone unconsciously leaned forward and await his big revelation. Xiang Shaolong gradually started, it is pretty simple actually, but it will not be easy unless you are a horse lover. Holding the suspense of his audience, everyone's hearts begin to itch. Knowing that everyone is addicted to his words, he divulges, it is to sleep with the horse and he will loosen his guard against you and regard you as his own kind. Initially, everyone is astounded. Comprehending the logic, they cried, excellent. Xiang Shaolong theory is backed by science. He learned from a television documentary about a wild animal tamer who confesses that he often sleeps with beasts. Using this technique, they will really accept you one of their family and no longer guard against you. This is another difference between modern men and ancient men. The 21st century is the boom of the information age. One only needs to sit at home and surf the internet and one will be able to gain access and utilize plenty of resources from all over the world in different periods in history. Ancient men traveled all over the place and relied on precious books written on bamboo stems or on word of mouth. Compared to Xiang Shaolong, who came from the 21st century where data is prevalent, he is transformed into a know-it-all. Tian Dan slapped the table and professed his highest regard, come. Let us toast to Dong Quang's enlightenment through years of hard experience. Chi Yu added, now we all realize why Mr. has been crowned the champion of all horse fanatics. Everyone raised their cups and joined in the toasting. Li Yuan banged into another wall and toned down his hostility. He dared not belittle his opponent and start thinking of another scheme. Tianjin and Tianfeng emerged again and started filling up the wine cups. After the twins retreated, Zhao Mu winked at Xiang Shaolong and faced Tian Dan smilingly. Chancellor Tian and Mr. Dong not only hit it off well but shared the same interests. Both are keen on the twins, and after Mr. Dong realized that they belonged to Chancellor Tian. Xiang Shaolong cackling interrupted, beauty going to the ruler, I only offer congratulations and not a hint of jealousy. Zhao Mu was pleased with his words and silently praised his timely interruption. Now it is up to Tian Dan to see if he is willing to let go of the twins. Tian Dan is no common man. Generously, he joked, since Brother Dong has such interests, I will transfer both of them to you as a welcome gift. This will give Mr. Dong more than just horses for sleeping companions. Such acts of generosity are common among high-ranking officials and come as surprise to no one. Xiang Shaolong purposely rejected his proposal, but Tian Dan will not hear the end of it. With great relief, he gave his utmost thanks. Zhao Mu intentionally showed goodwill to Xiang Shaolong. He summoned the two girls and instructed, from this moment, both of you will be sent to Master Dong instead of Chancellor Tian as gifts. Perform your duty with care, diligence, and perfect obedience. Both girls were initially shocked. Tianjin is smart. Lowering her head to hide her gratitude and glee, she kneeled and gave her thanks. Tianfeng performed appropriately. Her face turning pink, she stole a look at her new master and kneeled down. Zhao Mu ordered simply, go and pack your belongings now and wait for Master Dong to bring you home. Zhao Queen sniggered, with these pair of jade-like maidens, Mr. Dong must not forget to sleep with the horses. Xiang Shaolong had hugged her one. Sensing the emotions in her words, his heart stirred. Keeping quiet all this while, Gua Xior gazed at Xiang Shaolong with her appealing eyes and asked, has Mr. Dong really accompanied horses to sleep? Xiang Shaolong detected the innocence in her tone and replied warmly, of course. I have been sleeping with horses since I was 7. We did not sleep in the stable but in my bedroom. Everyone was greatly amused and burst out in guffaws. Li Yuan smirked at Lord Longyang and challenged, I want to speak up for Lord Longyang. After the sword duel, talented Lady Ji needed help with her horse and Brother Dong went to her assistance immediately. Why has Lord Longyang received inferior treatment? This incident is new to Tian Dan and he raised his concentration. Lord Longyang could not hide his bitterness and shot Xiang Shaolong a look, making all his hairs stand up. Xiang Shaolong released a heavy sigh and apologized, Imperial Uncle is correct. I should not have left that day. Talented Lady Ji got me to discuss about songs and poems and I disappointed her greatly. I dare not face her in the future. Everyone knows of Ji Yanran's characteristics. Notwithstanding those who still bear grudges against him, most of those present have reduced their jealousy towards him. This Dong horse fanatic is strikingly charming. Regardless of the occasion, he is able to grab the center of attraction. Luckily he is a boor or he may even entice Ji Yanran. Accepting his automatic retreat, Li Yuan greatly reduced his enmity and toasted him sincerely for the first time. The atmosphere is back in harmony. Only Zhao still subtly suspects that things are not so simple between him and Ji Yanran. Those present at the banquet consists of powerful representatives from Qi, Chu, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Eastern Zhou, Yan. The conversation topics naturally drifted to the common enemy Qin. Ji Zhong analyzed the Qin situation and explained, "We have allied on several occasions but still failed to defeat them. The main rationale is that Qin has used the terrain well and constructed crucial passes. They have Hangu Pass, Hulao Pass, Yaosai Pass in the east and Wu Pass in the southeast. As long as we can break through one of them and continue to advance, what further resistance does the Qin have? During the spring-autumn warring period, chariot battles are fought on plain land. After war developed into infantry, foot soldiers, and cavalry, on horseback, the passes become even more important. They play a life-death role in the fate of Qin." Ji Zhong appears to be highlighting the Qin's prowess but is actually identifying the strongest and potentially weakest point. In this manner, he is taking the chance to unite everyone and destroy Qin. Tiandan smilingly retort, "A country's size, ruler, economy and army cannot be discussed separately. In my opinion, Qin is putting up a strong front but is weak internally. After Bai Qi's death, there is no strong general in Qin. Lu Buwei is managing the court affairs but is not on good terms with the military. I dare guarantee that as long as this person is the prime minister, the Qin people are disunited. If we raise a campaign against Qin, the threat of foreign aggression will unite the Qin people and turn the tables against us. Does anyone see my point of view?" Ji Zhong is dumbstruck and his face darkened. Guo Zhong asked, "So I assume Chancellor Tian is against this collective agreement?" The hope of this agreement is his last hope for staying in Zhao. If it fails, he will have to relocate somewhere else. Although Xiang Shaolong highly regarded his insight, he sighed inwardly that no matter how brilliant one is, he can never foretell what may develop in the future. King Zhuangxiang has only 3 more years to live. When Xiaopan the Qin Shi Huang takes his place on the throne, there will be no one under the sky who can hold a candle to him. Tiandan gently replied, "Of course not. The agreement has to go ahead. But the strategies and methods has to be discussed in great detail. Otherwise, I would not have made the long journey here." When he speaks, his words carry a natural intimidation and nobody dare to rebut him. At the same time, countering him may result in being put down further. Lord Longyang shrieked in a high-pitched voice, "Chancellor Tian is so familiar with the Qin's activity, can you update us on what has occurred to Xiang Shaolong? Many of us here are interested to know if any calamity has befallen him." Xiang Shaolong was shaken. Since his return to Handan, his name has been mentioned here and there but was never brought out as a topic for discussion. Zhao Mu's eyes shone fiercely when he heard his name. Zhao Ye turned a shade paler but exhibits a keen curiosity. Zhao Queen's eyes lit up and increased her concentration. Qi Yu gave a cold snort as he hated Xiang Shaolong to the bone. Masking his thoughts well, Tiandan happily said, "Xiang Shaolong is not a simple man. He manages to come out tops every time. Even my old friend Bother Wuji is turning in his grave after being tricked by him. The rest of his story is well known to the rest of you. Wuji is Prince Xinling's real name." Han Shuang peeped at the dazed Zhao beside him and began to feel jealous. Unsatisfied, he cried, "Is Chancellor Tian exaggerating? I think this creep is probably just lucky he got away." Note, Zhao Ye helped XSL in stealing the Lugong manual from Prince Xinling. Probably revival of sweet memories of their adventures. Tiandan affirmed, "Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight and win every single battle. I hate him to the core but must never belittle him." Xiang Shaolong had barely reached Qin but his accomplishments are accumulating quickly. In front of Qin King and all major officials, he proved to be a good match against Qin's #1 strongman Wang Jian. Using his weapon's edge, Xiang Shaolong untiringly deflected his enemy's arrows. His arrows are shot from an iron bow and can even penetrate a shield. I guess he is giving way in order to preserve the dignity of the military. Qin King immediately promoted him to be the Grand Tutor and Lu Buwei gained a lot of prestige from him. If he is not eliminated, Lu Buwei will be like a tiger with wings. Given time, he will control the entire Qin court. Ji Zhong smiled chillingly, "From what you have said, Qin should not have a shortage of people who wanted him dead." Tiandan laughed coldly, "If Xiang Shaolong is an easy target, he would have died numerous times. Qin assassins have tried to harm him but suffered a great blow and even lost a few men. Now that the Wu family is becoming more and more influential in Qin is also due to Xiang Shaolong. Even the Qin military that are anti-Lu Buwei are changing their opinion about him and are trying to win him over to their side." Guo Zhong revealed an envious expression on his face but he could not say anything. Listening, Xiang Shaolong could feel his entire body turning cold. Tian Dan would not be so foolish to divulge all his information. But just analyzing what he has alleged, his facts are accurate as if he had been there to witness the event himself. This man is deadly efficient and like what he believed in, knowing your enemy and knowing yourself and never belittle your enemy, are the ways of the victorious. Zhao Mu may have gotten the news of his arrival from Tian Dan. Zhao Qin laughed coquettishly. I don't believe he cannot be defeated, he does not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Finishing, she purposely threw a glance at Zhao Ye. Zhao Ye turned a shade of anger. From these two reactions, Xiang Shaolong knew that these two girls are having some disagreement. She started, of course we have a plan to fix him. Chancellor Tian. Tian Dan made a sound of displeasure and Shi Yu was frightened into silence. Everyone was staring at Tian Dan and knew that he had a good plan to deal with Xiang Shaolong. Tian Dan declared, everyone has a weakness. Xiang Shaolong's weakness is he placed too much importance on relationships and is too soft. This will be the cause of his downfall. Wo Xiaoer's eyes turned confused. Thinking to herself, this is a strength, when has it become a weakness? Thinking that Xiang Shaolong is on his way to Handan City, Zhao Ye began to feel anxious and looked at Dong Horse fanatic pleadingly. Xiang Shaolong is both edgy and amused. Hearing how everyone is pondering hard on how to deal with him, he felt distasteful and funny in the same time. Fortunately, no one noticed him. The banquet is concluding and Tian Dan left first with Zhao Qin and Ji Zhong. Before he went, he bid his fond farewell to Xiang Shaolong reluctantly and promised to meet up in near future. Under the heavy protection of his personal guard, he boarded his carriage and rode off. Zhao Mu has wanted Xiang Shaolong to stay and chat but he was hampered by the large crowd of guests. He also feared that Zhao Ye would see through their relationship. Helpless, he reminded, the pair of beauties are awaiting Mr. Dong in the horse carriage. The journey may take some time so do take this opportunity to inspect the goods. All the guys who heard him laugh out loud. Li Yuan had wanted to accompany Zhao Ye and be fresh with her. Seeing her coldness and invited by Guozhong to share his carriage, he departed unwillingly. Lord Longyang saw them boarding the same carriage and joked, seems like the Guo family will soon have an imperial uncle son-in-law, but... As his carriage went past Xiang Shaolong, he batted an eyelid at him and groaned, I had wanted to share your carriage but Mr. Dong had female companions. Why not I visit Mr. tomorrow? Han Chuan looked elsewhere, reluctant to witness Xiang Shaolong's distress. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, so sorry. I still have to work at the farm tomorrow. Lord Longyang added with pleasure. Even better. I'm sick of the city and would love to wander around. I will look for you at dawn. Not waiting for his reply, he rode off. Xiang Shaolong could feel all his goosebumps standing and stood there in a daze. Zhao Mu patted his shoulder and recommended, want me to teach you a few tricks to take care of him? Xiang Shaolong sourly reassured, thanks for marquis concern. But I'll be fine. Zhao Mu and Han Chuan grinned. The quiet and flustered Zhao Ye softly invited, Marquis Han, please proceed home first. But did not give a further explanation. Seeing her icy demeanor, the hot and passionate Han Chuan lost half his enthusiasm. Harboring hatred and yet powerless, he left with disappointment. Leaving only Zhao Mu, Zhao Ye and Xiang Shaolong, the atmosphere became slightly embarrassing. Xiang Shaolong knew in his heart that Princess Zhao Ye was frustrated by the updates of himself. She wanted to approach him and get the matter off her chest. On the same note, she would want to know how he is progressing with his plan to prevent him from coming to Handan City. Remembering the tigress in his residence, he dare not invite her home and create more complications. In addition, he has vowed to visit Ji Yanran and could not have Zhao Ye over. The worst issue is Lord Longyang's visit tomorrow. Even if he is made of iron, he cannot satisfy so many people. Though he sympathizes with Zhao Ye's condition, he can only offer, it's late. Let me escort Princess to her carriage. Zhao Ye looked at him faintly and did not agree or disagree. On her own, she stepped ahead to her own convoy of servants and horse carriage. Xiang Shaolong rushed to her side but Zhao Ye boarded straight into her booth and did not say a single word. Xiang Shaolong is afraid of Zhao Mu holding him back. Taking the opening, he waved goodbye to him and slipped into his aromatic carriage booth, diving into the wonderful and lively paradise created by the Tian sisters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 9. Book 8 Chapter 9 Unpredictable Woman. He had just boarded his horse carriage when the twin sisters leaped into his embrace without a care in the world and start to cry happily. In the confusion, Xiang Shaolong could not tell them apart. Cuddling and consoling, he finally got them to calm down. One of them disobeyed, you kept us waiting in agony. Xiang Shaolong concluded, you are Tian Feng. The horse carriage had left the marquis residence for a while when it suddenly halted. Xiang Shaolong got the two girls to behave properly. Stretching his head out of the window, he inquired, "What is going on?" His escort Pubu came from the front and reported, "Princess's convoy has stopped in front of us and invited Mr. to go over." Xiang Shaolong could feel a tremendous headache coming, but he is powerless to do anything. Soothingly, he patted the exquisite faces of the two girls and jumped down the carriage. Before he left, he ordered, "Protect the carriage well and follow me." Finishing, he strode towards Zhao stationary carriage in big steps. The carriage started to move off, but they are heading to Xiang Shaolong's place instead. The two of them sat side by side. Zhao has a wooden expression and remained in silence for a long while. Just as Xiang Shaolong was starting to feel awkward, Zhao faintly cried, "Dong Quang. Tell me. You are not lecherous by nature, yeah right, but why did you pay so much attention to the Tian sisters?" Xiang Shaolong was feeling fearful that Zhao is very suspicious of him. He had once made love to the Tian sisters, during his first visit to Zhao Mu's place, and Zhao knew about it. Although he has more confidence that Zhao will not betray him again, this matter concerns the lives of a few hundred people. He cannot act on his own wistfulness and abandon his train of thought. Moreover, he has yet to fully comprehend the degree of loyalty she has towards King Xiaocheng. Fearing that he will deny, she continued, "Knowing that they belong to Tian Dan, Zhao Mu, and you signaled each other and wrestled them back. This is unlike your usual way of doing things. Otherwise, you would have accepted the courtesans from Zhao King." Totally lost, Xiang Shaolong illogically retort, "I have no idea what you are talking about." In an angered and pitiful voice, she cried softly, "Shaolong. Are you still pretending that you do not know me? Do you want me to die in front of you?" Xiang Shaolong was filled with sorrow but hardened his heart as she is too fickle-minded. Strengthening his resolution, he mocked surprise and exclaimed, "My God! So you have mistaken old Dong to be another person. Come, examine my face and see if I am wearing any disguise." Using the oldest trick in the box, he deceived her as she had never seen such a well-made mask. Zhao Ya's delicate body trembled. She was baffled and disappointed and dare not touch his face. Still shaking, she tried, "You are really not him?" Xiang Shaolong had applied love seed scent. Challenging, he proposed, "If you still have doubts, you can smell my scent. Every horse smells different and humans are the same. Come. Moving forward, he exposed his neck to her nostrils. Zhao sniffed twice and discovered a new but refreshing scent that leaves a deep impression on her. Disappointed, she grunted, and like avoiding scorpions, she withdrew to the other side of the carriage and leaned on the window. Curious, she asked, "Then why are you eager to possess them?" Xiang Shaolong has a burst of inspiration and grumbled, "It is all because of that tigress. Leaving Chu, I had wanted to avoid her for a while. How would I predict that she would single-handedly pursue all the way to Handan City? She threw a huge tantrum and even wanted 2 maidservants. Seeing that the 2 sisters would serve her fine, I requested them from Zhao Mu. If I knew they belonged to Tian Dan, I would have asked for any other 2 girls and it will be good enough. Alas, Marquis misunderstood my intentions and tried his best to interfere, causing this mess and your misunderstanding." Inquisitively, he pondered, "What has the sisters got to do with Xiang Shaolong?" Zhao Ya's face is void of color. Her pretty eyes were shining at the peak of excitement and cheer. In an instant, they dimmed to disillusion and depression. Turning her head fiercely, she wallowed, "Please leave." Coincidentally, the horse carriage has stopped at the main gate of his residence. Sighing inwardly, Xiang Shaolong alighted. Shan Rou had not expected Xiang Shaolong to come home with 2 similar-looking beauties. Entering the inner hall, she saw his gloomy face and asked in an unpleasant tone, "Where the he-11 have you been? You should inform me if you have to go out." Xiang Shaolong is troubled over Zhao Ya. Impatiently, he shouted, "You saw me changing in my room. You think I do not know that you are sneakily spying on me?" Both Tianjin and Tianfeng were startled and their pretty faces lost all color. Terrified, the 2 sisters stared at them. Xiang Shaolong realized he had overreacted. Before he had a chance to make up, Shan Rou put her hands on her waist and anger was written on her face. Short of brandishing her knives, she snapped, "Who is sneaky? Do you only change when you have a banquet? Can't you change to shower? Can't you change to pee?" With a snort, she covered her mouth and could not stop laughing. Batting an eye at him, she ended, "That's all." Seeing the matter is resolved, Xiang Shaolong is relieved. He did not want the Tian ladies to undergo any frightening situations. They are all lonely and vulnerable or cannot withstand any shock. Joining in the laughter, he praised, "Great acting, Sister Rou. Even I was convinced that you are really my wife." Hearing these 2 lines, Shan Rou's face darkened. Xiang Shaolong was secretly filled with glee. Acting surprised, he declared, "You do not let me touch you and yet you wanted to be my real wife. How can such a deal exist?" Shan Ro glared straight at him. She resembled a wounded beast which is ready to bite, showing her vicious yet adorable self. Xiang Shaolong instantaneously softened. "Hand around her shoulder," he promised, "say you love me and let us soar through the skies together." Tianjin and Tianfeng finally come to the conclusion that they are teasing each other and find them very fascinating. Shan Ro's complexion turned loving and arms still on her waist, her view landed on these two alluring sisters. Pointing, she asked, "Who are they?" Xiang Shaolong was afraid that she will vent her anger on the two girls. Slipping behind her, he caressed her sweet-smelling shoulders and replied in the tenderest voice, "They are the maids who are here to serve the wife of myself, the horse fanatic Dongquang." Tianzhang and Tianfeng obediently kneeled down and paid their respects. Shan Ro was overjoyed. "Get up," she commanded. And shouted, "Wu Gua." Wu Gui nearly appeared as soon as her voice thundered. He was obviously eavesdropping outside the door. Shan Ro let out another command, "Bring those luggages outside to my adjoining room now." Facing the Tian sisters, she added, "Go and tell them to place your luggage nicely." The Tian sisters have gotten the madam's permission to stay on and they left in a great mood. As long as they are with Xiang Shaolong, they are willing to endure all kinds of hardship. Only this real impostor is left in the inner hall. Witnessing that the Tian sisters have overcome the obstacle, his mood improved. Kissing her fine face, he laid out, "Is wifey satisfied now? You wanted a husband, you got one. You wanted maids and there they are." Shan Ro was humored by him but she kept her icy look. She snubbed, "We are not laying a beauty trap, why have you gotten such first-class beauties? Judging by their elegance, I think it is better that I serve them instead." Xiang Shaolong frowned, "Are you jealous?" Shan Ro's excellent and small lips curled at the corner, "This is not jealousy. This is logical deduction. What good can come out from a lecture?" Despite her harsh tone, she did not protest Xiang Shaolong's caressing of her shoulders and back. For a masculine beauty like her, it is actually a sign of consent but she is unwilling to say so verbally. Xiang Shaolong saw through her and was amused and annoyed at the same time. Thinking hard, he pleaded, "Good Ro. Please obey me. These two sisters are very pitiful. Having been insulted and tortured by Zhao Mu, this is their new freedom. I must definitely give them a blissful and happy future. If you disbelieve, you can always verify with little Gigi. She will relate their story to you." Shan Ro was touched and lowered her pretty face, maintaining silence. Xiang Shaolong turned her over and let her face himself. Pressing his lips, he was about to kiss her. Shan Ro put up a violent struggle and escaped. Red-faced and dazed, she decreed, "You think I am Gigi, following you without question? After eliminating Zhao Mu, we will go our separate ways. Don't think you are the only man for me." Knowing she is just using tough words, Xiang Shaolong still find it unbearable and shot back, "Going on separate ways is all right with me, must I kneel down and beg you to spare me some love? Be careful that I will divorce you in the heat of my anger and kick you out of the Dong family." Ha! Finishing the last part, he could not hold it any longer and burst out laughing. Shan Ro's face was about to darken but seeing his comics, she had to laugh too. Swiftly straightening her cute face, she warned icily, "Miss has no intention to go against you and is retiring now. If I detect any thief breaking into my bedroom, I will kill first and ask later. Don't say that I did not give you this warning." Closing, she leveled her chest and sauntered gracefully into the corridor leading to the back. Xiang Shaolong thanked the heavens that she did not enter his room. Otherwise, he would not have any more energy to please Ji Yanran, who has recently tasted the forbidden fruit and is dying for his attention. At this point in time, he discovered that Shan Ro had inadvertently facilitated him to forget about Zhao Ya's incident. Shan Ro's charm is indeed world-class, definitely the hottest type. As Xiang Shaolong was walking towards the Tian sisters' bedroom, Wu Gui and a few elite soldiers were humoring the two girls, making them laugh like a blossoming flower. When Xiang Shaolong entered, they quickly left. As Wu Gui passed Xiang Shaolong, he whispered, "Amazingly, this world can produce a pair of similar-looking beauties. Absolutely a prized possession." Adding a huge sigh, he led the porters away. The two girls are kneeling on the floor, awaiting Xiang Shaolong's instructions. Seeing their heads pressed down on the floor, and their high collar exposing their snow-white necks followed by their enthralling back, Xiang Shaolong experienced a strong surge in emotions. Xiang Shaolong dedicated himself to aid Xiaopan to conquer the world and build a strong China. However, the non-supportive cultures and traditions are things that he still cannot change overnight. The lowly status of female slaves has to go on until the 19th and 20th century before they are abolished. The only thing he can do is to treat the females around him with love and care. He admired Mosey for he is the bright light of knowledge, illuminating these ancient times. His universal love is to counteract long-established vices of society. It is deplorable that most rulers chose to adopt rituals and ceremonies and further lowered the status of women. Thinking that the issue has been buried in darkness for over 2,000 years, he cannot help but feel sadness for all women. Note, very deep paragraph. Did some research http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Mozi, and there is this line: in contrast to those of Confucius, Mozi's moral teachings emphasized self-reflection and authenticity rather than obedience to ritual. I personally think Huang Yi is trying to say that society treats females as second-class citizens. Mozi tried to abolish this system but failed. The rulers prefer Confucius's ritual system, and females continue to be unimportant until the recent centuries. Xiang Shaolong approached them and lifted them from the floor. Lovingly, he put his arms around their slender waists and they sat on the couch together. Softly, he stated, "I have yet to really talk to both of you. I am unlike Xiao Mu. My only rule is that you need not kneel and greet me, and in the bedroom, there is even less need to do so, but..." Blushingly, one of them spoke, "Master Xiang has put us in a difficult position. We are totally willingly to serve Master Xiang well and make you delighted." Xiang Shaolong recognized the deep dimple on her face. Like he had won the lottery, he cried happily, "You are Tian Feng." Both girls covered their mouths and giggled charismatically. Behaving in the same fascinating manner, Xiang Shaolong was swept off his feet by the display and could not move his sight away from them. Appreciating, Tianjin cried, "Master." Xiang Shaolong corrected, "Address me as Master Dong for the time being and be careful not to let the cat out of the bag." Both girls were taken aback and obediently agreed. Observing their reaction and submissive nature, Xiang Shaolong discerns that this change is hard for them. Astonished, he gave them each a comforting long kiss. Amidst their strong responses, he can finally tell the difference. Tianjin is gentle, Tian Feng is wild. Xiang Shaolong was in complete ecstasy and forgotten where he was. Tianjin commented considerately, "Master Dong should be exhausted, let us serve you in showering and changing. We are well versed in massaging and tuana, acupoint massage, oh." Her small mouth has locked with Xiang Shaolong's once again. Separating, Xiang Shaolong smiled, "I would love to enjoy your tuana, but I still have things to attend to. You girls go ahead and wash up and have a good rest. I will shower and share your room tomorrow night and make great love to both of you." Hearing his words, both girls are over the moon, rejoicing in complete safety and bliss for the first time in their lives. Tian Feng teased, "Does Master Dong know I have always envied elder sister who managed to copulate with Master Dong? Since you left, we have been pining for you every day and night. We chatted about you whenever we are alone and can only be happy when we meet you in our dreams." Xiang Shaolong was praised to the skies like he was some deity. Curious, he asked, "We have only met once, why have you taken such strong fancy to me?" Tianjin joyfully exclaimed, "Master Dong is not the same as anyone. You truly care from the heart. We have never seen a hero like yourself. The staff from Marquis' residence often gossiped about your exploits. When we heard about your legendary prowess and your wondrous escape from Handan City, we were exhilarated beyond imagination." Tian Feng continued, "We thought we would never see Master Dong anymore. It is our great fortune that heaven has finally heard our prayers and ultimately let us serve Master Dong." Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to caress them. Recollecting Ji Yanran, he suppressed his desire. If he starts any activity with them, he would be too worn out to go anywhere else. While he is still in control of himself, it is best to leave. Just as he was about to pacify them with a few words and slip out, Shan Ro materialized at the open door of the bedroom. A cold and emotionless face, she directed icily, "Dong Quang. Get out here. I need to talk to you." Up till this point in time, the Tian sisters still do not have a clear idea on the ambiguous relationship between Xiang Shaolong and Shan Ro. Traumatized, they kneel down on the floor and beg for forgiveness from the real imposter wife. Shan Ro hurriedly explained, "This does not concern you, please get up." Xiang Shaolong helplessly pacified them with a few words and ordered them to shower and rest. He then followed Shan Ro to her room next door. This inner chamber holds a total of 4 spacious rooms. The 4 of them have taken up 3 rooms, leaving 1 vacant. With her back facing him and her arms folded in front of her chest, she looked out of the window. Staring at the little garden illuminated by moonlight, she mentioned coldly, "Xiang Shaolong, I cannot fall asleep." "What?" Xiang Shaolong was bowled over. Stamping her feet, she unreasonably threatened, "Are you deaf? Help me to fall asleep now." Xiang Shaolong moved his well-built body and attaches himself to her enticing backbone. Looping his 2 strong hands around her slender but alarmingly supple and flexible waist, he remembered their first encounter. She had mistaken him for Zhao Mu and carried out a fumbling and embarrassing assassination. Sweet feelings arise in his heart. Xiang Shaolong smooches her jade neck, he suggested. Allow me to undress you and coax my darling you into the deepest slumber? Shan Ro did not resist his invasion and harassment. Twisting her waist, she yelled, Who wants you to coax? You did not close your door and expose me to all your sweet talking. The noise unsettled my nerves and causes my insomnia. Stunned, Xiang Shaolong reasoned, If you have closed your own door, how would you have heard our whisperings? Shan Ro's face reddened. Maintaining her nonsense, she retorted, What has my doors opening or closing has to do with you? Xiang Shaolong joked, Good sister is jealous. Come. Let me also kiss your chirpy mouth and make them disorientated with our noise and cannot fall asleep. In a sharp turnabout, Shan Ro slithered out of his grasp like a slippery fish. She demanded, I am jumping mad and you are so thick-skinned to take advantage of me. Scram. Xiang Shaolong is gradually getting used to her unpredictable mood swings. Stretching in a yawn, he recalled his date with talented Lady G. Passing her, he reached out his hand and patted her egg-like face. I'm scramming. In fact, I am scramming to the streets. Is Ro contented? Displeased, Shan Ro inquired, Where are you going? Grinning bitterly, Xiang Shaolong answered, Do you think we are here on vacation? Do not forget your blood debt. To accomplish our goal, how can hubby not put in more effort? Stressed by her mission, Shan Ro kept quiet. Like a dragonfly skimming the water surface, Xiang Shaolong bypassed her full lips and pecked her lightly on her cheek. Wishing her a good night, he slipped out. Unexpected, Shan Ro kept on his tail tightly. Astonished, he stopped. What are you following me? Shan Ro replied naturally, I am your assistant and bodyguard. Logically, I have to escort you. Xiang Shaolong was at his ends. How to bring her to rendezvous with Ji Yanran? Turning around in the blink of an eye, he wanted to grab her tender waist. Shan Ro's hand made a sudden wave and a sharp dagger is pointing straight at his throat. The fast turn of events gave Xiang Shaolong a big scare. Proudly, she presents, skilled enough to be your assistant? Assuming that the dagger is non-existent, he tried to seize her breasts. Dismayed, she retreated and avoided his grasping palms, shouting, How dare you? Xiang Shaolong gave a hiss. I did what I did, what is the use of asking if I dared or not? You better comply and go back and sleep. If you disobey, I will divorce you immediately. A man will make good his word. Don't try my patience. Shan Ro stared at him ferociously. Evaluating his degree of seriousness, she eventually shrugged her shoulders in a cute manner and scolded, Since you beg me to sleep, I will. What's the big deal anyway? And why do you keep mentioning about divorce? She turned around and returned to her room. Xiang Shaolong can sense the thoughtful part of her character, making him feel love and sympathy at the same time. As she stepped over the door ledge, he shouted, Ro. Thinking that Xiang Shaolong had a change of heart and is willing to bring her along, she speedily turned her slim frame and cheered happily, Yes? Xiang Shaolong looked at this Wonder Woman with deep passion. Opening his arms, he called, Come. Let me hug you before you go back to sleep. Shan Ro glanced at him with disappointment. 2 red clouds formed around her cheeks. Shooting him another furious look, her small, straight mouth let out a cold grunt. She entered her room and slammed the door shut. Thrilled, Xiang Shaolong gave a big laugh. He then left his home in the direction of talented Lady G. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 10. Book 8 Chapter 10, Surmounting Problems. When Xiang Shaolong arrived at Lu Huasheng residence, he felt extremely uneasy. It was because there is a huge increase in the number of guards and all the nearby houses have all been evacuated and converted into security posts. Based on this fact, it is evident that Lord Longyang has the backing of Zhao. If not, there is no way he can relocate the neighbors. The surrounding high points are all ambushed by reconnaissance troops and are very well hidden. If Xiang Shaolong is not an expert in this field plus his familiarity of the neighborhood, he may just rush head in. Lord Longyang is awfully obstinate. Swearing that Ji Yanran and Xiang Shaolong, not Dong Quang, are keeping in touch, he has deployed more men and cast his net wide and big, hoping to catch Xiang Shaolong, who was rumored to be on his way back to Zhao. However, he has to admit that Lord Longyang has laid his bets on the correct stake. The only hiccup is that Lu Buiyan himself has, through Lord Yangchuan, Lu Bui's Qin court rival, tricked everyone who wishes to capture him. The fact that he has arrived much earlier makes it crucial to the success of his plan. After a thorough examination of the environment, he has a 70% probability of success if he tries to enter her room undetected. Still, the risk is too high to undertake. When he was about to quit, he heard the whistling sound of an arrow. A strong arrow shot out from Ji Yanran's loft and fly through the backyard, burying itself into a soldier laying in ambush on the high tree outside the wall. The receiver of this arrow fell from the tree and broke dozens of branches before he landed on the street with a loud pong. In terms of accuracy and arm strength, the shooter sends fear into one's heart. The nearby ambushers were thrown into confusion and did not know how to deal with the enemy archer from the loft. 2 more cries were heard on the other side of the room. 2 more men were shot and they slipped and fell head down from different levels of the building onto the pavement. Under the mesmerizing moonlight, Ji Yanran appeared on the balcony of her loft. Dressed in a full black spying suit and holding a strong bow, she hollered, "If there is anyone else who dare to peep at me, Ji Yanran, I will kill without mercy." The ambushing soldiers were frightened by her posture and her sure-kill arrows. Everyone withdrew, especially those hiding at the higher positions. Xiang Shaolong was full of excitement. He could not imagine the usual gentle and scholarly Ji Yanran could be full of female prowess when provoked. Compared to Shan Rou, she do not lose even one bit. Without hesitation and while the enemy's monitoring network is in chaos, he used his agile climbing skills and swiftly vaulted over the high wall. Traveling within the shadows, he arrived at the bottom of Ji Yanran's loft and sent out his secret signal. Ji Yanran was heard dismissing her maidservant. Xiang Shaolong knew that the obstacle is gone and he started climbing to the second floor with his back facing the street. Ji Yanran is already waiting at the door with a big welcome. This beauty leaped in for a full embrace. Both happy and annoyed, she chided, "You should not have come amongst all these danger. I can hold out for one night, right?" Laughing, Xiang Shaolong explained, "Beauty has commanded and regardless of danger and obstacles, it must be done. Moreover, one night's waiting is equivalent to 3 autumns. If talented lady cannot hold her desires and someone else took advantage of this, who can I find to settle the score?" Ji Yanran is still dressed in her tight night outfit, revealing her full delicate curves, making Xiang Shaolong busy with his hands like a desperate lecher. This beauty was violated until her desires can be seen from her eyes. She groaned, "I want to quit. I, Ji Yanran, would only yield to 2 men. It is either Dong Quang or Xiang Shaolong. You are degrading me, humph. Both males and females are alike. Once their last line of defense has been broken, even virgins and gentlemen will pursue the need for sex. This is basic human nature and nothing to be surprised about." Somersaulting in the blankets, both of them are entangled in the peak of passion. The thought of danger right outside the room only serves to increase the excitement of the rendezvous. Until both of them are exhausted did all the heavy action started to slow down and stop. Still wearing his mask, Xiang Shaolong laid horizontally on the bed while the naked Ji Yanran has transformed into a warm and lovely little lamb. She rested on his board chest with her silky hair spread over his face and neck. Both of them do not want to spoil the peace and serenity of the loft and listen quietly to each other's subsiding breath. The wind begins to blow harder outside the loft and the curtains rattle pa-pa, but the moon is gradually covered by dark clouds. Charmingly, Ji Yanran complained, "You have harmed me and made me more and more wild." Yanran dare not look down on those loose and wanton women anymore. Xiang Shaolong could hear the howling wind outside. Affectionate and tenderly stroking her delicate back, he summarized what has happened in the past few days, including that of Tian's sisters, Shan Rou and Zhaoya. Hearing Shan Rou's masquerading as his wife, the carefree Ji Yanran could not resist a bout of jealousy. "That person should be Yanran. I also want to keep you company," she whined. Reassuring her, Xiang Shaolong observed, "Tian Dan did not come with good intentions. He wants to stir up internal strife and weaken Zhao from within." Forgetting her whining, Yanran climbed up from his chest and shared his pillow. Kissing him, she painted, "I have the same thinking too. Yan may even be instigated by him to attack Zhao in the first place. She shares its border with Zhao and Yan. If Tian Dan does not have any motives towards Zhao and Yan, even a kid will not believe it." Including the powerful Qin, no one is unafraid of Li Mu and Lianpa, Zhao's best generals fighting Xiong Nu and Yan respectively. If Tian Dan can borrow Zhao Mu's hands and get rid of these 2 men, it would be his dream come true. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head, adding, "King Xiaocheng may be muddle-headed but he still has the basic wisdom that Li and Li both generals are the pillars of Zhao and must not be shaken. But if Zhao Queen and Zhao Mu assassinates the Zhao King and takes over the state, this will be a different matter altogether." Ji Yanran surmised, breaking all norms, Zhao Queen attended Zhao Mu's banquet tonight. This may be Zhao Mu's display of strength to Tian Dan, showing him that even the queen has to listen to him. Continuing in a smile, regarding Yanran's husband, Dong Quang, it is also a point of contention between them. Fearing another Li Mu or Lianpa appearing, even the rare twin sisters have to be forced to change hands. Xiang Shaolong is engrossed with her story. Patting her twice on the shoulder, he digged, "Are you jealous, my darling?" Ji Yanran gave a serious reply, "Jealous to the max. Unless you come and accompany every other night. Oh. I am joking only. It is too dangerous. Xiang Shaolong felt a sensation in his heart. He bemoaned, I may find a solution to this problem. Hi. I have to go again. That Lord Longyang is coming over early in the morning. I'd rather face thousands of soldiers in battle than to face this eyelid-batting and coquettish man, no matter how womanly he is. Ji Yanran giggled. In Dalian, Wei's capital, there are tons of gay men who wish they could swallow him in their stomach. Are you taking things for granted? Upset, Xiang Shaolong whimpered, you are still making fun of me? Ji Yanran hurriedly gave him a sweet kiss and some passion as compensation. After another bout of entanglement, they both got dressed. Ji Yanran set off to distract the enemy to cover his departure. As the beauty was riding her horse out and looking for targets to vent her jealousy, he had long disappeared into thin air. Back at home, Tang Yi had yet to retire and was drinking by himself. Xiaolong was amazed. Joining his for a couple of cups, he checked, does second brother have any difficulties? Sighing, Tang Yi explained, when I saw Shan Rou, I thought of her sister. Before we left for Zhao, she got pregnant. How can I not be worried? Xiang Shaolong happily congratulated him. Then he apologized, it is my fault to take you away from sister-in-law and also from witnessing your child's birth. Tang Yi chortled, we are brothers and these words are unnecessary. Even if we cannot make it back to Xianyang, I will not be the least upset. However, our emotions do fluctuate, and stuck in such a boring place with no task in sight, I tend to let my mind wander. Do you really think I can abandon all thoughts and meditate my mosey every day for a few hours? Xiang Shaolong can finally detect some humanity in this Iron Man. Pleased, he proposed, there is a new task that needs your attention. Tang Yi solicited, what? Xiang Shaolong sniggered, disguise as me. Still surprised, Tang Yi called, what? Comprehending, he asked, Xiang Shaolong or Dong Quang? Xiang Shaolong leisurely answered, I will take responsibility for Dong Quang. I only need second brother to use my flying needles to harm a few Zhao citizens. After that, leave a trail pretending that you are escaping to Wei. Once this is done, it will arouse everyone's suspicions. Tang Yi nodded, you can let the big-sized Wuguo wear my disguise and the plan will be flawless. But why are you escaping to Wei instead of Xianyang, Xiang Shaolong concludes, this is my style, never returning until the mission is completed. Tang Yi confidently spoke, who can understand you better than yourself? I will act as planned within the next 10 days. In the wilderness, no one is my match. After further discussion, it is past 4 in the morning. On his way back to his room, he remembered the Tian sisters. Excited, he yawned and visited their room. Both girls were having sweet dreams and the bed is full of their scent. If he had not given his all on Ji Yanran, he would join them in bed. Now, all he can do is to give a longing sigh. Suddenly, it began to rain heavily. Xiang Shaolong frantically shut the windows and happened to hear Shan Rou closing the windows too. Xiang Shaolong could not resist his adoration for this willful girl. Reaching her door, he knocked lightly twice. No response. Thinking how funny it is, he pushed open the door, entered and closed the door, latching it. In the fine bed, Shan Rou was pretending to be asleep. Thrilled with excitement, he slowly took off his clothes and weapons. Leaving only a pair of shorts, he lifted the blanket and was about to climb onto the bed. As expected, a gust of cold air blew into his face. Armed to the teeth, Shan Rou jumped up and pointed a dagger at his bare chest. Infuriated, she challenged, are you going to use force on me? Xiang Shaolong reached out his hand and twisted the tip of the dagger. Moving aside, he cheered, use force? Tonight is not appropriate. It will be dawn soon. Maybe tomorrow night. Now I only wish to hug my wife and have a short nap. Shan Rou could only watch as he yanked her dagger away and put it aside. Following that, his exploring hands squeezed her against his near-naked body, but she could not put up any resistance. Hugging her to sleep on the bed and covered with a blanket, he kissed her nice-smelling face and inquired, do you always sleep armed like that? Drumming with anger, Shan Rou offered, I trailed you secretly just now. You walk very fast and purposely find the hardest roof and tallest walls to climb. I was tired and lost track of you. If you promise to give me a set of scaling and climbing tools, Shan Rou will let you hug until the cows come home, but you cannot take my virginity. Xiang Shaolong jumped. Giving her cheek another peck, he rejected, whether you are agreeable or not, you must accompany me to sleep tonight. Shan Rou roared, I dare you to repeat what you just said. Xiang Shaolong gave up, fine. I surrender. You want the wind, I'll give you wind. You want the rain, it is raining outside. Come. Let me kiss your lips and we'll sleep. Want me to undress you so that it is more comfortable to sleep? Flustered, Shan Ro stated, you dare. I sleep like this every night so that it is easier to run away. Xiang Shaolong was hit by a wave of realization. Remembering that she was on the run for 7 years, he felt fearful and gently coaxed, come and sleep in my arms. This is the safest and most enjoyable place in the whole world. Shan Ro really yawned and closed her pretty eyes. Resting her face between his neck and shoulder, she begins to sleep deeply and made soft breathing sounds. Filled with a strong urge to sleep, Xiang Shaolong lost consciousness and entered dreamland. Not knowing how much time has passed, Xiang Shaolong suddenly woke up in a fluster. The sky has yet to brighten. In his embrace, the weeping Shan Ro is shouting for her mom and dad. Xiang Shaolong kissed her tears away. In a moment, this beautiful girl begins to quieten down. Apparently, she is having a nightmare. Xiang Shaolong is really dog-tired and resumed sleeping. When he woke up again, he could hear the Tian sisters wishing Shan Ro good morning. He then noticed that the person in his embrace has gotten up long ago. He overheard Shan Ro protesting softly, let the Lord Longyang have a good wait. Our master slept late last night and must let him rest a while more. The Tian sisters would not dare to go her against her wishes and obediently complied. Xiang Shaolong jumped off the bed. The sky is brightly lit. Walking to the door, he commented, I have slept enough. 3 pairs of eyes turned to his direction. Witnessing his topless and muscular build, the 3 faces turned red at the same time. The Tian sisters have seen quite a few naked men, but it is Xiang Shaolong's body that made them lost their bearings. Making an excuse to retrieve the washing up tools, they make a quick exit. Xiang Shaolong put one hand around Shan Ro's cute waist and invited, accompany me to the farm? Shaking her head, Shan Ro rejected, not today. I have something on. Xiang Shaolong frowned, where are you going? You are now my wife. If you leak out our identity, we shall perish together. Shan Ro's round almond eyes stared at him. Angrily, she boasted, are you the only one who knows how to trick other people? Yesterday, I slipped out of the city and re-entered to look for you. Using the identity as your official wife, I was escorted in by the gate soldiers. Last night while you were out partying at the trader's place, Tangy and I had a good talk about our plans. I guarantee I am not someone who will give you away with just a normal interrogation. Xiang Shaolong could not defend himself from her attacks. Kissing her, he asked again, you have yet to say where you are headed to. Shyly, Shan Ro divulged, Gigi is accompanying me to the tailor and make some dresses. Otherwise, how I can dress up to match your status? As Xiang Shaolong is thinking over her words, Shan Ro took the chance and slipped away. Before she entered the corridor, she turned around, pretended to speak sternly, don't hug me every time we meet, I am not born for you to take advantage of, Disgruntled, Xiang Shaolong asked, want me to coax you to sleep tonight? Let me think about it. Shan Ro answered cheekily and left laughing. Thought comforted at her happy disposition, Xiang Shaolong could not help feeling some fear. Carrying a bronze basin, the Tian sisters assisted him in washing up and changing. Continuing his earlier train of thought, Xiang Shaolong thought deeper about his conversation with Tian Dan. He is definitely too soft-hearted and is not suitable to survive in this cold-blooded and unfeeling times. It is his soft-heartedness that all these girls come under his wing of care one by one. He has even released all his hatred for Xiaoya and did not hold her betrayal to heart. In these times, anyone with power will be surrounded with wives, concubines, courtesans and maids. At the end of the day, he is still someone from a different time zone and a different mindset. At the beginning, he is overjoyed and tireless with all his companions. Now that he has more and more beauties around him and does not want to compromise the quality of each relationship, he starts to feel the surmounting problems. Not including the Tian sisters in his harem, he has Wu Tingfang, Zhao Chang and Ting Fangshi in Xianyang. Here, he has Ji Yanran, Zhao Ji and Shan Ro. Despite having a lesser burden than Tang Bohu, the Ming dynasty playboy who has 8 wives, he is still slightly overwhelmed. Making a silent vow, he will not get into any future love traps or he may die of exhaustion from his night activities. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/tang_boyu. Limu has warned him about sex and alcohol running one's health, but he has forgotten this great advice on many occasions. As his mind was wandering, Shan Ro's voice can be heard asking in the corridor, who are you? Wu Guo was heard answering, Madam. This is Wei's Lord Longyang. He wanted to see if Master has woken up. Lord Longyang's eerie voice sounded, so it is Madame Dong who just came to Handan City. Afraid that Shan Ro may say something wrong, Xiang Shaolong groped the breasts of the Tian sisters for a moment and scampered out. Out of the blue, Shan Ro is acting like a gentle and mild-mannered wife, appropriately counteracting this gatecrasher Lord Longyang. Giving a loud laugh, Xiang Shaolong put on a false front and paid his respects to the beautiful Lord Longyang from afar. Lord Longyang was dressed in a snow-white battle gown. Lord Longyang's phoenix eyes brightened. He apologized, "I forgot that your wife has just arrived here, plus you received a pair of beauties last night. I should have come later and not disturb your sweet dreams. Please forgive me." Xiang Shaolong was secretly fascinated by his consideration. To Shan Ro, he announced, "Hubby and Lordship are leaving the city. The earliest I will return would be in the evening." Shan Ro submissively agreed. Xiang Shaolong caught the look of sympathy Wu Gua had for him and escorted Lord Longyang to the front hall. Lord Longyang smiled, "Your wife is so exquisite. No wonder you are not interested in any of the beauties in Handan City." Xiang Shaolong does not know how to answer him. Giving two dry coughs, he avoided the question. Stepping out of his residence, he can feel the warm sunshine all over the place. Even the wet floor from last night's rain was completely dried up. Outside, there were nearly 100 of Lord Longyang's personal bodyguards. Holding their horse, they waited patiently. Witnessing this display, Xiang Shaolong unconsciously shivered. Lord Longyang's fragrant shoulder leaned towards Xiang Shaolong. With a soft nudge, he explained tenderly, "Now that the roads are unsafe, it is better to have more swords protecting the excursion." Smelling the flowery scent on Lord Longyang's clothes, Xiang Shaolong did not know whether it is good or bad. Before he left for Zhao, he had not foreseen the dramatic turn of events. Not only does he have to deal with women, he must also deal with this man. To make it worse, he cannot offend him. The complexity of Handan's situation is getting out of hand. When can he successfully escape all this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.